And that's just one of the many issues the president faces, including inflation at its highest level since Joe Montana won the Super Bowl. We're live at the White House. Those vaccine protests up in Canada are now hurting Michigan. The governor there telling Canada they need to reopen a key bridge. Which U.S. cities could be next? And on Capitol Hill, the January 6th committee says there are information gaps in former President Trump's call logs from that day, and the controversy today about what Mr. Trump may have flushed down the toilet. Plus, Michaela Schifrin back on the slopes tonight after her crashes reopened the conversation about mental health in sports, how the Olympics have been especially hard on athletes. That's in tonight's original. And critics say LA is using the glitz and glamour of the Super Bowl to mask a major problem: homelessness. Later in our show, we'll hear from one woman who says she's being pushed aside by the city. Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Welker, in for my friend Hallie Jackson. And just in, a first look at the NBC News exclusive interview with President Biden. Mr. Biden sat down just a short time ago with Lester Holt for a wide-ranging discussion that will air before Super Bowl 56 on Sunday. And today, Lester asked him about one of the biggest decisions he is facing as president, his nominee for the Supreme Court.
Can I ask you where you stand right now in your nomination process for it? Supreme Court, what your short list looks like, or if you want to name the nominee right here, we'd be happy to hear you.
Well, first of all, the short list are nominees who are incredibly well qualified and documented. They were the honor students. They come from the best universities. They have experience. Some on the bench, some on the practice.
What's the number you're at? 4, 5, 6?
Well, what I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks, and to see if there's anything in the background that would make them not qualified.
Is it important that you believe they'll get a vote from the Republican side?
Well, I think whomever I pick will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had, with an open mind, who understands the Constitution, interprets it in a way that is consistent with the mainstream interpretation of the Constitution.
Well, that is really fascinating to hear the president talking about his potential pick. And at this moment, the president is talking behind closed doors with Senate Democrats about the Supreme Court vacancy. But that's not the only thing he is dealing with the inflation report showing prices up 7.5% since last January. That's the highest level in 40 years, folks. And it's putting a damper on the president's polls, with the latest average showing his job approval at roughly 40%. He hasn't been over 50% since August. Let's get right to it with my friend and colleague at the White House, Mike Memoli. So, Mike, wow, it's just so fascinating to hear the president talk with Lester about how he's thinking about this big choice that he has to make. Sounds like his short list is about 4 names. What does that tell you about how close he is to a decision?
Yeah, Kristen, there were a lot of tea leaves, a lot to unpack from the president's answers there on the Supreme Court choice before him. But certainly the big headline is 4. 4 is we knew he was, you were part of the reporting we had just a few days ago, that the list was down to less than 12. But getting down to 4, where he's really done that deep dive, is a significant bit of news there in terms of just how short the short list is at this point. You know, it's really telling, because we know the president has been preparing for this choice for a long time. He's had briefings with his team even before he took the oath of office last January about what his Supreme Court possibilities would be. So really significant there. Another thing that stuck out to me was the president saying that, you know, the potential pick he's going to make could be from somebody on the bench, but it might also be somebody from you know, the legal community more broadly. That's interesting, because so many of the real finalists that we were looking at are potentially like Ketanji Jackson Brown, who's on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Of course, Michelle Childs from the Circuit Court down in South Carolina, who's being nominated for the D.C. Circuit as well. And so I think I'm going to make a prediction to you, Kristen. I think the White House is going to come out with a clarification in the next 24 24 hours, maybe to say that the president really was only saying he'd only gotten to 4 so far, and that there are more briefings, more deep dives to continue in the few days ahead. Because we know he's got a deadline of about 18 days from now to make that pick.
That's right. You and I are on the same wavelength, Mike. I was thinking the same exact thing. I will be looking for Jen Psaki's briefing tomorrow to see if she has any more texture to add to that response from the president. Look, I had a chance to interview the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, earlier today about the timing, and what he said really struck me. I want to play it for you and get your reaction on the other side. You're confident he can make a pick by the end of this month, as he has said he wants to?
I got my fingers crossed. I want him to do the right thing, and I want him to take the time to do it well. But I'm anxious, and so the committee, I'm sure, will communicate that to the president. We want to get started.
So that's going to be Dick Durbin's message to the president, that he's anxious. Mike, what are you hearing about the conversations that the president's having on Capitol Hill about his potential pick?
Well, the White House has been walking this fine line. They don't want it to be seen that the president is rushing this choice because obviously it's a big moment, the first African-American woman to be nominated for the high court. They want to make it seem as if, and it is being done, that it's a very deliberative, thoughtful process. But we know the president's consultations have really been ramping up. This meeting at the White House right now, the biggest group discussion that he's had so far. But we know he's been calling senators individually, including Republicans. Remember, we just learned yesterday, Mitt Romney, not even on the Judiciary Committee, Republican from Utah, he was one of those who got a call from the president and sounded like he's open to voting for whoever he nominates.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the striking narratives to come out of these conversations that we've heard on Capitol Hill. Republicans saying they're open to hearing what the president has to say. Lindsey Graham among those who's expressed his openness and willingness to consider Judge Michelle Childs, of course, from his hometown of South Carolina. Mike, let me ask you about the other big headline today, and of course that's inflation. Prices are at a 40-year high, and you and I talk about this all of the time. What do these numbers mean in terms of the president getting any more of his agenda passed? We're already in a midterm election year. How big of a setback does the White House see this as?
Well, Kristen, you know the White House was bracing for a bad number today. They got a bad number today. They're trying to put all the context they can around it. For instance, we saw in a paper statement from the president talking about, for instance, a moderation in the prices of automobiles, which had been one of the bigger drivers of the inflation number over the past year. I thought it was really significant, Kristen, because we know when it relates to Build Back Better, Joe Manchin, senator from West Virginia, has cited inflation as the #1 reason why he opposes moving forward on that. But the president was in a swing district in Virginia today with a sign behind him that said lowering prices for American families. There were also signs around him that said Build Back Better. The White House has been trying to argue that getting pieces of the Build Back Better legislation through will lower prices for Americans, but it's still a real point of contention within his own party.
It sure is, and a lot of pressure on the White House to at least get something passed before voters go to the polls. Mike Memoli at the White House breaking down all of these headlines for us. Great to see you, Mike. Thank you. And tune in to the NBC Nightly News tonight, where you will hear more from Lester's interview with the president on Ukraine, the economy, Afghanistan, and indoor mask mandates. That's at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, ahead of the full interview this Sunday before the Super Bowl. We know you'll tune in for that. Let's stick with inflation, though, and look at that real-world impact on your bottom line. The Dow Jones down today about 500 points. The other major indices also taking a hit. Plus, if you're hosting a Super Bowl party this weekend, here's how much more you'll be paying. Chicken up 10%, ground beef up 13%. Your snacks, your alcohol, your soda, even televisions, all of the prices are up compared to last year. And here's why you're feeling the burn here. Worker wages have only jumped 0.1% when you take inflation into account. Ben Popkin is here to break this all down with us. Ben, it's so great to see you. Thanks for being here. And we talked about this with Mike. You probably just heard the conversation. The White House saying, look, forecasters are saying that inflation is going to ease this year, that soon those numbers are going to start to come down. But they haven't come down yet. Is the White House misguided here, or do you see a peak in our future?
Well, hello, Kristen. I mean, we are in some ways past that peak already. When you look month to month, like year to year, the inflation rate came in really high today. But month to month, it has actually already started to slow down. The increase, the peak was 0.8 to 0.9% in October, November. In January, it was 0.6%, and that was about what it was in December. So we're already starting to see things moderate a bit. Critics have attacked Biden for inflation, and to some extent they're right, but maybe for the wrong reasons. The administration has purposely let inflation run a little bit higher than normal, held back on those interest rate increases because they have some other goals. They want to increase employment. They want to get closer to that full employment number and increase jobs and pay. When inflation goes up, businesses have to spend more on labor. People have more money to spend on goods and services. That achieves these social goals. But now we're hearing that the Federal Reserve says we are close to full employment, and it has ratcheted up 3 interest rate hikes for this year. This is after coming from essentially rock bottom, near zero interest rates for the past few years. And so when those interest rates rise, businesses and consumers are going to cut spending, and that will slow down inflation. So that's why we think it's going to start to moderate.
Well, and one of the things that consumers are also dealing with, Ben, is less help from the federal government than they got last year. There are no enhanced child tax credits for families, no stimulus checks. We know also that business costs are going up. You were just talking about this because of supply chain issues. So I guess the question is, in addition to looking at that Fed rate that's going to go up, the interest rate, what else needs to happen in order to address this crisis? Is there anything else?
Well, don't mean to be insensitive about it, but sometimes it comes down to these raw bone economic decisions. Fed Chair Powell himself said companies are raising prices because they can. Despite these increases, consumers have kept going out shopping. One of the things we do in the NBC News BizTech unit is we listen to all these company earning calls. We actually listen to them. And on call after call, executives across the board, across the supermarket, have been talking about these price increases and their confidence that they can keep doing it. And these are not just price increases passing along costs. They're actually expanding their profit margins. They're making more money than they did before. 2/3 of publicly traded companies are reporting greater profit margins. So that's the thing with these prices. The cure for them, they say, is for high prices is high prices. Eventually, they get to a point where people stop paying them, and the demand goes down, and then we'll start to see inflation go down as well.
All right, great information on a really complicated issue, but something that is impacting everyone. Ben Popkin, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Well, the city of Windsor, Ontario tonight seeking an injunction against those Freedom Convoy protesters blocking the Ambassador Bridge, saying they will be physically removed if they don't leave, as police warn of arrests without a warrant. Those protests causing economic gridlock as traffic on the Canada side of the bridge is at a virtual halt. Look at these images. Ford, GM, Toyota, and Stellantis, which is of course formerly Chrysler, have been forced to cancel and cut shifts, temporarily shutting down production at some North American and Canadian plants because parts just could not get there. Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer today urging Canada to reopen traffic on the Ambassador Bridge, calling the economic impact on her state, quote, unacceptable. Joining us now to talk about this is Cal Perry. Cal, you are there at the Blue Water Bridge in Port Huron, where the Michigan Department of Transportation has been redirecting traffic, but the situation there is not much better. Set the scene for us. What is the impact there, and what are people saying to you?
Yeah, look, you can see the trucks backed up behind me. The waits have been between 2 and 5 hours. Keep in mind, the bridge behind me runs at half capacity of that for the Ambassador Bridge. I'll give you a real-world impact right off the bat that'll follow the conversation you guys have been having. Canada's #2 export are cars. America takes 90% of those cars. All of those cars are stuck in Canada and have been for a few days. So the price of cars in the U.S., which we all know is going up, is only going to continue to rise. J.D. Power says that there are now 1 million cars on U.S. car lots when there would normally be 3 million. So the economic impact of what is a very small protest is going to be widely felt, Kristen.
For sure. What are people saying about the potential for violence? So far, these protests have been mostly peaceful, but we know that residents are really concerned.
Yeah, and you have 2 protests going on in Canada, 2 main ones. You have the one in Ottawa going on, which is a large protest downtown area around those government buildings. And then in Windsor, which is that crossing to Detroit, you have a much smaller one. The question is, what are the police in Windsor going to do with that smaller protest? That small protest is causing this havoc that's going to cost people hundreds of millions of dollars. How do they clear it? I think the fear of violence lies there.
Well, the protests are all over the map now, really, across the globe, with similar scenes playing out in France, New Zealand, and Australia. DHS now tracking reports of potential convoy in LA this weekend before the Super Bowl, and here in D.C. for the State of the Union. So What are officials saying about this threat, Cal? Just how big is it?
Yeah, and I think this ideology of shutting down the economy on these protests is sort of growing. We're seeing it along the U.S.-Canadian border. And as you said, Department of Homeland Security today in the U.S. put out a bulletin. They do put out a great deal of bulletins, but this bulletin specifically talked about a possible truck protest starting at the Super Bowl, ending at the State of the Union on March the 1st in Washington, D.C. And it specifically says in the bulletin that they're worried about not only gridlock in American cities, but they're worried about counter-protests. And I don't need to tell you, Kristen, why. It's that fear of violence from that counter-protest or protest that clash that really has people concerned.
All right. Well, something that everyone is watching around the globe. Cal Perry, thank you so much for being there and for your great reporting. The House committee investigating January 6th says there are some gaps in President Trump's call log records from that day. In fact, they say there are no records of calls for several hours. But we know Mr. Trump spoke with Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy then, because both of them have talked publicly about it. This is the former president denies claims that he flushed wads of documents down a White House toilet. That claim coming from a new book by New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman, which Axios got a preview of. Trump responded by calling it, quote, another fake story that is categorically untrue and simply made up. With that, I want to bring in Garrett Hake on Capitol Hill to talk about this. Garrett, you and I have been talking about this throughout the day. So talk about the latest reporting, because I know you've been working your sources on this too, these gaps in the president's call log. What can you tell us and how significant is this?
Well, the gaps are certainly frustrating to members of the January 6th committee who are trying to piece together as comprehensive of the president's picture of the president's day as they possibly can, who he talked to when and what actions he did or did not take. And they know, as you said, from the calls that have been publicly discussed, that President Trump spent a lot of that afternoon on the phone, but apparently not the White House phone. Apparently it was his cell phone, someone else's cell phone, or other means. And so the committee has to kind of go back to the drawing board to get the full picture of the president's activity. As regards to the flushing of these White House records, if indeed that's what occurred, this is sort of part of that same general issue. What was fairly well documented at the time, but the unorthodox practices of the Trump White House around how documents were handled, how information was stored, and how records were preserved. And it's got at least some Republican lawmakers even frustrated about what was going on at the White House at that time, as we heard today.
Well,
the law says you got to preserve records, so you preserve records.
He has a long list of things he's done that I consider to be very detrimental to the nation, and I add this to the list.
What we don't know yet, Kristen, is whether even that kind of frustration will lead to anything further, particularly on the Senate side, or whether this just kind of goes in the pile of those, smaller Trump-era controversies that kind of pop up and disappear before they even have a time to be properly vetted and investigated.
One of the things, Garrett, that I think is interesting about this latest revelation is that it kind of underscores how difficult it has been for the January 6th committee to piece together exactly what happened that day, to try to find some of the missing pieces. What are committee members saying about how they're approaching this really difficult task?
Well, officially, the committee's not commenting on any of the new news today, but we know that this has been the kind of thing that they've been trying to work around for quite some time, whether that's by going after the phone records of individuals who they know were in contact with the president or with the White House, whether it's trying to step up their effort to get Republican members of Congress to talk to them. That's one thing that I've been particularly focused on. You'll remember there was a week or two period where we saw a couple of days of inviting, first it was Scott Perry, then it was Jim Jordan, then Kevin McCarthy, invites for them to come talk to the committee. None of those men have been subpoenaed, and we know there were other Republican lawmakers who were in contact with the president on and around that day, in areas of interest to the committee. Do they decide to more aggressively pursue the testimony or the phone records of any of those lawmakers? I don't believe those decisions have been made yet by the committee, but it's very much part of what could potentially be their next step, figuring out how to handle exactly those challenges.
I think that's a really good point. And then let's talk about another revelation from earlier this week, the 15 boxes of presidential records that the National Archives recovered from Mar-a-Lago. Now, the president has said, look, I've been working in consult with the National Archives. There's been no issue here. But what are the questions they're trying to answer, and why are those documents so important, Garrett?
Well, the House Oversight Committee now says they're going to take a look at this. And the committee's chairman, Carolyn Maloney, thinks that it's possible that there was laws broken here, violations of the Presidential Records Act. So they want to look at that. But also there's an open question of exactly what was in this material that former President Trump apparently hung on to. Was it just kind of anodyne mementos of his time in the White House, the kind of thing that might ultimately end up in a presidential library, as the former president's statement suggested? Or was it potentially classified documents? Or is it the kind of things that Republicans spent years lambasting Hillary Clinton for being careless about, for example? So there are a lot of questions to be answered there. I can tell you on the legal front, our colleague Pete Williams has been trying to report this out, and his takeaway from the Department of Justice has been that they don't seem particularly exercised about this, that these kinds of things tend to happen. It's usually not then presidents, soon to be former presidents, who are packing their own boxes on the way out of the White House. And so it may be too early to get particularly engaged in the possibility that there might have been something criminal here, but it's going to be looked into, at least by the House.
A lot of complicated stuff, Garrett. You've been on top of it all day. Really appreciate your joining us. Great to see you.
Thanks, Kristen.
In one of the biggest changes to the workplace in decades, the Senate just passed bipartisan legislation ending forced arbitration for workers who are victims of sexual assault and harassment. So what does this mean? Well, this means that companies cannot force workers to settle sexual misconduct claims in a secretive process that often favors the people accused of harassment or assault. Employees can now file a suit in court with their own legal representation. The bill's headed to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. It would kick in right away and affect about 60 million workers all across the country. Well, in California, 18 million people are under heat advisories with record temperatures in some parts of the state. Along with the heat comes dangerous Santa Ana winds. They helped fuel the brush fire in Laguna Beach. Firefighters evacuated residents because it came dangerously close to homes. The fire grew to about 145 acres before firefighters were able to get a handle on it. And this year's Super Bowl could be the hottest on record, if you can believe it. Temperatures in LA are expected to be in the 80s, maybe even as high as 90, and expected to stretch right through kickoff on Sunday. So what is behind this winter heat wave? There's only one person who can tell us, and that is Al Roker. Al, it's great to see you. So what's going on here?
Well, here's the deal, Kristen. As you mentioned, 18 million people under heat advisories. And here's the interesting thing. This is the first time since 2005 that there has been a heat advisory posted anywhere in the United States. And you see it goes from San Fernando all the way down to San Diego. And we're in the midst of a heat wave for Los Angeles. The hottest February temperature ever was 95, back February 20th, 1995. The forecast high for today, 89 degrees. Yesterday they were 83. Tomorrow, 86, 88. Saturday, Super Bowl Sunday could be around 87 degrees. That's 5 straight days with highs in the 80s. Big area of high pressure pumping in air, hot air, dry air coming in from the east. And so look at these temperatures. Fresno, 14 degrees above average. LA, almost 20 degrees above average. And as far as records are concerned tomorrow, they may see a record in LA, Palm Springs, Niles, Vegas, Sacramento, Santa Maria. Now, we will see temperatures moderate just a bit, but still staying above average, Kristen, right on through the weekend. And of course, Super Bowl, as you mentioned. So the top 5 warmest Super Bowls, number 1 was January 14th, 1973, Super Bowl VII in Los Angeles. Got up to 84 degrees. Well, the forecast as the Rams host the Bengals right here on NBC and Peacock, at 6:30. Kickoff, sunny, very warm, around 83. Could be a little warmer. We're going to be watching that very closely, and players are going to have to be dealing with making sure they're hydrated and all sorts of issues. And folks, of course, who are going to be coming in from all over have to deal with all of that warmth, Kristen.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring their water, wear their short sleeve shirts. Al, let me ask you, because obviously so much focus on the Super Bowl, but there are broader implications here. You just mapped a lot of them out. How concerned are you about the conditions, particularly when you think about the possibility for drought conditions?
Well, right now, Kristen, 66% of California is in a severe drought. December was fairly wet, but January, very dry, really dry January. In fact, San Francisco has had no rain for 33 days. So as you can see, it's not the worst they've had, but as you can also see with those Santa Ana winds, fire can kick up, those wildfires, those little brush fires can kick up pretty quickly. Right now, no red flag warnings, but that could change as conditions warrant, Kristen.
Al, it's always so good to see you. We're talking about the heat, but I know you will be freezing cold again tomorrow on the Today Show. Back out on the Plaza set for the Olympics. We will be tuned in and looking forward to it. Al, great to see you.
Take care.
Coming up, MLB spring training, baseball's opening day, all up in the air. But there may be hope. The commissioner speaking out for the first time today about a lockout that's been going on since December. The plan to get things back on track.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All hope might not be lost for baseball's opening day, as we're hearing from MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred for the first time since he and the owners decided to lock out the players in December. The players and the owners will head back to the negotiating table on Saturday after 11 days without an offer. This is good news, folks, and Manfred says he's optimistic. Okay. That was not the sound, of course, but the bottom line is he's saying he's optimistic. The reality is time is running out, though. Pitchers and catchers are supposed to report in just 6 days. So the question is, what happens next? Let's go to Morgan Chesky now. So, Morgan, let's break this all down. Manfred says this will be a, quote, good proposal, but the players aren't happy right now. And here's Max Scherzer of the New York Mets, who's on the union's bargaining committee a few days ago, laying out what the players want. No luxury taxes, better pay for younger players, an end to tanking. So explain all of that and just how big is the gap here that we're talking about?
That's a pretty big gap, Kristen. You know, this is the second longest work stoppage we've seen in MLB in its history. And right now, the two sides have not really had a chance to sit down at the table in weeks. And they're expected to do so here this upcoming weekend. But there are still some core economic sticking points that they have not been able to wrap their head around. The league, meanwhile, has made a few concessions, but the players' union says that that's simply not enough right now. And we're kind of coming up against a bit of a tough deadline here. We know that spring training set to start in just a few weeks' time. Opening day still slated for March 31st. But as we get closer to March, that could be in real peril. And we could potentially see the season be impacted for the first time since 1994, 1995. Of course, baseball fans will remember that was one of the years where they didn't have a postseason at all. We're a long way from that, but these economic sticking points are really keeping any progress from being made right now. And that's what we heard from Commissioner Rob Manfred today, speaking publicly for the first time since this strike went into effect back on December 2nd. Kristen?
Well, Morgan, you take me to my next point, which is the tough timeline that they're up against. Players are not going to be happy. They're making that very clear. Take a look at this poll from December. It shows a third of sports fans and nearly half of avid fans would be less interested in baseball if there's a work stoppage. So the league knows that there's a lot of pressure to get something done. How does that timeline potentially impact these negotiations?
I mean, every day makes it a bit more compressed. We do know that the league had asked for a federal mediator to come in and assist with these negotiations. That was rejected by the players' union, saying that if a collective bargaining agreement is to be reached, they should probably start doing some bargaining, and that means getting both sides at the table. That will be resumed this upcoming weekend. We do know that with spring training potentially able to be abbreviated from 4 weeks to 3 weeks, that does buy fans and the league a bit more time when it comes to reaching some sort of deal. But the date that everyone's really looking at now is March 1st. If some sort of agreement isn't reached by then, we could see the regular season be impacted and not just an abbreviated spring training, which at least as of for right now, both MLB and the Players Union seems at least semi-open to having that be somewhat shortened to reach this collective bargaining agreement and have it be mutually beneficial for both sides. So that calendar date is looking an awfully lot bigger right now when it comes to March 1st, Kristen, because nobody wants to see a shortened baseball season, even if it's by just a few games.
You're
Kristen?
So right, and sports fans all across the country are going to be watching this so closely. I'm from Philadelphia, where we are serious about our baseball and our sports, and Manfred says MLB's going to agree to potentially a universal designated hitter, which basically, if you break it down, means I'll never get to see a Phillies pitcher hit ever again, Morgan. What's up with that?
I mean, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing, right? I mean, God bless those pitchers who were able to get some home runs in there. But for the most part, you know, they don't have to swing at air anymore. And they can be just like their counterparts in the American League and have a DH, a designated hitter, go in there and do that job for them. So, you know, that is one of the concessions that MLB has made so far. They've also said they want to raise the league minimums a little bit. But the Players Union was very very quick to say that this minimum salary raise that they're proposing is just a drop in the bucket for what they want to see for a lot of the players that you and I may not know by name, but are still in the league working hard and wanting to have those salaries raised, who may not be the superstars. So a lot left on the table to discuss here in the next few weeks, and fingers crossed we'll still have a season intact.
Fingers crossed. Sports fans all across the country have their fingers crossed. Morgan Chesky, thanks for breaking all of that down for us. We really appreciate it. Coming up, former President Obama rallying House Democrats today, how his appearance could be part of a bigger plan to rally voters for the midterm elections. And more problems for Peloton. The company introduced a new CEO this week, but workers upset over layoffs were not having it. How they hijacked a company-wide meeting. That's next.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, these days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Okay. Michaela Schifrin getting ready to ski again tonight after skidding out in her first two races at the Olympics. We all saw the scene of her sitting on the side of the course Tuesday night. Coming up, our Katie Beck has a look at the stress elite athletes face competing at the highest level, especially during the pandemic. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, U.S. intelligence says the Russian military could take 9 different routes into Ukraine and its capital within 48 hours. This while Russian and Ukrainian negotiators met in Berlin today to talk about the crisis at their border. This was their second meeting in months, but it's unclear if any sort of compromise was reached to calm tensions. Number 2, Jerry Harris, a former star in the popular Netflix series Cheer, has pleaded guilty in his child pornography case. Harris, 22, has been held without bond since his arrest in September of 2020 for allegedly soliciting minors for sex at cheerleading competitions. Number 3, a Peloton meeting with its new CEO took a turn after some laid-off employees crashed it. The conversation ended early when current and former workers started firing off angry comments over the company's job cuts and management. We told you earlier this week Peloton fired 2,800 people this week and replaced its CEO. Number 4, Uber seems to be bouncing back. The ride-hailing giant reporting more riders last quarter, about a 67% increase increase. There's been a boost in food deliveries, too. The company says they're finally approaching pre-pandemic levels of business. And number 5, in out-of-this-world discovery, astronomers say they found a new planet orbiting the star closest to the sun called Proxima D. It's some 25 trillion miles away from Earth. That's just about 4 light years away, in case you're wondering, and that is pretty remarkable. Well, guess who's back? Former President Barack Obama. He just wrapped up a private virtual meeting with the House Democratic Caucus, where he stressed how important it is for the party to stay unified and to let people know the country's on a much better path ever since they took over. This was just part of the Democrats' day-long messaging summit. Mr. Obama was also part of a keynote conversation with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It comes as Democrats are facing a tough fight to keep their majority in the November midterms, and President Biden's approval rating just hit a new low. Sahil Kapoor has been reporting on all of this throughout the day. So, Sahil, I'm really fascinated by the fact that President Obama decided to talk to Democrats now. Seems like he's trying to get a little bit of a jump start, because during the presidential race, he got criticized for waiting too late to come off of the sidelines. So what do we know about what was discussed?
Kristen, we know that this was an invitation sent by the House Democratic Caucus, organized by the caucus chair, Hakeem Jeffries, and President Obama agreed to show up and talk to them. This was initially supposed to be an issues conference, but they postponed that. They asked him to stick around for a virtual caucus meeting that they're having on messaging, and he agreed to do that. Now, a source familiar with President Obama's thinking tells me that he will stress the need for Democrats to stay united. He will encourage them to brag about their achievements, to not be bashful about the things they've accomplished, and to be open about the fact that they believe the country is much better off as a result of Democratic control. Some of this stuff appears to be lessons that President Obama learned from his own tenure, specifically his own first midterm election, 2010, which was a disaster for Democrats. One of the things that he got criticized for, including by his own vice president then, Joe Biden, was not bragging about his achievements enough. It seems like he's heeded that lesson, encouraging Democrats not to repeat his mistake.
Yeah, the person's name I did not hear you mention, Sahil, former President Trump. What do you think his message is when it comes to how to handle issues surrounding the former president? Is there a concern that some Democrats are going to be tempted to try to run against Trump and not focus enough on the future?
Kristen, I think every clear-thinking Democrat knows at this point that you can't run against Donald Trump when he's out of power in an election that he's not even on the ballot. I think there obviously is a temptation for Democrats who are facing stiff headwinds in the midterm election to seek the solace of running against the former president, who is very good at mobilizing the Democratic base. But the reality is, as I mentioned, he doesn't have power. He's not on the ballot, and Democrats are going to be judged on their record here. They're also going to be, they also want to make the election a choice between them and the alternative, which is the Republican Party, they say, is enthralled to Trump. So I suspect we will hear his name more often, but Democrats are going to have to make that connection as to why voters need to think about and care about Donald Trump when he's not on the ballot. I spoke yesterday to Sean Patrick Maloney, who is the chair of the Democrats' House campaign arm. He said Kevin McCarthy is doing the bidding of Trump by defending this RNC resolution that is, in his view, an attempt to legitimize the January 6th attack. So I suspect we'll hear some of that filter in, but I would be very surprised if President Obama says the words Donald Trump at all at this caucus meeting.
Yeah, I would too. I think that's a really good point, Sahil. Let's talk a little bit more in depth about the timing. Why now? And again, to the point that I made earlier, former President Obama did get criticized, including from some Democrats, for not coming off of the sidelines earlier during the presidential race. Is the timing of this an attempt to say, I'm getting ahead of the curve this time?
That depends, I think, on whether he gets on the campaign trail earlier this time. I really don't know when he'll do it. I mean, it's pretty clear that he will at some point, because he has hit the campaign trail in every election since he left office. It'd be a big surprise if he didn't, and Democrats are expecting and counting on him to get out there and to rally the Democratic base like few can do. He obviously, is talented at that, but his midterm election plans have not come into focus yet. It remains to be seen who asks him to campaign for them. him, where he goes, whether, Democrats in certain competitive primaries across the country are jockeying for his endorsement, as, has happened in the past. I think a lot of this remains to be seen, but the more we see President Biden's approval rating sink, and now it's currently in the low 40s last I checked, I think the more in demand former President Obama is going to be, because he has a different kind of status at this point. He doesn't have the negatives that are sticking to him in a way that an incumbent president does. So it's possible that we'll see Democrats seek him out, not only as a way to rally Democratic voters, but to make an argument to swing voters in a way that he can do, because he has been successful at rallying them in the past as well, Kristen.
All right, great reporting. And I know when he is out on the trail, you will be out front and center with your reporting on that as well. Sahil, thank you so much. Great to see you. Coming up, we're talking Olympics and mental health. The topic is front and center as Michaela Schifrin skis tonight after a second straight disqualification. A look at the pressure athletes face on the world stage. And Dave Chappelle is under fire. Opponents claim he tried to stop an affordable housing proposal in Ohio. Why the comedian threatened to pull his multi-million-dollar investment. That's next in tonight's Local.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done that for you. So this is what they tell us is going on in their regions in the segment we like to call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, California is suing Tesla over allegations of discrimination. We told you about the possible lawsuit earlier this week. The court complaint claims that one of the company's factories racially segregates black workers and that those workers are subject to racial slurs, unequal pay, and job assignments. Tesla is already facing at least 4 race discrimination lawsuits. From our Midwest Bureau, an Ohio affordable housing plan is in the tank after Dave Chappelle threatened to pull his business is out. The comedian is planning to open a restaurant and comedy club in his hometown of Yellow Springs, the same village that wanted to approve these housing units. Chappelle hasn't publicly said why he opposes the plan. And from our Northeast Bureau, there's a new Susan Collins on the block, and she's the first black woman to lead a federal bank. She's leaving her post as the provost of the University of Michigan to lead the Boston Fed. There are only 3 other women and 2 men of color that are regional federal bank presidents in the country. Pathfinder there. Well, now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Pressure and mental stress dominating the Winter Olympic headlines only 1 week into competition. The U.S. ski team saying Michaela Schifrin will compete in the Super G tonight, a test of her confidence after stunning the world and crashing out of her second event this week. Katie Beck takes a look at the mental pressures these elite athletes are facing and what is being done to help.
Reaching the peak of athletic greatness often means climbing a mountain of emotional stress.
Pressure in all sports, it's hard. It's not easy to deal with.
American Olympic skateboarder Nyjah Houston, one of several athletes in recent months speaking out on the mental struggles of competing on the world stage.
You have so much pressure on yourself, and you can't feel like you're responsible for doing well for so many people all around the world.
Now, Olympic athletes again facing that familiar headspace head on at the 2022 Winter Games in Beijing underway.
A lot of times the athletes are so automatic in what they do and are so good and so skilled. And it's hard to access a lot of those skills and the training if you're not in the right headspace. And
with strict COVID-19 protocols, the event operates in a bubble where spectators are individually selected rather than allowing in friends, family, and members of the general public. Increased isolation and the recent spikes in infection rates making the challenge even greater.
We decided to stand up crisis services and have a Team USA mental health support line. We created an emergency action plan that's nearly 60 pages and distribute it to all of the sports.
New stress is being met with new mental health resources, screenings and education, conversations about well-being more open after the last Olympics. Gymnastics star Simone Biles, tennis great Naomi Osaka, and even swimming legend Michael Phelps talking openly about their personal battles to find balance.
Honestly, I think there is still a lot of our society that would see mental health concern as a weakness.
Olympic gymnast Jordan Chiles says over the years of competition and training, she's learned the importance of self-care and talks through her struggles with a sports psychologist.
Your health is very important, not just mentally, emotionally, physically, because that's how you're going to be able to fulfill your dreams that you want.
Athletes again fulfilling dreams in Beijing, but while keeping mental health top of mind.
And those athletes are so brave for speaking out about this really important topic. Katie, thanks for bringing this to us. I think one of the things that's interesting is that these conversations are becoming more common. In this last year alone, when you have all of these athletes, Naomi Osaka talking about this after she dropped out of the French Open. Simone Biles, of course, talked about this as well during the Summer Olympics. And now we're seeing it play out again in these Winter Games with COVID disqualifications. Skater Vincent Zhou and now Michaela Schifrin. So let's dig a little bit deeper about the types of pressures they're under. What did you learn?
Yeah, absolutely, Kristen. You've got to think these athletes have been waiting their entire lives for this moment, for this 5-minute figure skating program or this 2-minute ski run, and one misstep can throw that off completely, dashing their dreams and all the hard work they've put in. Now take that and add this COVID layer of stress that, frankly, they can't control. They've had an image of what this would be like, and it's nothing like that. They are isolated. They can't hear fans cheering. And worse, if you get an infection, you're out. So that's another layer of stress that's being added to these athletes on top of the immense pressure that they're already feeling on the world stage.
It's such an important point, Katie. They don't have their parents there either. And I think that it's really added pressures that we can only begin to imagine. You also spoke with the Dr. Bartley, who's in charge of mental health services at the U.S. Olympic Committee. So what are the ways that they're actually trying to address this and help the athletes?
Yeah, that point about the parents is also a strong one, Kristen. I mean, it really takes a village to get these athletes to where they are. And that's sort of what the doctor said. We're taking that village approach here. We're letting everybody know on the front end what the sort of status mentally of these athletes is coming in. We're doing pre-screening. We're establishing a relationship. We're starting a conversation ahead of crisis so that if during the games they sense something is off, they have seen these red flags. They're also closely monitoring athletes' sleep habits. She says that's a big indicator when it comes to possible depression or going into a slump. Sleep is so valuable to these athletes, and if they are not sleeping because of anxiety or pressure, that is a flag they're going to pay attention to. But it's going to be distributed to all of the coaches, all of the trainers, so that everyone has a keen eye to look for those indicators before it gets to a point of no return. So they're hoping they can catch some of these things on the front end instead of the back.
Yeah, it's just such an important issue, and we really appreciate all of your reporting on it. And again, you have to go back to these athletes for speaking out and the bravery that requires. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Coming up, people living in Los Angeles homeless camps say they are being pushed to the side to make room for this Sunday's Super Bowl, why some say the city is looking for a quick fix rather than long-term solutions.
I believe
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
With millions of eyes on Los Angeles this weekend for the Super Bowl, the city is trying to put its best foot forward. And locals say one way they're trying to do that is by sweeping the city's growing homelessness crisis under the rug. Crews have been seen dismantling homeless encampments near SoFi Stadium ahead of the big game. But officials say the cleanup has nothing to do with that and is about addressing concerns like fire safety in the area. But one woman whose campsite under the freeway got cleared tells Guad Venegas she doesn't buy that.
Dawn is one of the tens of thousands living on the streets of Los Angeles. A few weeks before the Super Bowl, she was cleared from the campsite under the 405 freeway, where she says she had been staying for 2 years.
They just came and cleaned us out, took everything. You know, because of the Super Bowl, they just pushed us aside because we're homeless. And that ain't right.
The cleanup, one of many taking place around Los Angeles County as they prepared to host the Super Bowl. The Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority recorded 66,000 homeless individuals in LA County at the start of the pandemic. The new count is set to begin this month and is expected to be much larger.
You know most of the people that live here?
Madeline is one of the volunteers helping the homeless and advocating for additional resources.
If you live in Los Angeles, it seems overwhelming. There's so many unhoused people living on the streets. It seems like an unfixable problem because there are so many people.
Local and state officials are working together, allocating billions to build housing specifically for the homeless or those in danger of becoming homeless. Through Project Homekey, the state made 6,000 housing units available in its first phase and is expected to add another 55,000 over the next few years. The last report indicates less than 2,000 units have been made available in Los Angeles. In recent months, the city of LA has voted to make street camping illegal in more than 200 locations, while across the county, camps like the one where Dawn lived are getting cleared.
This is essentially a hotel district next to the airport, with this boulevard connecting to the stadium less than 2 miles away. Now, the last encampment was cleared right over there, yet right next to it, but out of sight, is another encampment that was left untouched.
The camp removal was executed by the state agency Caltrans, which is in charge of the freeway areas. The agency telling NBC News the area needed to be cleared due to a fire safety issue, adding the department is coordinating with local partners to provide outreach and support, including the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. The Super Bowl stadium is in the city of Inglewood, adjacent to Los Angeles. The mayor there insists the cleanups have nothing to do with the event.
This is something that occurs year in and year out. So this one, it was just time for this one. The last major cleanup was at the intersection of Prairie and 111, which is not 11 blocks from SoFi, and it was done 3 months ago.
Yet for locals, the problem is as real as it gets. The LA Times recently published a survey that found 94% of voters believe homelessness is a very serious problem in Los Angeles, with visitors in town for the Super Bowl unable to ignore that even in the great city of angels, thousands sleep on the street every night.
Really powerful, Guad. And of course, Guad is joining us now to talk more about his reporting. I want to follow up with you on that poll that you just referenced, the fact that a majority of people in LA think that homelessness is a serious issue. Guad, how does that square with the actions by local leaders that you just mapped out?
Kristen, well, local leaders are doing what they can. This is a problem that has been happening in Southern California for years now, right? So this survey just shines a light on how voters think the homeless problem needs to be dealt with. We should also add that that survey found that 1 in 3 voters in LA also say that they have either been homeless or in danger of becoming homeless. So the survey also states that 57% want a short-term solution. Why? This is because you have camps all across the city. Meanwhile, 30% do understand that it requires a long-term solution. And the reason why people want to see change fast is because these camps are seen everywhere. I can tell you right now, I could get in a car from where I'm at, drive 5 minutes, and find 3 different homeless encampments 5 minutes away from where I am. And most people in Los Angeles County can say the same. So that's why they want these to be removed for several reasons. One of them is people feeling unsafe in their own neighborhood. So it's a complex problem that does require a long-term solution. What they're doing now is working with the state to create more housing.
Well, it's a really great report. And of course, we're going to continue to track it, particularly as we look forward to the 2024 Olympics, which will be held there as well. Thank you so much, Guad Venegas. And that's a wrap for this hour. Gabe Gutierrez will be in the seat tomorrow, filling in for Hallie Jackson. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, top story live from Englewood, California. The countdown is on for Super Bowl 56. More than 70,000 fans expected here at SoFi Stadium when the hometown Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Our interview tonight with Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. What health precautions are in place as the city welcomes that many fans during a pandemic? Plus the massive security operation underway, law enforcement with eyes on the ground, air and sea. Fans not just excited for the game, but the star-studded halftime show sure to make LA proud. And I go inside an F-16 fighter jet for a bird's eye view of the flyover event that takes place right before kickoff. Also tonight, Lester Holt's exclusive interview with President Biden, pressing him on the pandemic and the economy as inflation hits a 40-year high. And Lester joins Top Story Live with a preview, including what the president told him about picking a Supreme Court justice. The U.S. with a stark warning for Russia tonight as it holds a large-scale military drill with Belarus. Thousands of Russian troops practicing combat operations near Ukraine's northern border. Putin now with 9 different routes to invade Ukraine. But tonight, a senior U.S. official telling NBC's Andrea Mitchell body bags will return to Russia if he does. Plus the latest on the shocking death of comedian Bob Saget. The autopsy report revealed he died from blunt head trauma and was positive for COVID-19 at the time. Sarah Palin testifies, the former governor of Alaska, taking the stand during her libel trial against the New York Times. At one point, comparing the newspaper to the biblical character, Goliath. And super fans, the 3 men who have attended every Super Bowl ever played. They're here tonight with what they're hoping to see in year 56. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Top Story is live tonight outside of SoFi Stadium in Englewood, California. You can see just behind me, the stadium is ready. Los Angeles and Englewood also ready for the crush of fans. And both teams, we hope, are also ready for what many are predicting could be the biggest Super Bowl ever. The less than 2-year-old stadium ready for its up close. A record number of Americans expected to tune into the Super Bowl on Sunday, and it will be a packed house inside with tens of thousands of fans set to attend the big game in person. And of course, a major security operation is underway. More than 10 federal agencies will join more than a dozen local law enforcement teams to keep eyes on every corner of the stadium and outside. Also a concern, the pandemic.
But Los Angeles' Mayor Eric Garcetti told me he is confident the city is prepared to welcome a crowd of this size and safely. There's also a lot of excitement about the halftime show. Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, and Snoop Dogg today promising an epic performance. And I was able to get a preview of the flyover before kickoff from inside of an F-16. Whether you're watching in person or at home, it's expected to be an event you do not want to miss.
Tonight, the countdown is on. More than 70,000 fans set to pack SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California to watch the hometown Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. A record-breaking 117 million people expected to tune in to Super Bowl 56 for a matchup no one could have predicted. The players preparing to take center stage. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow looking to become the first quarterback to win a Heisman, a national championship, and a Super Bowl on the heels of a stunning come-from-behind victory in the AFC Championship game.
Maybe a comeback is going to be necessary, but we'd like to jump out early and kind of control the game.
Veteran quarterback Matt Stafford traded to the Rams at the end of last season, coming from Detroit with the weight of the world on his shoulders.
This team has sacrificed a lot and gone through a lot to get to the point that we are. We're excited to be able to do it in our home stadium.
The Rams' dominating defense led by one of the league's most imposing forces and best players, looking for his first Super Bowl ring.
Guys is hungry for it, so I'm just more focused on what we got to do to dominate the 4 quarters, fly around and make a ton of plays.
Los Angeles and its mayor Eric Garcetti playing host to tens of thousands of fans eager to catch the epic matchup even in the middle of a pandemic, with mask guidelines changing by the hour. The mayor himself taking heat after a photo surfaced of him at the playoffs not wearing a mask. He says he took it off for the photo.
What advice would you give to football fans flying in from all over the country? I mean, wearing a mask during a football game is tough. You know this firsthand. So what advice would you have for them?
Well, my first advice, if you're a mayor, don't pull your masks down during a picture. I've learned that experience. But we have those rules in place. We've got a lot of people who are still dying. We're headed in the right direction. So let's try to respect that. But it really relies on us doing the right thing.
The city no stranger to blockbuster events.
So when you look at Los Angeles and the greater Los Angeles area, are you ready for the Super Bowl?
We are so ready. This isn't just muscle memory for us. This is our daily workout, whether it's the Grammys or the Oscars, whether it's going to be the Olympics again for a 3rd time, or the Super Bowl. We know how to host these events. We love welcoming people here, and it's just icing on the cake that the Rams are in the Super Bowl.
The Rams not the only hometown favorites in the spotlight. A star-studded halftime performance featuring some of California's heaviest hitters could steal the show. Hip-hop legend Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar promising to do L.A. proud, along with Detroit native Eminem.
I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything like that, but who else could do this show here in L.A.?
We appreciate the NFL for even entertaining hip-hop, because we know a lot of people didn't want hip-hop on stage.
True that.
We're here now, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
And today, we got a preview of the high-flying start planned for Sunday's game.
You know I got your back, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that. You can be my wingman anytime.
Major Garrett Schmitz, call sign Toro, taking us up in an F-16 fighter jet. He's part of the elite team that will execute a tightly choreographed flyover just moments before kickoff.
Some people might think like, that's got to be the easiest thing to do, but it's kind of hard because you got to time it perfectly so you fly over once the national anthem ends.
It is incredibly hard. So it's to the second, pretty much. We've got the national anthem timed out for each word, pretty much where it should be. So if she's taking longer, if she's faster, we know, and we can adjust the throttles. So that's a lot of like real-time coordination that people don't get to see.
Those pilots are incredible. It was the ride of a lifetime. They even let me fly at one point. You can see much more of that F-16 flyover tomorrow on the Today Show. But now we want to continue our Super Bowl coverage. While Los Angeles is used to being on the world stage, the city is not taking any chances. The game has been classified as a Tier 1 special event, meaning top law enforcement officials from across the country will be on guard. Planning to protect the game has been underway for more than a year on land and even at sea. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has a closer look.
In a city where all eyes will be on the Super Bowl, not everyone will be watching the game.
NORAD, this is the Konar CCO.
One of the nation's most elaborate security nets tonight entangling Los Angeles, on the ground, in the air, and at sea.
Threats can be coming from any angle.
A Super Bowl with a supersized security detail. Field teams who have no known credible threats will help quarterback the massive security blitz. Fighter jets are standing by at the ready. More than 10 federal agencies game planning with some 13 local law enforcement teams. Thousands of officers will be on the ground and hovering just above it.
You know, what's keeping me up at night right now is just the population density, the air density, the complexity of this Super Bowl.
SoFi sits in the shadow of LAX. Planes and drones an added threat.
Flying low and slow, the CBP will be in the air all of game day. The eye in the sky is a critical asset, but it's hardly the only one.
Southern California's Golden Coast also on red alert.
Marine crews like this one will primarily be focused on about 50 miles of coastline leading up to and on Super Bowl Sunday, a threat that could come from anywhere.
Strike teams have been planning for over a year.
You know, for us, every day is game day. So, you know, the players eat, sleep, live football. You know, we eat, sleep, live maritime law enforcement.
Tonight for law enforcement on this playing field, there is no room for a fumble.
Miguel joins us now live from Los Angeles. And Miguel, I want to ask you about a possible threat here in LA. You know, we have seen these massive truck protests over COVID mandates in Canada, which is now escalating and could spill over into the U.S. And now I understand there's a concern about this impacting the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely right, Tom. Law enforcement has been given a bulletin that there could be a protest outside of the stadium where you are right now in the hours preceding the Super Bowl. Of course, it's very easy for authorities to kind of control that security blanket on stadium property where you are, but just outside of the stadium, that task becomes much more difficult. We'll see if that protest actually develops and how quickly and forcefully law enforcement can respond. Tom?
Miguel Almaguer tonight with the state of security at the Super Bowl. And one thing fans, athletes, and performers will all face this week, an unseasonably high heat. A rare winter heat advisory issued for Los Angeles, and it could be the hottest Super Bowl on record. We're already feeling some of the effects of that heat wave, so we want to bring in Al Roker with a look at just how hot it will be. Al, I got to tell you, I'm getting flashbacks from the Olympics in Tokyo. It's not that hot, but it's approaching there.
Yeah, this is unusual for this time of year. In fact, take a look. 18 million people are being affected by these heat advisories through Sunday from San Fernando and Malibu all the way down to San Diego. And in fact, it's the first time since 2005 there's been a heat advisory posted anywhere in the United States. Now, LA's hottest February on record was 95 back in February 20th of 1995. Today, looking for a high of 89 downtown. Yesterday was 83, tomorrow 86. By Super Bowl Sunday, 87. That's 5 straight days of highs in the 80s. Big high pressure pumping in Santa Ana winds. So you can see these temperatures anywhere from 10 to almost 20 degrees above average, Tom. And in fact, tomorrow we look for records in Vegas, Needles, LA, Palm Springs, up to Sacramento and Fresno. And it's going to last right on into the weekend. Of course, the question being, what happens with the Super Bowl? Well, of course, the top 5 warmest Super Bowls. Number 1, January 14th, 73. Super Bowl 7 right there in LA with a high of 84 degrees. And on Sunday, just about kickoff, we're looking for a temperature, Tom, of about 83 degrees. That's 3:30 p.m. Pacific time as the Rams host the Bengals, but we could see the hottest ever. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But again, folks are ready for some hot football. Well, in more ways than one, they're going to get it, Tom.
The game won't be the only thing hot. All right, Al, we appreciate you. Now to an NBC News exclusive tonight. President Biden on the major crisis facing his administration 1 year into the job. From the pandemic to skyrocketing inflation, he sat down with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt for an in-depth conversation.
Mr. President, in recent days, we've seen numerous governors from blue states roll back indoor mask requirements, essentially getting ahead of the federal government, the CDC. Are those governors wrong?
Well, it's hard to say whether they're wrong. Here's the science is saying now that masks work, masks make a difference, and there's a relationship. I think there's only one governor drawing back immediately. And most of them are somewhere in February, the end of February, March, April. They're set a time limit. And I assume it has something to do with whether the Omicron variant continues to dive. There are fewer and fewer cases. And because there is a relationship between the number of cases you have in your community and the need for wear masks.
Do you acknowledge, though, a restlessness and leaders bowing to the political winds?
Oh, I do. Omicron and the variant, all the variants have had a profound impact on the psyche of the American people.
Should children be required to wear masks in schools?
Well, look, when I got in office, only 46% of the schools were open. Now 98% of them are open, and they're wearing masks. What's happening is every day that goes by, children are more protected. We're now on the verge of being able to have shots for children under the age of 7 and young children. And so the more protection they have, probably you're going to see less and less requirement to have the masks.
But the CDC hasn't changed its guidance on that. And the question is, with these governors making these moves, does it begin to make the government, the CDC, irrelevant, that people will gravitate toward, the advice that really fits their worldview, that this thing feels like it's over?
Well, look, I think it's one thing to talk about masks, other than to talk about shots and boosters and the like. But it's, look, it is confusing. It's worrisome to people. They're trying to figure out. But what I've tried to do, I've tried to make sure we have all the vaccines needed, all the boosters needed, all the masks are needed, all the protection that's needed.
Are you afraid, though, that some states and cities are moving too quickly to loosen indoor mask mandates?
Well, it's I committed that I would follow the science as put forward by the CDC and the federal people, and I think it's probably premature, but it's a tough call.
Then there was today's sour headline on the economy. Inflation skyrocketing to 7.5%, a 40-year high. Prices still spiking on everything from used cars to gas to food. Inflation now costing the average American an extra $275 a month compared to last year.
I think it was back in July you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy with me a little bit, and I understand that's your job. But look, at the time, what happened was let's look at the reason for the inflation. The reason for the inflation is the supply chains were cut off, meaning that the products, for example, automobiles, the lack of computer chips to be able to build those automobiles so they could function, they need those computer chips. They were not available. So what happens? The number of cars were reduced, the new cars were reduced. It made up at one point 1/3 the cost of inflation because the price of automobiles were up. So what I did when I went out and made sure we started to make those domestically. We got Intel to come in and provide $20 billion to build a new facility. A number of organizations are doing the same kinds of things.
When can Americans expect some relief from this soaring inflation?
According to Nobel laureates, 14 of them that contacted me and a number of corporate leaders, it ought to be able to start to taper off as we go through this year. In the meantime, I'm going to do everything in my power to deal with the big points that are impacting most people in their homes.
NBC News nightly news anchor Lester Holt joins us now live. Lester, this was such a wide-ranging interview. I know you touched upon Ukraine and the Supreme Court. I want to ask you first about the Supreme Court. Did the president indicate anywhere where he stands now in the process of picking a Supreme Court nominee?
Yeah, he did. In fact, you'll recall he said he would make a pick likely by the end of this month. But he did say that he's down to about 4 people that are undergoing some vetting right now, some really fine vetting, trying to make sure that they pass muster. So that suggests this process is moving along. I did ask him if he's looking for someone who he believes will get some Republican support. He believes all his picks, anyone he picks, will get Republican support because he claims he will not be making an ideological pick.
Could also be a historical pick. We're going to have to wait and see. And Lester, the president also touched on the growing tension on the border of Ukraine.
Yeah, we talked about that. He seems to continue to hold to the idea that Vladimir Putin can be deterred by these massive sanctions that he keeps talking about. I asked the president
about American citizens who might be in Ukraine, if they would be in a position that they would need to get troops to get Americans out to evacuate. He rejected that clearly, said anytime you put armed troops against one of the largest armies in the world, that things can go bad very quickly. So he rejected that idea. And he called for Americans, he says not just diplomats, any American in Ukraine should get out.
Okay, a stark warning right there. Lester Holt for us tonight with that big exclusive interview with the president. You can watch more of Lester's interview with President Biden in coverage ahead of the Super Bowl this Sunday on NBC. Now, the president there weighing in on the situation in Ukraine as Russia's massive military drills in Belarus and the Black Sea are stoking fears that Moscow could invade. Thousands of troops were seen training for combat. The U.S. now calling this an escalation and warning that if Putin invades, body bags will come back to Moscow. Here's Matt Bradley with more.
Tonight, the war games growing more dangerous on the Ukrainian border. Russia staging its largest military deployment in Belarus since the Cold War, fueling fears of an invasion. Now, this dire warning coming from the U.S. State Department of what they call an escalation.
Vladimir Putin should understand that body bags will come back to Moscow as well, that the citizens of Russia will suffer because their economy will be completely devastated. So this is a very stark choice for him. And in spite of all that is going on right now, as you described, we hope he makes the right choice.
This footage released by Russia's defense ministry showing thousands of troops practicing combat operations. The drills in Belarus are scheduled to last another 10 days. But NBC News has learned a U.S. military assessment shows Russian troops could take 9 different routes into Ukraine and have tanks in the capital within 48 hours. The intelligence shows it could be an attack by air, land, and sea, with Russian warships arriving in the Black Sea for naval drills off Ukraine's southern coast. This as diplomatic talks took a drastic turn in the wrong direction. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov having a tense exchange with his British counterpart, Liz Truss, accusing her of refusing to listen to his argument, saying it was like a blind person talking to a deaf person. At a press conference, Lavrov walking away briskly, leaving Truss alone at the podium.
This is probably the most dangerous moment, I would say, in the course of the next few days, in what is the biggest security crisis that Europe has faced for decades.
With Ukraine teetering on the edge of invasion, Americans who have ignored the government warnings to leave spoke with my colleague Aaron McLaughlin about joining any potential fight.
If Russian soldiers come on Ukrainian soil, they're going to have to die. And somebody's going to have to help the Ukrainian army make that happen.
Yeah, Tom, those Russian naval exercises in the Black Sea, they're really ominous as well. They're set to start on Sunday, and they're supposed to last for nearly a week. And Ukrainian authorities have said they're basically tantamount to a blockade. And you know, what's really provocative about this is that the Black Sea has seen some flashpoints between Russia and Ukraine in just the recent past. And with relations between those countries so poor right now, it seems like anything could start a war. Tom?
Matt Bradley reporting in tonight from Ukraine. Back here at home, there was high drama in a New York courtroom today with former vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin taking the stand in her defamation case against the New York Times, testifying she sees herself as David against Goliath in the legal battle over whether the newspaper damaged her reputation with a mistake in its editorial pages. NBC's Dasha Burns has more.
What do you want the jury to know? Tonight, Sarah Palin taking the stand. What do you want the jury to know, Sarah? The former Alaska governor testifying in her defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. For truth, detail. Today, getting to the heart of her claim that the Times damaged her reputation by linking her campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting in a 2017 editorial. Saying on the stand she felt, quote, powerless against the paper. Saying, quote, it was devastating to read. Again, an accusation, a false accusation, that I had anything to do with murdering innocent people. And accusing the Times of, quote, trying to score political points, calling the paper the be-all, end-all, the loud voice in American media, comparing it to the biblical character Goliath and herself to David.
What does Sarah Palin's legal team have to prove here?
She has to prove the New York Times published a false statement about her that caused her harm. Did the Times have reason to know at the time it published the statement that it was false, and were they willfully blind to that fact?
Joining us now from Phoenix is Governor Palin.
Palin sued the Times in 2017, accusing the paper of damaging her reputation as a political commentator. With an opinion piece about gun control after Republican Representative Steve Scalise was injured in a shooting. The editorial erroneously implying a link between Palin's Political Action Committee and the 2011 shooting that injured Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 others. It said the PAC circulated a map of candidates in stylized crosshairs. But the Times issued a correction 2 days later, saying it, quote, incorrectly stated that a link existed and that it had incorrectly described the map.
It's all but undisputed that this was a mistake. The key will be the intent behind that mistake.
Earlier this week, former editorial editor James Bennett testifying the wording was a, quote, terrible mistake, saying, quote, we are human beings. We do make mistakes.
This case is really about what happens when a mistake is made, and if it's corrected immediately, is there still a harm? Is there still defamation? And can a plaintiff still win, even when a defendant realizes quickly they made a mistake and does everything they can to fix it?
Closing arguments are set for Friday.
All right, Dasha joins us now live from New York. Now, Dasha, I'm curious, who do legal experts say has the upper hand here? Because it's so rare that these cases actually make it to trial.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And, you know, a lot of lawyers will tell you people think that they have defamation cases all the time. It may be one of the more common suits people want to file, but it's among the more rare types of cases that actually get to the courtroom. And that's because the bar for plaintiffs, especially public figures like Sarah Palin, is so high. The law favors the press. However, Tom, those in the media will definitely be watching closely because this case could have significant ramifications for journalists if Palin does win. Tom?
No doubt people are tracking this all over the country. All right, Dasha, we thank you for that. We head back overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics, and Team USA striking gold last night. The team taking home 3 more gold medals and shooting up to 5th place in the medal count. At the top of the table, though, a lot of movement. Austria surging into first, closely followed by Norway and Canada. The Russian Olympic Committee now dropping down to 4th. Let's head over to Steve Patterson, who is live tonight for us from the Olympics in China. Steve, 2 Team USA stars, Chloe Kim and, of course, Nathan Chen stepping up there. They had sensational performances. You know, I'd have to say Nathan's, work on the ice there, some of the best Olympic material we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is why you watch the Olympics, right, Tom? This is so exciting. Our best and brightest stars performing at the highest level. And yes, you have to start with Nathan Chen. And I think the tendency is to just talk about how close to perfect his routines are, because they certainly are. But I think we don't give enough credit to how fun it is to watch him, how joyous it is to watch him. He's got a beaming smile, fist pumping to Elton John's Rocket Man, while, yes, of course, also landing 5 quads in a row, beating the competition by 20 points. Now a legendary status, one of 7 American men to ever win an individual gold in figure skating. Incredible, instantaneous legend. And then Chloe Kim, I think it's hard to see sometimes because she's so adorable and she's so much fun to watch, but she's a monster. And I think we tend to think of snowboarding on the half pipe in terms of Shaun White because he's been so dominant for so long. And Shaun White's thing is that he's clutch. You're going to watch him. His back's going to be against the wall. Will he or won't he pull off this trick? And he does. And then the whole crowd erupts. Chloe Kim just puts down the best run that you're going to see all day as soon as you walk in. And then you're watching the rest of the event to see who's going to come in second, or just to really be at her coronation. She did that, putting down a 94, impossibly high score, and then took gold almost immediately. And then real quick, one big shout out to mixed free ski aerials, our first win there since 1998. Another gold for Team USA. We're doing great. Tom?
And such a fun event to watch, right? The 2 other big names, you mentioned Shaun White already, Michaela Schifrin as well, competing in the finals tonight. What's at stake for these Olympic veterans? Because I think you could argue tonight so far will be the night of the biggest drama.
Yeah, I don't think the stakes could be higher for Michaela Schifrin. And forget the 2022 Beijing Olympics. Forget the medals. We're talking about as an athlete, as a competitor, as a human. She needs to know at this point that she can finish a race. We need to know that she can finish a race. That is so important to her mentality right now. So if she gets 4th or 5th or 6th, or if she gets bronze, great. I mean, she just needs to know that she can still compete. She's doing the Super G, the first time she's ever done that at the Olympics. She thinks it could be a big reset for her here, and we're all pulling for her, obviously. And then Shaun White, I mean, you could be reductive and say it would be amazing if he won on his very last time out there for the Olympics. It would be incredible. But look, let's get one thing straight. This guy doesn't owe us a damn thing. I mean, he's already proven time and time again that he is a legend multiple times over. That would be like saying that Tom Brady needs to win another Super Bowl as a Buccaneer. You know, it would be great, but I will say this is maybe the first time in his career where you're looking at the top 3 or 4 or 5 guys, and you can really say that those guys at this point in his career are better than Shaun White. Would it be clutch and just like Shaun White to pull it out? Absolutely. We're going to be looking for some big things in just a little bit. I'm going over there as soon as I'm done talking to you, Tom, and I'm just on fire about it. Can't wait to see it. Tom?
Yeah, no, don't stay here. Do not miss that. Shaun White telling me about the pressure and the fear before going over there to Beijing. We're all going to see what happens tonight. All right, Steve, thank you for that. Still ahead tonight, the fall from grace. Jerry Harris, you may remember him. He was the breakout star of the hit Netflix series Cheer, now pleading guilty to sex crimes involving minors. How many years behind bars he's facing. Kids in the crossfire, 2 children fatally shot just days apart in Houston. The action from city leaders to try and stop that rampant violence, and the car crash landing on a roof. What witnesses say led up to this wild scene. Stay with us. Top story on this Thursday night. Just getting started from Los Angeles.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Back now with a series of disturbing shootings in Houston. A 9-year-old girl shot in the head in her family's car. It comes only days after another child was gunned down in the city. The spike in crime part of a nationwide trend as Houston grapples with how to stop the violence. Priscilla Thompson has more. And a warning tonight, parts of this story are difficult to watch.
Tonight, heartbreak in Houston as children fall victim to mounting gun violence. Surveillance video captured the screams of 9-year-old Ashanti Grant's family after discovering she had been shot in the head while riding to the grocery store. Ashanti now in critical condition, fighting for her life.
My family is numb right now.
A pickup truck cut the family's vehicle off several times, police say.
GMC shot out the window and into the air.
Then the driver of that truck opened fire.
Somebody started shooting in the vehicle, and they called her name and she didn't respond.
Her family now grappling with the pain similar to that of 11-year-old Darius DJ Dugas, who was shot and killed less than a week before. His mom devastated. The boy went downstairs just after 6 p.m., according to his mom, to get his jacket and other items out of the car.
He was not downstairs 1 minute before we heard gunshots, and me and my oldest son ran down the stairs. My oldest found him laying down, lifeless.
Witnesses told police they saw what appeared to be a teen boy running away after the shooting.
You're not just hurting people's parents, like you're hurting communities. You're not going to get away with this.
Much like the nation, the homicide rate in Houston has spiked since the pandemic began. The Houston Police Department reporting a nearly 70% increase from 2019 to 2021. The number of children and teenagers killed by gunfire in the U.S. has also risen dramatically. The rate of gun deaths of children under 14 up about 50% from the end of 2019 to the end of 2020, according to CDC data.
These are all tragedies.
Houston area Judge Lena Hidalgo this week announcing a gun violence intervention program and a holistic assistance response team initiative to help stop the violence.
They're not going to change overnight, but we are investing every dollar that the budget will sustain.
$1.4 billion in all for those programs and others as police continue the hunt for the suspected shooters of Ashanti and DJ.
My baby was only 11 years old, and he had a really bright future ahead of him, and y'all took that away from him.
Such a sad story. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from 30 Rock in New York. Priscilla, you know, we've heard about these violence interrupters before. What more can you tell us about those new programs aimed at combating this violence?
Yeah, Tom, the county is spending $6 million to send what they're calling trusted messengers into communities at high risk of gun violence to stop conflicts before they escalate. They're also investing $5 million in health professionals who can respond to non-emergency social welfare calls so that the police can focus on violent crimes. As for the rest of that $1.4 billion budget, it will be used for a number of other things, including more investigators, prosecutors, and patrol officers. Tom?
All right, we hope all that money can make some type of difference. When we come back, the shocking death of Bob Saget, the autopsy just released, appearing to show the comedian died after accidentally hitting his head, and a scandal at Beijing, a 15-year-old Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned heart medication, but the test was taken in December. So how was she able to take the ice? That's coming up next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Back now live from the site of Super Bowl 56 with Top Stories news feed. And we begin with the Netflix star pleading guilty to child pornography and sex abuse charges. Cheer star Jerry Harris changing his plea to 2 of 7 federal charges as part of a deal. He's accused of soliciting sex from minors as young as 13 at cheerleading competitions. The 22-year-old was arrested in December 2020. He faces up to 50 years behind bars when he's sentenced in June. All right, a wild ending to a crash in Oklahoma City. Take a look at this. New video shows a BMW perched up against the roof of a home. Eyewitnesses say the car hit something and then went airborne before rolling over and landing on top of that house. Rescuers were able to free the driver. He was taken to the hospital, but he is expected to be okay. And a big week for Snoop Dogg, who is now the owner of Death Row Records. The rapper and mogul acquiring the label that launched his career from a private equity firm. Death Row was founded in 1992, you may remember, by Dr. Dre and Suge Knight and others. It's had several other owners since going bankrupt in 2006. The sale comes just days before Snoop and Dre are set to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. No word yet on the price tag there. All right. Turning now to the tragic death of actor Bob Saget. Tonight, the medical examiner releasing his autopsy, suggesting the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head from an accidental fall. NBC's Emily Aketa has those details.
Hi, Daddy.
Michelle, don't scare Daddy like that.
We now know how the famed Full House father, Bob Saget, suddenly died last month. Blunt force trauma. A just-released autopsy report calling his death an accident, saying the comedy icon most likely fell backwards, fracturing his skull and causing a brain bleed. Authorities also noting he was COVID-19 positive and there were no illicit drugs found in his system.
Security officer found a guest not breathing, no pulse.
Saget was found dead January 9th during a wellness check at his Florida hotel room. He had been in town for his comedy tour, tweeting earlier that day, "I had no idea I did a 2-hour set tonight. I'm happily addicted." His wife opening up on the Today Show last month.
The support has been, that has been the one silver lining from this, is the incredible outpouring of love and support.
Doctors warn head injuries can happen to anyone.
If you hurt your ankle, you can see that your ankle hurts. But if you injure your brain, you can't see that.
What are the signs that something could be more serious?
Any loss of consciousness, any nausea and vomiting, an extreme headache.
Now, 1 month since the beloved actor's passing, his family reminding fans to do as Bob Saget and face difficult times with hugs and laughter. Doctors call head trauma the invisible injury, making it all the more dangerous. Like Saget, actress Natasha Richardson died of a hematoma back in 2009 following a skiing accident in Canada. Tom?
Emily Aketa with that update on Bob Saget's death. We head back to Beijing now for a closer look at the controversy surrounding figure skating at the Winter Olympics. New reports surfacing that Russian figure skating prodigy Kamila Valieva tested positive for a banned substance prior to the Games. The International Olympic Committee delaying the medal ceremony for team figure skating earlier this week because of what they called a legal issue that's still unresolved. Joining us now for more on this scandal, and really just to explain this, is Howard Jacobs, a lawyer who has worked with international athletes who have faced doping allegations in the past. Howard, NBC Sports is reporting that Kamila, who is 15 years old, allegedly tested positive for a heart medication called trimethazine, which can help endurance and increase blood flow efficiency. Because of her young age, who's ultimately responsible for this positive test?
I think that, there's a number of issues. We don't know all the facts, obviously. None of the facts have been publicly stated. But if we assume the reports are accurate, that this is from December, ultimately, there's going to have to be an explanation for how this positive test came up. But it's really hard to understand why or how it could just be coming up now in the middle of the Olympics if, in fact, it's a December test that she provided.
How do you think this situation resolves itself and people figure out who's going to win these medals?
So, what should have happened is this should have all been done well before the Olympic Games. If it was either an in-competition test that happened at the Russian Nationals, if it was in December, in which case the test results should have come out a long time before now, or it was an out-of-competition test that was ordered either by the International Federation or the Russian anti-doping agency or WADA. And if it was an out-of-competition test, it certainly should have been expedited because everybody would have known that she would be competing at the Olympic Games. And there's really no reason that it shouldn't have been resolved well before the Games. If she was sanctioned, and most athletes who have tested positive for this substance do receive a sanction, then she wouldn't have competed at all, most likely. If she's sanctioned now, it's hard to see how the Russian team would keep their gold medal.
Okay, Howard Jacobs for us tonight in Top Story. We thank you for your legal analysis. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We turn now to Top Story's Global Watch. 3 people have been arrested for the murder of a prominent journalist in Mexico. You may remember this story. We brought it to you here on Top Story. Authorities say the suspects took a taxi and waited for 3 hours outside the home of Lourdes Maldonado before shooting her in the head as she walked to her front door. She is one of 4 journalists killed in Mexico last month. A trucker protest over vaccine mandates in Canada sparking other demonstrations around the world. Police clashing with protesters outside of New Zealand's parliament on their 3rd day of demonstrations. More than 120 people arrested. The group says they are inspired by the, quote, siege of Ottawa. And hundreds gathered in Nice, France for a convoy that is expected to travel to Paris and Brussels to demand an end to COVID-19 restrictions. Finally, Queen Elizabeth is being monitored for COVID-19 after her son, Prince Charles, tested positive for a 2nd time. The Prince of Wales is triple vaccinated and is now self-isolating, but he met with his 95-year-old mother just 2 days ago at Windsor Castle. So far, she's not showing any symptoms. All right, coming up, it's a reason many people watch the Super Bowl. Let's be real here. The commercials, the ads to watch for, and the celebrities who will be making appearances, plus how Budweiser will be using its famous Clydesdale horses. Stay with us. Okay.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
And we are back live now from the site of Super Bowl 56 here in Englewood. Of course, so many people are going to be watching the game, but they will also be paying attention to all the ads, right? All the action that's happening in those commercials. And just to give you an idea of how important this night is to advertisers, it costs companies millions of dollars, and the average 30-second spot, if you wanted to advertise on the Super Bowl, would cost you about $6.5 million. That's incredible. I want to bring an editor for Adweek right now, who's an expert in all Super Bowl ad things. Janine Poggi right now is joining us live now. So Janine, thanks so much for coming on Top Story. First up, we have one from Uber Eats that a lot of people are talking about. It's starring people, including some celebrities, receiving non-food deliveries. Let's take a quick look at that one.
Wait, if it was delivered with Uber Eats, does that mean I can eat it?
It says eat.
It's a diaper.
This tastes bad. This candle tastes funny.
Some huge names in there, including Gwyneth Paltrow. I think it's maybe the only ad in the Super Bowl that'll make us stop eating.
Look, at Ad Age, we are tracking all of these ads, and we are seeing a ton of celebrities showing up. And celebrities are always an important part of Super Bowl ads, to be sure. But this year, the caliber of talent that you're really seeing, the A-list, high-profile celebrities like Gwyneth Paltrow, Trevor Noah, Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd, Scarlett Johansson, there's really some big names in the Super Bowl this year. So it's quite an exciting time for A-listers and celebrities in the game.
Janine, we were just talking about how much it costs just to advertise at the Super Bowl. With all those stars, I can't even imagine what it costs just to pay those actors. We have another big, famous commercial, of course, during every Super Bowl, at least almost every Super Bowl. Budweiser's iconic Clydesdales will return to the big game this Sunday. The ad shows the horse's journey as it nursed back to health. Here's a clip.
Yeah, Budweiser is back after sitting out last year. Last year was the first time in 37 years that Budweiser was not in the game. So a big return for the brew. It brings back with it its iconic formula of pairing Clydesdale with a dog for sort of a heartwarming story. This is what Budweiser is known for sure, and they're bringing it back this year.
All right, maybe the biggest celebrity being talked about right now is Kim Kardashian and, of course, Kim Kardashian's new boyfriend, Pete Davidson. His mom, Amy, and legendary footballer and now professional football coach Gerard Mayo is in this. Let's check out a clip of that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mom's already tackling food waste, Mayo. That's a big guy.
Sorry, man. Had to.
I get it. I'm very hittable.
All right, Janine, pretty funny. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, so this is Hellman's second Super Bowl ad. Once again, they're coming back with a message actually about reducing food waste. So being able to use mayonnaise with leftovers to create new options so you're not throwing away your leftovers. I'm not sure you could tell from the tackling of Pete Davidson, but Hellman's is trying to send that message during the game.
Janine, we thank you so much. We are going to be looking forward to all those commercials. Always a good time during the Super Bowl. We thank you for your time. When we come back, the super fans, the trio who has attended every single Super Bowl. They join Top Story Live tonight. What keeps them coming back year after year, the bonds they've formed at this game, and what they're most looking forward to on Sunday. Stay with us.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Here we go, guys. Finally tonight, a Super Bowl tradition unlike any other. A group of football superfans who have gone to the big game every year since the first one in 1967. The members of the Never Miss a Super Bowl Club have traveled around the country, making a lot of memories and fans of their own all along the way. I want to bring in two of those club members right now, Don Chrisman and Gregory Eaton. Guys, thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. I'm a little worried, though, because we first sold you guys as a trio. I know Tommy was supposed to be here. He's 80 years old. What happened?
We're not sure, but he's come up missing before.
Okay, but he always turns up. He's okay, right?
Yeah, he'll turn up. He could show up before we're done here. I don't know how long we're going to go.
Don, you got a dapper look, but I want you to tell me about that hat, because that is a Super Bowl artifact right there.
Yes, this is the hat I purchased at the Coliseum at Super Bowl I back in 1967. And it's kind of been in mothballs for a couple of years, but I decided to drag it out and bring it here.
It's probably worth a lot of money.
I haven't thought about that aspect of it, but maybe.
Maybe. So Don, let me ask you, when you went to that first Super Bowl, did you know it was going to be something so special that you would be here 56 years later?
No, it was kind of more like a college game, although I do remember one of my comments to the rest of the guys. We started with a different group than we have now, and three have passed away. But I said, this might turn into the World Series of football. We ought to go.
Gregory, what about you? You've, I'm sure, made some great memories. You've obviously made some good friends.
Well, Herb Adderley, who I met at Michigan State, he was on the team, and he asked, it wasn't a Super Bowl, it was a World Championship, because the Super Bowl didn't come to three.
That's what it was called, yeah.
So I said, yeah, California, why not? The sun is shining, so I jumped on board and caught a plane and went.
Gregory, what is your favorite single greatest memory of Super Bowls that you've been to?
Well, you know, me being 82, I think that when we had our first black quarterback, you know, in my days, blacks couldn't play quarterback.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, so that was a big for me. And then Smith and Dungy, two black coaches.
Right.
So, you know, I told the reporter, I says, well, I can't lose.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it was really touching to me being, you know, I came to that area that it wasn't done.
You saw the game transform.
Yeah.
You know, Don, for you, your single greatest memory, what you saw up close with your eyes that you'll never forget?
Well, it has to be Super Bowl 51 when my Patriots were, I thought we were in the loss column, and Tom brought us back.
You got to watch Tom a few times.
Yeah, I did. We were fortunate. Tom watched him as a buck recently, and he's the GOAT, and he's a lot of memories.
So you guys have done 56 Super Bowls. Talk to me about the.
Not
yet. Oh, that's right. But you're going to make it, right?
Well, it's a good Lord. It's a good Lord.
When the Star Spangled Band is playing and we're sitting there, we know we made it.
I hope you guys make it. I was going to ask you, you've been able to make it this far. Is there any kind of partying for you guys? Tailgating? Any kind of crazy partying?
We have a luncheon, which will be tomorrow. We gather at a restaurant and get together and relive the past and remember the three guys who are no longer with us.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, different guys that I went with are gone. You know, the guys I started with, so, you know, it's you know, we don't tailgate anymore. We didn't do anything like that, but we used to.
It's got to be more than a game now, right?
Well, I think it's a reunion and a game, and they're equally important.
Yeah.
Now, this thing has grown. This is, everyone in the world wants to be on air.
Yeah.
So it's grown. The commissioners have done great jobs in changing it. It's just the greatest game in the world.
Finally, real quick, your favorite Super Bowl city?
New Orleans.
I think I like San Diego, although they don't go there anymore.
Two great cities. And finally, make the call. Who you guys predicting wins on Sunday?
Well, L.A.
L.A.?
I'm predicting L.A., but
That's
I'm
my
hoping
quarterback from the
Cincinnati.
Lions.
All right, there you go. You guys have a lot to talk about. Don, Gregory, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being
having us on.
these Super Bowl super fans. It's so great to watch things like
Good
this.
to be here.
We want to thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas, live from outside SoFi Stadium in California. We're going to be right back here tomorrow as we continue to count down to the Super Bowl. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. You have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Thursday, February 10th, from the newsroom of Noticiero Telemundo in Miami. And tonight, we're talking about presidents, past and present. Former President Trump is denying mishandling White House documents, including flushing some of them down the toilet. Now the Justice Department is looking into what happened. Then,
whomever I think will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had.
President Biden sits down for an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt. Lester joins us with a preview. The protests in Canada seem to have no end in sight, with at least 2 border crossings affected. We'll get insights on the standoff from a former U.S. ambassador to Canada. Then, a breathtaking performance by figure skater Nathan Chen earns more gold for Team USA. We'll have your Olympic update from Beijing. So when a president leaves office, what happens to the papers he leaves behind? In the late 70s, Congress passed a law to preserve those records. The Presidential Records Act basically establishes that the public owns any administration's records. That means presidents must turn over any official documents to the National Archives when they leave office. If a president wanted to destroy any records for whatever reason, the act requires them to get written confirmation from the United States Archivist. Well, it seems that former President Trump may not have followed this protocol, and that is the focus of a new investigation by the House Oversight Committee. 15 boxes of documents from the Trump White House ended up at Mar-a-Lago. The committee wants to know how that happened. It has been in touch with the National Archives, which recovered the documents just last month. In a letter to the Archivist of the United States, Committee Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney says she is, quote, also concerned by recent reports that while in office, President Trump repeatedly attempted to destroy presidential records, which could constitute additional serious violations of the PRA, unquote. The National Archives is also asking the Justice Department to investigate. Meanwhile, President Trump has issued a statement, quote, it was a great honor working with the NARA, that's the National Archives and Records Administration, working with NARA to help formally preserve the Trump legacy. He also added, quote, the papers were given easily and without conflict and on a very friendly basis, which is different from the accounts being drawn up by the fake news media. In fact, it was viewed as routine and no big deal, unquote. A statement from the archives says that the president's representatives are, quote, continuing to search for additional presidential records that belong to the National Archives, unquote. So, what happens next? What kinds of repercussions can a president face for something like this, if any? Let's begin with NBC National Security Correspondent Ken Delanian. Hey, Ken.
Joshua, two administration officials have confirmed to NBC News that the National Archives asked the Justice Department to examine whether federal law was violated in the handling of presidential records at the end of the Trump administration. That came after officials said Trump returned 15 boxes of records to the archives after they were found on his Mar-a-Lago estate. And now we also have reports that Trump routinely ripped up presidential documents, which then had to be pasted back together by his staff. And there's also a claim in a new book by New York Times White House reporter Maggie Haberman that Trump flushed documents down White House toilets. The law in question here is the Presidential Records Act, which was adopted in response to the claim by Richard Nixon that his White House records belonged to him. But that law has sort of been enforced on the honor system over the years, and there's no indication as of now that prosecutors are investigating Trump criminally. Legal experts say that would be a difficult case to make, and officials pointed out that presidents don't usually pack their own boxes. So unless investigators find evidence of an effort to cover up wrongdoing, nobody's expecting criminal charges. All that said, Joshua, the House Oversight Committee is also investigating this matter, and they have a different mission from prosecutors. They want to get the facts in front of the public. In response to all this, Trump issued a fairly vague denial that doesn't address the specific allegations. He said in a statement, the media's characterization of my relationship with NARA, that's the National Archives and Records Administration, is fake news. It was exactly the opposite. It was a great honor to work with NARA to help formally preserve the Trump legacy. He goes on, the papers were given easily and without conflict and on a very friendly basis. You'll note, Joshua, that Trump didn't say whether he destroyed or withheld documents. Joshua?
Thank you, Ken. That's NBC's Ken Delanian starting us off tonight. Let's continue now with NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, good to see you again. Welcome.
Same. Thank you. Always great to see you, Joshua.
Can we just start with part of what Ken was talking about and the reasoning for the Presidential Records Act coming out of the Nixon administration? Kind of walk us through what the spirit of this act is.
Sure. Well, let's walk back through time to Watergate and Richard Nixon leaving office in that scandal in 1974. Nixon made a deal with the then National Archives that after some time, if he wanted to, he could destroy some of his famous secret tapes, he could destroy documents, and he sure wanted to do this because he was worried that those things would not only damage his reputation, but might land him in prison. Congress was outraged, and they passed this law that you mentioned earlier, Presidential Records Act of 1978, which says that the second that a president leaves office, those are no longer his records, if they ever were. They were always all of ours. But they go to the National Archives, can't be destroyed, have to be preserved. You know, it is said that 15 boxes of records were found at Mar-a-Lago that shouldn't be there. May not sound like much, but that's a lot of records. We're also getting other reports that these included national security records with high classifications. What happened to those? Is there a possibility that one of these documents went to a hostile foreign power? If that happened, then American children tonight are a lot less secure than they should be. And the broader thing, Joshua, is the founders of this country felt that it was a sacred right of Americans, unlike the dictatorships and the monarchies of Europe, to get access as quickly as possible to the documents of our leaders so that we could understand what's going on and we could make intelligent decisions. If this law is not enforced, and there are many people who think it could be a 3-year penalty in prison for a violation of this law and a fine, you know, what do laws mean in this country? What happens to our democracy?
Well, with regard to that, but part of the statement from President Trump, he wrote that he was told, claimed that he was told that he was under no obligation to give this material based on various legal rulings that have been made over the years. That's a quote from part of the president's statement. What might he be referring to there, various legal rulings?
Nothing. As often happens with Mr. Trump, here's a case where I don't know who told him this. I think we're going to have a hard time finding out what the name of that person was, because if this really happened, which I tend to doubt, it was very bad and wrong advice.
Is this the kind of thing that happens sometimes with presidents? You know, I mean, I'm in this gigantic new building, the new headquarters of Telemundo in Miami.
I wish I were in Miami.
I can only imagine how much. Oh my goodness, it's a little bit nicer weather than New York. And I can only imagine how much paper is in this building, right? When they moved from the old Telemundo headquarters to this new Telemundo center, I can only imagine how much paper they had to pack up. Something had to get left behind. Is there a plausible explanation for why some administrations, through no malice aforethought, just forget some boxes, forget some documents, and then later have to say, oh yeah, we forgot to drop this off at the archives?
No. That didn't happen here. They admit that this included his letters to and from the North Korean leader. That's about as important as you can get in a collection like this. This is not some laundry ticket that just accidentally wound up at Mar-a-Lago rather than the National Archives. You know, high security classifications. This could be information about nuclear weapons or human intelligence agents that we have in very dangerous positions abroad. Conceivably, when that happens, one of these people could be found and killed. 15 boxes is a very big number. For some reason, since 1978, you haven't seen anything like this. Why is it that this happens at this moment when you have Donald Trump with a record of tearing up documents, flushing them down the toilet? In my experience, Joshua, I'll bet you would agree, people don't usually tear up documents and put them down the toilet by accident.
Before I got to let you go, Michael, I'm imagining that historians like you are dying to get their hands on these documents. And I'm fascinated by how much we learn from presidential administration. First of all, fascinated by how much is in the National Archives' possession to begin with, just the sacred documents of the country. But then how much we learn from each administration down to the details of things that they write about. Nixon's tapes, all kinds of documents from, you know, the Kennedy White House during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, the glimpse that you get as a historian of just being able to sort of see inside the brain trust of an administration, there's kind of nothing like it.
Absolutely crucial and fascinating. And Nixon, as you know, spent a lot of time at Key Biscayne, not far from where you are tonight. And a lot of those tapes that were preserved, they were kept, he was kept from destroying them. We found out crimes that were committed. We never would have found that out if those tapes had not been preserved. We heard him on these tapes making horrible remarks against Black people, Jewish people, Latino people, others. There's a whole side to Richard Nixon that we historians and we Americans deserve to know about. If you allow presidents just to destroy what they do not like and sanitize their documents, by the way, that all of us Americans help to pay for the production of, if we allow that, then every president gets to engage in the ultimate cover-up and do anything that he or she wants.
Well, we will be very interested to see how the Oversight Committee's work and the Justice Department's work goes from here and what that yields, if anything. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, always good talking to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure always. Thank you, Joshua.
Up next, we'll focus on President Biden in conversation with NBC's Lester Holt. His exclusive interview covered the pandemic, the economy, the Supreme Court, and more. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
President Biden's first State of the Union address is a few weeks away, but he's addressing the American people now in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt. It's the president's first one-on-one conversation this year, and there is plenty to discuss. According to a new CNN poll, nearly 6 in 10 Americans say they disapprove of the president's performance. More than half say the president has done nothing they approve of at all. The president talked about a range of challenges facing the country, including the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, the pandemic, and inflation. Lester Holt joins us now to break down the interview. And Lester, I wonder if we might start with something you asked about the Supreme Court and the successor to Justice Stephen Breyer. Here's part of what he said.
Can I ask you where you stand right now in your nomination process for a Supreme Court? What your short list looks like, or if you want to name the nominee right here, we'd be happy to hear you.
Well, first of all, the short list are nominees who are incredibly well qualified and documented. They were the honor students. They come from the best universities. They have experience, some on the bench, some in the practice.
What's the number you're at, 4, 5, 6?
Well, what I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks, and to see if there's anything in the background that would make them not qualified.
Is it important that you believe they'll get a vote from the Republican side?
Well, I think whomever I pick will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had, with an open mind, who understands the Constitution, interprets it in a way that is consistent with the mainstream interpretation of the Constitution.
Lester, it seemed like the president was very clear on the need to have a nominee that both sides of the aisle would support, and then even with divisions within his party, that members of his party will also support, who's kind of in line with the same legal philosophy as Justice Breyer.
Yeah, and he talked about Justice Breyer a little bit. You heard there in terms of the kind of person he's looking for and his belief that if he sticks to that model, he'll get some Republican support.
Do you get the sense that he's optimistic about the way that goes? He seemed at least cautiously optimistic.
You know, he seems optimistic in general about a lot of things. He's obviously had a rough road with the approval ratings, but on the economy, he still has what he believes a good story to tell. He did, interesting, we were talking about Build Back Better. And he acknowledged to me he hasn't done a good job of selling that. And, part of that whole reset was getting him out on the road today. We met up. He was doing an event talking about Build Back Better in a swing district in Northern Virginia. So I think there's an acknowledgement that he's got to be more connected outside the White House. His staff, the president, seemed to enjoy being out today. So I think that was kind of a sense of who he is and where he wants to take things.
Yeah, he did say in a news conference not too long ago that he wanted to get out into the country a little more and sell some of the work that his administration is doing, which I thought got to your question to him about inflation and when we would start to see some relief. He seemed like he didn't want to obviously put a date on like when inflation would ease, but he seems aware that he needs to be able to show some results of the policies that his administration's putting forth.
Yeah, he does. I mean, they're basically saying the White House they're relying on economists who tell them that by the end of the year, things should turn around. And keep in mind, they were hoping this would be a better number today. It turned out to be a little worse. There's also, I think, quietly an acknowledgement, and then we all know that the Fed has a say in part of the direction that we go, but it is on his watch, and I think they understand that if this doesn't get turned around, this could become a growing political issue.
We've been talking a lot on the show about Ukraine and where that might go, that standoff with Russia. And you asked him about whether Vladimir Putin understands that to injure Americans in the process of whatever he might do in Ukraine could be the overture to what the president described as basically the overture to World War. What's your sense of how confident the president feels about that? Understanding, of course, no one quite knows what Vladimir Putin is going to do, but how confident is the president in his plans with Ukraine?
I don't know. I mean, he understands and acknowledges that things could go badly there very quickly because I brought up the issue of American citizens. Would there be American troops available to evacuate people there? He basically said things could go badly. You wouldn't put troops up against one of the largest armies in the world, and he stressed several times that Americans there should come home. In terms of what he's telling Vladimir Putin, I asked him I said, have you told them to leave Americans alone? Yes, he said, and then later clarified that through his other speeches and remarks, he has sent that crystal clear. And, he still believes, I think, in the power of the sanctions and the crippling, what he thinks will be crippling to the Russian economy as a very, very strong weapon to keep Russia from making that move across the border. But we all see it. They continue to reinforce that buildup.
And right quick, Lester, before you go, the president seemed confident, at least in his administration's position on COVID measures, even as some states, some governors begin to roll their mandates back.
Yeah, he was very careful. I kind of walked him to that point. You know, you've got governors who are, who are kind of going their own way, getting ahead of the CDC. He clearly did not want to directly criticize them. He suggested that, yeah, probably it's a little bit premature what we're seeing. But also, for example, when we talked about schools, he kind of said that the vaccines, which will soon be available to virtually every child, will perhaps alleviate some of the need for masks, but that's not the same as removing mask mandates.
Exactly. Lester Holt, appreciate you making time for us. Thank you, sir. And remember, you will see more of Lester's interview with President Biden tomorrow on Today, and this Sunday ahead of the Super Bowl on NBC. It started as an anti-mandate protest in Ottawa. Now it's grown into something larger, creating problems across the border. We'll get into the politics of this protest with the former U.S. ambassador to Canada just ahead. Stay close.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
At least 2 major crossings on the U.S.-Canada border are blocked or closed, inspired by protesters in Ottawa. For the past 2 weeks, truckers have been protesting the country's vaccine mandates. Canada requires vaccinations for truckers to re-enter from the U.S. The protests are having some tangible impacts on jobs and trade. Ford, Toyota, and General Motors are all shutting down plants or altering their production plans. That's putting pressure on law enforcement to get tougher and end these standoffs. And that may be easier said than done. These protests are moving beyond Canada's borders, drawing support from anti-vaccine groups around the world. Some are even raising large sums of money in support. Yesterday, Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada, tweeted, "The protests in Ottawa, Canada, and the Ambassador Bridge are less about vaccines and more about political extremism and desires to disrupt the Canadian government and economy." Let's get some more context on that from Bruce Heyman, who joins us now. Ambassador, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Before we get into the politics, could you just give me a quick 30-second summary for people who aren't real clear on that relationship of what the relationship is between the U.S. and Canada? This economic connection is vital to both countries.
So very quickly, and it quickly would be not necessarily fair, for Canada is our best friend, best ally, largest and best trading partner in the world. They border our whole northern side of our country all the way up through Alaska. And about, in pre-COVID times, 400,000 people would cross our shared border every day. And it was the Canadians who were there for us in 9/11 and Gander, who were there for us in Iran during the hostage taking. When I met with Chris Christie in Ottawa when I was the ambassador, he told me about the Canadians coming down in Hurricane Sandy and putting the electric wires up. When I met with Mayor Mitch Landrieu, he told me about the Canadians. The Canadians have been there for us through thick and thin, and the amount of trade we do with them is the largest of any country in the world, and it's balanced, so not a big deficit or surplus. So that's the kind of trade we want to do. We make things together, we build things together, and about 80% of the population of Canada live within about 100 miles of the U.S. border.
So the politics behind this, are we talking anti-vaccine politics? Are these politics that have more to do with Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau? Like, what is this as you see it?
So we've all been through a couple of years of very tough times with regard to COVID, and we've been impacted significantly as a result of that, all of us in America, but also around the world. Canada has very specific, much more stringent in some respects than even the US, and they've had good outcomes, much lower mortality and better outcomes with regard to the virus. That being said, they placed this mandate on 90% of the truckers have their vaccine. So we're talking about a small percentage of truckers who would be repositioned to be able to do trucking within the country. And they either have to have the vaccine or be quarantined coming back. So I think, though, this group legitimately might have had a chance to get out and protest and speak their mind. But they've been radicalized, and a lot of other groups have joined in. Another news network to the far right has encouraged them to be more stringent in terms of taking it to the government of Trudeau. There's been fundraising around the world and in the United States, as you mentioned, and it is a very much evolved now to a shutdown, or at least partial shutdown, of the Ambassador Bridge, where 25 to 30% of all manufactured goods that trade between the largest trading partner go through that bridge. And that's why all these auto plants are now having to shut down, because they don't have parts. A carburetor may travel 6-8 times across the border in its ability to be manufactured. And so this is the issue.
Before I have to let you go, I wonder what the path forward is from here. We heard from Drew Dilkins, who's the mayor of Windsor, Ontario. If you've ever been to Detroit, the city you can see across the Detroit River from the city, that's Windsor, Ontario. It's when you land, when you get in the Canadian side. Talking about a potential plan to put an end to this. Listen to what he said.
If the protesters don't leave, there will have to be a path forward. If that means physically removing them, then that means physically removing them, and we're prepared to do that.
Ambassador, I'm not sure how that works. I mean, 18-wheelers are designed to be immovable once their air brakes are on. Like I've heard experts say dragging those things out of the street is nigh on impossible unless those truckers decide to release the air brakes on those trucks. Before I got to let you go, what's the path forward here? Is there a way to just make peace in this whole standoff, or do you see this ending a little bit more intensely?
Boy, I hope we make peace and figure out a nice way to get this resolved. The U.S. government is speaking, as released in Washington, very carefully with the Canadian government. And look, I know all the resources need to be brought to bear here. This is going to hit our economies pretty significantly if we don't get this resolved soon.
Ambassador Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada. Ambassador, I appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for the conversation, and be well.
Millions of Americans are placing bets on who will win the Super Bowl this Sunday. Maybe you too. And there's a good chance that more of them did so on their phones. We'll explore this boom in online gambling when we come back.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds that admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Super Bowl 56 is this Sunday between the Rams and the Bengals, and this year millions of people may be watching not just as fans, but as gamblers. The American Gaming Association, a trade group for casinos, estimates that 31 million Americans will bet more than $7 billion on the Super Bowl. And more than 18 million American adults could place traditional sports bets online at a retail sports book or with a bookie. That's up 78% from last year. Technology is making betting easier than ever, and a number of companies have pushed hard for legalization. So how will that affect the game and us? NBC technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now.
Harry Levant was a trial lawyer for more than 20 years. He spun into addiction and pled guilty to stealing more than $2 million from his clients, blowing it at this casino in a 16-month binge. This was his first time here in 8 years.
How does it feel being here?
I don't think I can describe it in one word. There's a lot of emotions.
He says it took feeling suicidal to help him turn his life around.
On April 27th, 2014, I got within 30 seconds of taking my life. I was trying to write a note to say goodbye to my kids. And I had a moment of clarity where I realized I didn't want to die. Gambling addiction wanted me to die. It was done with me.
Levant says it's harder to quit gambling today than it was when he did it.
I had to walk into this building to place a bet. Gambling is now being delivered on every single electronic device, all day long, all night, on every single sporting event, professional, college.
The ads are everywhere.
You can bet $5 and win $280 cash.
Bet $5 to win $200.
Load the Fox Bet Sportsbook app.
But this is not just a friendly office pool. This is commercial online sports gambling, now legal in 31 states and expected to bring in more than $39 billion annually within 10 years. The floodgates opened in 2018 when the Supreme Court struck down a federal sports gambling ban, leaving it to states to regulate themselves. The result has been incredible money for the industry and for the states. Pennsylvania is a perfect example. 6 months after sports gambling apps first launched, gamblers here spent more than $316 million in a single month. 2 years later, that monthly number has more than doubled, and more than $22 million went to the state that month as tax revenue. Using a phone to place bets accounts for more than 80% of sports gambling, according to sportshandle.com. It's always on, it's largely unregulated, it's harder to keep away from children, and it allows companies to track everything a player does. And Philadelphia, with legal gambling, 4 major sports teams, and a major media market, is a unique lab for the industry to experiment with new forms of online and real-world gambling. This old theater is slated to become an online betting lounge. It's one of two in Philadelphia that are a prototype for something that could happen throughout the nation. The operators of the planned Bankroll Club did not respond to our request for an interview, but have told reporters that patrons will use their phones to order food and gamble online. Harry Levant says this is not going to be just a place to catch a game.
This is going to be a public health nightmare.
Companies are offering online bets on everything and anything, down to the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach at the Super Bowl. And for someone like Levant, that means no break from his compulsion. If anything, experts who study addiction say online casinos have all the data they need to know when someone has lost control.
I don't think most people are aware of how easy it is to tell that someone is an addict when you're looking at their data.
Levant is earning a master's degree as an addiction counselor. The NFL did not respond to our request for comment. But for Levant, the Super Bowl is a reminder of the growing power of the gambling industry.
They have converted NFL football into the equivalent of the same dice that I threw inside that building in the grips of a gambling addiction.
A new American tradition worth billions.
NBC technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now to discuss this. And Jake, I wonder if we could follow up on what the gentleman you interviewed said in terms of these online betting lounges being, in his words, a public health nightmare. What do we know data-wise in terms of the impact of these places? Or is it kind of too soon? Is this really unprecedented?
Well, it's moving so rapidly, Joshua, that the numbers are hard to track. But we do know that, first of all, the amount of activity is extraordinary. As you mentioned there, over $7 billion is going to be wagered on this Super Bowl, and that's according to the industry. We also know that more than 80% of that is going to likely be on mobile phones. So the incredible numbers and participation is already there. Then we also know that, in the United States, we devote very little federal money to anything like addiction resources and research, but the research that we do know suggests, for instance, that the helplines that you can call in your state for help with a gambling addiction, they've seen a sharp uptick in calls in at least 10 states. So we know that that's happening, but we also know that traditionally people only call after years and years of struggling with addiction. And so the numbers are very fuzzy here, but we know that there's just an explosion of activity here, and certainly the researchers we've talked to say that the addictive potential is enormous.
In your new book, The Loop, the one that's on the shelf over your shoulder, which I am very much enjoying reading, you talk about the way that technology has been able to tap into the way that our minds work, kind of the way our unconscious minds work, and use that to make money in ways that can be quite detrimental, quite damaging. Does that factor into sports gambling online as well? I mean, I imagine that if Instagram knows how to dig the exact perfect rabbit hole to keep me sitting still for an hour, they must be able to figure out how to get me to bet on this or that.
That's right. I mean, we in the United States have a real stigma about gambling as sort of an impulse control problem as opposed to it being an addiction. It took 30 years to get it into the psychology manual. But it turns out that there is a hugely predictable pattern to addiction, and it involves all the things that make sports gambling so compelling. Then at the same time, you also have these companies creating not just the opportunity to bet, Joshua, on the outcome of a single game or covering the spread. You can bet on how every single point goes, every serve in tennis. And as a result, that tailoring that you can do feeds into what psychologists describe as the real endless machine zone that real gambling addicts get into. And one of the markers of this for me is the discovery that, when there was no sports going on, people began to bet on Russian ping pong on mobile apps. I don't know anything about Russian ping pong. I don't know about you. People were spending about $7 million a month. But here's the thing. Since professional sports has come back, that number has, in fact, only gone up. In Colorado alone, they spent over $11 million in a single month in 2021 on Russian ping pong gambling, right? So there's something going on in the way that the company has clicked into something and really found something that sticks.
Before I got to let you, Russian ping pong, I never would have guessed. Before I got to let you go, you said that since that Supreme Court case in 2018, yeah, who would have thought, that this industry has been largely unregulated. Are there more efforts to kind of rein it in? We know that more states, like New York State, have sanctioned it so that you can bet through some of these apps. But what about efforts to pull it back?
You know, Joshua, there is almost no federal effort that we have seen that has any sort of traction. The Supreme Court basically ruled that because gambling was not specifically mentioned in the Constitution, it should be up to the states. But now we see those states enjoying tens of millions of dollars a month in tax revenue. And so, you know, critics say that they are not incentivized to push back against this. So we definitely have a world in which 31 states have outright legalized it. And big markets like California are the next thing that the industry is, you know, hopefully, you know, is hoping for. So we're still at the beginning of this, and yet the money is extraordinary. And there does not seem to be any federal effort to try to roll any of this back, Joshua.
Well, we will continue this conversation next week because Jake's going to be back to discuss his new book. It's called The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. It's a kind of user manual for your mind that explains why technology is so powerful in the ways that it is powerful. So we'd like your questions. Send us your questions about how technology is changing the ways in which we live. And we'd especially love to hear from you if you've got specific questions about the book. Let us know. You can find us. We are on voicemail 888-575-2NBC. Email us now tonight at NBCnews.com, or you can find us on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram on social media. NBC technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, thanks very much. Let's continue now with David Foreman. He is the Senior Director of Research at the American Gaming Association, the trade group for the casino industry. Mr. Foreman, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So talk about what this has meant for casinos. Part of me feels like, oh, this is a threat to kind of brick and mortar casinos on the Vegas Strip or in Atlantic City or Reno as we know them. And then the other part of me is like, no, they're going to figure out a way to cash in on this too. Like there's too much money to be made for the reshaping of this not to be a boon for the casino industry, for the gaming industry.
Yeah, look, the spread and legalization of sports betting is certainly a boon for the gaming industry. It used to be a niche amenity that was offered in casinos in only Nevada, and now it's available legally to about 130 million Americans across 30 plus states. And you know, people thought when it was legalized that it may have a negative impact on the industry in Nevada, but in fact, the opposite has been true. Handle, which is the amount of money bet on sports in Nevada, has increased even as it's become available to people in other states. So people have been betting on sports for a very long time. The difference now is that they're able to do it legally, and we're able to quantify how much is being bet.
Where do you see the biggest surges in business here? Are there certain regions of the country, certain demographics? You mentioned it's more than just Nevada, but where is it the strongest?
Well, I think, recently New York launched online betting in the last few weeks. More than $1.2 billion was bet in New York in 3 weeks in late January. And again, those people didn't just, see an ad for a sportsbook in New York and decide to start betting on sports 2 weeks ago. People had been betting on sports for a long time. They were just forced to do it by unregulated offshore books. And legalizing it gives them the opportunity to do it with books that are licensed and regulated here in the United States, that offer consumers protections in terms of responsibility, and also offer them other consumer protections in terms of confidence that they get money back, and that bets will be traded.
Are there any concerns among the industry in terms of what we were just discussing with Jake Ward? I mean, it seems like if there is this much money to be made, I'm not sure what prevents avarice from taking over and people from being so much more easily, pulled into these rabbit holes that they can't get out of. I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, when is enough enough?
Well, the industry, the legal industry is committed to making sure that it's rolled out responsibly. We want to build a long-term business here for people to enjoy, again, legally. But when you look at sports betting in terms of the entire U.S. casino industry, it's a pretty small amount of the total revenue pie. Right now, sports betting accounts for about 7% of all U.S. gaming revenue. So brick and mortar casinos and slots and table games are still the biggest driver of casino business. And that's likely to continue for quite some time because sports betting really is, from a sportsbook's perspective, a really low margin business. For every about $100.
I guess what I'm wondering about is, I guess what I'm getting about, forgive me for interrupting, I know my time with you is very brief, but, Jacob Ward was talking about the proliferation of betting on Russian ping pong. Like, I bet some people had never betted on anything until they heard of Russian ping pong, and then they decided to try it just out of the novelty of it. I guess my concern is, like, I know how powerful social media is and the rabbit holes we fall into and the human effects of that, where our only currency is the time we spend. I could only imagine the impact if we're spending our time and our money. It may only be 7% of the overall industry, but that's not a 7% that the industry plans to keep at 7. I imagine the goal is to make it grow.
Yeah, the goal is to make it grow as we roll out to more states and as we convert more consumers from, again, those unregulated offshore books to these legal books where they have protections and where, again, the books are able to ensure the integrity of the sporting events that are being bet on, and also offer players things like bets on their limits, time limits on how much time they spend on the app. And I think it all comes back to this idea that sports betting is new in America, and it's just not. People have had access to these online books on their phones, on their computers for many, many years now. The only difference is that now they have access to these legal, regulated books here in the United States.
Where do you see this industry headed? Like, what's the prediction in terms of what the gaming industry is hoping for, let's say, 5 years from now?
Yeah, I think just in terms of the Super Bowl, which is coming up this week, we've gone from about $250 million wagered a year to about $500 million wagered last year. This year, a lot of people expect more than $1 billion to be wagered on the game. And I think it's, that's a small amount of that $7.6 billion that we talk about will be wagered legally. So I think in the long-term goal for the industry, again, is to just bring those players who have been betting offshore with these unlicensed books to these legal sites to grow the industry responsibly and to provide these players with a better experience.
David Foreman from the American Gaming Association, I appreciate you making time. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Up next, Olympic speed skater Andrew Hio joins us to talk about his first Winter Games. Plus, more Americans are winning big in Beijing. Your Olympics update before we go.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
For teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
If you're a figure skating fan, you're probably well entertained by this year's Olympics. Nathan Chen of Team USA has a lot to do with that after today's nearly flawless performance. Did you see this? Nathan Chen won gold in men's figure skating. He's the 7th American man to win gold, and he's finding a bit of redemption after a disastrous performance in 2018. The U.S. Olympic team is not only winning gold, but making history doing it. Snowboarder Chloe Kim won another gold medal. She's the first woman in Olympic history to win multiple gold medals in snowboard halfpipe. Team USA now has 10 medals, 4 gold, 5 silver, 1 bronze. That puts the U.S. in 5th place in the medal count overall, at least for now. Austria leads the way with 13, including 4 gold. Norway and Canada are tied with 12 total, but Norway by far leads in gold medals. And the Russian Olympic Committee is now 4th with 11 medals overall. NBC's Steve Patterson is at the Olympics near Beijing with more. Steve, Chloe Kim came back to win gold. Tell us about that historic win.
Joshua, historic in more ways than one. Now the first female to win multiple and consecutive gold medals on the halfpipe. Incredible achievement, and she always does it in monster fashion. I mean, she immediately goes in, puts up the highest score of the day at a 94, and then essentially the whole rest of the day you're just kind of watching to see who gets in second place, or you're just there for her coronation. But she flies so much higher than the other athletes. She spins so much faster. Her tricks are so much more creative, and not to take away from these other incredible competitors, but these events simply aren't competitive with her at times, and she proved that once again, not only with her qualifying round, but also in the finals. And again, you know, just talking to her afterwards, I was there at all of her events, she comes off the podium and she's not even focused on snowboarding anymore. It's just an on-off switch for her. It's incredible to see. I think we think about snowboarding in terms of Shaun White because he's been so dominant for so long, but I think you have to start asking whether or not early on in her career, if she may be over the course of her career even more dominant than White as we continue to watch her grow up. It's really exciting. Josh?
One might ask the same question about Nathan Chen, who had a great performance after, you know, struggling in the past. This was a big, this has been a big Olympics for him too.
Huge Olympics. I think huge for his mental state, obviously, because he's racing quite a disastrous performance from the 2018 Olympics. But all of that is, nobody's talking about that anymore whatsoever. Watching his performance, watching his routine, it's just incredible to see. And I think we think about it in terms of, oh, it's so perfect, or it's so close to perfect. And yeah, that's true. You could say that. You could make that statement. But also, I don't think we give enough credit to how fun it is to watch him, how joyous he is, you know, how he's smiling and he's fist pumping to Elton John, while, yes, of course, landing 5 quads in a row, the quad king, putting up a score that's 20 points better than the next person, now an instantaneous legend, one of 7 American men to ever win an individual gold medal for figure skating. Incredible achievement, and we will continue to watch his career with great interest. Josh?
Speaking of figure skating, don't want to let you go without asking about that Russian figure skater who tested positive for a banned medication. I understand NBC Sports has some new reporting on that.
Yeah, well, first we can name her 15-year-old Kamila Valieva, who is just this unbelievable figure skater, the first ever woman to land a quad during an Olympic performance. Should have won gold for that performance, if not for what's happening now, which is to say that the medal ceremony has been delayed, as there is either an ongoing investigation or the hint of one as to whether or not she was taking, and she did confirm to test positive for taking a heart medication, which sounds weird when you're talking about a 15-year-old, but apparently it enhances stamina and enhances performance. That is a banned substance, and she did test positive for it. Now, we've reached out to the International Olympic Committee that says that so far they are not responding to something that they're calling a suspicion at this point, and the Russian Figure Skating Federation says that she is still practicing, still training, and still on track to continue performing, but obviously there are some questions about whether or not that will happen as this continues. Josh?
NBC Steve Patterson at the Olympics outside Beijing. Steve, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Let's continue now with Andrew Hio, a speed skater on Team USA. Andrew, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
How have these Olympics been going for you so far? Have you been enjoying the experience?
Yeah, I think definitely enjoying it. Trying to just take it all in, not letting it get away from me too quick, which I think it has a little bit, but, you know, taking the rest of this experience and trying not to take it for granted and trying to soak everything in and just slowly, but gonna go away pretty quick. So.
What are some of the biggest things that you've taken in from this experience? Is it people that you've met, things that you've seen, things you've gotten to do? Like, what's stuck with you?
Yeah, I think definitely meeting all the people here and seeing all the people that I used to watch on TV, especially from the U.S. And, you know, I guess the other big thing is competing at this stage and at this high of a stage. Definitely a dream come true. Definitely been dreaming of this since I was a little kid. So finally just be here, I think itself is just unbelievable to me. And yeah, obviously being around not just USA, but around all the other countries, just like seeing them around the village is definitely an experience.
Now, Team USA had a pretty painful disqualification in these Olympics. How are you and your team doing?
Yeah, I think we're still doing okay. I think we're doing great. Spirits are still high for sure. Mainly because we still have, my other teammates still have competitions coming up. So yeah, we're not thinking about it too much. It's in the past. It is what it is what it is, and it was pretty much out of our control.
You had your last race yesterday in the men's 1,500 meter quarterfinals. How do you feel about just your performance in Beijing overall?
Yeah, I'm definitely proud and happy with what I've been able to accomplish at these games. I came into it with no expectations, so I think leaving here with a 7th place finish in 1,000 is definitely way above my expectations.
Can I tell you, that's really smart. Just going in and saying, I'm just going to do this, let it rip, leave it on the ice, and then whatever happens, happens. That is very, very smart. I wonder how you've been dealing with just being in the Olympic bubble. There's been so much going on around the Olympics with COVID and then world politics and everything else. How have you been able to kind of focus on what you came there to do?
Yeah, I think coming into it, I was aware of everything, obviously, around the Olympics, like it usually is. Obviously, this time's a little bit different with COVID and a bunch of other things. But I think my team as well, just collectively, we came into this with the mindset of just focusing on our skating and doing the best that we could and trying not to get too involved with everything else because, you know, that's just more things to worry about. And I think, yeah, like I said, it's just we just came here to prioritize our performance at the games and do the best that we could.
I hear that. I hear that. Well, congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish thus far. You're a young man. I'm sure there's a lot more ahead of you. Andrew Hio from Team USA, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And thank you for making time for us. Remember to send us your questions for NBC's Jacob Ward on how technology and AI are affecting our lives. We definitely want your reactions to his new book, The Loop. We're at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson here at Telemundo Center in Miami. We're back here tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Good night.
Tonight, top story live from Englewood, California. The countdown is on for Super Bowl 56. More than 70,000 fans expected here at SoFi Stadium when the hometown Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Our interview tonight with Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. What health precautions are in place as the city welcomes that many fans during a pandemic? Plus the massive security operation underway, law enforcement with eyes on the ground, air and sea. Fans not just excited for the game, but the star-studded halftime show sure to make LA proud. And I go inside an F-16 fighter jet for a bird's eye view of the flyover event that takes place right before kickoff. Also tonight, Lester Holt's exclusive interview with President Biden, pressing him on the pandemic and the economy as inflation hits a 40-year high. And Lester joins Top Story Live with a preview, including what the president told him about picking a Supreme Court justice. The U.S. with a stark warning for Russia tonight as it holds a large-scale military drill with Belarus. Thousands of Russian troops practicing combat operations near Ukraine's northern border. Putin now with 9 different routes to invade Ukraine. But tonight, a senior U.S. official telling NBC's Andrea Mitchell body bags will return to Russia if he does. Plus, the latest on the shocking death of comedian Bob Saget. The autopsy report revealed he died from blunt head trauma and was positive for COVID-19 at the time. Sarah Palin testifies, the former governor of Alaska, taking the stand during her libel trial against the New York Times. At one point, comparing the newspaper to the biblical character, Goliath. And superfans, the 3 men who have attended every Super Bowl ever played. They're here tonight with what they're hoping to see in year 56. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Top Story is live tonight outside of SoFi Stadium in Englewood, California. You can see just behind me, the stadium is ready. Los Angeles and Englewood also ready for the crush of fans. And both teams, we hope, are also ready for what many are predicting could be the biggest Super Bowl ever. The less than 2-year-old stadium ready for its up close. A record number of Americans expected to tune into the Super Bowl on Sunday, and it will be a packed house inside with tens of thousands of fans set to attend the big game in person. And of course, a major security operation is underway. More than 10 federal agencies will join more than a dozen local law enforcement teams to keep eyes on every corner of the stadium and outside. Also a concern, the pandemic. But Los Angeles' Mayor Eric Garcetti told me he is confident the city is prepared to welcome a crowd of this size and safely. There's also a lot of excitement about the halftime show. Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, and Snoop Dogg today promising an epic performance. And I was able to get a preview of the flyover before kickoff from inside of an F-16. Whether you're watching in person or at home, it's expected to be an event you do not want to miss.
Tonight, the countdown is on. More than 70,000 fans set to pack SoFi Stadium in Englewood, California to watch the hometown Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. A record-breaking 117 million people expected to tune in to Super Bowl 56 for a matchup no one could have predicted. The players preparing to take center stage. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow looking to become the first quarterback to win a Heisman, a national championship, and a Super Bowl on the heels of a stunning come-from-behind victory in the AFC Championship game.
Maybe a comeback is going to be necessary, but we'd like to jump out early and kind of control the game.
Veteran quarterback Matt Stafford traded to the Rams at the end of last season, coming from Detroit with the weight of the world on his shoulders.
This team has sacrificed a lot and gone through a lot to get to the point that we are. We're excited to be able to do it in our home stadium.
The Rams' dominating defense led by one of the league's most imposing forces and best players, looking for his first Super Bowl ring.
Guys is hungry for it, so I'm just more focused on what we got to do to dominate the 4 quarters, fly around and make a ton of plays.
Los Angeles and its mayor, Eric Garcetti, playing host to tens of thousands of fans eager to catch the epic matchup, even in the middle of a pandemic, with mask guidelines changing by the hour. The mayor himself taking heat after a photo surfaced of him at the playoffs not wearing a mask. He says he took it off for the photo.
What advice would you give to football fans flying in from all over the country? I mean, wearing a mask during a football game is tough. You know this firsthand. So what advice would you have for them?
Well, first advice, if you're a mayor, don't pull your masks down during a picture. I've learned that experience. But we have those rules in place. We've got a lot of people who are still dying. We're headed in the right direction. So let's try to respect that. But it really relies on us doing the right thing.
The city no stranger to blockbuster events.
So when you look at Los Angeles and the greater Los Angeles area, are you ready for the Super Bowl?
We are so ready. This isn't just muscle memory for us. This is our daily workout, whether it's the Grammys or the Oscars, whether it's going to be the Olympics again for a 3rd time, or the Super Bowl. We know how to host these events. We love welcoming people here, and it's just icing on the cake that the Rams are in the Super Bowl.
The Rams not the only hometown favorites in the spotlight. A star-studded halftime performance featuring some of California's heaviest hitters could steal the show. hip-hop legend Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar promising to do LA proud, along with Detroit native Eminem.
Not trying to be egotistical or anything like that, but who else could do this show here in LA?
We appreciate the NFL for even entertaining hip-hop, because we know a lot of people didn't want hip-hop on stage.
True
but
that.
We're here now, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
And today, we got a preview of the high-flying start planned for Sunday's game.
You know I got your back, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that. You can be my wingman anytime.
Major Garrett Schmitz, call sign Toro, taking us up in an F-16 fighter jet. He's part of the elite team that will execute a tightly choreographed flyover just moments before kickoff.
Some people might think like, that's got to be the easiest thing to do, but it's kind of hard because you got to time it perfectly so you fly over once the national anthem ends.
It is incredibly hard. So it's to the second, pretty much. We've got the national anthem timed out for each word, pretty much where it should be. So if she's taking longer, if she's faster, we know, and we can adjust the throttles. So that's a lot of like real-time coordination that people don't get to see.
Those pilots are incredible. It was the ride of a lifetime. They even let me fly at one point. You can see much more of that F-16 flyover tomorrow on the Today Show. But now we want to continue our Super Bowl coverage. While Los Angeles is used to being on the world stage, the city is not taking any chances. The game has been classified as a Tier 1 special event, meaning top law enforcement officials from across the country will be on guard. Planning to protect the game has been underway for more than a year on land and even at sea. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has a closer look.
In a city where all eyes will be on the Super Bowl, not everyone will be watching the game.
NORAD, this is the Konar CCO.
One of the nation's most elaborate security nets tonight entangling Los Angeles, on the ground, in the air, and at sea.
Threats can be coming from any angle.
A Super Bowl with a supersized security detail. Field teams who have no known credible threats will help quarterback the massive security blitz. Fighter jets are standing by at the ready. More than 10 federal agencies game planning with some 13 local law enforcement teams. Thousands of officers will be on the ground and hovering just above it.
You know, what's keeping me up at night right now is just the population density, the air density, the complexity of this Super Bowl.
SoFi sits in the shadow of LAX. Planes and drones an added threat.
Flying low and slow, the CBP will be in the air all of game day. The eye in the sky is a critical asset, but it's hardly the only one.
Southern California's Golden Coast also on red alert.
Marine crews like this one will primarily be focused on about 50 miles of coastline leading up to and on Super Bowl Sunday, a threat that could come from anywhere.
Strike teams have been planning for over a year.
You know, for us, every day is game day. So, you know, the players eat, sleep, live football. You know, we eat, sleep, live maritime law enforcement.
Tonight for law enforcement on this playing field, there is no room for a fumble.
Miguel joins us now live from Los Angeles. And Miguel, I want to ask you about a possible threat here in LA. You know, we have seen these massive truck protests over COVID mandates in Canada, which is now escalating and could spill over into the U.S. And now I understand there's a concern about this impacting the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely right, Tom. Law enforcement has been given a bulletin that there could be a protest outside of the stadium where you are right now in the hours preceding the Super Bowl. Of course, it's very easy for authorities to kind of control that security blanket on stadium property where you are, but just outside of the stadium, that task becomes much more difficult. We'll see if that protest actually develops and how quickly and forcefully law enforcement can respond. Tom?
Miguel Almaguer tonight with the state of security at the Super Bowl. And one thing fans, athletes, and performers will all face this weekend: unseasonably high heat. A rare winter heat advisory issued for Los Angeles, and it could be the hottest Super Bowl on record. We're already feeling some of the effects of that heat wave, so we want to bring in Al Roker with a look at just how hot it will be. Al, I got to tell you, I'm getting flashbacks from the Olympics in Tokyo. It's not that hot, but it's approaching there.
Yeah, this is unusual for this time of year. In fact, take a look. 18 million people are being affected by these heat advisories through Sunday from San Fernando and Malibu all the way down to San Diego. And in fact, it's the first time since 2005 there's been a heat advisory posted anywhere in the United States. Now, LA's hottest February on record was 95 back in February 20th of 1995. Today, looking for a high of 89 downtown. Yesterday was 83, tomorrow 86. By Super Bowl Sunday, 87. That's 5 straight days of highs in the 80s. Big high pressure pumping in Santa Ana winds. So you can see these temperatures anywhere from 10 to almost 20 degrees above average, Tom. And in fact, tomorrow we look for records in Vegas, Needles, LA, Palm Springs, up to Sacramento and Fresno. And it's going to last right on into the weekend. Of course, the question being, what happens with the Super Bowl? Well, of course, the top 5 warmest Super Bowls. Number 1, January 14th, 73. Super Bowl 7 right there in LA with a high of 84 degrees. And on Sunday, just about kickoff, we're looking for a temperature, Tom, of about 83 degrees. That's 3:30 p.m. Pacific time as the Rams host the Bengals, but we could see the hottest ever. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But again, folks are ready for some hot football. Well, in more ways than one, they're going to get it, Tom.
The game won't be the only thing hot. All right, Al, we appreciate you. Now to an NBC News exclusive tonight. President Biden on the major crisis facing his administration 1 year into the job. From the pandemic to skyrocketing inflation, he sat down with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt for an in-depth conversation.
Mr. President, in recent days, we've seen numerous governors from blue states roll back indoor mask requirements, essentially getting ahead of the federal government, the CDC. Are those governors wrong?
Well, it's hard to say whether they're wrong. Here's the science is saying now that masks work, masks make a difference, and there's a relationship. I think there's only one governor drawing back immediately. And most of them are somewhere in February, the end of February, March, April. They're set a time limit. And I assume it has something to do with whether the Omicron variant continues to dive, that fewer and fewer cases. And because there is a relationship between the number of cases you have in your community and the need for wear masks.
Do you acknowledge, though, a restlessness and leaders bowing to the political winds?
Oh, I do. Omicron and the variant, all the variants have had a profound impact on the psyche of the American people.
Should children be required to wear masks in schools?
Well, look, when I got in office, only 46% of the schools were open. Now 98% of them are open, and they're wearing masks. What's happening is every day that goes by, children are more protected. We're now on the verge of being able to have shots for children under the age of 7. And young children. And so the more protection they have, probably you're going to see less and less requirement to have the masks.
But the CDC hasn't changed its guidance on that. And the question is, with these governors making these moves, does it begin to make the government, the CDC, irrelevant, that people will gravitate toward, the advice that really fits their worldview, that this thing feels like it's over?
Well, look, I think it's one thing to talk about masks, other than to talk about shots and boosters and the like. But it's, look, it is confusing. It's worrisome to people. They're trying to figure out. But what I've tried to do, I've tried to make sure we have all the vaccines needed, all the boosters needed, all the masks are needed, all the protection that's needed.
Are you afraid, though, that some states and cities are moving too quickly to loosen indoor mask mandates?
Well, it's I committed that I would follow the science as put forward by the CDC and the federal people, and I think it's probably premature, but it's a tough call.
Then there was today's sour headline on the economy. Inflation skyrocketing to 7.5%, a 40-year high. Prices still spiking on everything from used cars to gas to food. Inflation now costing the average American an extra $275 a month compared to last year.
I think it was back in July you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy with me a little bit, and I understand that's your job. But look, at the time, what happened was let's look at the reason for the inflation. The reason for the inflation is the supply chains were cut off, meaning that the products, for example, automobiles, the lack of computer chips to be able to build those automobiles so they could function. They need those computer chips. They were not available. So what happens? The number of cars were reduced, the new cars were reduced. It made up at one point 1/3 the cost of inflation because the price of automobiles were up. So what I did when I went out and made sure we started to make those domestically. We got Intel to come in and provide $20 billion to build a new facility. A number of organizations are doing the same kinds of things.
When can Americans expect some relief from this soaring inflation?
According to Nobel laureates, 14 of them that contacted me and a number of corporate leaders, it ought to be able to start to taper off as we go through this year. In the meantime, I'm going to do everything in my power to deal with the big points that are impacting most people in their homes.
NBC News nightly news anchor Lester Holt joins us now live. Lester, this was such a wide-ranging interview. I know you touched upon Ukraine and the Supreme Court. I want to ask you first about the Supreme Court. Did the president indicate anywhere where he stands now in the process of picking a Supreme Court nominee?
Yeah, he did. In fact, you'll recall he said he would make a pick likely by the end of this month. But he did say that he's down to about 4 people that are undergoing some vetting right now, some really fine vetting, trying to make sure that they pass muster. So that suggests this process is moving along. I did ask him if he's looking for someone who he believes will get some Republican support. He believes all his picks, anyone he picks, will get Republican support because he claims he will not be making an ideological pick.
Could also be a historical pick. We're going to have to wait and see. And Lester, the president also touched on the growing tension on the border of Ukraine.
Yeah, we talked about that. He seems to continue to hold to the idea that Vladimir Putin can be deterred by these massive sanctions that he keeps talking about. I asked the president about American citizens who might be in Ukraine, if they would be in a position that they would need to get troops to get Americans out to evacuate. He rejected that clearly, said anytime you put armed troops against one of the largest armies in the world, that things can go bad very quickly. So he rejected that idea. And he called for Americans, he says not just diplomats, any American in Ukraine should get out.
Okay, a stark warning right there. Lester Holt for us tonight with that big exclusive interview with the president. You can watch more of Lester's interview with President Biden in coverage ahead of the Super Bowl this Sunday on NBC. Now, the president there weighing in on the situation in Ukraine as Russia's massive military drills in Belarus and the Black Sea are stoking fears that Moscow could invade. Thousands of troops were seen training for combat. The U.S. now calling this an escalation and warning that if Putin invades, body bags will come back to Moscow. Here's Matt Bradley with more.
Tonight, the war games growing more dangerous on the Ukrainian border. Russia staging its largest military deployment in Belarus since the Cold War, fueling fears of an invasion. Now, this dire warning coming from the U.S. State Department of what they call an escalation.
Vladimir Putin should understand that body bags will come back to Moscow as well, that the citizens of Russia will suffer because their economy will be completely devastated. So this is a very stark choice for him. And in spite of all that is going on right now, as you described, we hope he makes the right choice.
This footage released by Russia's defense ministry showing thousands of troops practicing combat operations. The drills in Belarus are scheduled to last another 10 days. But NBC News has learned a U.S. military assessment shows Russian troops could take 9 different routes into Ukraine and have tanks in the capital within 48 hours. The intelligence shows it could be an attack by air, land, and sea, with Russian warships arriving in the Black Sea for naval drills off Ukraine's southern coast. This as diplomatic talks took a drastic turn in the wrong direction. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov having a tense exchange with his British counterpart, Liz Truss, accusing her of refusing to listen to his argument, saying it was like a blind person talking to a deaf person. At a press conference, Lavrov walking away briskly, leaving Truss alone at the podium.
This is probably the most dangerous moment, I would say, in the course of the next few days, in what is the biggest security crisis that Europe has faced for decades.
With Ukraine teetering on the edge of invasion, Americans who have ignored the government warnings to leave spoke with my colleague Aaron McLaughlin about joining any potential fight.
If Russian soldiers come on Ukrainian soil, they're going to have to die. And somebody's going to have to help the Ukrainian army make that happen.
Yeah, Tom, those Russian naval exercises in the Black Sea, they're really ominous as well. They're set to start on Sunday, and they're supposed to last for nearly a week, and Ukrainian authorities have said they're basically tantamount to a blockade. And you know, what's really provocative about this is that the Black Sea has seen some flashpoints between Russia and Ukraine in just the recent past, and with relations between those countries so poor right now, it seems like anything could start a war. Tom?
Matt Bradley reporting in tonight from Ukraine. Back here at home, there was high drama in a New York courtroom today with former vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin taking the stand in her defamation case against the New York Times, testifying she sees herself as David against Goliath in the legal battle over whether the newspaper damaged her reputation with a mistake in its editorial pages. NBC's Dasha Burns has more.
What do you want the jury to know? Tonight, Sarah Palin taking the stand. What do you want the jury to know, Sarah? The former Alaska governor testifying in her defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. For truth, detail. Today, getting to the heart of her claim that the Times damaged her reputation by linking her campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting in a 2017 editorial. Saying on the stand she felt, quote, powerless against the paper. Saying, quote, it was devastating to read, again, an accusation, a false accusation, that I had anything to do with murdering innocent people. And accusing the Times of, quote, trying to score political points, calling the paper the be-all, end-all, the loud voice in American media, comparing it to the biblical character Goliath and herself to David. What does Sarah Palin's legal team have to prove here?
She has to prove the New York Times published a false statement about her that caused her harm. Did the Times have reason to know at the time it published this statement that it was false, and were they willfully blind to that fact?
Joining us now from Phoenix is Governor Palin.
Palin sued the Times in 2017, accusing the paper of damaging her reputation as a political commentator. With an opinion piece about gun control after Republican Representative Steve Scalise was injured in a shooting. The editorial erroneously implying a link between Palin's Political Action Committee and the 2011 shooting that injured Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 others. It said the PAC circulated a map of candidates in stylized crosshairs. But the Times issued a correction 2 days later, saying it, quote, incorrectly stated that a link existed and that it had incorrectly described the map.
It's all but undisputed that this was a mistake. The key will be the intent behind that mistake.
Earlier this week, former editorial editor James Bennett testifying the wording was a, quote, terrible mistake, saying, quote, we are human beings. We do make mistakes.
This case is really about what happens when a mistake is made, and if it's corrected immediately, is there still a harm? Is there still defamation? And can a plaintiff still win, even when a defendant realizes quickly they made a mistake and does everything they can to fix it?
Closing arguments are set for Friday.
All right, Dasha joins us now live from New York. Now, Dasha, I'm curious, who do legal experts say has the upper hand here? Because it's so rare that these cases actually make it to trial.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And, you know, a lot of lawyers will tell you people think that they have defamation cases all the time. It may be one of the more common suits people want to file, but it's among the more rare types of cases that actually get to the courtroom. And that's because the bar for plaintiffs, especially public figures like Sarah Palin, is so high. The law favors the press. However, Tom, those in the media will definitely be watching closely because this case could have significant ramifications for journalists if Palin does win. Tom?
No doubt people are tracking this all over the country. All right, Dasha, we thank you for that. We head back overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics and Team USA striking gold last night. The team taking home 3 more gold medals and shooting up to 5th place in the medal count. At the top of the table, though, a lot of movement. Austria surging into first, closely followed by Norway and Canada. The Russian Olympic Committee now dropping down to 4th. Let's head over to Steve Patterson, who is live tonight for us from the Olympics in China. Steve, 2 Team USA stars, Chloe Kim and, of course, Nathan Chen stepping up there. They had sensational performances. You know, I'd have to say Nathan's, work on the ice there, some of the best Olympic material we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is why you watch the Olympics, right, Tom? This is so exciting.
our best and brightest stars performing at the highest level. And yes, you have to start with Nathan Chen. And I think the tendency is to just talk about how close to perfect his routines are, because they certainly are. But I think we don't give enough credit to how fun it is to watch him, how joyous it is to watch him. He's got a beaming smile, fist pumping to Elton John's Rocket Man, while, yes, of course, also landing 5 quads in a row, beating the competition by 20 points. Now a legendary status, one of 7 American men to ever win an individual gold in figure skating. Incredible, instantaneous legend. And then Chloe Kim, you know, I think it's hard to see sometimes because she's so adorable and she's so much fun to watch, but she's a monster. You know, and I think we tend to think of snowboarding on the half pipe in terms of Shaun White because he's been so dominant for so long. And Shaun White's thing is that he's clutch. You're going to watch him, his back's going to be against the wall. Will he or won't he pull off this trick? And he does, and then the whole crowd erupts. Chloe Kim just puts down the best run that you're going to see all day as soon as you walk in, and then you're watching the rest of the event to see who's going to come in second, or just to really be at her coronation. She did that, putting down a 94, impossibly high score, and then took gold almost immediately. And then real quick, one big shout out to mixed free ski aerials, our first win there since 1998. Another gold for Team USA. We're doing great. Tom?
And such a fun event to watch, right? You know, the 2 other big names, you mentioned Shaun White already, Michaela Schifrin as well, competing in the finals tonight. What's at stake for these Olympic veterans? Because I think you could argue tonight so far will be the night of the biggest drama.
Yeah, I don't think the stakes could be higher for Michaela Schifrin. And forget the 2022 Beijing Olympics. Forget the medals. We're talking about as an athlete, as a competitor, as a human. She needs to know at this point that she can finish a race. We need to know that she can finish a race. That is so important to her mentality right now. So if she gets 4th or 5th or 6th, or if she gets bronze, great. I mean, she just needs to know that she can still compete. She's doing the Super G, the first time she's ever done that at the Olympics. She thinks it could be a big reset for her here, and we're all pulling for her, obviously. And then Shaun White, I mean, you could be reductive and say it would be amazing if he won on his very last time out there for the Olympics. It would be incredible. But look, let's get one thing straight. This guy doesn't owe us a damn thing. I mean, he's already proven time and time again that he is a legend multiple times over. That would be like saying that Tom Brady needs to win another Super Bowl as a Buccaneer. You know, it would be great, but I will say this is maybe the first time in his career where you're looking at the top 3 or 4 or 5 guys, and you can really say that those guys at this point in his career are better than Shaun White. Would it be clutch and just like Shaun White to pull it out? Absolutely. We're going to be looking for some big things in just a little bit. I'm going over there as soon as I'm done talking to you, Tom, and I'm just on fire about it. Can't wait to see it. Tom?
Yeah, no, don't stay here. Do not miss that. Shaun White telling me about the pressure and the fear before going over there to Beijing. We're all going to see what happens tonight. All right, Steve, thank you for that. Still ahead tonight, the fall from grace. Jerry Harris, you may remember him. He was the breakout star of the hit Netflix series Cheer, now pleading guilty to sex crimes involving minors. How many years behind bars he's facing. Kids in the crossfire, 2 children fatally shot just days apart in Houston. The action from city leaders to try and stop that rampant violence, and the car crash landing on a roof. What witnesses say led up to this wild scene. Stay with us. Top story on this Thursday night, just getting started from Los Angeles.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
of angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a series of disturbing shootings in Houston. A 9-year-old girl shot in the head in her family's car. It comes only days after another child was gunned down in the city. The spike in crime part of a nationwide trend as Houston grapples with how to stop the violence. Priscilla Thompson has more. And a warning tonight, parts of this story are difficult to watch.
Tonight, heartbreak in Houston as children fall victim to mounting gun violence. Surveillance video captured the screams of 9-year-old Ashanti Grant's family after discovering she had been shot in the head while riding to the grocery store. Ashanti now in critical condition, fighting for her life.
My family is numb right now.
A pickup truck cut the family's vehicle off several times, police say.
GMC shot out the window and into the air.
Then the driver of that truck opened fire.
Somebody started shooting in the vehicle and they called her name and she didn't respond.
Her family now grappling with the pain similar to that of 11-year-old Darius DJ Dugas, who was shot and killed less than a week before. His mom devastated. The boy went downstairs just after 6 p.m., according to his mom, to get his jacket and other items out of the car.
He was not downstairs 1 minute before we heard gunshots, and me and my oldest son ran down the stairs. My oldest found him laying down, lifeless.
Witnesses told police they saw what appeared to be a teen boy running away after the shooting.
You're not just hurting people's parents, like you're hurting communities. You're not going to get away with this.
Much like the nation, the homicide rate in Houston has spiked since the pandemic began. The Houston Police Department reporting a nearly 70% increase from 2019 to 2021. The number of children and teenagers killed by gunfire in the U.S. has also risen dramatically. The rate of gun deaths of children under 14 up about 50% from the end of 2019 to the end of 2020, according to CDC data.
These are all tragedies.
Houston area Judge Lena Hidalgo this week announcing a gun violence intervention program and a holistic assistance response team initiative to help stop the violence.
They're not going to change overnight, but we are investing every dollar that the budget will sustain.
$1.4 billion in all for those programs and others as police continue the hunt for the suspected shooters of Ashanti and DJ.
My baby was only 11 years old and he had a really bright future ahead of him. And y'all took that away from him.
Such a sad story. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from 30 Rock in New York. Priscilla, you know, we've heard about these violence interrupters before. What more can you tell us about those new programs aimed at combating this violence?
Yeah, Tom, the county is spending $6 million to send what they're calling trusted messengers into communities at high risk of gun violence to stop conflicts before they escalate. They're also investing $5 million in health professionals who can respond to non-emergency social welfare calls so that the police can focus on violent crimes. As for the rest of that $1.4 billion budget, it will be used for a number of other things, including more investigators, prosecutors, and patrol officers. Tom?
All right, we hope all that money can make some type of difference. When we come back, the shocking death of Bob Saget, the autopsy just released, appearing to show the comedian died after accidentally hitting his head, and a scandal at Beijing, a 15-year-old Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned heart medication, but the test was taken in December. So how was she able to take the ice? That's coming up next.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Back now live from the site of Super Bowl 56 with Top Stories news feed. And we begin with the Netflix star pleading guilty to child pornography and sex abuse charges. Cheer star Jerry Harris changing his plea to 2 of 7 federal charges as part of a deal. He's accused of soliciting sex from minors as young as 13 at cheerleading competitions. The 22-year-old was arrested in December 2020. He faces up to 50 years behind bars when he's sentenced in June. All right, a wild ending to a crash in Oklahoma City. Take a look at this. New video shows a BMW perched up against the roof of a home. Eyewitnesses say the car hit something and then went airborne before rolling over and landing on top of that house. Rescuers were able to free the driver. He was taken to the hospital, but he is expected to be okay. And a big week for Snoop Dogg, who is now the owner of Death Row Records. The rapper and mogul acquiring the label that launched his career from a private equity firm. Death Row was founded in 1992, you may remember, by Dr. Dre and Suge Knight and others. It's had several other owners since going bankrupt in 2006. The sale comes just days before Snoop and Dre are set to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. No word yet on the price tag there. All right. Turning now to the tragic death of actor Bob Saget. Tonight, the medical examiner releasing his autopsy, suggesting the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head from an accidental fall. NBC's Emily Aketa has those details.
Hi, Daddy.
Michelle, don't scare Daddy like that.
We now know how the famed Full House father, Bob Saget, suddenly died last month. Blunt force trauma. A just-released autopsy report calling his death an accident, saying the comedy icon most likely fell backwards, fracturing his skull and causing a brain bleed. Authorities also noting he was COVID-19 positive and there were no illicit drugs found in his system.
Security officer found the guest not breathing, no pulse.
Saget was found dead January 9th during a wellness check at his Florida hotel room. He had been in town for his comedy tour, tweeting earlier that day, "I had no idea I did a 2-hour set tonight. I'm happily addicted." His wife opening up on the Today Show last month.
The support has been, that has been the one silver lining from this, is the incredible outpouring of love and support.
Doctors warn head injuries can happen to anyone.
If you hurt your ankle, you can see that your ankle hurts. But if you injure your brain, you can't see that.
What are the signs that something could be more serious?
Any loss of consciousness, any nausea and vomiting, an extreme headache.
Now, 1 month since the beloved actor's passing, his family reminding fans to do as Bob Saget and face difficult times with hugs and laughter. Doctors call head trauma the invisible injury, making it all the more dangerous. Like Saget, actress Natasha Richardson died of a hematoma back in 2009 following a skiing accident in Canada. Tom?
Emily Aketa with that update on Bob Saget's death. We head back to Beijing now for a closer look at the controversy surrounding figure skating at the Winter Olympics. New reports surfacing that Russian figure skating prodigy Kamila Valieva tested positive for a banned substance prior to the Games. The International Olympic Committee delaying the medal ceremony for team figure skating earlier this week because of what they called a legal issue that's still unresolved. Joining us now for more on this scandal, and really just to explain this, is Howard Jacobs, a lawyer who has worked with international athletes who have faced doping allegations in the past. Howard, NBC Sports is reporting that Kamila, who was 15 years old, allegedly tested positive for a heart medication called trimethazine, which can help endurance and increase blood flow efficiency. Because of her young age, who's ultimately responsible for this positive test?
I think that, there's a number of issues. We don't know all the facts, obviously. None of the facts have been publicly stated. But if we assume the reports are accurate, that this is from December, ultimately there's going to have to be an explanation for how this positive test came up. But it's really hard to understand why or how it could just be coming up now in the middle of the Olympics if, in fact, it's a December test that she provided.
How do you think this situation resolves itself and people figure out who's going to win these medals?
So, what should have happened is this should have all been done well before the Olympic Games. If it was either an in-competition test that happened at the Russian Nationals, if it was in December, in which case the test results should have come out a long time before now, or it was an out-of-competition test that was ordered either by the International Federation or the Russian Anti-Doping Agency or WADA. And if it was an out-of-competition test, it certainly should have been expedited because everybody would have known that she would be competing at the Olympic Games. And there's really no reason that it shouldn't have been resolved well before the Games. If she was sanctioned, and most athletes who have tested positive for this substance do receive a sanction, then she wouldn't have competed at all, most likely. If she's sanctioned now, it's hard to see how the Russian team would keep their gold medal.
Okay, Howard Jacobs for us tonight in Top Story. We thank you for your legal analysis. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We turn now to Top Story's Global Watch. 3 people have been arrested for the murder of a prominent journalist in Mexico. You may remember this story. We brought it to you here on Top Story. Authorities say the suspects took a taxi and waited for 3 hours outside the home of Lourdes Maldonado before shooting her in the head as she walked to her front door. She is one of 4 journalists killed in Mexico last month. A trucker protest over vaccine mandates in Canada sparking other demonstrations around the world. Police clashing with protesters outside of New Zealand's parliament on their 3rd day of demonstrations. More than 120 people arrested. The group says they are inspired by the, quote, siege of Ottawa. And hundreds gathered in Nice, France for a convoy that is expected to travel to Paris and Brussels to demand an end to COVID-19 restrictions. Finally, Queen Elizabeth is being monitored for COVID-19 after her son, Prince Charles, tested positive for a 2nd time. The Prince of Wales is triple vaccinated and is now self-isolating, but he met with his 95-year-old mother just 2 days ago at Windsor Castle. So far, she's not showing any symptoms. All right, coming up, it's a reason many people watch the Super Bowl. Let's be real here. The commercials, the ads to watch for, and the celebrities who will be making appearances, plus how Budweiser will be using its famous Clydesdale horses. Stay with us. Okay.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And we are back live now from the site of Super Bowl 56 here in Englewood. Of course, so many people are going to be watching the game, but they will also be paying attention to all the ads, right? All the action that's happening in those commercials. And just to give you an idea of how important this night is to advertisers, it costs companies millions of dollars, and the average 30-second spot, if you wanted to advertise in the Super Bowl, would cost you about $6.5 million. That's incredible. I want to bring an editor for Adweek right now, who's an expert in all Super Bowl ad things. Janine Poggi right now is joining us live now. So Janine, thanks so much for coming on Top Story. First up, we have one from Uber Eats that a lot of people are talking about. It's starring people, including some celebrities, receiving non-food deliveries. Let's take a quick look at that one.
Wait, if it was delivered with Uber Eats, does that mean I can eat it?
Oh no. Oh no.
It says eat.
It's a diaper.
Oh no.
This tastes bad.
Those candles taste funny.
Some huge names in there, including Gwyneth Paltrow. I think it's maybe the only ad in the Super Bowl that'll make us stop eating.
Look, at Ad Age, we are tracking all of these ads, and we are seeing a ton of celebrities showing up. And celebrities are always an important part of Super Bowl ads, to be sure. But this year, the caliber of talent that you're really seeing, the A-list, high-profile celebrities like Gwyneth Paltrow, Trevor Noah, Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd, Scarlett Johansson. There's really some big names in the Super Bowl this year. So it's quite an exciting time for our A-listers and celebrities in the game.
Janine, we were just talking about how much it costs just to advertise at the Super Bowl. With all those stars, I can't even imagine what it costs just to pay those actors. We have another big, famous commercial, of course, during every Super Bowl, at least almost every Super Bowl. Budweiser's iconic Clydesdales will return to the big game this Sunday. The ad shows the horse's journey as it nursed back to health. Here's a clip.
Yeah, Budweiser is back after sitting out last year. Last year was the first time in 37 years that Budweiser was not in the game. So a big return for the brew. It brings back with it its iconic formula of pairing Clydesdale with a dog for sort of a heartwarming story. This is what Budweiser is known for sure, and they're bringing it back this year.
All right, maybe the biggest celebrity being talked about right now is Kim Kardashian and, of course, Kim Kardashian's new boyfriend, Pete Davidson. His mom, Amy, and legendary footballer and now professional football coach Gerard Mayo is in this. Let's check out a clip of that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mom's already tackling food waste, Mayo. What's a big guy?
Sorry, man. Had to.
I get it. I'm very hittable. Oh.
All right, Janine, pretty funny. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, so this is Hellman's second Super Bowl ad. Once again, they're coming back with a message actually about reducing food waste. So being able to use mayonnaise with leftovers to create new options so you're not throwing away your leftovers. I'm not sure you could tell from the tackling of Pete Davidson, but Hellman's is trying to send that message during the game.
Janine, we thank you so much. We are going to be looking forward to all those commercials. Always a good time during the Super Bowl. We thank you for your time. When we come back, the super fans, the trio who has attended every single Super Bowl. They join Top Story Live tonight. What keeps them coming back year after year, the bonds they formed at this game, and what they're most looking forward to on Sunday. Stay with us.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Okay, here we go, guys. Finally tonight, a Super Bowl tradition unlike any other. A group of football superfans who have gone to the big game every year since the first one in 1967. The members of the Never Miss a Super Bowl Club have traveled around the country, making a lot of memories and fans of their own all along the way. I want to bring in two of those club members right now, Don Chrisman and Gregory Eaton. Guys, thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. I'm a little worried, though, because we first sold you guys as a trio. I know Tommy was supposed to be here. He's 80 years old. What happened?
We're not sure, but he's come up missing before.
Okay, but he always turns up. He's okay, right?
Yeah,
he'll turn up.
He could show up before we're done here. I don't know how long we're going to go.
Don, you got a dapper look, but I want you to tell me about that hat, because that is a Super Bowl artifact right there.
Yes, this is the hat I purchased at the Coliseum at Super Bowl I back in 1967. And it's kind of been in mothballs for a couple of years, but I decided to drag it out and bring it here.
It's probably worth a lot of money.
I haven't thought about that aspect of it, but maybe.
Maybe. So Don, let me ask you, when you went to that first Super Bowl, did you know it was going to be something so special that you would be here 56 years later?
No, it was kind of more like a college game, although I do remember one of my comments to the rest of the guys. We started with a different group than we have now, and three have passed away. But I said, this might turn into the World Series of football. We ought to go.
Gregory, what about you? You've, I'm sure, made some great memories. You've obviously made some good friends.
Well, Herb Adderley, who I met at Michigan State, he was on the team, and he asked, it wasn't a Super Bowl. It was a World Championship, because the Super Bowl didn't come to 3.
That's what it was called, yeah.
So I said, yeah, California, why not? The sun's shining, so I jumped on board and caught a plane and went.
Gregory, what is your favorite single greatest memory of Super Bowls that you've been to?
Well, you know, me being 82, I think that when we had our first black quarterback, you know, in my days, blacks couldn't play quarterback.
Yeah.
You know? And, so that was a big for me. And then Smith and Dungy, two black coaches.
Right.
So, you know, I told the reporter, I says, well, I can't lose.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it was really touching to me being, you know, I came to that area that it wasn't done.
You saw the game transform.
Yeah.
You know, Don, for you, your single greatest memory, what you saw up close with your eyes that you'll never forget?
Well, it has to be Super Bowl 51 when my Patriots were, I thought we were in the loss column, and Tom brought us back.
You got to watch Tom a few times.
Yeah, I did. We were fortunate. Tom watched him as a buck recently, and he's the GOAT, and he's a lot of memories.
So you guys have done 56 Super Bowls. Talk to me about the.
Not
yet. Okay, that's right. But you're going to make it, right?
Well, it's a good Lord. It's a good Lord.
When the Star Spangled Band is playing and we're sitting there, we know we made it.
I hope you guys make it. I was going to ask you, you've been able to make it this far. Is there any kind of partying for you guys? Tailgating? Any kind of crazy partying?
We have a luncheon, which will be tomorrow. We gather at a restaurant and get together and relive the past and remember the three guys who are no longer with us.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, different guys that I went with are gone. You know, the guys I started, and so, you know, it's you know, we don't tailgate anymore. We didn't do anything like that, but
it's got to be more than a game now, right?
Well, I think it's a reunion and a game, and they're equally important.
Yeah.
No, this thing has grown. This is, everyone in the world wants to be on air.
Yeah.
So it's grown. The commissioners have done great jobs in changing it. It's just the greatest game in the world.
Finally, real quick, your favorite Super Bowl city?
New Orleans.
I think I like San Diego, although they don't go there anymore.
Two great cities. And finally, make the call. Who are you guys predicting wins on Sunday?
Well,
L.A.
L.A.?
I'm predicting L.A., but
That's
I'm
my
hoping
quarterback from the Lions.
All right, there you go. You guys have a lot to talk about. Don, Gregory, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being these Super Bowl super fans. It's so great to watch things like this.
Good to be here.
We want to thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas, live from outside SoFi Stadium in California. We're going to be right back here tomorrow as we continue to count down to the Super Bowl. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are starting tonight with an exclusive first look at an interview with President Biden you will only see on NBC with Lester Holt, pressing him on his Supreme Court vacancy. And that's just one of the many issues the president faces, including inflation at its highest level since Joe Montana won the Super Bowl. We're live at the White House. Those vaccine protests up in Canada are now hurting Michigan. The governor there telling Canada they need to reopen a key bridge. Which U.S. cities could be next? And on Capitol Hill, the January 6th committee says there are information gaps in former President Trump's call logs from that day, and the controversy today about what Mr. Trump may have flushed down the toilet. Plus, Michaela Schifrin back on the slopes tonight after her crashes reopen the conversation about mental health in sports, how the Olympics have been especially hard on athletes. That's in tonight's original. And critics say LA is using the glitz and glamour of the Super Bowl to mask a major problem: homelessness. Later in our show, we'll hear from one woman who says she's being pushed aside by the city. Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Welker, in for my friend Hallie Jackson, and just in a first look at the NBC News exclusive interview with President Biden. Mr. Biden sat down just a short time ago with Lester Holt for a wide-ranging discussion that will air before Super Bowl 56 on Sunday. And today, Lester asked him about one of the biggest decisions he is facing as president, his nominee for the Supreme Court.
Can I ask you where you stand right now in your nomination process for it? Supreme Court, what your short list looks like, or if you want to name the nominee right here, we'd be happy to hear you.
Well, first of all, the short list are nominees who are incredibly well qualified and documented. They were the honor students. They come from the best universities. They have experience. Some on the bench, some on the practice.
What's the number you're at? 4 or 5, 6?
Well, what I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks, and to see if there's anything in the background that would make them not qualified.
Is it important that you believe they'll get a vote from the Republican side?
Well, I think whomever I pick will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had, with an open mind, who understands the Constitution, interprets it in a way that is consistent with the mainstream interpretation of the Constitution.
Well, that is really fascinating to hear the president talking about his potential pick. And at this moment, the president is talking behind closed doors with Senate Democrats about the Supreme Court vacancy. But that's not the only thing he is dealing with the inflation report showing prices up 7.5% since last January. That's the highest level in 40 years, folks. And it's putting a damper on the president's polls, with the latest average showing his job approval at roughly 40%. He hasn't been over 50% since August. Let's get right to it with my friend and colleague at the White House, Mike Memoli. So, Mike, wow, it's just so fascinating to hear the president talk with Lester about how he's thinking about this big choice that he has to make. Sounds like his short list is about 4 names. What does that tell you about how close he is to a decision?
Yeah, Kristen, there were a lot of tea leaves, a lot to unpack from the president's answers there on the Supreme Court choice before him. But certainly the big headline is 4. 4 is, we knew he was, you were part of the reporting we had just a few days ago that the list was down to less than 12. But getting down to 4, where he's really done that deep dive, is a significant bit of news there in terms of just how short the short list is at this point. You know, it's really telling, because we know the president has been preparing for this choice for a long time. He's had briefings with his team even before he took the oath of office last January about what his Supreme Court possibilities would be. So really significant there. Another thing that stuck out to me was the president saying that, you know, these the potential pick he's going to make could be from somebody on the bench, but it might also be somebody from the legal community more broadly. That's interesting because so many of the real finalists that we were looking at are potentially like Ketanji Jackson Brown, who's on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Of course, Michelle Childs from the Circuit Court down in South Carolina, who's being nominated for the D.C. Circuit as well. And so I think I'm going to make a prediction to you, Kristen. I think the White House is going to come out with a clarification in the next 24 hours, maybe to say that the president really was only saying he'd only gotten to 4 so far and that there are more briefings, more deep dives to continue in the few days ahead. Because we know he's got a deadline of about 18 days from now to make that pick.
That's right. You and I are on the same wavelength, Mike. I was thinking the same exact thing. I will be looking for Jen Psaki's briefing tomorrow to see if she has any more texture to add to that response from the president. Look, I had a chance to interview the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, earlier today about the timing, and what he said really struck me. I want to play it for you and get your reaction on the other side. You're confident he can make a pick by the end of this month, as he has said he wants to?
I got my fingers crossed. I want him to do the right thing, and I want him to take the time to do it well. But I'm anxious, and so the committee, I'm sure, will communicate that to the president. We want to get started.
So that's going to be Dick Durbin's message to the president, that he's anxious. Mike, what are you hearing about the conversations that the president's having on Capitol Hill about his potential pick?
Well, the White House has been walking this fine line. They don't want it to be seen that the president is rushing this choice because obviously it's a big moment. The first African-American woman to be nominated for the high court. They want to make it seem as if, and it is being done, that it's a very deliberative, thoughtful process. But we know the president's consultations have really been ramping up. This meeting at the White House right now, the biggest group discussion that he's had so far. But we know he's been calling senators individually, including Republicans. Remember, we just learned yesterday, Mitt Romney, not even on the Judiciary Committee, Republican from Utah, he was one of those who got a call from the president and sounded like he's open to voting for whoever he nominates.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the striking narratives to come out of these conversations that we've heard on Capitol Hill. Republicans saying they're open to hearing what the president has to say. Lindsey Graham among those who's expressed his openness and willingness to consider Judge Michelle Childs, of course, from his hometown of South Carolina. Mike, let me ask you about the other big headline today, and of course that's inflation. Prices are at a 40-year high, and you and I talk about this all of the time. What do these numbers mean in terms of the president getting any more of his agenda passed? We're already in a midterm election year. How big of a setback does the White House see this as?
Well, Kristen, you know the White House was bracing for a bad number today. They got a bad number today. They're trying to put all the context they can around it. For instance, we saw in a paper statement from the president talking about, for instance, a moderation in the prices of automobiles, which had been one of the bigger drivers of the inflation number over the past year. I thought it was really significant, Kristen, because we know when it relates to Build Back Better, Joe Manchin, senator from West Virginia, has cited inflation as the #1 reason why he opposes moving forward on that. But the president was in a swing district in Virginia today with a sign behind him that said lowering prices for American families. There were also signs around him that said Build Back Better. The White House has been trying to argue that getting pieces of the Build Back Better legislation through will lower prices for Americans, but it's still a real point of contention within his own party.
It sure is, and a lot of pressure on the White House to at least get something passed before voters go to the polls. Mike Memoli at the White House breaking down all of these headlines for us. Great to see you, Mike. Thank you. And tune in to the NBC Nightly News tonight, where you will hear more from Lester's interview with the president on Ukraine, the economy, Afghanistan, and indoor mask mandates. That's at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, ahead of the full interview this Sunday before the Super Bowl. We know you'll tune in for that. Let's stick with inflation, though, and look at that real-world impact on your bottom line. The Dow Jones down today about 500 points. The other major indices also taking a hit. Plus, if you're hosting a Super Bowl party this weekend, here's how much more you'll be paying. Chicken up 10%, ground beef up 13%. Your snacks, your alcohol, your soda, even televisions, all of the prices are up compared to last year. And here's why you're feeling the burn here. Worker wages have only jumped 0.1% when you take inflation into account. Ben Popkin is here to break this all down with us. Ben, it's so great to see you. Thanks for being here. And we talked about this with Mike. You probably just heard the conversation. The White House saying, look, forecasters are saying that inflation is going to ease this year, that soon those numbers are going to start to come down. But they haven't come down yet. Is the White House misguided here, or do you see a peak in our future?
Well, hello, Kristen. I mean, we are in some ways past that peak already. When you look month to month, like year to year, the inflation rate came in really high today, but month to month it has actually already started to slow down. The increase, the peak was 0.8 to 0.9% in October, November. In January, it was 0.6%, and that was about what it was in December. So we're already starting to see things moderate a bit. Critics have attacked Biden for inflation, and to some extent they're right, but maybe for the wrong reasons. The administration has purposely let inflation run a little bit higher than normal, held back on those interest rate increases because they have some other goals. They want to increase employment. They want to get closer to that full employment number and increase jobs and pay. When inflation goes up, businesses have to spend more on labor. People have more money to spend on goods and services. That achieves these social goals. But now we're hearing that the Federal Reserve says we are close to full employment, and it has ratcheted up 3 interest rate hikes for this year. This is after coming from essentially rock bottom, near zero interest rates for the past few years. And so when those interest rates rise, businesses and consumers are going to cut spending, and that will slow down inflation. So that's why we think it's going to start to moderate.
Well, and one of the things that consumers are also dealing with, Ben, is less help from the federal government than they got last year. There are no enhanced child tax credits for families, no stimulus checks. We know also that business costs are going up. You were just talking about this because of supply chain issues. So I guess the question is, in addition to looking at that Fed rate that's going to go up, the interest rate, what else needs to happen in order to address this crisis? Is there anything else?
Well, don't mean to be insensitive about it, but sometimes it comes down to these raw bone economic decisions. Fed Chair Powell himself said companies are raising prices because they can. Despite these increases, consumers have kept going out shopping. One of the things we do in the NBC News BizTech unit is we listen to all these company earning calls. We actually listen to them. And on call after call, executives across the board, across the supermarket, have been talking about these price increases and their confidence that they can keep doing it. And these are not just price increases passing along costs. They're actually expanding their profit margins. They're making more money than they did before. 2/3 of publicly traded companies are reporting greater profit margins. So that's the thing with these prices. The cure for them, they say, is for high prices is high prices. Eventually, they get to a point where people stop paying them, and the demand goes down, and then we'll start to see inflation go down as well.
All right, great information on a really complicated issue, but something that is impacting everyone. Ben Popkin, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Well, the city of Windsor, Ontario tonight seeking an injunction against those Freedom Convoy protesters blocking the Ambassador Bridge, saying they will be physically removed if they don't leave, as police warn of arrests without a warrant. Those protests causing economic gridlock as traffic on the Canada side of the bridge is at a virtual halt. Look at these images. Ford, GM, Toyota, and Stellantis, which is, of course, formerly Chrysler, have been forced to cancel and cut shifts, temporarily shutting down production at some North American and Canadian plants because parts just could not get there. Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer today urging Canada to reopen traffic on the Ambassador Bridge, calling the economic impact on her state, quote, unacceptable. Joining us now to talk about this is Cal Perry. Cal, you are there at the Blue Water Bridge in Port Huron, where the Michigan Department of Transportation has been redirecting traffic, but the situation there is not much better. Set the scene for us. What is the impact there, and what are people saying to you?
Yeah, look, you can see the trucks backed up behind me. The waits have been between 2 and 5 hours. Keep in mind, the bridge behind me runs at half capacity of that for the Ambassador Bridge. I'll give you a real-world impact right off the bat that'll follow the conversation you guys have been having. Canada's #2 export are cars. America takes 90% of those cars. All of those cars are stuck in Canada and have been for a few days. So the price of cars in the U.S., which we all know is going up, is only going to continue to rise. J.D. Power says that there are now 1 million cars on U.S. car lots when there would normally be 3 million. So the economic impact of what is a very small protest is going to be widely felt, Kristen.
For sure. What are people saying about the potential for violence? So far, these protests have been mostly peaceful, but we know that residents are really concerned.
Yeah, and you have two protests going on in Canada, two main ones. You have the one in Ottawa going on, which is a large protest downtown area around those government buildings. And then in Windsor, which is that crossing to Detroit, you have a much smaller one. The question is, what are the police in Windsor going to do with that smaller protest? That small protest is causing this havoc that's going to cost people hundreds of millions of dollars. How do they clear it? I think the fear of violence lies there.
Well, the protests are all over the map now, really, across the globe, with similar scenes playing out in France, New Zealand, and Australia. DHS now tracking reports of potential convoy in LA this weekend before the Super Bowl, and here in DC for the State of the Union. So what are officials saying about this threat, Cal? Just how big is it?
Yeah, and I think this ideology of shutting down the economy on these protests is sort of growing. We're seeing it along the U.S.-Canadian border. And as you said, Department of Homeland Security today in the U.S. put out a bulletin. They do put out a great deal of bulletins, but this bulletin specifically talked about a possible truck protest starting at the Super Bowl, ending at the State of the Union on March the 1st in Washington, D.C. And it specifically says in the bulletin that they're worried about not only gridlock in American cities, but they're worried about counter protests. And I don't need to tell you, Kristen, why. It's that fear of violence from that counter protest or protest that clash that really has people concerned.
All right. Well, something that everyone is watching around the globe. Cal Perry, thank you so much for being there and for your great reporting. The House committee investigating January 6th says there are some gaps in President Trump's call log records from that day. In fact, they say there are no records of calls for several hours, but we know Mr. Trump spoke with Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy then, because both of them have talked publicly about it. This is the former president denies claims that he flushed wads of documents down a White House toilet. That claim coming from a new book by New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman, which Axios got a preview of. Trump responded by calling it, quote, another fake story that is categorically untrue and simply made up. With that, I want to bring in Garrett Hake on Capitol Hill to talk about this. Garrett, you and I have been talking about this throughout the day. So talk about the latest reporting, because I know you've been working your sources on this too, these gaps in the president's call log. What can you tell us, and how significant is this?
Well, the gaps are certainly frustrating to members of the January 6th committee who are trying to piece together as comprehensive of the president's picture of the president's day as they possibly can, who he talked to when and what actions he did or did not take. And they know, as you said, from the calls that have been publicly discussed, that President Trump spent a lot of that afternoon on the phone, but apparently not the White House phone. Apparently it was his cell phone, someone else's cell phone, or other means. And so the committee has to kind of go back to the drawing board to get the full picture of the president's activity. As regards to the flushing of these White House records, if indeed that's what occurred, this is sort of part of that same general issue. What was fairly well documented at the time, but the unorthodox practices of the Trump White House around how documents were handled, how information was stored, and how records were preserved. And it's got at least some Republican lawmakers even frustrated about what was going on at the White House at that time, as we heard today.
Well,
the law says you got to preserve records, so you preserve records.
He has a long list of things he's done that I consider to be very detrimental to the nation, and I add this to the list.
What we don't know yet, Kristen, is whether even that kind of frustration will lead to anything further, particularly on the Senate side, or whether this just kind of goes in the pile of those, smaller Trump-era controversies that kind of pop up and disappear before they even have a time to be properly vetted and investigated.
One of the things, Garrett, that I think is interesting about this latest revelation is that it kind of underscores how difficult it has been for the January 6th committee to piece together exactly what happened that day, to try to find some of the missing pieces. What are committee members saying about how they're approaching this really difficult task?
Well, officially, the committee's not commenting on any of the new news today, but we know that this has been the kind of thing that they've been trying to work around for quite some time, whether that's by going after the phone records of individuals who they know were in contact with the president or with the White House, whether it's trying to step up their effort to get Republican members of Congress to talk to them. That's one thing that I've been particularly focused on. You remember there was a week or two period where we saw a couple of days of inviting. First it was Scott Perry, then it was Jim Jim Jordan, then Kevin McCarthy, invites for them to come talk to the committee. None of those men have been subpoenaed, and we know there were other Republican lawmakers who were in contact with the president on and around that day in areas of interest to the committee. Do they decide to more aggressively pursue the testimony or the phone records of any of those lawmakers? I don't believe those decisions have been made yet by the committee, but it's very much part of what could potentially be their next step, figuring out how to handle exactly those challenges.
I think that's a really good point. And then let's talk about another revelation from earlier this week, the 15 boxes of presidential records that the National Archives recovered from Mar-a-Lago. Now, the president has said, look, I've been working in consult with the National Archives. There's been no issue here. But what are the questions they're trying to answer, and why are those documents so important, Garrett?
Well, the House Oversight Committee now says they're going to take a look at this, and the committee's chairman, Carolyn Maloney, thinks that it's possible that there was laws broken here, violations of the Presidential Records Act. So they want to look at that, but also there's an open question of exactly what was in this material that former President Trump apparently hung on to. Was it just kind of anodyne mementos of his time in the White House, the kind of thing that might ultimately end up in a presidential library, as the former president's statement suggested, or was it potentially classified documents? Or is it the kind of things that Republicans spent years lambasting Hillary Clinton for being careless about, for example? So there are a lot of questions to be answered there. I can tell you on the legal front, our colleague Pete Williams has been trying to report this out, and his takeaway from the Department of Justice has been that they don't seem particularly exercised about this, that these kinds of things tend to happen. It's usually not then presidents, soon to be former presidents, who are packing their own boxes on the way out of the White House. And so it may be too early to get particularly engaged in the possibility that there might have been something criminal here, but it's going to be looked into, at least by the House.
A lot of complicated stuff, Garrett. You've been on top of it all day. Really appreciate your joining us. Great to see you.
Thanks, Kristen.
In one of the biggest changes to the workplace in decades, the Senate just passed bipartisan legislation ending forced arbitration for workers who are victims of sexual assault and harassment. So what does this mean? Well, this means that companies cannot force workers to settle sexual misconduct claims in a secretive process that often favors the people accused of harassment or assault. Employees can now file a suit in court with their own legal representation. The bill's headed to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. It would kick in right away and affect about 60 million workers all across the country. Well, in California, 18 million people are under heat advisories with record temperatures in some parts of the state. Along with the heat comes dangerous Santa Ana winds. They helped fuel the brush fire in Laguna Beach. Firefighters evacuated residents because it came dangerously close to homes. The fire grew to about 145 acres before firefighters were able to get a handle on it. And this year's Super Bowl could be the hottest on record, if you can believe it. Temperatures in LA are expected to be in the 80s, maybe even as high as 90, and expected to stretch right through kickoff on Sunday. So what is behind this winter heat wave? There's only one person who can tell us, and that is Al Roker. Al, it's great to see you. So what's going on here?
Well, here's the deal, Kristen. As you mentioned, 18 million people under heat advisories. And here's the interesting thing. This is the first time since 2005 that there has been a heat advisory posted anywhere in the United States. And you see it goes from San Fernando all the way down to San Diego. And we're in the midst of a heat wave for Los Angeles. The hottest February temperature ever was 95, back February 20th, 1995. The forecast high for today, 89 degrees. Yesterday they were 83, tomorrow 86, 88 Saturday. Super Bowl Sunday could be around 87 degrees. That's 5 straight days with highs in the 80s. Big area of high pressure pumping in air, hot air, dry air coming in from the east. And so look at these temperatures. Fresno, 14 degrees above average. LA, almost 20 degrees above average. And as far as records are concerned tomorrow, they may see a record in LA, Palm Springs, Niles, Vegas, Sacramento, Santa Maria. Now, we will see temperatures moderate just a bit, but still staying above average, Kristen, right on through the weekend. And of course, Super Bowl, as you mentioned. So the top 5 warmest Super Bowls, number 1 was January 14th, 1973, Super Bowl VII in Los Angeles. Got up to 84 degrees. Well, the forecast as the Rams host the Bengals right here on NBC and Peacock, at 6:30. Kickoff, sunny, very warm, around 83. Could be a little warmer. We're going to be watching that very closely. And players are going to have to be dealing with making sure they're hydrated and all sorts of issues. And folks, of course, who are going to be coming in from all over have to deal with all of that warmth, Kristen.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring their water, wear their short sleeve shirts. Al, let me ask you, because obviously so much focus on the Super Bowl, but there are broader implications here. You just mapped a lot of them out. How concerned are you about the conditions, particularly when you think about the possibility for drought conditions?
Well, right now, Kristen, 66% of California is in a severe drought. December was fairly wet, but January, very dry, really dry January. In fact, San Francisco has had no rain for 33 days. So as you can see, it's not the worst they've had, but as you can also see with those Santa Ana winds, fire can kick up, those wildfires, those little brush fires can kick up pretty quickly. Right now, no red flag warnings, but that could change as conditions warrant, Kristen.
Al, it's always so good to see you. We're talking about the heat, but I know you will be freezing cold again tomorrow on the Today Show. Back out on the Plaza set for the Olympics. We will be tuned in and looking forward to it. Al, great to see you.
Take care.
Coming up, MLB spring training, baseball's opening day, all up in the air. But there may be hope. The commissioner speaking out for the first time today about a lockout that's been going on since December. The plan to get things back on track.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
All hope might not be lost for baseball's opening day, as we're hearing from MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred for the first time since he and the owners decided to lock out the players in December. The players and the owners will head back to the negotiating table on Saturday after 11 days without an offer. This is good news, folks, and Manfred says he's optimistic. Okay. That was not the sound, of course, but the bottom line is he's saying he's optimistic. The reality is time is running out, though. Pitchers and catchers are supposed to report in just 6 days. So the question is, what happens next? Let's go to Morgan Chesky now. So, Morgan, let's break this all down. Manfred says this will be a, quote, good proposal, but the players aren't happy right now. And here's Max Scherzer of the New York Mets, who's on the union's bargaining committee a few days ago, laying out what the players want. No luxury taxes, better pay for younger players, an end to tanking. So explain all of that and just how big is the gap here that we're talking about?
That's a pretty big gap, Kristen. You know, this is the second longest work stoppage we've seen in MLB in its history. And right now, the two sides have not really had a chance to sit down at the table in weeks. And they're expected to do so here this upcoming weekend. But there are still some core economic sticking points that they have not been able to wrap their head around. The league, meanwhile, has made a few concessions, but the players' union says that that's simply not enough right now. And we're kind of coming up against a bit of a tough deadline here. We know that spring training set to start in just a few weeks' time. Opening day still slated for March 31st. But as we get closer to March, that could be in real peril. And we could potentially see the season be impacted for the first time since 1994, 1995. Of course, baseball fans will remember that was one of the years where they didn't have a postseason at all. We're a long way from that, but these economic sticking points are really keeping any progress from being made right now. And that's what we heard from Commissioner Rob Manfred today, speaking publicly for the first time since this strike went into effect back on December 2nd. Kristen?
Well, Morgan, you take me to my next point, which is the tough timeline that they're up against. Players are not going to be happy. They're making that very clear. Take a look at this poll from December. It shows a third of sports fans and nearly half of avid fans would be less interested in baseball if there's a work stoppage. So the league knows that there's a lot of pressure to get something done. How does that timeline potentially impact these negotiations?
I mean, every day makes it a bit more compressed. We do know that the league had asked for a federal mediator to come in and assist with these negotiations. That was rejected by the players' union, saying that if a collective bargaining agreement is to be reached, they should probably start doing some bargaining, and that means getting both sides at the table. That will be resumed this upcoming weekend. We do know that with spring training potentially able to be abbreviated from 4 weeks to 3 weeks, that does buy fans and the league a bit more time when it comes to reaching some sort of deal. But the date that everyone's really looking at now is March 1st. If some sort of agreement isn't reached by then, we could see the regular season be impacted and not just an abbreviated spring training, which at least as of for right now, both MLB and the Players Union seems at least semi-open to having that be somewhat shortened to reach this collective bargaining agreement and have it be mutually beneficial for both sides. So that calendar date is looking an awfully lot bigger right now when it comes to March 1st, Kristen, because nobody wants to see a shortened baseball season, even if it's by just a few games.
You're
Kristen?
so right, and sports fans all across the country are going to be watching this so closely. I'm from Philadelphia, where we are serious about our baseball and our sports, and Manfred says MLB's going to agree to potentially a universal designated hitter, which basically, if you break it down, means I'll never get to see a Phillies pitcher hit ever again, Morgan. What's up with that?
I mean, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing, right? I mean, God bless those pitchers who were able to get some home runs in there. But for the most part, you know, they don't have to swing at air anymore. And they can be just like their counterparts in the American League and have a DH, a designated hitter, go in there and do that job for them. So, you know, that is one of the concessions that MLB has made so far. They've also said they want to raise the league minimums a little bit, but the Players Union was very very quick to say that this minimum salary raise that they're proposing is just a drop in the bucket for what they want to see for a lot of the players that you and I may not know by name, but are still in the league working hard and wanting to have those salaries raised, who may not be the superstars. So a lot left on the table to discuss here in the next few weeks, and fingers crossed we'll still have a season intact.
Fingers crossed. Sports fans all across the country have their fingers crossed. Morgan Chesky, thanks for breaking all of that down for us. We really appreciate it. Coming up, former President Obama rallying House Democrats today, how his appearance could be part of a bigger plan to rally voters for the midterm elections. And more problems for Peloton. The company introduced a new CEO this week, but workers upset over layoffs were not having it. How they hijacked a company-wide meeting. That's next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I'm admiring you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Okay. Michaela Schifrin getting ready to ski again tonight after skidding out in her first 2 races at the Olympics. We all saw the scene of her sitting on the side of the course Tuesday night. Coming up, our Katie Beck has a look at the stress elite athletes face competing at the highest level, especially during the pandemic. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, U.S. intelligence says the Russian military could take 9 different routes into Ukraine and its capital within 48 hours. This while Russian and Ukrainian negotiators met in Berlin today to talk about the crisis at their border. This was their second meeting in months, but it's unclear if any sort of compromise was reached to calm tensions. Number 2, Jerry Harris, a former star in the popular Netflix series Cheer, has pleaded guilty in his child pornography case. Harris, 22, has been held without bond since his arrest in September of 2020 for allegedly soliciting minors for sex at cheerleading competitions. Number 3, a Peloton meeting with its new CEO took a turn after some laid-off employees crashed it. The conversation ended early when current and former workers started firing off angry comments over the company's job cuts and management. We told you earlier this week Peloton fired 2,800 people this week and replaced its CEO. Number 4, Uber seems to be bouncing back. The ride-hailing giant reporting more riders last quarter, about a 67% increase. There's been a boost in food deliveries, too. The company says they're finally approaching pre-pandemic levels of business. And number 5, an out-of-this-world discovery. Astronomers say they found a new planet orbiting the star closest to the sun called Proximid. It's some, Proxima D, sorry. It's some 25 trillion miles away from Earth. That's just about 4 light years away, in case you're wondering. And that is pretty remarkable. Well, guess who's back? Former President Barack Obama. He just wrapped up a private virtual meeting with the House Democratic Caucus, where he stressed how important it is for the party to stay unified and to let people know the country's on a much better path ever since they took over. This was just part of the Democrats' day-long messaging summit. Mr. Obama was also part of a keynote conversation with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It comes as Democrats are facing a tough fight to keep their majority in the November midterms, and President Biden's approval rating just hit a new low. Sahil Kapoor has been reporting on all of this throughout the day. So, Sahil, I'm really fascinated by the fact that President Obama decided to talk to Democrats now. Seems like he's trying to get a little bit of a jump start because during the presidential race, he got criticized for waiting too late to come off of the sidelines. So what do we know about what was discussed?
Kristen, we know that this was an invitation sent by the House Democratic Caucus, organized by the caucus chair, Hakeem Jeffries, and President Obama agreed to show up and talk to them. This was initially supposed to be an issues conference, but they postponed that. They asked him to stick around for a virtual caucus meeting that they're having on messaging, and he agreed to do that. Now, a source familiar with President Obama's thinking tells me that he will stress the need for Democrats to stay united. He will encourage them to brag about their achievements, to not be bashful about the things they've accomplished, and to be open about the fact that they believe the country is much better off as a result of Democratic control. Some of this stuff appears to be lessons that President Obama learned from his own tenure, specifically his own first midterm election, 2010, which was a disaster for Democrats. One of the things that he got criticized for, including by his own vice president, then Joe Biden, was not bragging about his achievements enough. It seems like he's heeded that lesson, encouraging Democrats not to repeat his mistake.
Yeah, the person's name I did not hear you mention, Sahil, former President Trump. What do you think his message is when it comes to how to handle issues surrounding the former president? Is there a concern that some Democrats are going to be tempted to try to run against Trump and not focus enough on the future?
Kristen, I think every clear-thinking Democrat knows at this point that you can't run against Donald Trump when he's out of power in an election that he's not even on the ballot. I think there obviously is a temptation for Democrats who are facing stiff headwinds in the midterm election to seek the solace of running against the former president, who is very good at mobilizing the Democratic base. But the reality is, as I mentioned, he doesn't have power. He's not on the ballot, and Democrats are going to be judged on their record here. They're also going to be, they also want to make the election a choice between them and the alternative, which is the Republican Party, they say, is enthralled to Trump. So I suspect we will hear his name more often, but Democrats are going to have to make that connection as to why voters need to think about and care about Donald Trump when he's not on the ballot. I spoke yesterday to Sean Patrick Maloney, who is the chair of the Democrats' House campaign arm. He said Kevin McCarthy is doing the bidding of Trump by defending this RNC resolution that is, in his view, an attempt to legitimize the January 6th attack. So I suspect we'll hear some of that filter in, but I would be very surprised if President Obama says the words Donald Trump at all at this caucus meeting.
Yeah, I would too. I think that's a really good point, Sahil. Let's talk a little bit more in depth about the timing. Why now? And again, to the point that I made earlier, former President Obama did get criticized, including from some Democrats, for not coming off of the sidelines earlier during the presidential race. Is the timing of this an attempt to say, I'm getting ahead of the curve this time?
That depends, I think, on whether he gets on the campaign trail earlier this time. I really don't know when he'll do it. I mean, it's pretty clear that he will at some point, because he has hit the campaign trail in every election since he left office. It'd be a big surprise if he didn't, and Democrats are expecting and counting on him to get out there and to rally the Democratic base like few can do. He obviously, is talented at that. But his midterm election plans have not come into focus yet. It remains to be seen who asks him to campaign for them. Where he goes, whether, Democrats in certain competitive primaries across the country are jockeying for his endorsement, as, has happened in the past. I think a lot of this remains to be seen. But the more we see President Biden's approval rating sink, and now it's currently in the low 40s last I checked, I think the more in demand former President Obama is going to be, because he has a different kind of status at this point. He doesn't have the negatives that are sticking to him in a way that an incumbent president does. So it's possible that we'll see Democrats seek him out, not only as a way to rally Democratic voters, but to make an argument to swing voters in a way that he can do, because he has been successful at rallying them in the past as well, Kristen.
All right, great reporting. And I know when he is out on the trail, you will be out front and center with your reporting on that as well. Sahil, thank you so much. Great to see you. Coming up, we're talking Olympics and mental health. The topic is front and center as Mikaela Shiffrin skis tonight after a second straight disqualification. A look at the pressure athletes face on the world stage. And Dave Chappelle is under fire. Opponents claim he tried to stop an affordable housing proposal in Ohio. Why the comedian threatened to pull his multi-million-dollar investment. That's next in tonight's Local.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done that for you. So this is what they tell us is going on in their regions in the segment we like to call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, California is suing Tesla over allegations of discrimination. We told you about the possible lawsuit earlier this week. The court complaint claims that one of the company's factories racially segregates black workers and that those workers are subject to racial slurs, unequal pay, and job assignments. Tesla is already facing at least 4 race discrimination lawsuits. From our Midwest Bureau, an Ohio affordable housing plan is in the tank after Dave Chappelle threatened to pull his business out. The comedian is planning to open a restaurant and comedy club in his hometown of Yellow Springs, the same village that wanted to approve these housing units. Chappelle hasn't publicly said why he opposes the plan. And from our Northeast Bureau, there's a new Susan Collins on the block, and she's the first black woman to lead a federal bank. She's leaving her post as the provost of the University of Michigan to lead the Boston Fed. There are only 3 other women and 2 men of color that are regional federal bank presidents in the country. Pathfinder there. Well, now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Pressure and mental stress dominating the Winter Olympic headlines only 1 week into competition. The U.S. ski team saying Mikaela Shiffrin will compete in the Super G tonight, a test of her confidence after stunning the world and crashing out of her second event this week. Katie Beck takes a look at the mental pressures these elite athletes are facing and what is being done to help.
Reaching the peak of athletic greatness often means climbing a mountain of emotional stress.
Pressure in all sports, it's hard. It's not easy to deal with.
American Olympic skateboarder Nyjah Houston, one of several athletes in recent months speaking out on the mental struggles of competing on the world stage.
You have so much pressure on yourself, and you can't feel like you're responsible for doing well for so many people all around the world.
Now, Olympic athletes again facing that familiar headspace head on at the 2022 Winter Games in Beijing underway.
A lot of times the athletes are so automatic in what they do and are so good and so skilled. And it's hard to access a lot of those skills and the training if you're not in the right headspace. And
with strict COVID-19 protocols, the event operates in a bubble where spectators are individually selected rather than allowing in friends, family, and members of the general public. Increased isolation and the recent spikes in infection rates making the challenge even greater.
We decided to stand up crisis services and have a Team USA mental health support line. We created an emergency action plan that's nearly 60 pages and distributed it to all of the sports.
New stress is being met with new mental health resources, screenings and education, conversations about well-being more open after the last Olympics. Gymnastics star Simone Biles, tennis great Naomi Osaka, and even swimming legend Michael Phelps talking openly about their personal battles to find balance.
Honestly, I think there is still a lot of our society that would see mental health concern as a weakness.
Olympic gymnast Jordan Chiles says over the years of competition and training, she's learned the importance of self-care and talks through her struggles with a sports psychologist.
Your health is very important, not just mentally, emotionally, physically, because that's how you're going to be able to fulfill your dreams that you want.
Athletes again fulfilling dreams in Beijing, but while keeping mental health top of mind.
And those athletes are so brave for speaking out about this really important topic. Katie, thanks for bringing this to us. I think one of the things that's interesting is that these conversations are becoming more common. In this last year alone, when you have all of these athletes, Naomi Osaka talking about this after she dropped out of the French Open. Simone Biles, of course, talked about this as well during the Summer Olympics. And now we're seeing it play out again in these Winter Games with COVID disqualifications. Skater Vincent Zhou and now Michaela Schifrin. So let's dig a little bit deeper about the types of pressures they're under. What did you learn?
Yeah, absolutely, Kristen. You got to think these athletes have been waiting their entire lives for this moment, for this 5-minute figure skating program or this 2-minute ski run, and one misstep can throw that off completely, dashing their dreams and all the hard work they've put in. Now take that and add this COVID layer of stress that, frankly, they can't control. They've had an image of what this would be like, and it's nothing like that. They are isolated. They can't hear fans cheering. And worse, if you get an infection, you're out. So that's another layer of stress that's being added to these athletes on top of the immense pressure that they're already feeling on the world stage.
It's such an important point, Katie. They don't have their parents there either. And I think that it's really added pressures that we can only begin to imagine. You also spoke with the Dr. Bartley, who's in charge of mental health services at the U.S. Olympic Committee. So what are the ways that they're actually trying to address this and help the athletes?
Yeah, that point about the parents is also a strong one, Kristen. I mean, it really takes a village to get these athletes to where they are. And that's sort of what the doctor said. We're taking that village approach here. We're letting everybody know on the front end what the sort of status mentally of these athletes is coming in. We're doing pre-screening. We're establishing a relationship. We're starting a conversation ahead of crisis so that if during the games they sense something is off, they have seen these red flags. They're also closely monitoring athletes' sleep habits. She says that's a big indicator when it comes to possible depression or going into a slump. Sleep is so valuable to these athletes, and if they are not sleeping because of anxiety or pressure, that is a flag they're going to pay attention to. But it's going to be distributed to all of the coaches, all of the trainers, so that everyone has a keen eye to look for those indicators before it gets to a point of no return. So they're hoping they can catch some of these things on the front end instead of the back.
Yeah, it's just such an important issue, and we really appreciate all of your reporting on it. And again, you have to go back to these athletes for speaking out and the bravery that requires. Katie Beck, thank you so much. Coming up, people living in Los Angeles homeless camps say they are being pushed to the side to make room for this Sunday's Super Bowl. Why some say the city is looking for a quick fix rather than long-term solutions.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
With millions of eyes on Los Angeles this weekend for the Super Bowl, the city is trying to put its best foot forward. And locals say one way they're trying to do that is by sweeping the city's growing homelessness crisis under the rug. Crews have been seen dismantling homeless encampments near SoFi Stadium ahead of the big game. But officials say the cleanup has nothing to do with that and is about addressing concerns like fire safety in the area. But one woman whose campsite under the freeway got cleared tells Guad Venegas she doesn't buy that.
Dawn is one of the tens of thousands living on the streets of Los Angeles. A few weeks before the Super Bowl, she was cleared from the campsite under the 405 freeway, where she says she had been staying for 2 years.
They just came and cleaned us out, took everything. You know, because of the Super Bowl, they just pushed us aside because we're homeless. And that ain't right.
The cleanup, one of many taking place around Los Angeles County as they prepared to host the Super Bowl. The Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority recorded 66,000 homeless individuals in LA County at the start of the pandemic. The new count is set to begin this month and is expected to be much larger.
You know most of the people that live here?
Madeline is one of the volunteers helping the homeless and advocating for additional resources.
If you live in Los Angeles, it seems overwhelming. There's so many unhoused people living on the streets. It seems like an unfixable problem because there are so many people.
Local and state officials are working together, allocating billions to build housing specifically for the homeless or those in danger of becoming homeless. Through Project Homekey, the state made 6,000 housing units available in its first phase and is expected to add another 55,000 over the next few years. The last report indicates less than 2,000 units have been made available in Los Angeles. In recent months, the city of LA has voted to make street camping illegal in more than 200 locations, while across the county, camps like the one where Dawn lived are getting cleared.
This is essentially a hotel district next to the airport, with this boulevard connecting to the stadium less than 2 miles away. Now, the last encampment was cleared right over there, yet right next to it, but out of sight, is another encampment that was left untouched.
The camp removal was executed by the state agency Caltrans, which is in charge of the freeway areas. The agency telling NBC News the area needed to be cleared due to a fire safety issue, adding the department is coordinating with local partners to provide outreach and support, including the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. The Super Bowl stadium is in the city of Inglewood, adjacent to Los Angeles. The mayor there insists the cleanups have nothing to do with the event.
This is something that occurs year in and year out. So this one, it was just time for this one. The last major cleanup was at the intersection of Prairie and 111th, which is not 11 blocks from SoFi, and it was done 3 months ago.
Yet for locals, the problem is as real as it gets. The LA Times recently published a survey that found 94% of voters believe homelessness is a very serious problem in Los Angeles, with visitors in town for the Super Bowl unable to ignore that even in the great city of Angels, thousands sleep on the street every night.
Really powerful, Guad. And of course, Guad is joining us now to talk more about his reporting. I want to follow up with you on that poll that you just referenced, the fact that a majority of people in LA think that homelessness is a serious issue. Guad, how does that square with the actions by local leaders that you just mapped out?
Kristen, well, local leaders are doing what they can. This is a problem that has been happening in Southern California for years now, right? So this survey just shines a light on how voters think the homeless problem needs to be dealt with. We should also add that that survey found that 1 in 3 voters in LA also say that they have either been homeless or in danger of becoming homeless. So the survey also states that 57% want a short-term solution. Why? This is because you have camps all across the city. Meanwhile, 30% do understand that it requires a long-term solution. And the reason why people want to see change fast is because these camps are seen everywhere. I can tell you right now, I could get in a car from where I'm at, drive 5 minutes, and find 3 different homeless encampments 5 minutes away from where I am. And most people in Los Angeles County can say the same. So that's why they want these to be removed for several reasons. One of them is people feeling unsafe in their own neighborhood. So it's a complex problem that does require a long-term solution. What they're doing now is working with the state to create more housing.
Well, it's a really great report, and of course we're going to continue to track it, particularly as we look forward to the 2024 Olympics, which will be held there as well. Thank you so much, Guad Venegas. And that's a wrap for this hour. Gabe Gutierrez will be in the seat tomorrow, filling in for Hallie Jackson. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's good to be with you on this Thursday, February 10th from the newsroom of Noticiero Telemundo in Miami. And tonight we're talking about presidents past and present. Former President Trump is denying mishandling White House documents, including flushing some of them down the toilet. Now the Justice Department is looking into what happened. Then,
whomever I think will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had.
President Biden sits down for an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt. Lester joins us with a preview. The protests in Canada seem to have no end in sight, with at least 2 border crossings affected. We'll get insights on the standoff from a former U.S. ambassador to Canada. And then a breathtaking performance by figure skater Nathan Chen earns more gold for Team USA. We'll have your Olympic update from Beijing. So when a president leaves office, what happens to the papers he leaves behind? In the late 70s, Congress passed a law to preserve those records. The Presidential Records Act basically establishes that the public owns any administration's records. That means presidents must turn over any official documents to the National Archives when they leave office. If a president wanted to destroy any records for whatever reason, the act requires them to get written confirmation from the United States Archivist. Well, it seems that former President Trump may not have followed this protocol, and that is the focus of a new investigation by the House Oversight Committee. 15 boxes of documents from the Trump White House ended up at Mar-a-Lago. The committee wants to know how that happened. It has been in touch with the National Archives, which recovered the documents just last month. In a letter to the Archivist of the United States, committee chairwoman Carolyn Maloney says she is, quote, also concerned by recent reports that while in office, President Trump repeatedly attempted to destroy presidential records, which could constitute additional serious violations of the PRA, unquote. The National Archives is also asking the Justice Department to investigate. Meanwhile, President Trump has issued a statement, quote, It was a great honor working with the NARA, that's the National Archives and Records Administration, working with NARA to help formally preserve the Trump legacy. He also added, quote, "The papers were given easily and without conflict and on a very friendly basis, which is different from the accounts being drawn up by the fake news media. In fact, it was viewed as routine and no big deal," unquote. A statement from the archives says that the president's representatives are, quote, "continuing to search for additional presidential records that belong to the National Archives," unquote. So, what happens next? What kinds of repercussions can a president face for something like this, if any? Let's begin with NBC national security correspondent Ken Delanian. Hey, Ken.
Joshua, 2 administration officials have confirmed to NBC News that the National Archives asked the Justice Department to examine whether federal law was violated in the handling of presidential records at the end of the Trump administration. That came after officials said Trump returned 15 boxes of records to the archives after they were found on his Mar-a-Lago estate. And now we also have reports that Trump routinely ripped up presidential documents, which then had to be pasted back together by his staff. And there's also a claim in a new book by New York Times White House reporter Maggie Haberman that Trump flushed documents down White House toilets. The law in question here is the Presidential Records Act, which was adopted in response to the claim by Richard Nixon that his White House records belonged to him. But that law has sort of been enforced on the honor system over the years, and there's no indication as of now that prosecutors are investigating Trump criminally. Legal experts say that would be a difficult case to make, and officials pointed out that presidents don't usually pack their own boxes. So unless investigators find evidence of an effort to cover up wrongdoing, nobody's expecting criminal charges. All that said, Joshua, the House Oversight Committee is also investigating this matter, and they have a different mission from prosecutors. They want to get the facts in front of the public. In response to all this, Trump issued a fairly vague denial that doesn't address the specific allegations. He said in a statement, "The media's characterization of my relationship with NARA," that's the National Archives and Records Administration, "is fake news. It was exactly the opposite. It was a great honor to work with NARA to help formally preserve the Trump legacy." He goes on, "The papers were given easily and without conflict and on a very friendly basis." You'll note, Joshua, that Trump didn't say whether he destroyed or withheld documents. Joshua?
Thank you, Ken. That's NBC's Ken Delanian starting us off tonight. Let's continue now with NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, good to see you again. Welcome.
Same. Thank you. Always great to see you, Joshua.
Can we just start with part of what Ken was talking about and the reasoning for the Presidential Records Act coming out of the Nixon administration? Kind of walk us through what the spirit of this act is.
Sure. Well, let's walk back through time to Watergate and Richard Nixon leading office in that scandal in 1974. Nixon made a deal with the then National Archives that after some time, if he wanted to, he could destroy some of his famous secret tapes, he could destroy documents, and he sure wanted to do this because he was worried that those things would not only damage his reputation, but might land him in prison. Congress was outraged, and they passed this law that you mentioned earlier, Presidential Records Act of 1978, which says that the second that a president leaves office, those are no longer his records, if they ever were. They were always all of ours, but they go to the National Archives, can't be destroyed, have to be preserved. You know, it is said that 15 boxes of records were found at Mar-a-Lago that shouldn't be there. May not sound like much, but that's a lot of records. We're also getting other reports that these included national security records with high classifications. What happened to those? Is there a possibility that one of these documents went to a hostile foreign power? If that happened, then American children tonight are a lot less secure than they should be. And the broader thing, Joshua, is the founders of this country felt that it was a sacred right of Americans, unlike the dictatorships and the monarchies of Europe, to get access as quickly as possible to the documents of our leaders so that we could understand what's going on and we could make intelligent decisions. If this law is not enforced, and there are many people who think it could be a 3-year penalty in prison for a violation of this law and a fine, you know, what do laws mean in this country? What happens to our democracy?
Well, with regard to that, but part of the statement from President Trump, he wrote that he was told, claimed that he was told, that he was under no obligation to give this material based on various legal rulings that have been made over the years. That's a quote from part of the president's statement. What might he be referring to there, various legal rulings?
Nothing. As often happens with Mr. Trump, here's a case where I don't know who told him this. I think we're going to have a hard time finding out what the name of that person was, because if this really happened, which I tend to doubt, it was very bad and wrong advice.
Is this the kind of thing that happens sometimes with presidents? You know, I mean, I'm in this gigantic new building, the new headquarters of Telemundo in Miami.
I wish I
can only imagine how much. Oh my goodness, it's a little bit nicer weather than New York. And I can only imagine how much paper is in this building, right? When they moved from the old Telemundo headquarters to this new Telemundo center, I can only imagine how much paper they had to pack up. Something had to get left behind. Is there a plausible explanation for why some administrations, through no malice aforethought, just forget some boxes, forget some documents, and then later have to say, oh yeah, we forgot to drop this off at the archives?
No. That didn't happen here. They admit that this included his letters to and from the North Korean leader. That's about as important as you can get in a collection like this. This is not some laundry ticket that just accidentally wound up at Mar-a-Lago rather than the National Archives. You know, high security classifications. This could be information about nuclear weapons or human intelligence agents that we have in very dangerous positions abroad. Conceivably, when that happens, one of these people could be found and killed. 15 boxes is a very big number. For some reason, since 1978, you haven't seen anything like this. Why is it that this happens at this moment when you have Donald Trump with a record of tearing up documents, flushing them down the toilet? In my experience, Joshua, I'll bet you would agree, people don't usually tear up documents and put them down the toilet by accident.
Before I got to let you go, Michael, I'm imagining that historians like you are dying to get their hands on these documents. And I'm fascinated by how much we learn from presidential administration. First of all, fascinated by how much is in the National Archives' possession to begin with, just the sacred documents of the country. But then how much we learn from each administration down to the details of things that they write about. Nixon's tapes, all kinds of documents from, you know, the Kennedy White House during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, the glimpse that you get as a historian of just being able to sort of see inside the brain trust of an administration, there's kind of nothing like it.
Absolutely crucial and fascinating. And Nixon, as you know, spent a lot of time at Key Biscayne, not far from where you are tonight. And a lot of those tapes that were preserved, they were kept, he was kept from destroying them. We found out crimes that were committed. We never would have found that out if those tapes had not been preserved. We heard him on these tapes making horrible remarks against black people, Jewish people, Latino people, others. There's a whole side to Richard Nixon that we historians and we Americans deserve to know about. If you allow presidents just to destroy what they do not like and sanitize their documents, by the way, that all of us Americans help to pay for the production of, if we allow that, then every president gets to engage in the ultimate cover-up and do anything that he or she wants.
Well, we will be very interested to see how the Oversight Committee's work and the Justice Department's work goes from here and what that yields, if anything. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, always good talking to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure always. Thank you, Joshua.
Up next, we'll focus on President Biden in conversation with NBC's Lester Holt. His exclusive interview covered the pandemic, the economy, the Supreme Court, and more. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
President Biden's first State of the Union address is a few weeks away, but he's addressing the American people now in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt. It's the president's first one-on-one conversation this year, and there is plenty to discuss. According to a new CNN poll, nearly 6 in 10 Americans say they disapprove of the president's performance. More than half say the president has done nothing they approve of at all. The president talked about a range of challenges facing the country, including the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, the pandemic, and inflation. Lester Holt joins us now to break down the interview. And Lester, I wonder if we might start with something you asked about the Supreme Court and the successor to Justice Stephen Breyer. Here's part of what he said.
Can I ask you where you stand right now in your nomination process for Supreme Court? What your short list looks like, or if you want to name the nominee right here, we'd be happy to hear you.
Well, first of all, the short list are nominees who are incredibly well qualified and documented. They were the honor students. They come from the best universities. They have experience, some on the bench, some on the practice.
What's the number you're at, 4, 5, 6?
Well, what I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks, and to see if there's anything in the background that would make them not qualified.
Is it important that you believe they'll get a vote from the Republican side?
Well, I think whomever I pick will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had, with an open mind, who understands the Constitution, interprets it in a way that is consistent with the mainstream interpretation of the Constitution.
Lester, it seemed like the president was very clear on the need to have a nominee that both sides of the aisle would support, and then even with divisions within his party, that members of his party will also support, who's kind of in line with the same legal philosophy as Justice Breyer.
Yeah, and he talked about Justice Breyer a little bit. You heard there in terms of the kind of person he's looking for and his belief that if he sticks to that model, he'll get some Republican support.
Do you get the sense that he's optimistic about the way that goes? He seemed at least cautiously optimistic.
He seems optimistic in general about a lot of things. He's obviously had a rough road with the approval ratings, but on the economy, he still has what he believes a good story to tell. He did, interesting, we were talking about Build Back Better. And he acknowledged to me he hasn't done a good job of selling that. And, part of that whole reset was getting him out on the road today. We met up. He was doing an event talking about Build Back Better in a swing district in Northern Virginia. So I think there's an acknowledgement that he's got to be more connected outside the White House. His staff, the president, seemed to enjoy being out today. So I think that was kind of a sense of who he is and where he wants to take things.
Yeah, he did say in a news conference not too long ago that he wanted to get out into the country a little more and sell some of the work that his administration is doing, which I thought got to your question to him about inflation and when we would start to see some relief. He seemed like he didn't want to obviously put a date on when inflation would ease, but he seems aware that he needs to be able to show some results of the policies that his administration is putting forth.
Yeah, he does. I mean, they're basically saying the White House they're relying on economists who tell them that by the end of the year, things should turn around. And keep in mind, they were hoping this would be a better number today. It turned out to be a little worse. There's also, I think, quietly an acknowledgement, and then we all know that the Fed has a say in part of the direction we go, but it is on his watch, and I think they understand that if this doesn't get turned around, this could become a growing political issue.
We've been talking a lot on the show about Ukraine and where that might go, that standoff with Russia. And you asked him about whether Vladimir Putin understands that to injure Americans in the process of whatever he might do in Ukraine could be the overture to what the president described as basically the overture to World War. What's your sense of how confident the president feels about that? Understanding, of course, no one quite knows what Vladimir Putin is going to do, but how confident is the president in his plan with Ukraine?
I don't know. I mean, he understands and acknowledged that things can go badly there very quickly because I had brought up the issue of American citizens. Would there be American troops available to evacuate people there? He basically said things could go badly. You wouldn't put troops up against one of the largest armies in the world, and he stressed several times that Americans there should come home. In terms of what he's telling Vladimir Putin, I asked him I said, have you told them to leave Americans alone? Yes, he said, and then later clarified that through his other speeches and remarks, he has sent that crystal clear. And, he still believes, I think, in the power of the sanctions and the crippling, what he thinks will be crippling to the Russian economy as a very, very strong weapon to keep Russia from making that move across the border. But we all see it. They continue to reinforce that buildup.
And right quick, Lester, before you go, the president seemed confident, at least in his administration's position on COVID measures, even as some states, some governors begin to roll their mandates back.
Yeah, he was very careful. I kind of walked him to that point. You've got governors who are, who are kind of going their own way, getting ahead of the CDC. He clearly did not want to directly criticize them. He suggested that, yeah, probably it's a little bit premature what we're seeing. But also, for example, when we talked about schools, he kind of said that the vaccines, which will soon be available to virtually every child, will perhaps alleviate some of the need for masks, but that's not the same as removing mask mandates.
Exactly. Lester Holt, appreciate you making time for us. Thank you, sir. And remember, you will see more of Lester's interview with President Biden tomorrow on Today, and this Sunday ahead of the Super Bowl on NBC. It started as an anti-mandate protest in Ottawa. Now it's grown into something larger, creating problems across the border. We'll get into the politics of this protest with the former U.S. ambassador to Canada just ahead. Stay close.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At least 2 major crossings on the U.S.-Canada border are blocked or closed, inspired by protesters in Ottawa. For the past 2 weeks, truckers have been protesting the country's vaccine mandates. Canada requires vaccinations for truckers to re-enter from the U.S. The protests are having some tangible impacts on jobs and trade. Ford, Toyota, and General Motors are all shutting down plants or altering their production plans. That's putting pressure on law enforcement to get tougher and end these standoffs. And that may be easier said than done. These protests are moving beyond Canada's borders, drawing support from anti-vaccine groups around the world. Some are even raising large sums of money in support. Yesterday, Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada, tweeted, "The protests in Ottawa, Canada, and the Ambassador Bridge are less about vaccines and more about political extremism and desires to disrupt the Canadian government and economy." Let's get some more context on that from Bruce Heyman, who joins us now. Ambassador, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Before we get into the politics, could you just give me a quick 30-second summary for people who aren't real clear on that relationship of what the relationship is between the U.S. and Canada? This economic connection is vital to both countries.
So very quickly, and it quickly would be not necessarily fair, for Canada is our best friend, best ally, largest and best trading partner in the world. They border our whole northern side of our country all the way up through Alaska. And about, in pre-COVID times, 400,000 people would cross our shared border every day. And it was the Canadians who were there for us in 9/11, in Gander, who were there for us in Iran during the hostage taking. When I met with Chris Christie in Ottawa when I was the ambassador, he told me about the Canadians coming down in Hurricane Sandy and putting the electric wires up. When I met with Mayor Mitch Landrieu, he told me about the Canadians. The Canadians have been there for us through thick and thin, and the amount of trade we do with them is the largest of any country in the world, and it's balanced, so not a big deficit or surplus. So that's the kind of trade we want to do. We make things together, we build things together, and about 80% of the population of Canada live within about 100 miles of the U.S. border.
So the politics behind this, are we talking anti-vaccine politics? Are these politics that have more to do with Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau? Like, what is this as you see it?
So we've all been through a couple of years of very tough times with regard to COVID, and we've been impacted significantly as a result of that, all of us in America, but also around the world. Canada has very specific, much more stringent in some respects than even the U.S., and they've had good outcomes, much lower mortality and better outcomes with regard to the virus. That being said, they placed this mandate on 90% of the truckers have their vaccine. So we're talking about a small percentage of truckers who would be repositioned to be able to do trucking within the country. And they either have to have the vaccine or be quarantined coming back. So I think, though, this group legitimately might have had a chance to get out and protest and speak their mind. But they've been radicalized, and a lot of other groups have joined in. Another news network to the far right has encouraged them to be more stringent in terms of taking it to the government of Trudeau. There's been fundraising around the world and in the United States, as you mentioned, and it is a very much evolved now to a shutdown, or at least partial shutdown, of the Ambassador Bridge, where 25 to 30% of all manufactured goods that trade between the largest trading partner go through that bridge. And that's why all these auto plants are now having to shut down, because they don't have parts. A carburetor may travel 6-8 times across the border in its ability to be manufactured. And so this is the issue.
Before I have to let you go, I wonder what the path forward is from here. We heard from Drew Dilkins, who's the mayor of Windsor, Ontario. If you've ever been to Detroit, the city you can see across the Detroit River from the city, that's Windsor, Ontario. It's when you land, when you get in the Canadian side. Talking about a potential plan to put an end to this. Listen to what he said.
If the protesters don't leave, there will have to be a path forward. If that means physically removing them, then that means physically removing them, and we're prepared to do that.
Ambassador, I'm not sure how that works. I mean, 18-wheelers are designed to be immovable once their air brakes are on. Like I've heard experts say dragging those things out of the street is nigh on impossible unless those truckers decide to release the air brakes on those trucks. Before I got to let you go, what's the path forward here? Is there a way to just make peace in this whole standoff, or do you see this ending a little bit more intensely?
Boy, I hope we make peace and figure out a nice way to get this resolved. The U.S. government is speaking, as released in Washington, very carefully with the Canadian government. And look, I know all the resources need to be brought to bear here. This is going to hit our economies pretty significantly if we don't get this resolved soon.
Ambassador Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada. Ambassador, I appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for the conversation, and be well.
Millions of Americans are placing bets on who will win the Super Bowl this Sunday. Maybe you too. And there's a good chance that more of them did so on their phones. We'll explore this boom in online gambling when we come back.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Super Bowl 56 is this Sunday between the Rams and the Bengals, and this year millions of people may be watching not just as fans, but as gamblers. The American Gaming Association, a trade group for casinos, estimates that 31 million Americans will bet more than $7 billion on the Super Bowl. And more than 18 million American adults could place traditional sports bets online at a retail sports book or with a bookie. That's up 78% from last year. Technology is making betting easier than ever, and a number of companies have pushed hard for legalization. So how will that affect the game and us? NBC technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now.
Harry Levant was a trial lawyer for more than 20 years. He spun into addiction and pled guilty to stealing more than $2 million from his clients, blowing it at this casino in a 16-month binge. This was his first time here in 8 years.
How does it feel being here?
I don't think I can describe it in one word. There's a lot of emotions.
He says it took feeling suicidal to help him turn his life around.
On April 27th, 2014, I got within 30 seconds of taking my life. I was trying to write a note to say goodbye to my kids. And I had a moment of clarity where I realized I didn't want to die. Gambling addiction wanted me to die. It was done with me.
Levant says it's harder to quit gambling today than it was when he did it.
I had to walk into this building to place a bet. Gambling is now being delivered on every single electronic device, all day long, all night, on every single sporting event, professional, college.
The ads are everywhere.
You can bet $5 and win $280 cash.
Bet $5 to win $200.
Load the Fox Bet Sportsbook app.
But this is not just a friendly office pool. This is commercial online sports gambling, now legal in 31 states and expected to bring in more than $39 billion annually within 10 years. The floodgates opened in 2018 when the Supreme Court struck down a federal sports gambling ban, leaving it to states to regulate themselves. The result has been incredible money for the industry and for the states. Pennsylvania is a perfect example. 6 months after sports gambling apps first launched, gamblers here spent more than $316 million in a single month. 2 years later, that monthly number has more than doubled, and more than $22 million went to the state that month as tax revenue. Using a phone to place bets accounts for more than 80% of sports gambling, according to sportshandle.com. It's always on, it's largely unregulated, it's harder to keep away from children, and it allows companies to track everything a player does. And Philadelphia, with legal gambling, 4 major sports teams, and a major media market, is a unique lab for the industry to experiment with new forms of online and real-world gambling. This old theater is slated to become an online betting lounge. It's one of 2 in Philadelphia that are a prototype for something that could happen throughout the nation. The operators of the planned Bankroll Club did not respond to our request for an interview, but have told reporters that patrons will use their phones to order food and gamble online. Harry Levant says this is not going to be just a place to catch a game.
This is going to be a public health nightmare.
Companies are offering online bets on everything and anything, down to the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach at the Super Bowl. And for someone like Levant, that means no break from his compulsion. If anything, experts who study addiction say online casinos have all the data they need to know when someone has lost control.
I don't think most people are aware of how easy it is to tell that someone is an addict when you're looking at their data.
Levant is earning a master's degree as an addiction counselor. The NFL did not respond to our request for comment. But for Levant, the Super Bowl is a reminder of the growing power of the gambling industry.
They have converted NFL football into the equivalent of the same dice that I threw inside that building in the grips of a gambling addiction.
a new American tradition worth billions.
NBC technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now to discuss this. And Jake, I wonder if we could follow up on what the gentleman you interviewed said in terms of these online betting lounges being, in his words, a public health nightmare. What do we know data-wise in terms of the impact of these places? Or is it kind of too soon? Is this really unprecedented?
Well, it's moving so rapidly, Joshua, that the numbers are hard to track. But we do know that, first of all, the amount of activity is extraordinary. As you mentioned there, over $7 billion is going to be wagered on this Super Bowl, and that's according to the industry. We also know that more than 80% of that is going to likely be on mobile phones. So the incredible numbers and participation is already there. Then we also know that, in the United States, we devote very little federal money to anything like addiction resources and research, but the research that we do know suggests, for instance, that the helplines that you can call in your state for help with a gambling addiction, they've seen a sharp uptick in calls in at least 10 states. So we know that that's happening, but we also know that traditionally people only call after years and years of struggling with addiction. And so the numbers are very fuzzy here, but we know that there's just an explosion of activity here, and certainly the researchers we've talked to say that the addictive potential is enormous.
In your new book, The Loop, the one that's on the shelf over your shoulder, which I am very much enjoying reading, you talk about the way that technology has been able to tap into the way that our minds work, kind of the way our unconscious minds work, and use that to make money in ways that can be quite detrimental, quite damaging. Does that factor into sports gambling online as well? I mean, I imagine that if Instagram knows how to dig the exact perfect rabbit hole to keep me sitting still for an hour, they must be able to figure out how to get me to bet on this or that.
That's right. I mean, we in the United States have a real stigma about gambling as sort of an impulse control problem as opposed to it being an addiction. It took 30 years to get it into the psychology manual. But it turns out that there is a hugely predictable pattern to addiction, and it involves all the things that make sports gambling so compelling. Then at the same time, you also have these companies creating not just the opportunity to bet, Joshua, on the outcome of a single game or covering the spread. You can bet on how every single point goes, every serve in tennis. And as a result, that tailoring that you can do feeds into what psychologists describe as the real endless machine zone that real gambling addicts get into. And one of the markers of this for me is the discovery that, when there was no sports going on, people began to bet on Russian ping pong on mobile apps. I don't know anything about Russian ping pong. I don't know about you. People were spending about $7 million a month. But here's the thing. Since professional sports has come back, that number has, in fact, only gone up. In Colorado alone, they spent over $11 million in a single month in 2021 on Russian ping pong gambling, right? So there's something going on in the way that the company has clicked into something and really found something that sticks.
Before I got to let you, Russian ping pong, I never would have guessed. Before I got to let you go, you said that since that Supreme Court case in 2018, yeah, who would have thought, that this industry has been largely unregulated. Are there more efforts to kind of rein it in? We know that more states, like New York State, have sanctioned it so that you can bet through some of these apps. But what about efforts to pull it back?
Joshua, there is almost no federal effort that we have seen that has any sort of traction. The Supreme Court basically ruled that because gambling was not specifically mentioned in the Constitution, it should be up to the states. But now we see those states enjoying tens of millions of dollars a month in tax revenue. And so, critics say that they are not incentivized to push back against this. So we definitely have a world in which 31 states have outright legalized it. And big markets like California are the next thing that the industry is, hopefully, is hoping for. So we're still at the beginning of this, and yet the money is extraordinary. And there does not seem to be any federal effort to try to roll any of this back, Joshua.
Well, we will continue this conversation next week because Jake's going to be back to discuss his new book. It's called The Loop, How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. It's a kind of user manual for your mind that explains why technology is so powerful in the ways that it is powerful. So we'd like your questions. Send us your questions about how technology is changing the ways in which we live. And we'd especially love to hear from you if you've got specific questions about the book. Let us know. You can find us. We are on voicemail 888-575-2NBC. Email us now tonight at NBCnews.com, or you can find us on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram on social media. NBC technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, thanks very much. Let's continue now with David Foreman. He is the Senior Director of Research at the American Gaming Association, the trade group for the casino industry. Mr. Foreman, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So talk about what this has meant for casinos. Part of me feels like, oh, this is a threat to kind of brick and mortar casinos on the Vegas Strip or in Atlantic City or Reno as we know them. And then the other part of me is like, no, they're going to figure out a way to cash in on this too. Like there's too much money to be made for the reshaping of this not to be a boon for the casino industry, for the gaming industry.
Yeah, look, the spread and legalization of sports betting is certainly a boon for the gaming industry. It used to be a niche amenity that was offered in casinos in only Nevada, and now it's available legally to about 130 million Americans across 30 plus states. And people thought when it was legalized that it may have a negative impact on the industry in Nevada, but in fact, the opposite has been true. Handle, which is the amount of money bet on sports in Nevada, has increased even as it's become available to people in other states. So people have been betting on sports for a very long time. The difference now is that they're able to do it legally, and we're able to quantify how much is being bet.
Where do you see the biggest surges in business here? Are there certain regions of the country, certain demographics? You mentioned it's more than just Nevada, but where is it the strongest?
Well, I think, recently New York launched online betting in the last few weeks. More than $1.2 billion with that in New York in 3 weeks in late January. And again, those people didn't just, see an ad for a sportsbook in New York and decide to start betting on sports 2 weeks ago. People had been betting on sports for a long time. They were just forced to do it by unregulated offshore books. And legalizing it gives them the opportunity to do it with books that are licensed and regulated here in the United States. That offer consumers protections in terms of responsibility, and also offer them other consumer protections in terms of confidence that they get money back, and that bets will be traded.
Are there any concerns among the industry in terms of what we were just discussing with Jake Ward? I mean, it seems like if there is this much money to be made, I'm not sure what prevents avarice from taking over and people from being so much more easily, pulled into these rabbit holes that they can't get out of. I guess for lack of a better way to put it, when is enough enough?
Well, the industry, the legal industry is committed to making sure that it's rolled out responsibly. We want to build a long-term business here for people to enjoy, again, legally. But when you look at sports betting in terms of the entire U.S. casino industry, it's a pretty small amount of the total revenue pie. Right now, sports betting accounts for about 7% of all U.S. gaming revenue. So brick and mortar casinos and slots and table games are still the biggest driver of casino business. And that's likely to continue for quite some time because sports betting really is, from a sportsbook's perspective, a really low margin business. For every about $100.
I guess what I'm wondering about is, I guess what I'm getting about, forgive me for interrupting, I know my time with you is very brief, but, Jacob Ward was talking about the proliferation of betting on Russian ping pong. Like, I bet some people had never betted on anything until they heard of Russian ping pong, and then they decided to try it just out of the novelty of it. I guess my concern is, like, I know how powerful social media is and the rabbit holes we fall into and the human effects of that, where our only currency is the time we spend. I can only imagine the impact if we're spending our time and our money. It may only be 7% of the overall industry, but that's not a 7% that the industry plans to keep at 7. I imagine the goal is to make it grow.
Yeah, the goal is to make it grow as we roll out to more states and as we convert more consumers from, again, those unregulated offshore books to these legal books where they have protections and where, again, the books are able to ensure the integrity of the sporting events that are being bet on, and also offer players things like bets on their limits, time limits on how much time they spend on the app. And I think it all comes back to this idea that sports betting is new in America, and it's just not. People have had access to these online books on their phones, on their computers for many, many years now. The only difference is that now they have access to these legal, regulated books here in the United States.
Where do you see this industry headed? Like, what's the prediction in terms of what the gaming industry is hoping for, let's say, 5 years from now?
Yeah, I think just in terms of the Super Bowl, which is coming up this week, we've gone from about $250 million wagered a year to about $500 million wagered last year. This year, a lot of people expect more than $1 billion to be wagered on the game. And I think it's, that's a small amount of that $7.6 billion that we talk about will be wagered legally. So I think in the long-term goal for the industry, again, is to just bring those players who have been betting offshore with these unlicensed books to these legal sites to grow the industry responsibly and to provide these players with a better experience.
David Foreman from the American Gaming Association, I appreciate you making time. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Up next, Olympic speed skater Andrew Hio joins us to talk about his first Winter Games. Plus, more Americans are winning big in Beijing. Your Olympics update before we go.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
If you're a figure skating fan, you're probably well entertained by this year's Olympics. Nathan Chen of Team USA has a lot to do with that after today's nearly flawless performance. Did you see this? Nathan Chen won gold in men's figure skating. He's the 7th American man to win gold, and he's finding a bit of redemption after a disastrous performance in 2018. The U.S. Olympic team is not only winning gold, but making history doing it. Snowboarder Chloe Kim won another gold medal. She's the first woman in Olympic history to win multiple gold medals in snowboard halfpipe. Team USA now has 10 medals, 4 gold, 5 silver, 1 bronze. That puts the U.S. in 5th place in the medal count overall, at least for now. Austria leads the way with 13, including 4 gold. Norway and Canada are tied with 12 total, but Norway by far leads in gold medals. And the Russian Olympic Committee is now 4th with 11 medals overall. NBC's Steve Patterson is at the Olympics near Beijing with more. Steve, Chloe Kim came back to win gold. Tell us about that historic win.
Joshua, historic in more ways than one. Now the first female to win multiple and consecutive gold medals on the half pipe. Incredible achievement, and she always does it in monster fashion. I mean, she immediately goes in, puts up the highest score of the day at a 94, and then essentially the whole rest of the day you're just kind of watching to see who gets in second place, or you're just there for her coronation. But she flies so much higher than the other athletes. She spins so much faster. Her tricks are so much more creative, and not to take away from these other incredible competitors, but these events simply aren't competitive with her at times, and she proved that once again, not only with her qualifying round, but also in the finals. And again, you know, just talking to her afterwards, I was there at all of her events, she comes off the podium and she's not even focused on snowboarding anymore. It's just an on-off switch for her. It's incredible to see. I think we think about snowboarding in terms of Shaun White because he's been so dominant for so long, but I think you have to start asking whether or not early on in her career, if she may be over the course of her career even more dominant than White as we continue to watch her grow up. It's really exciting. Josh?
One might ask the same question about Nathan Chen, who had a great performance after, you know, struggling in the past. This was a big, this has been a big Olympics for him too.
Huge Olympics. I think huge for his mental state, obviously, because he's erasing quite a disastrous performance from the 2018 Olympics. But all of that is, nobody's talking about that anymore whatsoever. Watching his performance, watching his routine, it's just incredible to see. And I think we think about it in terms of, oh, it's so perfect, or it's so close to perfect. And yeah, that's true. You could say that. You could make that statement. But also, I don't think we give enough credit to how fun it is to watch him, how joyous he is, you know, how he's smiling and he's fist pumping to Elton John, while, yes, of course, landing 5 quads in a row, the quad king, putting up a score that's 20 points better than the next person, now an instantaneous legend, one of 7 American men to ever win an individual gold medal for figure skating. Incredible achievement, and we will continue to watch his career with great interest. Josh?
Speaking of figure skating, don't want to let you go without asking about that Russian figure skater who tested positive for a banned medication. I understand NBC Sports has some new reporting on that.
Yeah, well, first we can name her 15-year-old Kamila Valieva, who is just this unbelievable figure skater, the first ever woman to land a quad during an Olympic performance. Should have won gold for that performance, if not for what's happening now, which is to say that the medal ceremony has been delayed, as there is either an ongoing investigation or the hint of one as to whether or not she was taking, and she did confirm to test positive for taking a heart medication, which sounds weird when you're talking about a 15-year-old, but apparently it enhances stamina and enhances performance. That is a banned substance, and she did test positive for it. Now, we've reached out to the International Olympic Committee that says that so far they are not responding to something that they're calling a suspicion at this point, and the Russian Figure Skating Federation says that she is still practicing, still training, and still on track to continue performing, but obviously there are some questions about whether or not that will happen as this continues. Josh?
NBC Steve Patterson at the Olympics outside Beijing. Steve, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Let's continue now with Andrew Hio, a speed skater on Team USA. Andrew, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
How have these Olympics been going for you so far? Have you been enjoying the experience?
Yeah, I think definitely enjoying it. Trying to just take it all in, not letting it get away from me too quick, which I think it has a little bit, but, you know, taking the rest of this experience and trying not to take it for granted and trying to soak everything in, and just slowly, but it's going to go away pretty quick. So,
what are some of the biggest things that you've taken in from this experience? Is it people that you've met, things that you've seen, things you've gotten to do? Like, what's stuck with you?
Yeah, I think definitely meeting all the people here and seeing all the people that I used to watch on TV, especially from the U.S. And, you know, I guess the other big thing is competing at this stage and at this high of a stage, definitely a dream come true. Definitely been dreaming of this since I was a little kid. So finally just be here, I think itself is just unbelievable to me. And yeah, obviously being around not just USA, but around all the other countries, just like seeing them around the village is definitely an experience.
Now, Team USA had a pretty painful disqualification in these Olympics. How are you and your team doing?
Yeah, I think we're still doing okay. I think we're doing great. Spirits are still high for sure. Mainly because we still have, my other teammates still have competitions coming up. So yeah, we're not thinking about it too much. It's in the past. It is what it is, and it was pretty much out of our control.
You had your last race yesterday in the men's 1,500-meter quarterfinals. How do you feel about just your performance in Beijing overall?
Yeah, I'm definitely proud and happy with what I've been able to accomplish at these games. I came into it with no expectations, so I think leaving here with a 7th place finish in 1,000 is definitely way above my expectations.
Can I tell you, that's really smart. Just going in and saying, I'm just going to do this, let it rip, leave it on the ice, and then whatever happens, happens. That is very, very smart. I wonder how you've been dealing with just being in the Olympic bubble. There's been so much going on around the Olympics with COVID and then world politics and everything else. How have you been able to kind of focus on what you came there to do?
Yeah, I think coming into it, I was aware of everything, obviously, around the Olympics, like it usually is. Obviously, this time's a little bit different with COVID and a bunch of other things. But I think my team as well, just collectively, we came into this with the mindset of just focusing on our skating and doing the best that we could and trying not to get too involved with everything else because, you know, that's just more things to worry about. And I think, yeah, like I said, it's just we just came here to prioritize our performance at the games and do the best that we could.
I hear that. I hear that. Well, congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish thus far. You're a young man. I'm sure there's a lot more ahead of you. Andrew Hio from Team USA, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And thank you for making time for us. Remember to send us your questions for NBC's Jacob Ward on how technology and AI are affecting our lives. We definitely want your reactions to his new book, The Loop. We're at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson here at Telemundo Center in Miami. We're back here tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Good night.
Tonight, top story live from Englewood, California. The countdown is on for Super Bowl 56. More than 70,000 fans expected here at SoFi Stadium when the hometown Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Our interview tonight with Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. What health precautions are in place as the city welcomes that many fans during a pandemic? Plus the massive security operation underway, law enforcement with eyes on the ground, air and sea. Fans not just excited for the game, but the star-studded halftime show sure to make LA proud. And I go inside an F-16 fighter jet for a bird's eye view of the flyover event that takes place right before kickoff. Also tonight, Lester Holt's exclusive interview with President Biden, pressing him on the pandemic and the economy as inflation hits a 40-year high. And Lester joins Top Story Live with a preview, including what the president told him about picking a Supreme Court justice. The U.S. with a stark warning for Russia tonight as it holds a large-scale military drill with Belarus. Thousands of Russian troops practicing combat operations near Ukraine's northern border. Putin now with 9 different routes to invade Ukraine. But tonight, a senior U.S. official telling NBC's Andrea Mitchell body bags will return to Russia if he does. Plus the latest on the shocking death of comedian Bob Saget. The autopsy report revealed he died from blunt head trauma and was positive for COVID-19 at the time. Sarah Palin testifies, the former governor of Alaska, taking the stand during her libel trial against the New York Times. At one point, comparing the newspaper to the biblical character, Goliath. and super fans, the three men who have attended every Super Bowl ever played. They're here tonight with what they're hoping to see in year 56. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Top Story is live tonight outside of SoFi Stadium in Englewood, California. You can see just behind me, the stadium is ready. Los Angeles and Englewood also ready for the crush of fans. And both teams, we hope, are also ready for what many are predicting could be the biggest Super Bowl ever. The less than 2-year-old stadium ready for its up close. A record number of Americans expected to tune into the Super Bowl on Sunday, and it will be a packed house inside with tens of thousands of fans set to attend the big game in person. And of course, a major security operation is underway. More than 10 federal agencies will join more than a dozen local law enforcement teams to keep eyes on every corner of the stadium and outside. Also a concern, the pandemic. But Los Angeles' Mayor Eric Garcetti told me he is confident the city is prepared to welcome a crowd of this size and safely. There's also a lot of excitement about the halftime show. Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, and Snoop Dogg today promising an epic performance. And I was able to get a preview of the flyover before kickoff from inside of an F-16. Whether you're watching in person or at home, it's expected to be an event you do not want to miss. Tonight, the countdown is on. More than 70,000 fans set to pack SoFi Stadium in Englewood, California to watch the hometown Rams take on the Cincinnati Bengals. A record-breaking 117 million people expected to tune in to Super Bowl 56 for a matchup no one could have predicted. The players preparing to take center stage. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow looking to become the first quarterback to win a Heisman, a national championship, and a Super Bowl on the heels of a stunning come-from-behind victory in the AFC Championship game.
Maybe a comeback is going to be necessary, but we'd like to jump out early and kind of control the game.
Veteran quarterback Matt Stafford traded to the Rams at the end of last season, coming from Detroit with the weight of the world on his shoulders.
This team has sacrificed a lot and gone through a lot to get to the point that we are. We're excited to be able to do it in our home stadium.
The Rams' dominating defense led by one of the league's most imposing forces and best players, looking for his first Super Bowl ring.
Guys is hungry for it, so I'm just more focused on what we got to do to dominate the 4 quarters, fly around and make a ton of plays.
Los Angeles and its mayor, Eric Garcetti, playing host to tens of thousands of fans eager to catch the epic matchup even in the middle of a pandemic, with mask guidelines changing by the hour. The mayor himself taking heat after a photo surfaced of him at the playoffs not wearing a mask. He says he took it off for the photo. What advice would you give to football fans flying in from all over the country? I mean, wearing a mask during a football game is tough. You know this firsthand. So what advice would you have for them?
Well, first advice, if you're a mayor, don't pull your masks down during a picture. I've learned that experience. But we have those rules in place. We've got a lot of people who are still dying. We're headed in the right direction. So let's try to respect that. But it really relies on us doing the right thing.
The city no stranger to blockbuster events. So when you look at Los Angeles and the greater Los Angeles area, are you ready for the Super Bowl?
We are so ready. This isn't just muscle memory for us. This is our daily workout, whether it's the Grammys or the Oscars, whether it's going to be the Olympics again for a 3rd time, or the Super Bowl. We know how to host these events. We love welcoming people here, and it's just icing on the cake that the Rams are in the Super Bowl.
The Rams not the only hometown favorites in the spotlight. A star-studded halftime performance featuring some of California's heaviest hitters could steal the show. Hip-hop legend Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar promising to do L.A. proud, along with Detroit native Eminem.
I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything like that, but who else could do this show here in L.A.?
We appreciate the NFL for even entertaining hip-hop because we know a lot of people didn't want hip-hop on stage.
True
but
that.
We're here now, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
And today, we got a preview of the high-flying start planned for Sunday's game. You know I got your back, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that. You can be my wingman anytime.
Major Garrett Schmitz, call sign Toro, taking us up in an F-16 fighter jet. He's part of the elite team that will execute a tightly choreographed flyover just moments before kickoff. Some people might think like, that's got to be the easiest thing to do, but it's kind of hard because you got to time it perfectly so you fly over once the national anthem ends.
It is incredibly hard. So it's to the second, pretty much. We've got the national anthem timed out for each word, pretty much where it should be. So if she's taking longer, if she's faster, we know, and we can adjust the throttles. So that's a lot of like real-time coordination that people don't get to see.
Those pilots are incredible. It was the ride of a lifetime. They even let me fly at one point. You can see much more of that F-16 flyover tomorrow on the Today Show. But now we want to continue our Super Bowl coverage. While Los Angeles is used to being on the world stage, the city is not taking any chances. The game has been classified as a Tier 1 special event, meaning top law enforcement officials from across the country will be on guard. Planning to protect the game has been underway for more than a year on land and even at sea. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has a closer look.
In a city where all eyes will be on the Super Bowl, not everyone will be watching the game.
NORAD, this is the Konar CCO.
One of the nation's most elaborate security nets tonight entangling Los Angeles, on the ground, in the air, and at sea.
Threats can be coming from any angle.
A Super Bowl with a supersized security detail. Field teams who have no known credible threats will help quarterback the massive security blitz. Fighter jets are standing by at the ready. More than 10 federal agencies game planning with some 13 local law enforcement teams. Thousands of officers will be on the ground and hovering just above it.
You know, what's keeping me up at night right now is just the population density, the air density, the complexity of this Super Bowl.
SoFi sits in the shadow of LAX. Planes and drones an added threat.
Flying low and slow, the CBP will be in the air all of game day. The eye in the sky is a critical asset, but it's hardly the only one.
Southern California's Golden Coast also on red alert.
Marine crews like this one will primarily be focused on about 50 miles of coastline leading up to and on Super Bowl Sunday, a threat that could come from anywhere.
Strike teams have been planning for over a year.
You know, for us, every day is game day. So, you know, the players eat, sleep, live football. You know, we eat, sleep, live maritime law enforcement.
Tonight for law enforcement on this playing field, there is no room for a fumble.
Miguel joins us now live from Los Angeles. And Miguel, I want to ask you about a possible threat here in LA. You know, we have seen these massive truck protests over COVID mandates in Canada, which is now escalating and could spill over into the U.S. And now I understand there's a concern about this impacting the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely right, Tom. Law enforcement has been given a bulletin that there could be a protest outside of the stadium where you are right now in the hours preceding the Super Bowl. Of course, it's very easy for authorities to kind of control that security blanket on stadium property where you are, but just outside of the stadium, that task becomes much more difficult. We'll see if that protest actually develops and how quickly and forcefully law enforcement can respond. Tom?
Miguel Almaguer tonight with the state of security at the Super Bowl. And one thing fans, athletes, and performers will all face this weekend: unseasonably high heat. A rare winter heat advisory issued for Los Angeles, and it could be the hottest Super Bowl on record. We're already feeling some of the effects of that heat wave, so we want to bring in Al Roker with a look at just how hot it will be. Al, I got to tell you, I'm getting flashbacks from the Olympics in Tokyo. It's not that hot, but it's approaching there.
Yeah, this is unusual for this time of year. In fact, take a look. 18 million people are being affected by these heat advisories through Sunday from San Fernando and Malibu all the way down to San Diego. And in fact, it's the first time since 2005 there's been a heat advisory posted anywhere in the United States. Now, LA's hottest February on record was 95 back in February 20th of 1995. Today, looking for a high of 89 downtown. Yesterday it was 83, tomorrow 86. By Super Bowl Sunday, 87. That's 5 straight days of highs in the 80s. Big high pressure pumping in Santa Ana winds. So you can see these temperatures anywhere from 10 to almost 20 degrees above average, Tom. And in fact, tomorrow we look for records in Vegas, Needles, LA, Palm Springs, up to Sacramento and Fresno. And it's going to last right on into the weekend. Of course, the question being, what happens with the Super Bowl? Well, of course, the top 5 warmest Super Bowls: number 1, January 14th, 73. Super Bowl 7 right there in LA with a high of 84 degrees. And on Sunday, just about kickoff, we're looking for a temperature, Tom, of about 83 degrees. That's 3:30 p.m. Pacific time as the Rams host the Bengals, but we could see the hottest ever, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But again, folks are ready for some hot football. Well, in more ways than one, they're going to get it, Tom.
The game won't be the only thing hot. All right, Al, we appreciate you. Now to an NBC News exclusive tonight. President Biden on the major crisis facing his administration 1 year into the job. From the pandemic to skyrocketing inflation, he sat down with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt for an in-depth conversation.
Mr. President, in recent days, we've seen numerous governors from blue states roll back indoor mask requirements, essentially getting ahead of the federal government, the CDC. Are those governors wrong?
Well, it's hard to say whether they're wrong. Here's the science is saying now that masks work, masks make a difference, and there's a relationship. I think there's only one governor drawing back immediately, and most of them are somewhere in February, the end of February, March, April. They're set a time limit, and I assume it has something to do with whether the Omicron variant continues to dive, there are fewer and fewer cases. And because there is a relationship between the number of cases you have in your community and the need for wear masks.
Do you acknowledge, though, a restlessness and leaders bowing to the political winds?
Oh, I do. Omicron and the variant, all the variants have had a profound impact on the psyche of the American people.
Should children be required to wear masks in schools?
Well, look, when I got in office, only 46% of the schools were open. Now 98% of them are open, and they're wearing masks. What's happening is every day that goes by, children are more protected. We're now on the verge of being able to have shots for children under the age of 7 and young children. And so the more protection they have, probably you're going to see less and less requirement to have the masks.
But the CDC hasn't changed its guidance on that. And the question is, with these governors making these moves, does it begin to make the government, the CDC, irrelevant, that people will gravitate toward, the advice that really fits their worldview, that this thing feels like it's over?
Well, look, I think it's one thing to talk about masks other than to talk about shots and boosters and the like. But it's, look, it is confusing. It's worrisome to people. They're trying to figure out. But what I've tried to do, I've tried to make sure we have all the vaccines needed, all the boosters needed, all the masks are needed, all the protection that's needed.
Are you afraid, though, that some states and cities are moving too quickly to loosen indoor mask mandates?
Well, it's I committed that I would follow the science as put forward by the CDC and the federal people. And I think it's probably premature, but it's a tough call.
Then there was today's sour headline on the economy. Inflation skyrocketing to 7.5%, a 40-year high. Prices still spiking on everything from used cars to gas to food. Inflation now costing the average American an extra $275 a month compared to last year.
I think it was back in July you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy with me a little bit, and I understand that's your job. But look, at the time, what happened was let's look at the reason for the inflation. The reason for the inflation is the supply chains were cut off, meaning that the products, for example, automobiles, the lack of computer chips to be able to build those automobiles so they could function, they need those computer chips. They were not available. So what happens? The number of cars were reduced, the new cars were reduced. It made up at one point 1/3 the cost of inflation because the price of automobiles were up. So what I did when I went out and made sure we started to make those domestically. We got Intel to come in and provide $20 billion to build a new facility. A number of organizations are doing the same kinds of things.
When can Americans expect some relief from this soaring inflation?
According to Nobel laureates, 14 of them that contacted me and a number of corporate leaders, it's ought to be able to start to taper off as we go through this year. In the meantime, I'm going to do everything in my power to deal with the big points that are impacting most people in their homes.
NBC News nightly news anchor Lester Holt joins us now live. Lester, this was such a wide-ranging interview. I know you touched upon Ukraine and the Supreme Court. I want to ask you first about the Supreme Court. Did the president indicate anywhere where he stands now in the process of picking a Supreme Court nominee?
Yeah, he did. In fact, you'll recall he said he would make a pick likely by the end of this month. But he did say that he's down to about 4 people that are undergoing some vetting right now, some really fine vetting, trying to make sure that they pass muster. So that suggests this process is moving along. I did ask him if he's looking for someone who he believes will get some Republican support. He believes all his picks, anyone he picks, will get Republican support because he claims he will not be making an ideological pick.
Could also be a historical pick. We're going to have to wait and see. And Lester, the president also touched on the growing tension on the border of Ukraine.
Yeah, we talked about that. He seems to continue to hold to the idea that Vladimir Putin can be deterred by these massive sanctions that he keeps talking about. I asked the president about American citizens who might be in Ukraine, if they would be in a position that they would need to get troops to get Americans out to evacuate. He rejected that clearly, said anytime you put armed troops against one of the largest armies in the world, that things can go bad very quickly. So he rejected that idea. And he called for Americans, he says not just diplomats, any American in Ukraine should get out.
Okay, a stark warning right there. Lester Holt for us tonight with that big exclusive interview with the president. You can watch more of Lester's interview with President Biden in coverage ahead of the Super Bowl this Sunday on NBC. Now, the president there weighing in on the situation in Ukraine as Russia's massive military drills in Belarus and the Black Sea are stoking fears that Moscow could invade. Thousands of troops were seen training for combat. The U.S. now calling this an escalation and warning that if Putin invades, body bags will come back to Moscow. Here's Matt Bradley with more.
Tonight, the war games growing more dangerous on the Ukrainian border. Russia staging its largest military deployment in Belarus since the Cold War, fueling fears of an invasion. Now, this dire warning coming from the U.S. State Department of what they call an escalation.
Vladimir Putin should understand that body bags will come back to Moscow as well, that the citizens of Russia will suffer because their economy will be completely devastated. So this is a very stark choice for him. And in spite of all that is going on right now, as you described, we hope he makes the right choice.
This footage released by Russia's defense ministry showing thousands of troops practicing combat operations. The drills in Belarus are scheduled to last another 10 days. But NBC News has learned a U.S. military assessment shows Russian troops could take 9 different routes into Ukraine and have tanks in the capital within 48 hours. The intelligence shows it could be an attack by air, land, and sea, with Russian warships arriving in the Black Sea for naval drills off Ukraine's southern coast. This as diplomatic talks took a drastic turn in the wrong direction. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov having a tense exchange with his British counterpart, Liz Truss, accusing her of refusing to listen to his argument, saying it was like a blind person talking to a deaf person. At a press conference, Lavrov walking away briskly, leaving Truss alone at the podium.
This is probably the most dangerous moment, I would say, in the course of the next few days, in what is the biggest security crisis that Europe has faced for decades.
With Ukraine teetering on the edge of invasion, Americans who have ignored the government warnings to leave spoke with my colleague Aaron McLaughlin about joining any potential fight.
If Russian soldiers come on Ukrainian soil, they're going to have to die. And somebody's going to have to help the Ukrainian army make that happen.
Yeah, Tom, those Russian naval exercises in the Black Sea, they're really ominous as well. They're set to start on Sunday, and they're supposed to last for nearly a week. And Ukrainian authorities have said they're basically tantamount to a blockade. And you know, what's really provocative about this is that the Black Sea has seen some flashpoints between Russia and Ukraine in just the recent past. And with relations between those countries so poor right now, it seems like anything could start a war. Tom?
Matt Bradley reporting in tonight from Ukraine. Back here at home, there was high drama in a New York courtroom today with former vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin taking the stand in her defamation case against the New York Times. testifying she sees herself as David against Goliath in the legal battle over whether the newspaper damaged her reputation with a mistake in its editorial pages. NBC's Dasha Burns has more.
What do you want the jury to know? Tonight, Sarah Palin taking the stand.
What do you want the jury to know, Sarah?
The former Alaska governor testifying in her defamation lawsuit against the New York Times.
For truth detail.
Today, getting to the heart of her claim that the Times damaged her reputation by linking her campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting in a 2017 editorial. Saying on the stand she felt, quote, powerless against the paper. Saying, quote, it was devastating to read. Again, an accusation, a false accusation that I had anything to do with murdering innocent people. And accusing the Times of, quote, trying to score political points, calling the paper the be-all, end-all, the loud voice in American media, comparing it to the biblical character Goliath and herself to David.
What does Sarah Palin's legal team have to prove here?
She has to prove the New York Times published a false statement about her that caused her harm. Did the Times have reason to know at the time it published the statement that it was false, and were they willfully blind to that fact?
Joining us now from Phoenix is Governor Palin.
Palin sued the Times in 2017, accusing the paper of damaging her reputation as a political commentator. With an opinion piece about gun control after Republican Representative Steve Scalise was injured in a shooting. The editorial erroneously implying a link between Palin's Political Action Committee and the 2011 shooting that injured Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 others. It said the PAC circulated a map of candidates in stylized crosshairs. But the Times issued a correction 2 days later, saying it, quote, incorrectly stated that a link existed and that it had incorrectly described the map.
It's all but undisputed that this was a mistake. The key will be the intent behind that mistake.
Earlier this week, former editorial editor James Bennett testifying the wording was a, quote, terrible mistake, saying, quote, we are human beings. We do make mistakes.
This case is really about what happens when a mistake is made, and if it's corrected immediately, is there still a harm? Is there still defamation? And can a plaintiff still win, even when a defendant realizes quickly they made a mistake and does everything they can to fix it?
Closing arguments are set for Friday.
All right, Dasha joins us now live from New York. Now, Dasha, I'm curious, who do legal experts say has the upper hand here? Because it's so rare that these cases actually make it to trial.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And, you know, a lot of lawyers will tell you people think that they have defamation cases all the time. It may be one of the more common suits people want to file, but it's among the more rare types of cases that actually get to the courtroom. And that's because the bar for plaintiffs, especially public figures like Sarah Palin, is so high. The law favors the press. However, Tom, those in the media will definitely be watching closely because this case could have significant ramifications for journalists if Palin does win. Tom?
No doubt people are tracking this all over the country. All right, Dasha, we thank you for that. We head back overseas now to the Beijing Winter Olympics and Team USA striking gold last night. The team taking home 3 more gold medals and shooting up to 5th place in the medal count. At the top of the table, though, a lot of movement. Austria surging into first, closely followed by Norway and Canada. The Russian Olympic Committee now dropping down to 4th. Let's head over to Steve Patterson, who is live tonight for us from the Olympics in China. Steve, 2 Team USA stars, Chloe Kim and, of course, Nathan Chen stepping up there. They had sensational performances. You know, I'd have to say Nathan's, work on the ice there, some of the best Olympic material we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is why you watch the Olympics, right, Tom? This is so exciting. Our best and brightest stars performing at the highest level. And yes, you have to start with Nathan Chen. And I think the tendency is to just talk about how close to perfect his routines are, because they certainly are. But I think we don't give enough credit to how fun it is to watch him, how joyous it is to watch him. He's got a beaming smile, fist pumping to Elton John's Rocket Man, while, yes, of course, also landing 5 quads in a row, beating the competition by 20 points. Now a legendary status, one of 7 American men to ever win an individual gold in figure skating. Incredible, instantaneous legend. And then Chloe Kim, You know, I think it's hard to see sometimes because she's so adorable and she's so much fun to watch, but she's a monster. You know, and I think we tend to think of snowboarding on the half pipe in terms of Shaun White because he's been so dominant for so long. And Shaun White's thing is that he's clutch. You're going to watch him. His back's going to be against the wall. Will he or won't he pull off this trick? And he does. And then the whole crowd erupts. Chloe Kim just puts down the best run that you're going to see all day as soon as you walk in. And then you're watching the rest of the event to see who's going to come in second or just to really be at her coronation. She did that, putting down a 94, impossibly high score, and then took gold almost immediately. And then real quick, one big shout out to mixed free ski aerials, our first win there since 1998. Another gold for Team USA. We're doing great. Tom?
And such a fun event to watch, right? You know, the two other big names, you mentioned Shaun White already, Michaela Schifrin as well, competing in the finals tonight. What's at stake for these Olympic veterans? Because I think you could argue tonight so far will be the night of the biggest drama.
Yeah, I don't think the stakes could be higher for Michaela Schifrin. And forget the 2022 Beijing Olympics. Forget the medals. We're talking about as an athlete, as a competitor, as a human. She needs to know at this point that she can finish a race. We need to know that she can finish a race. That is so important to her mentality right now. So if she gets 4th or 5th or 6th, or if she gets bronze, great. I mean, she just needs to know that she can still compete. She's doing the Super G, the first time she's ever done that at the Olympics. She thinks it could be a big reset for her here, and we're all pulling for her, obviously. And then Shaun White, I mean, you could be reductive and say it would be amazing if he won on his very last time out there for the Olympics. It would be incredible. But look, let's get one thing straight. This guy doesn't owe us a damn thing. I mean, he's already proven time and time again that he is a legend multiple times over. That would be like saying that Tom Brady needs to win another Super Bowl as a Buccaneer. You know, it would be great, but I will say this is maybe the first time in his career where you're looking at the top 3 or 4 or 5 guys, and you can really say that those guys at this point in his career are better than Shaun White. Would it be clutch and just like Shaun White to pull it out? Absolutely. We're going to be looking for some big things in just a little bit. I'm going over there as soon as I'm done talking to you, Tom, and I'm just on fire about it. Can't wait to see it. Tom?
Yeah, no, don't stay here. Do not miss that. Shaun White telling me about the pressure and the fear before going over there to Beijing. We're all going to see what happens tonight. All right, Steve, thank you for that. Still ahead tonight, the fall from grace. Jerry Harris, you may remember him. He was the breakout star of the hit Netflix series Cheer, now pleading guilty to sex crimes involving minors. How many years behind bars he's facing? Kids in the crossfire, 2 children fatally shot just days apart in Houston. The action from city leaders to try and stop that rampant violence, and the car crash landing on a roof. What witnesses say led up to this wild scene. Stay with us. Top story on this Thursday night. Just getting started from Los Angeles.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
city of angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Back now with a series of disturbing shootings in Houston. A 9-year-old girl shot in the head in her family's car. It comes only days after another child was gunned down in the city. The spike in crime part of a nationwide trend as Houston grapples with how to stop the violence. Priscilla Thompson has more. And a warning tonight, parts of this story are difficult to watch.
Tonight, heartbreak in Houston as children fall victim to mounting gun violence. Surveillance video captured the screams of 9-year-old Ashanti Grant's family after discovering she had been shot in the head while riding to the grocery store. Ashanti now in critical condition, fighting for her life.
My family is numb right now.
A pickup truck cut the family's vehicle off several times, police say.
GMC shot out the window and into the air.
Then the driver of that truck opened fire.
Somebody started shooting in the vehicle and they called her name and she didn't respond.
Her family now grappling with the pain similar to that of 11-year-old Darius DJ Dugas, who was shot and killed less than a week before. His mom devastated. The boy went downstairs just after 6 p.m., according to his mom, to get his jacket and other items out of the car.
He was not downstairs 1 minute before we heard gunshots, and me and my oldest son ran down the stairs. When my oldest found him laying down, lifeless.
Witnesses told police they saw what appeared to be a teen boy running away after the shooting.
You're not just hurting people's parents, like you're hurting communities. You're not going to get away with this.
Much like the nation, the homicide rate in Houston has spiked since the pandemic began. The Houston Police Department reporting a nearly 70% increase from 2019 to 2021. The number of children and teenagers killed by gunfire in the U.S. has also risen dramatically. The rate of gun deaths of children under 14 up about 50% from the end of 2019 to the end of 2020, according to CDC data.
These are all tragedies.
Houston area Judge Lena Hidalgo this week announcing a gun violence intervention program and a holistic assistance response team initiative to help stop the violence.
They're not going to change overnight, but we are investing every dollar that the budget will sustain.
$1.4 billion in all for those programs and others as police continue the hunt for the suspected shooters of Ashanti and DJ.
My baby was only 11 years old and he had a really bright future ahead of him. And y'all took that away from him.
Such a sad story. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from 30 Rock in New York. Priscilla, you know, we've heard about these violence interrupters before. What more can you tell us about those new programs aimed at combating this violence?
Yeah, Tom, the county is spending $6 million to send what they're calling trusted messengers into communities at high risk of gun violence to stop conflicts before they escalate. They're also investing $5 million in health professionals who can respond to non-emergency social welfare calls so that the police can focus on violent crimes. As for the rest of that $1.4 billion budget, it will be used for a number of other things, including more investigators, prosecutors, and patrol officers. Tom?
All right, we hope all that money can make some type of difference. When we come back, the shocking death of Bob Saget, the autopsy just released, appearing to show the comedian died after accidentally hitting his head, and a scandal at Beijing, a 15-year-old Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned heart medication, but the test was taken in December. So how was she able to take the ice? That's coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Back now live from the site of Super Bowl 56 with Top Stories newsfeed. And we begin with the Netflix star pleading guilty to child pornography and sex abuse charges. Cheer star Jerry Harris changing his plea to 2 of 7 federal charges as part of a deal. He's accused of soliciting sex from minors as young as 13 at cheerleading competitions. The 22-year-old was arrested in December 2020. He faces up to 50 years behind bars when he's sentenced in June. All right, a wild ending to a crash in Oklahoma City. Take a look at this. New video shows a BMW perched up against the roof of a home. Eyewitnesses say the car hit something and then went airborne before rolling over and landing on top of that house. Rescuers were able to free the driver. He was taken to the hospital, but he is expected to be okay. And a big week for Snoop Dogg, who is now the owner of Death Row Records. The rapper and mogul acquiring the label that launched his career from a private equity firm. Death Row was founded in 1992, you may remember, by Dr. Dre and Suge Knight and others. It's had several other owners since going bankrupt in 2006. The sale comes just days before Snoop and Dre are set to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. No word yet on the price tag there. All right. Turning now to the tragic death of actor Bob Saget. Tonight, the medical examiner releasing his autopsy, suggesting the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head from an accidental fall. NBC's Emily Aketa has those details.
Hi, Daddy.
Michelle, don't scare Daddy like that.
We now know how the famed Full House father, Bob Saget, suddenly died last month. Blunt force trauma. A just-released autopsy report calling his death an accident, saying the comedy icon most likely fell backwards, fracturing his skull and causing a brain bleed. Authorities also noting he was COVID-19 positive and there were no illicit drugs found in his system.
Security officer found the guest not breathing, no pulse.
Saget was found dead January 9th during a wellness check at his Florida hotel room. He had been in town for his comedy tour, tweeting earlier that day, "I had no idea I did a 2-hour set tonight. I'm happily addicted." His wife opening up on the Today Show last month.
The support has been, that has been the one silver lining from this, is the incredible outpouring of love and support.
Doctors warn head injuries can happen to anyone.
If you hurt your ankle, you can see that your ankle hurts. But if you injure your brain, you can't see that.
What are the signs that something could be more serious?
Any loss of consciousness, any nausea and vomiting, an extreme headache.
Now, 1 month since the beloved actor's passing, his family reminding fans to do as Bob Saget and face difficult times with hugs and laughter. Doctors call head trauma the invisible injury, making it all the more dangerous. Like Saget, actress Natasha Richardson died of a hematoma back in 2009 following a skiing accident in Canada. Tom?
Emily Aketa with that update on Bob Saget's death. We head back to Beijing now for a closer look at the controversy surrounding figure skating at the Winter Olympics. New reports surfacing that Russian figure skating prodigy Kamila Valieva tested positive for a banned substance prior to the games. The International Olympic Committee delaying the medal ceremony for team figure skating earlier this week because of what they called a legal issue that's still unresolved. Joining us now for more on this scandal, and really just to explain this, is Howard Jacobs, a lawyer who has worked with international athletes who have faced doping allegations in the past. Howard, NBC Sports is reporting that Camila, who was 15 years old, allegedly tested positive for a heart medication called trimethazine, which can help endurance and increase blood flow efficiency. Because of her young age, who's ultimately responsible for this positive test?
I think that, there's a number of issues. We don't know all the facts, obviously. None of the facts have been publicly stated. But if we assume the reports are accurate, that this is from December, ultimately, there's going to have to be an explanation for how this positive test came up. But it's really hard to understand why or how it could just be coming up now in the middle of the Olympics if, in fact, it's a December test that she provided.
How do you think this situation resolves itself and people figure out who's going to win these medals?
So, what should have happened is this should have all been done well before the Olympic Games. If it was either an in-competition test that happened at the Russian Nationals, if it was in December, in which case the test results should have come out a long time before now, or it was an out-of-competition test that was ordered either by the International Federation or the Russian Anti-Doping Agency or WADA. And if it was an out-of-competition test, it certainly should have been expedited because everybody would have known that she would be competing at the Olympic Games. And there's really no reason that it shouldn't have been resolved well before the Games. If she was sanctioned, and most athletes who have tested positive for this substance do receive a sanction, then she wouldn't have competed at all, most likely. If she's sanctioned now, it's hard to see how the Russian team would keep their gold medal.
Okay, Howard Jacobs for us tonight in Top Story. We thank you for your legal analysis. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We turn now to Top Story's Global Watch. 3 people have been arrested for the murder of a prominent journalist in Mexico. You may remember this story. We brought it to you here on Top Story. Authorities say the suspects took a taxi and waited for 3 hours outside the home of Lourdes Maldonado before shooting her in the head as she walked to her front door. She is one of 4 journalists killed in Mexico last month. A trucker protest over vaccine mandates in Canada sparking other demonstrations around the world. Police clashing with protesters outside of New Zealand's parliament on their 3rd day of demonstrations. More than 120 people arrested. The group says they are inspired by the, quote, siege of Ottawa. And hundreds gathered in Nice, France for a convoy that is expected to travel to Paris and Brussels to demand an end to COVID-19 restrictions. Finally, Queen Elizabeth is being monitored for COVID-19 after her son, Prince Charles, tested positive for a 2nd time. The Prince of Wales is triple vaccinated and is now self-isolating, but he met with his 95-year-old mother just 2 days ago at Windsor Castle. So far, she's not showing any symptoms. All right, coming up, it's a reason many people watch the Super Bowl. Let's be real here. The commercials, the ads to watch for, and the celebrities who will be making appearances, plus how Budweiser will be using its famous Clydesdale horses. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and this is
speaking for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And we are back live now from the site of Super Bowl 56 here in Englewood. Of course, so many people are going to be watching the game, but they will also be paying attention to all the ads, right? All the action that's happening in those commercials. And just to give you an idea of how important this night is to advertisers, it costs companies millions of dollars, and the average 30-second spot, if you wanted to advertise in the Super Bowl, would cost you about $6.5 million. That's incredible. I want to bring an editor for Adweek right now, who's an expert in all Super Bowl ad things. Janine Poggi right now is joining us live now. So Janine, thanks so much for coming on Top Story. First up, we have one from Uber Eats that a lot of people are talking about. It's starring people, including some celebrities, receiving non-food deliveries. Let's take a quick look at that one.
Wait, if it was delivered with Uber Eats, does that mean I can eat it?
Oh no. Oh no.
It says eat.
It's a diaper.
Oh no.
This tastes bad. Those candles taste funny.
Some huge names in there, including Gwyneth Paltrow. I think it's maybe the only ad in the Super Bowl that'll make us stop eating.
Look, at Ad Age, we are tracking all of these ads, and we are seeing a ton of celebrities showing up. And celebrities are always an important part of Super Bowl ads, to be sure. But this year, the caliber of talent that you're really seeing, the A-list, high-profile celebrities like Gwyneth Paltrow, Trevor Noah, Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd, Scarlett Johansson. There's really some big names in the Super Bowl this year. So it's quite an exciting time for A-listers and celebrities in the game.
Janine, we were just talking about how much it costs just to advertise at the Super Bowl. With all those stars, I can't even imagine what it costs just to pay those actors. We have another big famous commercial, of course, during every Super Bowl, at least almost every Super Bowl. Budweiser's iconic Clydesdales will return to the big game this Sunday. The ad shows the horse's journey as it nursed back to health. Here's a clip.
Yeah, Budweiser is back after sitting out last year. Last year was the first time in 37 years that Budweiser was not in the game. So a big return for the brew. It brings back with it its iconic formula of pairing Clydesdale with a dog for sort of a heartwarming story. This is what Budweiser is known for sure, and they're bringing it back this year.
All right, maybe the biggest celebrity being talked about right now is Kim Kardashian and, of course, Kim Kardashian's new boyfriend, Pete Davidson. His mom, Amy, and legendary footballer and now professional football coach Gerard Mayo is in this. Let's check out a clip of that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mom's already tackling food waste, Mayo. That's a big guy.
Sorry, man. Had to.
I get it. I'm very hittable.
All right, Janine. Pretty funny. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, so this is Hellman's second Super Bowl ad. Once again, they're coming back with a message actually about reducing food waste. So being able to use mayonnaise with leftovers to create new options so you're not throwing away your leftovers. I'm not sure you could tell from the tackling of Pete Davidson, but Hellman's is trying to send that message during the game.
Janine, we thank you so much. We are going to be looking forward to all those commercials. Always a good time during the Super Bowl. We thank you for your time. When we come back, the super fans, the trio who has attended every single Super Bowl. They join Top Story Live tonight. What keeps them coming back year after year, the bonds they formed at this game, and what they're most looking forward to on Sunday. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here we go, guys. Finally tonight, a Super Bowl tradition unlike any other. A group of football superfans who have gone to the big game every year since the first one in 1967. The members of the Never Miss a Super Bowl Club have traveled around the country, making a lot of memories and fans of their own all along the way. I want to bring in two of those club members right now, Don Chrisman and Gregory Eaton. Guys, thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. I'm a little worried, though, because we first sold you guys as a trio. I know Tommy was supposed to be here. He's 80 years old. What happened?
We're not sure, but he's come up missing before.
Okay, but he always turns up. He's okay, right?
Yeah,
He'll turn up.
he could show up before we're done here. I don't know how long we're going to go.
Don, you got a dapper look, but I want you to tell me about that hat, because that is a Super Bowl artifact right there.
Yes, this is the hat I purchased at the Coliseum at Super Bowl I back in 1967. And it's kind of been in mothballs for a couple of years, but I decided to drag it out and bring it here.
It's probably worth a lot of money.
I haven't thought about that aspect of it, but maybe.
Maybe. So Don, let me ask you, when you went to that first Super Bowl, did you know it was going to be something so special that you would be here 56 years later?
No, it was kind of more like a college game, although I do remember one of my comments to the rest of the guys. We started with a different group than we have now, and 3 have passed away. But I said, this might turn into the World Series of football. We ought to go.
Gregory, what about you? You've, I'm sure, made some great memories. You've obviously made some good friends.
Well, Herb Adderley, who I met at Michigan State, he was on the team, and he asked, it wasn't a Super Bowl. It was a World Championship, because the Super Bowl didn't come to 3.
That's what it was called, yeah.
So I said, yeah, California, why not? The sun's shining, so I jumped on board and caught a plane and went.
Gregory, what is your favorite single greatest memory of Super Bowls that you've been to?
Well, you know, me being 82, I think that when we had our first black quarterback, you know, in my days, blacks couldn't play quarterback.
Yeah.
You know? And, so that was a big for me. And then Smith and Dungy, 2 black coaches.
Right.
So, you know, I told the reporter, I says, well, I can't lose.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it was really touching to me being, you know, I came to that area that it wasn't done.
You saw the game transform.
Yeah.
You know, Don, for you, your single greatest memory, what you saw up close with your eyes that you'll never forget?
Well, it has to be Super Bowl 51 when my Patriots were, I thought we were in the loss column, and Tom brought us back.
You got to watch Tom a few times.
Yeah, I did. We were fortunate. Tom watched him as a buck recently, and he's the GOAT, and he's a lot of memories.
So you guys have done 56 Super Bowls. Talk to me about the.
Not
yet. Okay, that's right. But you're going to make it, right?
Well, it's a good Lord. It's a good Lord.
When the Star Spangled Band is playing and we're sitting there, we know we made it.
I hope you guys make it. I was going to ask you, you've been able to make it this far. Is there any kind of partying for you guys? Tailgating? Any kind of crazy party?
We have a luncheon, which will be tomorrow. We gather at a restaurant and get together and relive the past and remember the 3 guys who are no longer with us.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, different guys that I went with are gone. You know, the guys I started, and so, you know, it's you know, we don't tailgate anymore. We didn't do anything like that, but
it's got to be more than a game now, right?
Well, I think it's a reunion and a game, and they're equally important.
Yeah.
Now, this thing has grown. This is, everyone in the world wants to be on air.
Yeah.
So it's grown. The commissioners have done great jobs in changing it. It's just the greatest game in the world.
Finally, real quick, your favorite Super Bowl city?
New Orleans.
I think I like San Diego, although they don't go there anymore.
2 great cities. And finally, make the call. Who are you guys predicting wins on Sunday?
Well, L.A.
L.A.?
I'm predicting L.A., but
That's
I'm
my
hoping
quarterback from the
Cincinnati.
Lions.
All right, there you go. You guys have a lot to talk about. Don, Gregory, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being
having us on.
these Super Bowl super fans. It's so great to watch things like
Good
this.
to be here.
We want to thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas, live from outside SoFi Stadium in California. We're going to be right back here tomorrow as we continue to count down to the Super Bowl. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's good to be with you on this Thursday, February 10th from the newsroom of Noticiero Telemundo in Miami. And tonight we're talking about presidents past and present. Former President Trump is denying mishandling White House documents, including flushing some of them down the toilet. Now the Justice Department is looking into what happened. Then,
whomever I think will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had.
President Biden sits down for an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt. Lester joins us with a preview. The protests in Canada seem to have no end in sight, with at least 2 border crossings affected. We'll get insights on the standoff from a former U.S. ambassador to Canada. And then a breathtaking performance by figure skater Nathan Chen earns more gold for Team USA. We'll have your Olympic update from Beijing. So when a president leaves office, what happens to the papers he leaves behind? In the late 70s, Congress passed a law to preserve those records. The Presidential Records Act basically establishes that the public owns any administration's records. That means presidents must turn over any official documents to the National Archives when they leave office. If a president wanted to destroy any records for whatever reason, the act requires them to get written confirmation from the United States Archivist. Well, it seems that former President Trump may not have followed this protocol, and that is the focus of a new investigation by the House Oversight Committee. 15 boxes of documents from the Trump White House ended up at Mar-a-Lago. The committee wants to know how that happened. It has been in touch with the National Archives, which recovered the documents just last month. In a letter to the Archivist of the United States, committee chairwoman Carolyn Maloney says she is, quote, also concerned by recent reports that while in office, President Trump repeatedly attempted to destroy presidential records, which could constitute additional serious violations of the PRA, unquote. The National Archives is also asking the Justice Department to investigate. Meanwhile, President Trump has issued a statement, quote, it was a great honor working with the NARA, that's the National Archives and Records Administration, working with NARA to help formally preserve the Trump legacy. He also added, quote, the papers were given easily and without conflict and on a very friendly basis, which is different from the accounts being drawn up by the fake news media. In fact, it was viewed as routine and no big deal, unquote. A statement from the archives says that the president's representatives are, quote, continuing to search for additional presidential records that belong to the National Archives, unquote. So, what happens next? What kinds of repercussions can a president face for something like this, if any? Let's begin with NBC national security correspondent Ken Delanian. Hey, Ken.
Joshua, 2 administration officials have confirmed to NBC News that the National Archives asked the Justice Department to examine whether federal law was violated in the handling of presidential records at the end of the Trump administration. That came after officials said Trump returned 15 boxes of records to the archives after they were found on his Mar-a-Lago estate. And now we also have reports that Trump routinely ripped up presidential documents, which then had to be pasted back together by his staff. And there's also a claim in a new book by New York Times White House reporter Maggie Haberman that Trump flushed documents down White House toilets. The law in question here is the Presidential Records Act, which was adopted in response to the claim by Richard Nixon that his White House records belonged to him. But that law has sort of been enforced on the honor system over the years, and there's no indication as of now that prosecutors are investigating Trump criminally. Legal experts say that would be a difficult case to make, and officials pointed out that presidents don't usually pack their own boxes. So unless investigators find evidence of an effort to cover up wrongdoing, nobody's expecting criminal charges. All that said, Joshua, the House Oversight Committee is also investigating this matter, and they have a different mission from prosecutors. They want to get the facts in front of the public. In response to all this, Trump issued a fairly vague denial that doesn't address the specific allegations. He said in a statement, the media's characterization of my relationship with NARA, that's the National Archives and Records Administration, is fake news. It was exactly the opposite. It was a great honor to work with NARA to help formally preserve the Trump legacy. He goes on, the papers were given easily and without conflict and on a very friendly basis. You'll note, Joshua, that Trump didn't say whether he destroyed or withheld documents. Joshua?
Thank you, Ken. That's NBC's Ken Delaney starting us off tonight. Let's continue now with NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, good to see you again. Welcome.
Same. Thank you. Always great to see you, Joshua.
Can we just start with part of what Ken was talking about and the reasoning for the Presidential Records Act coming out of the Nixon administration? Kind of walk us through what the spirit of this act is.
Sure. Well, let's walk back through time to Watergate and Richard Nixon leading office in that scandal in 1974. Nixon made a deal with the then National Archives that after some time, if he wanted to, he could destroy some of his famous secret tapes. He could destroy documents, and he sure wanted to do this because he was worried that those things would not only damage his reputation, but might land him in prison. Congress was outraged, and they passed this law that you mentioned earlier, Presidential Records Act of 1978, which says that the second that a president leaves office, those are no longer his records, if they ever were. They were always all of ours, but they go to the National Archives, can't be destroyed, have to be preserved. You know, it is said that 15 boxes of records were found at Mar-a-Lago that shouldn't be there. May not sound like much, but that's a lot of records. We're also getting other reports that these included national security records with high classifications. What happened to those? Is there a possibility that one of these documents went to a hostile foreign power? If that happened, then American children tonight are a lot less secure than they should be. And the broader thing, Joshua, is the founders of this country felt that it was a sacred right of Americans, unlike the dictatorships and the monarchies of Europe, to get access as quickly as possible to the documents of our leaders so that we could understand what's going on and we could make intelligent decisions. If this law is not enforced, and there are many people who think it could be a 3-year penalty in prison for a violation of this law and a fine, you know, what do laws mean in this country? What happens to our democracy?
Well, with regard to that, but part of the statement from President Trump, he wrote that he was told, claimed that he was told, that he was under no obligation to give this material based on various legal rulings that have been made over the years. That's a quote from part of the president's statement. What might he be referring to there, various legal rulings?
Nothing. As often happens with Mr. Trump, here's a case where I don't know who told him this. I think we're going to have a hard time finding out what the name of that person was, because if this really happened, which I tend to doubt, it was very bad and wrong advice.
Is this the kind of thing that happens sometimes with presidents? You know, I mean, I'm in this gigantic new building, the new headquarters of Telemundo in Miami.
I wish I
can only imagine how much. Oh my goodness, it's a little bit nicer weather than New York. And I can only imagine how much paper is in this building, right? When they moved from the old Telemundo headquarters to this new Telemundo Center, I can only imagine how much paper they had to pack up. Something had to get left behind. Is there a plausible explanation for why some administrations, through no malice aforethought, just forget some boxes, forget some documents, and then later have to say, oh yeah, we forgot to drop this off at the archives?
No. That didn't happen here. They admit that this included his letters to and from the North Korean leader. That's about as important as you can get in a collection like this. This is not some laundry ticket that just accidentally wound up at Mar-a-Lago rather than the National Archives. You know, high security classifications. This could be information about nuclear weapons or human intelligence agents that we have in very dangerous positions abroad. Conceivably, when that happens, one of these people could be found and killed. 15 boxes is a very big number. For some reason, since 1978, you haven't seen anything like this. Why is it that this happens at this moment when you have Donald Trump with a record of tearing up documents, flushing them down the toilet? In my experience, Joshua, I'll bet you would agree, people don't usually tear up documents and put them down the toilet by accident.
Before I got to let you go, Michael, I'm imagining that historians like you are dying to get their hands on these documents. And I'm fascinated by how much we learn from presidential administration. First of all, fascinated by how much is in the National Archives' possession to begin with, just the sacred documents of the country. But then how much we learn from each administration down to the details of things that they write about. Nixon's tapes, all kinds of documents from, the Kennedy White House during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, the glimpse that you get as a historian of just being able to sort of see inside the brain trust of an administration, there's kind of nothing like it.
Absolutely crucial and fascinating. And Nixon, as you know, spent a lot of time at Key Biscayne, not far from where you are tonight. And a lot of those tapes that were preserved, they were kept, he was kept from destroying them. We found out crimes that were committed. We never would have found that out if those tapes had not been preserved. We heard him on these tapes making horrible remarks against Black people, Jewish people, Latino people, others. There's a whole side to Richard Nixon that we historians and we Americans deserve to know about. If you allow presidents just to destroy what they do not like and sanitize their documents, by the way, that all of us Americans help to pay for the production of, if we allow that, then every president gets to engage in the ultimate cover-up and do anything that he or she wants.
Well, we will be very interested to see how the Oversight Committee's work and the Justice Department's work goes from here and what that yields, if anything. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, always good talking to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure always. Thank you, Joshua.
Up next, we'll focus on President Biden in conversation with NBC's Lester Holt. His exclusive interview covered the pandemic, the economy, the Supreme Court, and more. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
President Biden's first State of the Union address is a few weeks away, but he's addressing the American people now in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt. It's the president's first one-on-one conversation this year, and there is plenty to discuss. According to a new CNN poll, nearly 6 in 10 Americans say they disapprove of the president's performance. More than half say the president has done nothing they approve of at all. The president talked about a range of challenges facing the country, including the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, the pandemic, and inflation. Lester Holt joins us now to break down the interview. And Lester, I wonder if we might start with something you asked about the Supreme Court and the successor to Justice Stephen Breyer. Here's part of what he said.
Can I ask you where you stand right now in your nomination process for a Supreme Court? What your short list looks like, or if you want to name the nominee right here, we'd be happy to hear you.
Well, first of all, the short list are nominees who are incredibly well qualified and documented. They were the honor students. They come from the best universities. They have experience, some on the bench, some on the practice.
What's the number you're at, 4, 5, 6?
Well, what I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks, and to see if there's anything in the background that would make them not qualified.
Is it important that you believe they'll get a vote from the Republican side?
Well, I think whomever I pick will get a vote from the Republican side for the following reason. I'm not looking to make an ideological choice here. I'm looking for someone to replace Judge Breyer with the same kind of capacity Judge Breyer had, with an open mind, who understands the Constitution, interprets it in a way that is consistent with the mainstream interpretation of the Constitution.
Lester, it seemed like the president was very clear on the need to have a nominee that both sides of the aisle would support, and then even with divisions within his party, that members of his party will also support, who's kind of in line with the same legal philosophy as Justice Breyer.
Yeah, and he talked about Justice Breyer a little bit. You heard there in terms of the kind of person he's looking for and his belief that if he sticks to that model, he'll get some Republican support.
Do you get the sense that he's optimistic about the way that goes? He seemed at least cautiously optimistic.
You know, he seems optimistic in general about a lot of things. He's obviously had a rough road with the approval ratings, but, on the economy, he still has what he believes a good story to tell. He did, interesting, we were talking about Build Back Better. And he acknowledged to me he hasn't done a good job of selling that. And, part of that whole reset was getting him out on the road today. We met up. He was doing an event talking about Build Back Better in a swing district in Northern Virginia. So I think there's an acknowledgement that he's got to be more connected outside the White House. His staff, the president, seemed to enjoy being out today. So I think that was kind of a sense of who he is and where he wants to take things.
Yeah, he did say at a news conference not too long ago that he wanted to get out into the country a little more and sell some of the work that his administration is doing, which I thought got to your question to him about inflation and when we would start to see some relief. He seemed like he didn't want to obviously put a date on like when inflation would ease, but he seems aware that he needs to be able to show some results of the policies that his administration is putting forth.
Yeah, he does. I mean, they're basically saying the White House they're relying on economists who tell them that by the end of the year, things should turn around. And keep in mind, they were hoping this would be a better number today. It turned out to be a little worse. There's also, I think, quietly an acknowledgement, and then we all know that the Fed has a say in part of the direction we go, but it is on his watch, and I think they understand that if this doesn't get turned around, this could become a growing political issue.
We've been talking a lot on the show about Ukraine and where that might go, that standoff with Russia. And you asked him about whether Vladimir Putin understands that to injure Americans in the process of whatever he might do in Ukraine could be the overture to what the president described as basically the overture to World War. What's your sense of how confident the president feels about that? Understanding, of course, no one quite knows what Vladimir Putin is going to do, but how confident is the president in his plans with Ukraine?
I don't know. I mean, he understands and acknowledged that things can go badly there very quickly, because I brought up the issue of American citizens. Would there be American troops available to evacuate people there? He basically said things could go badly. You wouldn't put troops up against one of the largest armies in the world, and he stressed several times that Americans there should come home. In terms of what he's telling Vladimir Putin, I asked him I said, have you told them to leave Americans alone? Yes, he said, and then later clarified that through his other speeches and remarks, he has sent that crystal clear. And, he still believes, I think, in the power of the sanctions and the crippling, what he thinks will be crippling to the Russian economy as a very, very strong weapon to keep Russia from making that move across the border. But we all see it. They continue to reinforce that buildup.
And right quick, Lester, before you go, the president seemed confident, at least in his administration's position on COVID measures, even as some states, some governors begin to roll their mandates back.
Yeah, he was very careful. I kind of walked him to that point. You've got governors who are, who are kind of going their own way, getting ahead of the CDC. He clearly did not want to directly criticize them. He suggested that, yeah, probably it's a little bit premature what we're seeing. But also, for example, when we talked about schools, he kind of said that the vaccines, which will soon be available to virtually every child, will perhaps alleviate some of the need for masks, but that's not the same as removing mask mandates.
Exactly. Lester Holt, appreciate you making time for us. Thank you, sir. And remember, you will see more of Lester's interview with President Biden tomorrow on Today, and this Sunday ahead of the Super Bowl on NBC. It started as an anti-mandate protest in Ottawa. Now it's grown into something larger, creating problems across the border. We'll get into the politics of this protest with the former U.S. ambassador to Canada just ahead. Stay close.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At least 2 major crossings on the U.S.-Canada border are blocked or closed, inspired by protesters in Ottawa. For the past 2 weeks, truckers have been protesting the country's vaccine mandates. Canada requires vaccinations for truckers to re-enter from the U.S. The protests are having some tangible impacts on jobs and trade. Ford, Toyota, and General Motors are all shutting down plants or altering their production plans. That's putting pressure on law enforcement to get tougher and end these standoffs. And that may be easier said than done. These protests are moving beyond Canada's borders, drawing support from anti-vaccine groups around the world. Some are even raising large sums of money in support. Yesterday, Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada, tweeted, "The protests in Ottawa, Canada, and the Ambassador Bridge are less about vaccines and more about political extremism and desires to disrupt the Canadian government and economy." Let's get some more context on that from Bruce Heyman, who joins us now. Ambassador, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Before we get into the politics, could you just give me a quick 30-second summary for people who aren't real clear on that relationship of what the relationship is between the U.S. and Canada? This economic connection is vital to both countries.
So very quickly, and it quickly would be not necessarily fair, for Canada is our best friend, best ally, largest and best trading partner in the world. They border our whole northern side of our country all the way up through Alaska. And about, in pre-COVID times, 400,000 people would cross our shared border every day. And it was the Canadians who were there for us in 9/11, in Gander, who were there for us in Iran during the hostage taking. When I met with Chris Christie in Ottawa when I was the ambassador, he told me about the Canadians coming down in Hurricane Sandy and putting the electric wires up. When I met with Mayor Mitch Landrieu, he told me about the Canadians. The Canadians have been there for us through thick and thin, and the amount of trade we do with them is the largest of any country in the world, and it's balanced, so not a big deficit or surplus. So that's the kind of trade we want to do. We make things together, we build things together, and about 80% of the population of Canada live within about 100 miles of the U.S. border.
So the politics behind this, are we talking anti-vaccine politics? Are these politics that have more to do with Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau? Like, what is this as you see it?
So we've all been through a couple of years of very tough times with regard to COVID, and we've been impacted significantly as a result of that, all of us in America, but also around the world. Canada has very specific, much more stringent in some respects than even the U.S., and they've had good outcomes, much lower mortality and better outcomes with regard to the virus. That being said, they placed this mandate on 90% of the truckers have their vaccine. So we're talking about a small percentage of truckers who would be repositioned to be able to do trucking within the country. And they either have to have the vaccine or be quarantined coming back. So I think, though, this group legitimately might have had a chance to get out and protest and speak their mind. But they've been radicalized, and a lot of other groups have joined in. Another news network to the far right has encouraged them to be more stringent in terms of taking it to the government of Trudeau. There's been fundraising around the world and in the United States, as you mentioned, and it is a very much evolved now to a shutdown, or at least partial shutdown, of the Ambassador Bridge, where 25 to 30% of all manufactured goods that trade between the largest trading partner go through that bridge. And that's why all these auto plants are now having to shut down, because they don't have parts. A carburetor may travel 6-8 times across the border in its ability to be manufactured. And so this is the issue.
Before I have to let you go, I wonder what the path forward is from here. We heard from Drew Dilkens, who's the mayor of Windsor, Ontario. If you've ever been to Detroit, the city you can see across the Detroit River from the city, that's Windsor, Ontario. It's when you land, when you get in the Canadian side. Talking about a potential plan to put an end to this. Listen to what he said.
If the protesters don't leave, there will have to be a path forward. If that means physically removing them, then that means physically removing them, and we're prepared to do that.
Ambassador, I'm not sure how that works. I mean, 18-wheelers are designed to be immovable once their air brakes are on. Like I've heard experts say dragging those things out of the street is nigh on impossible unless those truckers decide to release the air brakes on those trucks. Before I got to let you go, what's the path forward here? Is there a way to just make peace in this whole standoff, or do you see this ending a little bit more intensely?
Boy, I hope we make peace and figure out a nice way to get this resolved. The U.S. government is speaking, as released in Washington, very carefully with the Canadian government. And look, I know all the resources need to be brought to bear here, this is going to hit our economies pretty significantly if we don't get this resolved soon.
Ambassador Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada. Ambassador, I appreciate you making time, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for the conversation and be well.
Millions of Americans are placing bets on who will win the Super Bowl this Sunday. Maybe you too. And there's a good chance that more of them did so on their phones. We'll explore this boom in online gambling when we come back.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Super Bowl 56 is this Sunday between the Rams and the Bengals, and this year millions of people may be watching not just as fans, but as gamblers. The American Gaming Association, a trade group for casinos, estimates that 31 million Americans will bet more than $7 billion on the Super Bowl. And more than 18 million American adults could place traditional sports bets online at a retail sports book or with a bookie. That's up 78% from last year. Technology is making betting easier than ever, and a number of companies have pushed hard for legalization. So how will that affect the game and us? NBC technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now.
Harry Levant was a trial lawyer for more than 20 years. He spun into addiction and pled guilty to stealing more than $2 million from his clients, blowing it at this casino in a 16-month binge. This was his first time here in 8 years.
How does it feel being here?
I don't think I can describe it in one word. There's a lot of emotions.
He says it took feeling suicidal to help him turn his life around.
On April 27th, 2014, I got within 30 seconds of taking my life. I was trying to write a note to say, goodbye to my kids. And I had a moment of clarity where I realized I didn't want to die. Gambling addiction wanted me to die. It was done with me.
Levant says it's harder to quit gambling today than it was when he did it.
I had to walk into this building to place a bet. Gambling is now being delivered on every single electronic device, all day long, all night, on every single sporting event, professional, college.
The ads are everywhere.
You can bet $5 and win $280 cash.
Bet $5 to win $200.
Load the Fox Bet Sportsbook app.
But this is not just a friendly office pool. This is commercial online sports gambling, now legal in 31 states and expected to bring in more than $39 billion annually within 10 years. The floodgates opened in 2018 when the Supreme Court struck down a federal sports gambling ban, leaving it to states to regulate themselves. The result has been incredible money for the industry and for the states. Pennsylvania is a perfect example. 6 months after sports gambling apps first launched, gamblers here spent more than $316 million in a single month. 2 years later, that monthly number has more than doubled, and more than $22 million went to the state that month as tax revenue. Using a phone to place bets accounts for more than 80% of sports gambling, according to sportshandle.com. It's always on, it's largely unregulated, it's harder to keep away from children, and it allows companies to track everything a player does. And Philadelphia, with legal gambling, 4 major sports teams, and a major media market, is a unique lab for the industry to experiment with new forms of online and real-world gambling. This old theater is slated to become an online betting lounge. It's one of 2 in Philadelphia that are a prototype for something that could happen throughout the nation. The operators of the planned Bankroll Club did not respond to our request for an interview, but have told reporters that patrons will use their phones to order food and gamble online. Harry Levant says this is not going to be just a place to catch a game.
This is going to be a public health nightmare.
Companies are offering online bets on everything and anything, down to the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach at the Super Bowl. And for someone like Levant, that means no break from his compulsion. If anything, experts who study addiction say online casinos have all the data they need to know when someone has lost control.
I don't think most people are aware of how easy it is to tell that someone is an addict when you're looking at their data.
Levant is earning a master's degree as an addiction counselor. The NFL did not respond to our request for comment. But for Levant, the Super Bowl is a reminder of the growing power of the gambling industry.
They have converted NFL football into the equivalent of the same dice that I threw inside that building in the grips of a gambling addiction.
A new American tradition worth billions.
NBC technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now to discuss this. And Jake, I wonder if we could follow up on what the gentleman you interviewed said in terms of these online betting lounges being, in his words, a public health nightmare. What do we know data-wise in terms of the impact of these places? Or is it kind of too soon? Is this really unprecedented?
Well, it's moving so rapidly, Joshua, that the numbers are hard to track. But we do know that, first of all, the amount of activity is extraordinary. As you mentioned there, over $7 billion is going to be wagered on this Super Bowl, and that's according to the industry. We also know that more than 80% of that is going to likely be on mobile phones. So the incredible numbers and participation is already there. Then we also know that, in the United States, we devote very little federal money to anything like addiction resources and research, but the research that we do know suggests, for instance, that the helplines that you can call in your state for help with a gambling addiction, they've seen a sharp uptick in calls in at least 10 states. So we know that that's happening, but we also know that traditionally people only call after years and years of struggling with addiction. And so the numbers are very fuzzy here, but we know that there's just an explosion of activity here, and certainly the researchers we've talked to say that the addictive potential is enormous.
In your new book, The Loop, the one that's on the shelf over your shoulder, which I am very much enjoying reading, you talk about the way that technology has been able to tap into the way that our minds work, kind of the way our unconscious minds work, and use that to make money in ways that can be quite detrimental, quite damaging. Does that factor into sports gambling online as well? I mean, I imagine that if Instagram knows how to dig the exact perfect rabbit hole to keep me sitting still for an hour, they must be able to figure out how to get me to bet on this or that.
That's right. I mean, we in the United States have a real stigma about gambling as sort of an impulse control problem as opposed to it being an addiction. It took 30 years to get it into the psychology manual. But it turns out that there is a hugely predictable pattern to addiction, and it involves all the things that make sports gambling so compelling. Then at the same time, you also have these companies creating not just the opportunity to bet, Joshua, on the outcome of a single game or covering the spread. You can bet on how every single point goes, every serve in tennis. And as a result, that tailoring that you can do feeds into what psychologists describe as the real endless machine zone that real gambling addicts get into. And one of the markers of this for me is the discovery that, you know, when there was no sports going on, people began to bet on Russian ping pong on mobile apps. I don't know anything about Russian ping pong. I don't know about you. People were spending about $7 million a month. But here's the thing. Since professional sports has come back, that number has in fact only gone up. In Colorado alone, they spent over $11 million in a single month in 2021 on Russian ping pong gambling, right? So there's something going on in the way that the company has clicked into something and really found something that sticks.
Before I got to let you, Russian ping pong, I never would have guessed. Before I got to let you go, you said that since that Supreme Court case in 2018, yeah, who would have thought, that this industry has been largely unregulated? Are there more efforts to kind of rein it in? We know that more states like New York State have sanctioned it so that you can bet through some of these apps. But what about efforts to pull it back?
You know, Joshua, there is almost no federal effort that we have seen that has any sort of traction. The Supreme Court basically ruled that because gambling was not specifically mentioned in the Constitution, it should be up to the states. But now we see those states enjoying tens of millions of dollars a month in tax revenue. And so, you know, critics say that they are not incentivized to push back against this. So we definitely have a world in which 31 states have outright legalized it. And big markets like California are the next thing that the industry is, you know, hopefully, you know, is hoping for. So we're still at the beginning of this, and yet the money is extraordinary, and there does not seem to be any federal effort to try to roll any of this back, Joshua.
Well, we will continue this conversation next week because Jake's going to be back to discuss his new book. It's called The Loop: How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. It's a kind of user manual for your mind that explains why technology is so powerful in the ways that it is powerful. So we'd like your questions. Send us your questions about how technology is changing the ways in which we live. And we'd especially love to hear from you if you've got specific questions about the book. Let us know. You can find us. We are on voicemail 888-575-2NBC. Email us now tonight at NBCnews.com, or you can find us on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram on social media. NBC technology correspondent Jake War. Jake, thanks very much. Let's continue now with David Foreman. He is the Senior Director of Research at the American Gaming Association, the trade group for the casino industry. Mr. Foreman, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So talk about what this has meant for casinos. Part of me feels like, oh, this is a threat to kind of brick and mortar casinos on the Vegas Strip or in Atlantic City or Reno as we know them. And then the other part of me is like, no, they're going to figure out a way to cash in on this too. Like there's too much money to be made for the reshaping of this not to be a boon for the casino industry, for the gaming industry.
Yeah, look, the spread and legalization of sports betting is certainly a boon for the gaming industry. It used to be a niche amenity that was offered in casinos in only Nevada, and now it's available legally to about 130 million Americans across 30 plus states. And you know, people thought when it was legalized that it may have a negative impact on the industry in Nevada, but in fact, the opposite has been true. Handle, which is the amount of money bet on sports in Nevada, has increased even as it's become available to people in other states. So people have been betting on sports for a very long time. The difference now is that they're able to do it legally, and we're able to quantify how much is being bet.
Where do you see the biggest surges in business here? Are there certain regions of the country, certain demographics? You mentioned it's more than just Nevada, but where is it the strongest?
Well, I think, recently New York launched online betting in the last few weeks. and more than $1.2 billion of bet in New York in 3 weeks in late January. And again, those people didn't just, see an ad for a sports book in New York and decide to start betting on sports 2 weeks ago. People had been betting on sports for a long time. They were just forced to do it by unregulated offshore books. And legalizing it gives them the opportunity to do it with books that are licensed and regulated here in the United States, that offer consumers protections in terms of responsibility, and also offer them other consumer protections in terms of confidence that they get money back, and that bets will be graded.
Are there any concerns among the industry in terms of what we were just discussing with Jake Ward? I mean, it seems like if there is this much money to be made, I'm not sure what prevents avarice from taking over and people from being so much more easily, pulled into these rabbit holes that they can't get out of. I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, when is enough enough?
Well, the industry, the legal industry is committed to making sure that it's rolled out responsibly. We want to build a long-term business here for people to enjoy, again, legally. But when you look at sports betting in terms of the entire U.S. casino industry, it's a pretty small amount of the total revenue pie. Right now, sports betting accounts for about 7% of all U.S. gaming revenue. So brick and mortar casinos and slots and table games are still the biggest driver of casino business. And that's likely to continue for quite some time because sports betting really is, from a sportsbook's perspective, a really low margin business. For every about $100.
I guess what I'm wondering about is, I guess what I'm getting about, forgive me for interrupting, I know my time with you is very brief, but, Jacob Ward was talking about the proliferation of betting on Russian ping pong. Like, I bet some people had never betted on anything until they heard of Russian ping pong, and then they decided to try it just out of the novelty of it. I guess my concern is, I know how powerful social media is and the rabbit holes we fall into and the human effect of that, where our only currency is the time we spend. I can only imagine the impact if we're spending our time and our money. It may only be 7% of the overall industry, but that's not a 7% that the industry plans to keep at 7%. I imagine the goal is to make it grow.
Yeah, the goal is to make it grow as we roll out to more states and as we convert more consumers from, again, those unregulated offshore books to these legal books where they have protections and where, again, the books are able to ensure the integrity of the sporting events that are being bet on, and also offer players things like bets on their limits, time limits on how much time they spend on the app. And I think it all comes back to this idea that sports betting is new in America, and it's just not. People have had access to these online books on their phones, on their computers for many, many years now. The only difference is that now they have access to these legal, regulated books here in the United States.
Where do you see this industry headed? What's the prediction in terms of what the gaming industry is hoping for, let's say, 5 years from now?
Yeah, I think just in terms of the Super Bowl, which is coming up this week, we've gone from about $250 million wagered a year to about $500 million wagered last year. This year, a lot of people expect more than $1 billion to be wagered on the game. And I think it's, that's a small amount of that $7.6 billion that we talk about will be wagered legally. So I think in the long-term goal for the industry, again, is to just bring those players who have been betting offshore with these unlicensed books to these legal sites to grow the industry responsibly and to provide these players with a better experience.
David Foreman from the American Gaming Association, I appreciate you making time. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Up next, Olympic speed skater Andrew Heo joins us to talk about his first Winter Games. Plus, more Americans are winning big in Beijing. Your Olympics update before we go.
are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're a figure skating fan, you're probably well entertained by this year's Olympics. Nathan Chen of Team USA has a lot to do with that after today's nearly flawless performance. Did you see this? Nathan Chen won gold in men's figure skating. He's the 7th American man to win gold, and he's finding a bit of redemption after a disastrous performance in 2018. The U.S. Olympic team is not only winning gold, but making history doing it. Snowboarder Chloe Kim won another gold medal. She's the first woman in Olympic history to win multiple gold medals in snowboard halfpipe. Team USA now has 10 medals, 4 gold, 5 silver, 1 bronze. That puts the U.S. in 5th place in the medal count overall, at least for now. Austria leads the way with 13, including 4 gold. Norway and Canada are tied with 12 total, but Norway by far leads in gold medals. And the Russian Olympic Committee is now 4th with 11 medals overall. NBC's Steve Patterson is at the Olympics near Beijing with more. Steve, Chloe Kim came back to win gold. Tell us about that historic win.
Joshua, historic in more ways than one. Now the first female to win multiple and consecutive gold medals on the halfpipe. Incredible achievement, and she always does it in monster fashion. I mean, she immediately goes in, puts up the highest score of the day at a 94, and then essentially the whole rest of the day you're just kind of watching to see who gets in second place, or you're just there for her coronation. But she flies so much higher than the other athletes. She spins so much faster. Her tricks are so much more creative, and not to take away from these other incredible competitors, but these events simply aren't competitive with her at times, and she proved that once again, not only with her qualifying round, but also in the finals. And again, you know, just talking to her afterwards, I was there at all of her events, she comes off the podium and she's not even focused on snowboarding anymore. It's just an on-off switch for her. It's incredible to see. I think we think about snowboarding in terms of Shaun White because he's been so dominant for so long, but I think you have to start asking whether or not early on in her career, if she may be over the course of her career even more dominant than White as we continue to watch her grow up. It's really exciting. Josh?
One might ask the same question about Nathan Chen, who had a great performance after, you know, struggling in the past. This was a big, this has been a big Olympics for him too.
Huge Olympics. I think huge for his mental state, obviously, because he's erasing quite a disastrous performance from the 2018 Olympics. But all of that is, nobody's talking about that anymore whatsoever. Watching his performance, watching his routine, it's just incredible to see. And I think we think about it in terms of, oh, it's so perfect, or it's so close to perfect. And yeah, that's true. You could say that. You could make that statement. But also, I don't think we give enough credit to how fun it is to watch him, how joyous he is, you know, how he's smiling and he's fist pumping to Elton John, while, yes, of course, landing 5 quads in a row, the quad king, putting up a score that's 20 points better than the next person, now an instantaneous legend, one of 7 American men to ever win an individual gold medal for figure skating. Incredible achievement, and we will continue to watch his career with great interest. Josh?
Speaking of figure skating, don't want to let you go without asking about that Russian figure skater who tested positive for a banned medication. I understand NBC Sports has some new reporting on that.
Yeah, well, first we can name her 15-year-old Kamila Valieva, who is just this unbelievable figure skater, the first ever woman to land a quad during an Olympic performance. Should have won gold for that performance, if not for what's happening now, which is to say that the medal ceremony has been delayed, as there is either an ongoing investigation or the hint of one as to whether or not she was taking, and she did confirm to test positive for taking a heart medication, which sounds weird when you're talking about a 15-year-old, but apparently it enhances stamina and enhances performance. That is a banned substance, and she did test positive for it. Now, we've reached out to the International Olympic Committee that says that so far they are not responding to something that they're calling a suspicion at this point, and the Russian Figure Skating Federation says that she is still practicing, still training, and still on track to continue performing, but obviously there are some questions about whether or not that will happen as this continues. Josh?
NBC Steve Patterson at the Olympics outside Beijing. Steve, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Let's continue now with Andrew Hio, a speed skater on Team USA. Andrew, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
How have these Olympics been going for you so far? Have you been enjoying the experience?
Yeah, I think definitely enjoying it. Trying to just take it all in, not letting it get away from me too quick, which I think it has a little bit, but, you know, taking the rest of this experience and trying not to take it for granted and trying to soak everything in and just slowly, but going to go away pretty quick. So,
what are some of the biggest things that you've taken in from this experience? Is it people that you've met, things that you've seen, things you've gotten to do? Like, what's stuck with you?
Yeah, I think definitely meeting all the people here and seeing all the people that I used to watch on TV, especially from the U.S. And, you know, I guess the other big thing is competing at this stage and at this high of a stage. Definitely a dream come true. Definitely been dreaming of this since I was a little kid. So finally just be here, I think itself is just unbelievable to me. And yeah, obviously being around not just USA, but around all the other countries, just like seeing them around the village is definitely an experience.
Now, Team USA had a pretty painful disqualification in these Olympics. How are you and your team doing?
Yeah, I think we're still doing okay. I think we're doing great. Spirits are still high for sure. Mainly because we still have, my other teammates still have competitions coming up. So yeah, we're not thinking about it too much. It's in the past. It is what it is. What it is, and it was pretty much out of our control.
You had your last race yesterday in the men's 1,500-meter quarterfinals. How do you feel about just your performance in Beijing overall?
Yeah, I'm definitely proud and happy with what I've been able to accomplish at these games. I came into it with no expectations, so I think leaving here with a 7th place finish in 1,000 is definitely way above my expectations.
Can I tell you, that's really smart. Just going in and saying, I'm just going to do this, let it rip, leave it on the ice, and then whatever happens, happens. That is very, very smart. I wonder how you've been dealing with just being in the Olympic bubble. There's been so much going on around the Olympics with COVID and then world politics and everything else. How have you been able to kind of focus on what you came there to do?
Yeah, I think coming into it, I was aware of everything, obviously, around the Olympics, like it usually is. Obviously, this time's a little bit different with COVID and a bunch of other things. But I think my team as well, just collectively, we came into this with the mindset of just focusing on our skating and doing the best that we could and trying not to get too involved with everything else because, you know, that's just more things to worry about. And I think, yeah, like I said, it's just we just came here to prioritize our performance at the games and do the best that we could.
I hear that. I hear that. Well, congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish thus far. You're a young man. I'm sure there's a lot more ahead of you. Andrew Heo from Team USA, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And thank you for making time for us. Remember to send us your questions for NBC's Jacob Ward on how technology and AI are affecting our lives. We definitely want your reactions to his new book, The Loop. We're at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. So until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson here at Telemundo Center in Miami. We're back here tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Good night.
He would tell stories about how he had angels protecting him and people who had crossed him in the past had gotten really sick or their family had died. He would get this terrible grin that just looked evil.
They were sisters whose mom brought them here to live with others in this tight-knit commune.
We were all having meals together, and there was lots of parties.
A swimming pool, a fleet of cool cars. It seemed like a kid's fantasy.
You were the little girl who got a horse for your birthday.
I got 3 horses.
It was called Angel's Landing, a special place for a chosen few, a community of free spirits, but also, some would come to suspect, troubling secrets.
She fell and hit her head and drowned.
It started with a strange, sudden death, then another, and another.
He had been crushed under a vehicle while working on it.
All ruled accidents. But were they?
It didn't smell right.
For investigators, a journey into the supernatural.
He would say that even though we couldn't see her, she was there.
Who or what had a grip on this place?
Amber was the angel of death. She would come around when somebody was going to die.
A terrifying tale of dark power and diabolical prophecies.
He predicted that my mom was going to die.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with Angels and Demons.
You might as well be telling me to go live on the moon because that just wasn't something that could happen. The thought of leaving was scarier than the thought of staying. I never once thought about leaving. I thought about killing myself, but I didn't think about leaving.
Rolling out past the downtown grid toward the wide-open flatlands north of Wichita, Kansas, it would be easy to zip by the small cluster of homes nestled between the corn and wheat fields, not notice them at all. Maybe that was the point. But the nondescript compound did have a whimsical name, Angel's Landing, and it was home to a kind of large put-together family, a commune really, including 2 sisters.
We had a great relationship. I had everything I wanted.
But Angel's Landing gnawed at a county detective. For years, he could not shake the place or the people who lived there from his mind.
You thought there was a criminal scheme going on here.
It didn't smell right.
For us, it was a game of cat and mouse.
And after a decade-long obsession, the detective's hunch would be proved right. It turned out to be far more sinister than anyone could imagine.
We had kept this a secret for 10 years, and no one knew.
He would uncover a supernatural tale of angels and demons, an investigation into the saga of a traveling family that dabbled in most of the 7 deadly sins.
Amber was the angel of death.
Did you believe it?
Yes, he could see the future.
Lies, plenty. Lust, greed, murder. Angel's Landing had all of that and more.
All I could think about was, how are they going to believe me? You know, this is such a crazy story. What if they don't believe me?
Growing up near Kansas City, Missouri, the 2 sisters, Sarah and Emily, had about as normal a life as any suburban girls in the Midwest.
My sister and I used to play together when we were younger. My mom, it seemed like she was always home with us, and My dad was always there for dinner and things like that, it seemed like.
Their dad built houses, Mom, Jennifer, a realtor, sold them. And the girls were close despite a 7-year age gap.
We would go fishing together. She would take me to the pool every day during the summer, things like that. So, I mean, we were close, but we fought like siblings.
Sarah was 16, Emily just 9, and a star student.
I was a teacher's pet, and I was usually one of the top of my class.
So you're always prepared?
Yeah, I was a suck-up.
You said that, I didn't, Emily.
Totally was. I didn't know it then, but I was.
Everything was easy sailing for the girls until their parents' lives went in different directions.
I knew that my parents were getting divorced. I didn't know why. They never fought in front of us or anything.
That's always tough for kids.
That summer, 2001, their mom, Jennifer, was showing houses to a new client, a man named Lou Castro, who, with his long hair and Western hat, looked for all the world like a well-heeled young cowboy.
He seemed really charismatic and outgoing and friendly and like he had a lot of money.
He would tell everybody that he had cattle in South Dakota and that he was trading stocks. He told me he had a bunch of cars in Texas somewhere and that he owned a mansion down there.
This soft-spoken man was looking for a country property for his somewhat new-agey family commune just down from South Dakota. A young married couple, Trish and Brian Hughes, their baby girl, and a young woman from North Dakota. Jennifer found them just the right parcel. But even after turning over the keys, there was something about that Lou Castro guy that Emily's mom found irresistible. He'd become more than a client.
Well, at first he was just somebody that Mom was doing business with, but they would go to lunch often.
As you look back now, Emily, what do you think went on with your mother?
I don't know.
But something was going on, huh?
Something was.
And something was going on with Lou, too. No sooner had he settled down in Greater Kansas City than his family commune was on the move again. And guess who was going with them? Jennifer, the realtor, and her 2 girls.
What'd your dad think?
My dad was devastated.
Just like that, in the fall of 2001, Emily, Sarah, and their mom were packing up a U-Haul and heading out for a fresh start to life.
You got to leave your neighborhood or your playmates, your class kids?
At first I was really upset, but eventually it kind of seemed like a new adventure, and that's what Mom really needed to do.
The new home for all 3 was a 10-acre mini farm north of Wichita. They moved in with Lou and his family commune in the spread they called Angel's Landing. The girls' mom, Jennifer, bought the adjoining 10 acres and built a second house. And after they added a swimming pool and a dirt track for ATVs, the commune later put up a 3rd house.
So what was the routine of the household?
We were all having meals together and we didn't really do chores.
While the girls' mom resumed her real estate business, Brian worked as a mechanic and Lou organized the downtime.
He would throw parties about every weekend. There was a lot of drinking. Other people would bring their kids over. We'd go swimming. I would take care of the little kids. We'd play pool.
Pretty normal.
A little lavish, but pretty normal stuff.
Lou loved toys with engines, and there were a couple of workshops big enough to garage his enormous radio-controlled planes and a fleet of snazzy cars.
Going to a dealership and buying a Corvette was like going to a toy store and picking out a model car. Like, that is how quickly he would just go and pick one out and say, all right, I want it.
Corvettes, Dodge Viper?
Mini Corvettes, a few Dodge Vipers. We had Suburbans, Tahoes, Trailblazers, big trucks, dualies.
They had vanity plates, Angel 1, Angel 2, and so on.
So a lot of it is kind of a kid's dream, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I got everything I wanted.
While the sisters did stay in touch with their dad, who had moved nearby, Lou's promise of whatever your heart desires found a sweet spot.
Lou asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I was like, well, I would love to have a horse, but I know that it's expensive and I know it's too much work, so we're not going to do that. He's like, no, if you want a horse, we're going to get a horse.
You were the little girl who got a horse for your birthday.
I was. I got 3 horses.
You were the princess of the house.
Yes.
Emily, being the princess, didn't always sit well with Sister Sarah, so the other young mom in the family, Brian's wife Trish, sometimes stepped in to referee their sibling rivalry.
She was the disciplinarian?
Kind kind of. There was a specific way to do things, and you did it her way, and that's just what was expected.
What'd you think of Trish? Did you like her?
She was wonderful. I loved her just like another mom.
So she really was substitute mom in a lot of the big things, huh?
She was.
So the sisters will never forget that awful day in June 2003. Emily, just 11 years old, found herself standing by the swimming pool.
Trish was floating in the shallow end of the pool face down.
A beach sandal floated on the water. Trish was dead.
For Emily and everyone else, the sunny life at Angel's Landing had changed in an instant. When we return, the horror of losing one of their own.
It was very dramatic.
And later, there would be more shocks in store. Mysterious accidents, dark threats involving the spirit world, and one seemingly demonic transformation.
He wouldn't blink. He would get this terrible grin. It just looked evil.
When Dateline continues.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Just 2 years after leaving Missouri to make a new start with their mom's free-living, free-spending friends near Wichita, Kansas, the two sisters, Emily, 11, and Sarah, 17, were still living in the family commune called Angel's Landing. Lou, who had money and lots of spare time, was the patriarch, and Trish, who was married to Brian and had a baby daughter, took care of the home.
Trish kind of was the one that would be there before we went to school and after we went to school because my mom had to work.
Did you like her?
I loved her. I loved Trish.
So what happened in June 2003 at Angel's Landing came as a sudden, life-altering shock. The day began normally enough for the sisters.
We all had gone to lunch. Trish and her daughter, a friend of mine, and her baby, and then Lou and my sister. And then we came back to the house after lunch, and Trish and Emily and the baby were going to clean the pool.
That was the plan for the afternoon.
Right. And Lou and I were going to go to Davis Moore.
Car dealer.
Correct.
So you go off to the car dealership with Lou?
Mm-hmm.
Back at the swimming pool, something truly awful had happened.
I called 911.
She told the operator that Trisha's toddler had fallen into the pool, and when Trisha tried to save her little girl, she had slipped backwards.
She tripped and fell and hit the concrete?
She fell and hit her head and drowned.
And the baby was in trouble in the pool, and
Right,
that you rescued the baby, but you couldn't help.
right.
Emily got the baby out of the pool, but because she was just a wisp of a thing, try as she might, Emily could not lift Trisha's body out of the water. Hopeless. Across town, Sarah and Lou were checking out cars at the dealership when Sarah's phone rang.
I receive a phone call from Emily, and she says that Trish fell in the pool. I need you to come home.
Did she say that Trish was dead?
Yes.
So this is shocking news. You've all just had lunch a few hours before,
Mm-hmm.
and now you're hearing Trish is dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Lou and Sarah raced back home to Angel's Landing, where police and EMTs were already on the scene.
There's no reason to believe that she was under the influence of anything at this time.
They had pulled Trisha's body from the pool and taken photographs. A single beach sandal floated on the water's surface. Pieces of Trisha's hair clip were in the pool. It had snapped apart when she banged her head, they presumed. And there were small bruises and a cut on Trisha's forehead. The medical examiner determined Trisha's death was due to a freakishly bad accident. Trish was just 26 years old.
And Trish was gone.
Yeah,
The family was in a state of shock.
devastated.
Trish had been kind of mother of the house, the way you talk about her.
Yeah,
For you, too.
absolutely. It was really hard. It breaks my heart.
And it was hard for Lou. Trish was someone he regarded as his best friend. Lou had met Trish in the mid-90s in South Texas after serving in the Navy as a plane mechanic. And for 8 years, they were inseparable travelers, moving on to South Dakota and ending up in Wichita.
It was very dramatic.
As the family commune tried to come to terms with the tragedy, Trish's husband Brian embraced his little daughter closer, and gradually they all got on with their lives.
And then you're what, going back to school and doing the usual things?
Exactly.
Still, it was hard for the family to put Trish's death behind them, and something else was troubling. Emily and Sarah had a fuzzy recollection that Trish wasn't the first person in the family commune to die. They'd recently met a teenager who'd also once been on the fringes of the commune, and he told a story with painful echoes.
Coming up, a tale of tragedy and mystery.
I knew something wasn't right, and then he just told me, like, hey, your mom and sister have been missing.
2 members of the commune vanish into thin air when Dateline continues.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
At Angel's Landing, the family commune was slowly mending after the devastating loss of Trish Hughes, who had drowned in the swimming pool, since covered over. Sisters Sarah and Emily saw Trish's husband Brian, an auto mechanic, a broken man, left to raise a daughter.
Brian loved Trish more than anything in the world, and he loved his daughter immensely. He was a really just good person. He missed his wife. Brian was sad.
As they cope with the loss themselves, Emily and Sarah had a flashback and pieced together another incident when tragedy struck the family about 2 years before.
I wasn't there. I'm glad I wasn't there. That would just be more that I had lost.
Not long before Trish's death, the sisters met 15-year-old Cody Griffith from Texas, who'd also once been on the fringes of the family commune. He'd been close to Trish and Lou thanks to his mom, Mona.
My mom and Trish were really great friends. They would do a lot together.
Cody's mom, Mona, was something of a flower child.
She was extremely loving, very free-spirited. Everything was spontaneous. There was really no planning. She could say, hey, let's get in the car and drive somewhere.
Could have been a hippie in an earlier day, huh?
Maybe. Just someone who was extremely loving, very accepting.
When Cody was growing up in Corpus Christi in the mid-90s, his mom, Mona, was going through a difficult divorce and financial trouble. She, Cody, and Cody's young sister, Lindsay, moved in with their good friends Trish and Lou from the apartment complex.
I can remember Lou taking us to baseball practice, my sister as well, picking her up from school and stuff like that.
His mom, Mona, and Trish took turns cooking for what was the beginnings of the commune.
So you're really an extended family.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's like living with an aunt and uncle.
So when Trish and Lou suddenly decided they wanted to pick up sticks and move to South Dakota, Mona wanted to go too, and to take Cody and his sister Lindsay along as well.
I'll never forget it. It was just like yesterday, and I told her, no, I'm not leaving. And I had gotten extremely upset.
The very thought of being so far away from his dad was too much for Cody.
So what did she say? Yes, you are? You're going to go with us?
No, she let me make that decision. She would have not wanted me to do something I didn't want to do.
So in late 1998, Mona and Cody's younger sister Lindsay ended up leaving Corpus Christi and settled near Rapid City, South Dakota, where one Christmas, Cody paid them a visit.
It was an extremely small home. It was like in the mountains. We even went down and cut our own Christmas tree.
Off the grid, kind of a cabin?
Yeah.
The cabin was a tight squeeze for sure, but the family commune was growing. It was here that Trish met and married Brian, the auto mechanic, and they had a daughter. Mona, Cody's mom, had also found a boyfriend, a Rapid City realtor and experienced private plane pilot.
You were okay with that, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, of course I wanted my mom to be happy, and I look forward to meeting him.
Did you ever meet him?
No.
One Friday in February of 2001, Mona and her boyfriend decided to take daughter Lindsay on an exciting birthday trip to Nebraska. Exciting because Mona's boyfriend would fly them there himself. They took off from Rapid City. But not long after, something went terribly wrong.
How did you find out about the plane?
My dad had called me inside, and he just looked at me, and I knew something wasn't right. And then he just told me, like, hey, your mom and sister have been missing.
Your dad must have been all ripped up, huh?
There's nothing you can say. I mean, there was no way that he could explain to his son that his sister and mom were gone.
And imagine you hope that somebody's crawled out of the wreckage and they've got some food and water and they're in a little tent waiting for search and rescue to find them, but...
That's the only thing I could pray for.
As Cody was praying for a miracle, Mona's sister Lisa also got a phone call from another sister.
And she's crying hysterically, and she said that Mona and Lindsay had left on a plane and the plane had never reached its destination, and they didn't know where it was.
Mona's boyfriend hadn't filed a flight plan, so the plane could be anywhere.
Rugged territory.
Correct. Up in the Badlands area, we assume, or Nebraska. We really had no clue.
But in South Dakota, Lou Castro, a former Navy plane mechanic, was on it. When Lisa paid a short visit to try to help find her sister and niece, Lou was in constant touch with search and rescue, a huge comfort.
Soft-spoken, nice, funny, friendly. He seemed very concerned, very, very distraught over Mona and Lindsay's disappearance, and very helpful. I mean, he was very gracious in whatever we wanted.
So it's thank goodness we have Lou at the helm here, huh?
Exactly. You know, he didn't work, so he seemed to have plenty of time. He seemed to know everybody. They knew him. We were grateful that there was somebody that had taken control and was keeping us in the loop also.
At a gathering of Lindsay's school friends in support of the search, Lou seemed especially popular with all the girls.
Oh, they were mesmerized by him.
Is he telling them stories, jokes, or?
Mm-hmm. Laughing. He knew them all quite well, we could tell.
Was there something a little creepy about it? I don't want to plant an idea here that it didn't exist.
They all knew Lou, but they didn't know Lindsay's mom. I just found that strange.
6 weeks after the plane went missing, Lisa and Cody got the news they were dreading. The wreckage had been found. There were no survivors.
So that's the end of all hope. This is not going to have a miraculous ending.
Mm-hmm.
Cody traveled back to Rapid City and once again saw Lou, who seemed distraught.
He starts crying, and he tells me that my little sister was never supposed to be on the plane. He tells me that if my mom would have only been on the plane, that he says, you know, I would have taken your sister and we would have left.
He would have become like the adoptive father then.
Right.
How would he know whether she was supposed to be or not?
I don't know.
Looking back, do you wonder what he meant by that?
Every day. Every day.
An NTSB investigation into the catastrophe found no mechanical problems with the plane, leaning toward a theory that bad weather had contributed to the crash.
When do you miss your mom and sister the most? Times along the way when you've been growing up? Cody, I don't think you need to put any words to it.
You really can't.
Lou and Trish, not blood relatives, determined the burial place for Mona and Lindsay. A surprise to Lisa, who again raised an eyebrow when she saw her sister and niece's obituary in a South Dakota newspaper.
And it lists myself, my two sisters, and her brother, Lou. We're like, where did we pick up a brother?
Later, as Emily recalled the awful story of the plane crash, she too remembered Lou telling her what he'd told Cody.
He said that Lindsay wasn't supposed to die.
Whatever that meant, in 2003, after Trish's death in the swimming pool, Emily and her sister Sarah weren't the only ones trying to make sense of it all. A local detective in Wichita was also taking an interest in the plane crash and the death of Trish Hughes, and in whatever else might be going on at Angel's Landing. Something wasn't adding up.
Coming up, one thing was adding up: the death toll of commune members. Another was just around the corner.
We got the call that he had been crushed underneath the car that he was fixing.
When Dateline continues.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
In late 2003, after the drowning death of 26-year-old Trish Hughes, the mood at Angel's Landing was grim. Sisters Emily and Sarah watched as the family commune patriarch Lou tried to cheer everyone up. Another young woman had joined the family commune, and soon Lou and she were engaged, with a little girl on the way. And as the clouds lifted over Angel's Landing, shiny new rides appeared in the drive.
Before Trish died, there was 3 Corvettes, and everybody else had an SUV. And then after Trish died, it got more and more and more extravagant.
More vehicles,
Higher
sports
priced
cars.
vehicles.
Salesmen must have been licking their chops to see him coming, huh?
They were. We all had the dealership's owner's cell phone
Speed dial,
number.
huh?
Yeah.
In fact, Lou spent $1.5 million on cars in just a few years. And his lavish generosity didn't stop at the family. Civic-minded Lou was showered with high fives from the city council after he donated $19,000 towards a brand new police vehicle. And cops were always welcome at the extravagant parties thrown by Lou at Angel's Landing.
One of the officers in the county dated one of the women there for a while, huh?
And that was me.
It was you.
Mm-hmm.
But not everyone in uniform was joining in the fun.
It didn't smell right.
A local informant gave a "Psst, check it out" to Wichita detective Ron Goodwin, who at the time was an undercover narcotics officer. He recruited 2 law enforcement heavyweights, and in early 2003, from the shadows, the detective was eyeballing the commune, zeroing in on Lou Castro.
Ron, why did you become interested in him in particular?
He drew attention to himself.
Kind of flashy or ostentatious?
Flashy. He had what appeared to be unexplained wealth. Drew attention to himself with parties, high-optioned vehicles. Each vehicle had an Angel vanity plate with a number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe he had old family money, was an inheritance guy.
Sure, and that was something that we had to look at without violating any of his rights.
You thought there was a lot of smoke around this guy, but you didn't know what exactly it was coming from.
There was.
And the smoke kept billowing when Goodwin learned about the death of Trish Hughes.
So her death didn't trigger your interest in him?
It absolutely triggered more of my interest in him.
Goodwin wanted to find out exactly who Lou Castro was. He ran Castro's name in law enforcement databases and quickly discovered he was trying to put his finger on a man who seemed to have no past, a virtual ghost. And not long after Trish Hughes' death, he trawled the internet.
And as I started researching, I started noticing that there were other deaths associated with him.
He landed on that obituary of Mona and her daughter Lindsay, and bingo, there was Lou's name.
That was the first time I had seen Lou Castro in print.
Underlying Goodwin's suspicion about Castro's unexplained wealth, he theorized he had a drug case.
I work drug cases, and unexplained wealth is something that you look at to determine if that's how this person might be earning their money.
So Goodwin set out to collect evidence from Angel's Landing. He began with the trash bags. Maybe inside there was evidence of drugs, incriminating documents, or a fingerprint.
So maybe if you can get a fingerprint, somewhere he'll be in the system and you'll come up with a name.
That's right.
You tried to get a fingerprint.
I did.
And the tech guys couldn't come up with anything.
They cannot.
Frustrating. There was no evidence of drugs. And nearly 3 years later, there were still no clues as to who Lou Castro was.
He's putting the gas in it. It's a good fire.
But in 2006 came another shocking coincidence.
Brian, how'd you wreck yours?
I didn't wreck it.
Brian Hughes, Trish's husband, an experienced 31-year-old mechanic raising their daughter in the commune, suffered an unimaginable accident. As Emily tells it, Brian was visiting family in South Dakota.
One day he called and he spoke to Lou for a little while, and then he asked to speak to his daughter, who was still in Wichita. And the story goes that he told her goodbye.
Told his daughter goodbye.
Right. And then a couple hours later, we got the call that he had been crushed underneath the car that he was fixing.
Brian was dead. Really? That didn't make any sense to Emily.
He would have put blocks under the tires.
He knew his way around a vehicle.
Right.
And then he was dead.
Yeah.
The bodies were piling up, 5 now, but none of the findings in any of the cases, including Brian's, concluded there was foul play.
It was classified, and still is classified, as an accident.
Detective Goodwin decided he was going to have to find a new angle on the enigma of Angel's Landing and Lou Castro, even if he had to work around the clock.
What drove you on this thing?
There had to be something else out there he was hiding from.
The mystery.
Yeah, the mystery of Lou Castro, his true identity.
One thing was for sure, Goodwin wasn't going to let this go.
Coming up, yet another member of the commune meets a tragic end. But this time, a light bulb would go off.
What we saw was a pattern.
And as investigators dig into Lou's past, he starts to seem like a ghost.
There should have been credit records, there should have been driver's license records, and we could find none.
When Dateline continues.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on. And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In 2007, Wichita detective Ron Goodwin was investigating Lou Castro at Angel's Landing, a commune of about a dozen people. He was also keeping count of the mysterious deaths, 5 so far. Mona, her boyfriend, and her daughter Lindsay had perished in the plane crash. Trish had drowned in the swimming pool, and now Brian had been crushed to death beneath a car he was working on. And while all the deaths were deemed to be accidents, really, he wondered, how could any family be so unlucky? But what baffled him most was that he didn't know who this central man, Lou Castro, really was. Rifling through Angel's Landing trash cans hadn't worked.
What do you do next?
One day when I was out on a day off, I just happened to see Lou Castro with a female in a SUV vehicle. And I followed them to a restaurant on the north end of town.
Goodwin sat in the restaurant, watched, and waited.
And then after they had finished, I contacted the manager and asked him if I could collect the dishes and the glasses that they had used at that table.
The idea was to get fresh fingerprints that could maybe ID Castro.
So that's a pretty cool move. Did it work?
It did not work either. We tried every piece of dinnerware that was on the table, but we were unsuccessful.
So he's still a mystery man as far as ID.
That's right.
So Goodwin tried another fingerprint ploy. He took some glossy photos, walked up to Lou Castro's home, and cooked up a story about burglaries in the neighborhood. Could Lou recognize any of the cars or people in the photos?
So you hand these glossy 8x10s to the guy you believe is Lou Castro?
I do.
How does he handle them?
He takes the envelopes and holds them between his palms. And once the photos are out of the envelope, he moves the photos around with his fingernails and does not pick up the photos by his fingers.
He knew exactly what you were doing.
He did.
And he wasn't going to fall for it and leave a print?
No.
What did it tell you about the guy that had become your nemesis here?
Well, it raised my suspicions even more that he was trying to hide from law enforcement.
Frustrated, Goodwin needed help. He called a detective in the DA's office, Clint Snyder, who'd worked high-profile cases, like the notorious Wichita BTK serial killer.
Well, it was an amazing story when Ron told it to me, all these mysterious deaths, and of course in this business you don't believe in coincidences, so I felt like that Ron was onto something.
And Ron enlisted another big gun to help ID Castro, FBI Supervisory Special Agent John Sullivan.
We checked our FBI databases and private databases. I had the offices go out and get photographs, pull arrest records. We checked every Lou Castro that we could find in the U.S., and none matched the Lou Castro that we had living in Wichita.
How unusual is that the FBI cannot, through all its resources, come up with a name and an ID on a guy?
That's extremely unusual, especially in this day and age, because usually everybody has a trail. There should have been credit records, there should have been driver's license records, there should have been all sorts of records, and we could find none.
None of the car purchases, the property deeds, even the utility bills at Angel's Landing were under the name Lou Castro. They were all under the names of commune members. But just as Goodwin was feeling stumped, another extraordinary tragedy was about to shake Angel's Landing. It happened in 2008 when Sarah was almost 24 and Emily 17.
I had called Mom after school to have dinner with her, and she didn't answer her phone. And I was so angry with her because she ignored my phone call. About 30 minutes into the test that I was taking, they pulled me out of class. My dad was there. He said, "Emily, we gotta go." And he started driving me to my house. And I said, "Dad, we have to go to the hospital." And he said, "No, Emily, we don't."
Butler County 911, what's the location?
Their mother's car had swerved into the oncoming traffic.
She had hit a gravel truck head-on on a rural road.
So your mother is suddenly dead. What an
Right.
awful event. Then maybe there was a distraction, or maybe she had to turn away from trouble. We really don't know, do we?
We have no idea. She just bought a little Yorkie, and for the past couple weeks, she'd been happy.
What did the accident investigators make of that?
They said it was an accident.
Should we do the other wallet?
Meanwhile, the investigators, Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan, couldn't ignore that Jennifer's head-on highway death was the 6th in 8 years from the same family commune.
Does that change your interest in the case? Are you amped up a little bit more?
I think we all were. What we saw was a pattern.
Approximately every 2.5 years, there was a mysterious death, deemed each time to be an accident. And while the officers suspected Lou Castro was somehow involved, they had no hard evidence on which to arrest him. They had to just wait.
It's not that easy. We did not want to tip off what we were looking at, and if he knew we were looking at him, he could get up and move, he could change the way he does business.
And you still didn't know who he was.
And we still did not know who he was.
A year later, in 2009, Lou Castro did exactly what they feared. He took off. But just as the investigators thought Lou Castro might have slipped away, they got their first big break.
Coming up, a troubling encounter shakes Sarah.
He was very angry with me, scary angry.
And then someone new gives detectives their first look inside the mysterious world of Angel's Landing.
The authorities were very, very interested in what you had to say.
Yes.
When Dateline continues.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Detective Ron Goodwin believed the man known as Lou Castro was somehow linked to 6 mysterious deaths in the Midwest, but he didn't know how or why. And now, unbeknownst to the detective, Lou Castro had slipped away, left Wichita. It happened suddenly. A few months after their mother's death in a 2008 car crash, Emily and Sarah were still traumatized when Lou announced a move to Tennessee.
Now, how was that broached to the family? We're out of here. We're moving to Tennessee.
He said we really needed to go. I was really angry with him, for wanting to move, and I didn't want to go, and I wanted to stay. And Lou said, "Emily, we're doing this for you."
For you?
Yep. He said that we were going to be closer to Vanderbilt, which was the college that I wanted to go to. And he said this whole move was for me.
It's kind of flattering to hear.
Yeah, well, and also, how do you say no when the entire thing is about you?
So you were still the princess.
Right.
Emily was 17, but Sarah was nearly 24 and edging away from the smothering nest.
I moved out.
How'd you do that? Yeah, that's a huge step.
They were leaving to go to Tennessee, and I didn't want to go. And I had just lost my mom, and I couldn't stand the thought of losing my dad. I never have been able to stand that thought. My daddy is so important to me.
Did you tell Lou to his face, "I'm not going, I'm not getting in the car"?
Yes.
How'd that go down?
He was very angry with me, scary angry. And I just said, I can't, I'm not doing that. I don't want to be that far away from my dad. I don't, there's no way.
Emily might have gone to live with her father, but she remained with the commune.
I wasn't going to leave what I considered my family.
And your dad was part of another family back when, but...
I mean, I still visited my dad, and I still loved my dad, but that's just not where I was going to live.
So as the family and Emily moved to a beautiful colonial home on acreage in Columbia, Tennessee, Sarah stood her ground in Wichita. She could exhale at last, and one evening she went out and met a guy. His name was Daniel, an expert marksman in the Kansas National Guard. And as they fell in love, she began to spill the buried secrets of her past.
You think nobody could have these dark stories that are part of your life, but you had just awful, awful things to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sarah was still in touch with the family commune now living in Tennessee. And Daniel wanted to know more about this Lou character Sarah was telling him about.
And I just started researching all these deaths to try to figure out how much of it was related to this individual.
Which is exactly what law enforcement was doing on the outside of all this, trying to look in and figure out where the puzzle lay. What'd you feel about these stories?
A lot of mixed emotions. I didn't know how to handle a lot of that stuff at the time because it was all very fresh, very new to me. And just stuck with it and decided, let's try to make things right.
And secretly, Daniel decided to take action.
You put together a remarkable letter for the FBI.
Yes.
It took some guts to do it.
I was just pretty much just tired of me carrying all that information myself. I found out enough that I believe that it should be in somebody else's hands that can do something with it.
Daniel laid out his suspicions, painting an alarming picture of the Angels Landing commune. A series of mysterious deaths, a code of silence enforced with sickening threats, and a big clue as to where all the money might have come from. And at the center of it all, the man who called himself Lou Castro. Even for this veteran of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, reporting to the authorities carried its risks.
Did you worry about that?
I did. But I decided, this was something I have to do, and the chips will fall where they fall.
It turns out the authorities were very, very interested in what you had to say.
Yes.
So in December 2009, nearly 7 years after the Wichita investigation began, Detectives Goodwin and Snyder and the FBI agent Sullivan got their first break, the email from Daniel.
And in the email, he told us what he thought was happening. But the great thing about it was for the first time, we had somebody from the inside that could confirm some of our suspicions.
Saying you guys really need to look at this guy, Lou Castro.
Yes.
And I'm guessing you get a holy cow phone call, huh?
Yes. We finally have a cooperating witness that will help us determine who Lou Castro is.
In secret, without Sarah knowing, they brought Daniel in and peppered him with questions.
He related to us how Lou Castro and the others had moved to a residence in Columbia, Tennessee. We were reluctant to talk to his girlfriend because, again, we did not want to tip off Lou Castro or anybody else.
And Daniel, their inside man, delivered the mother lode.
They'd bring me pictures. Can you identify these people?
They're out at the gate looking, surveilling, watching cars come and go, but you're able to put the picture together for them.
Correct.
Armed with Daniel's email and his intel, Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan got an official green light to pursue Castro and try to take him out of business.
John's counterparts in Tennessee obtained a license tag on a vehicle out there, which was registered to a person by the name of Joe Venegas. So at that time, we had a new name that we potentially thought could be a new family member, or it could potentially be Lou Castro.
At the same time as the investigators were looking for Joe Venegas, they were following money transferred from the Angels Landing family to their new home in Tennessee.
The money had transferred from Wichita, Kansas area banks to Columbia, Tennessee banks.
Emily remembers the day Lou set up a new account.
Did you go to the bank with him that day he opened the account?
I did.
You don't know that the local authorities had been looking at him for years back in Wichita?
Nope.
After they got in touch with the bank, the investigators pulled the security camera video. There, clearly visible, was Emily. And there was a man called Joe Venegas opening an account.
And who did you see in that image?
Lou Castro.
So Lou Castro of Wichita is now Joe Venegas of Tennessee.
That's correct.
The investigators believed he was neither Lou Castro nor Joe Venegas. And now he'd been made. Identity fraud is a federal crime, so the investigators now had grounds to arrest him. A week later, they moved in.
Coming up, investigators finally get inside the doors of the commune. And later, sinister stories of Angel's Landing's Dark Angel.
Amber was the angel of death. She would come around when somebody was going to die.
And then you'll hear from Lou Castro himself when Dateline continues.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's a striking colonial house deep in the countryside outside Nashville, Tennessee. And in 2010, this was where Lou Castro's houseful lived. There was Lou, his fiancée, and their daughter. Emily was there too, and other commune members. Based on information Sarah's boyfriend Daniel had supplied to the three determined investigators, the FBI was now bird-dogging the property. But inside, Emily and the other occupants were oblivious.
So Tennessee, the house looks very nice. You weren't happy about leaving your classmates and your life in Wichita, but were you pleased at what the prospects were for you in Tennessee?
I was. I mean, it was really hard going to school there and things, but I just started focusing on getting to college and things like that.
Emily recalls there had been so many changes, and one change in particular was unusual: Lou's name. Lou now wanted to be called Joe.
How did he explain that to you, that I'm not going to be Lou, don't call me Lou over here anymore?
I think because he didn't have the proper identification to actually get legitimately established as Lou. So he needed an actual Social Security card and an actual driver's license.
Investigators back in Wichita found out that Lou was now going by the name Joe. They believed he had committed identity fraud, which gave them what they needed to make an arrest.
We went to the front of the residence, knocked on the door. Mr. Castro and his common-law wife answered the door.
We actually approached him as Joe Venegas. We called him Joe Venegas to his face when we talked to him. He corrected us and told us he was not Joe Venegas, but he was in fact Lou Castro. So he went back to his old identity.
Was he shaky to see law enforcement at his front door?
I didn't think so.
He was confident that he was going to be able to explain away why we were there.
The officers arrested him, charged him, and searched the property.
What did you find in the house?
Normal things. We found paper documents, we found computers, we found 11 weapons, guns inside the house.
Any smoking guns?
No.
Emily had been on her way home from school when she got a call from Detective Goodwin.
And he said, "Emily, where are you?" And I said, "I don't know who you are." He said, "I'm Detective Goodwin. Where are you?" He said, "You need to come home."
First time you heard that name, Goodwin, huh?
I showed up and Goodwin and Sullivan came out and I just about fainted. And Goodwin had to practically carry me into the house because I was terrified.
What did they tell you it was all about?
I don't remember. I remember that I didn't tell them anything.
Lou himself was continuing to confound the officers by not giving up his real name.
We're very frustrated at that point. We swept him away to the jail as fast as possible. We wanted his fingerprints immediately. We wanted to know who he was. And that didn't occur.
Castro's fingerprints didn't show up in any federal database. And even after a 6-hour interview, he didn't crack.
So after the search warrant, after the Tennessee trip, we came back to Wichita, partly happy because we had arrested Lou Castro, but we still didn't know who he was at that point.
So when Castro pleaded guilty to ID fraud and was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison, Goodwin believed that was just a ploy to avoid much bigger charges, really serious crimes over many years. And he was determined to get to the truth. 7 years after opening up his investigation into Angel's Landing, he set off to the place he believed Lou Castro's criminal journey began, and at last found Castro's true identity.
Coming up, the discovery that would break the case wide open.
I snatched it out of his hands and said, "Where did you get that?"
When Dateline continues.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The nemesis of Detective Ron Goodwin, a man who called himself Lou Castro but would not give up his real name, was behind bars after confessing to ID fraud. But even after 7 years of investigating, Goodwin was just getting started. He believed Castro was involved in much more serious crimes, heavy-duty stuff, maybe even those mysterious deaths. The plane crash that killed Mona, her boyfriend, and her daughter Lindsay. The death of Brian Hughes under a collapsed vehicle. That inexplicable head-on tragedy in which Sarah and Emily's mom, Jennifer, died. And Trish Hughes' drowning. As the investigators called everyone with links to Castro, the phone trail took Goodwin to South Texas.
It took us to South Texas because Patricia Hughes, the victim in the drowning, was from Beeville, Texas.
Goodwin questioned Trish's family, and a sister recalled Trish had gone with a guy way back when.
A guy by the name of Daniel Perez.
Had you ever heard that name in
Never.
all your years of trying to figure out who Lou Castro was?
No, I'd never heard that name.
Daniel Perez. Goodwin immediately contacted the local authorities, and it turned out there was a record of a Daniel Perez and a mugshot.
They faxed that to me that day.
I remember when Ron finally got the fax from Texas, and I snatched it out of his hands and said, "Where did you get that?" It was obvious that it was, you know, the person we knew as Lou Castro, but now we, of course, knew he was Daniel Perez.
We got our guy here.
Yes.
Lou Castro was Daniel Perez, born in Aransas Pass, Texas in 1959. The record showed Daniel Perez had pleaded no contest to 2 sex crimes in the mid-1990s. But the cases had been dismissed because he was believed to be dead.
And the person believed in South Texas to have been dead for many years. Wasn't dead because you saw him in Wichita. You'd seen him driving his Corvettes.
That's right.
So he was on the lam.
He was on the lam.
In Kansas and Tennessee, interviews with the Angels Landing commune helped Goodwin connect the dots between 6 states and more than a dozen commune members over a period of about 15 years. And something else happened. Emily wrote a letter to Lou while he was serving time for ID fraud.
I said, I'm finally going where I want to go, and I'm doing the things I want to do. He wrote me back and chewed me out for not caring about him.
That was the price of being his little princess.
I was saying that I was happy, and he took that as a slap in the face, and I stopped talking to him.
Instead, Emily started talking to the investigators, but warily. She and Sarah trickled out their stories, fearful they too might be implicated in whatever Goodwin suspected.
It took a lot of questioning and lots of tears and lots of Detective Goodwin telling me that it was going to be all right and that I wasn't in trouble.
Sarah and Emily's whole terrifying saga began when Sarah was 17 and Emily just 10. A supernatural world began to emerge soon after their mom got to know the man they called Lou in 2001 as they prepared to move into Angel's Landing.
Mom said, Emily, I think Sarah was in the car too, but she said, does Lou seem kind of special to you? And I was like, yeah, he's pretty nice. And she's like, well, he's actually a seer.
A seer?
A seer. Mom said that he had told her that he was hundreds or thousands of years old and that he could see what was going to happen in the future. And that the reason we followed him was that she just had that instinct and just knew that she needed to be close to him because he could protect her and keep her safe because he knew it was coming.
Did you believe it?
I mean, I was a little skeptical at first, but I think when you're 9 or 10 and your mom says that this is really what's happening, you give it a little bit more credibility.
And it wasn't just Emily and Sarah's mom. Others at Angel's Landing believed Lou was a direct descendant of Geronimo and had the power to make it rain and bring good health to those at death's door.
Trish had told me about similar incidents where either Lou had been dead or an animal had been dead or somebody had been really sick and he made them better.
Did you believe it?
Yes. He could also see people like from the past, like people had already died. He could see those people too.
See them because he said he was an angel.
Lou said, your mom is right. I am hundreds of years old. This isn't really my body. You know, I've died several times, but this is just the one I'm in right now.
What did you think?
It seemed really cool. You know, it was like being so special and being around this thing that nobody else gets to do.
Your very own angel.
Right. It's like seeing Santa Claus. You get really excited when you're 10 years old. And you know, he was telling us that he would take care of us, and he would always make sure that we were safe.
But safety meant Lou needed control.
He was the one that told everybody what they were going to do and when they were going to do it and how they were going to do that.
Really bossy guy, my way or the highway kind of thing?
Kind of. He was very good at, like, manipulating you, I guess you could say.
Was your mom vulnerable, do you think? He seemed to know where people's buttons were.
Yes, very much so.
He's stepping in like the boss, huh?
Yeah, he acted like he was my dad.
What do you think that thing was that he put together that you got pulled into, Sarah?
A cult.
Cult. And the guy you knew only as Lou Castro was the cult leader.
Yes.
What is that thing that he had? Did you feel that power?
Yeah.
He can say crazy things and you think he's telling you the truth?
Yeah.
Detective Ron Goodwin was incredulous listening to all of this, but nothing could have prepared him for what came next. Lou Castro, the seer, had 3 angel alter egos.
They were always watching over him. Daniel, Amber, and Arthur.
Like, Arthur was mean, and Daniel was kinder.
But you didn't want to meet either of these altered
No.
personalities, huh?
No.
Amber was the angel of death. So she would come around when somebody was going to die.
He could see who was going to die? Was that something he
Yes.
said was in his powers?
Right.
And did you ever see that personality in him?
I did. He wouldn't blink. He would get this terrible grin that just looked evil.
The sisters say before their mom's death, Castro had a terrifying vision.
He predicted that my mom was going to die.
So how did you feel about this?
Devastated.
It was awful.
The outlandish stories were shocking to Ron Goodwin, a seasoned detective who was about to discover more about Lou Castro's power over life and death. Emily was about to take the detective back to that summer day in 2003 when Trish Hughes drowned in the swimming pool at Angel's Landing.
And her story is that Trisha Hughes is not an accidental drowning.
That's right.
Coming up, what Emily heard, and then what Emily saw when Dateline continues.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Detective Ron Goodwin was scarcely able to take in the story of the cult and the occult at Angel's Landing. Sisters Emily and Sarah recounted that Lou Castro, whose real name was Daniel Perez, had brainwashed them into believing that he was a seer and that he took on the personalities of dark, manipulative angels who could predict someone's death. They said they believed it really happened. 8 months after Castro's arrest, Emily at last took the detective back to 2003 and the tragic death of Trish Hughes. This was a different story than the one she told at the time, back when she was 11. And it began with a prediction eerily similar to the one Lou Castro made before her mom's death in 2008.
She tells of an incident prior to Patricia Hughes drowning in the swimming pool.
About a week before Trish's death, Emily, Trish's toddler, and Trish herself were sitting at a table when Lou Castro, the seer, as the 11-year-old Emily believed him to be, had a vision.
And he said, you know, Emily, something really big's gonna happen. And he said, Trish is going to die. And I started crying. He said, it's okay, it's her time.
She says Castro told her not to worry. While he couldn't be there when Trish died because it would destroy his power as a seer, he would still bring Trish back to life.
And, you know, she'll come back.
Do I understand that Trish is listening in on all this?
Right.
She's hearing this described.
Yes.
Is she startled? Does she say, not me, I'm not going along with this?
No, she was quite involved.
On the appointed day, the Angel's Landing family had gone out to lunch.
We had just gotten back from lunch, and he said, all right, well, we're going to go to the dealership to look at a car. I think it was for Sarah, but I don't remember. And he said, but the pool needs to be cleaned, so you and Trish are going to stay here and clean it. And
You're going to stay here and clean the pool?
Yep. And he said, Emily, it's time. And I said, okay.
She says Lou began to set up the cleaning equipment for the pool a few feet away from the workshop.
He said, you're going to wait inside the shop with the little one. I said, okay. So I gave Trish a hug on the diving board. And I started crying, and she said, why are you crying? I said, because I'm going to miss you. And she said, it'll be okay.
Then Emily took the toddler, waited inside the workshop where there were some new kittens.
A few minutes go by, and there's a splash. There's a little scream.
A little bit of a scream.
Like a shriek. And then Lou came in. And he was panting or out of breath, and he looked sad, and his arms were wet.
Then, she says, Lou gave Emily a critical order.
Wait 20 minutes, and then go out there. Make sure you and the baby jump in so that you're wet, and call 911. So we went and we played with the kittens in the shop, and I waited. It was an agonizing 20 minutes.
Trying to entertain the little girl and...
Knowing that Trish was outside.
Time goes by, you leave the shed, go over to the pool?
Yeah, we went to the pool. Trish was floating in the shallow end of the pool face down. So I got the baby and I jumped in.
Just to get yourself wet?
Yeah.
Because you had a story that had been fed you, huh?
Right.
That you have attempted to rescue the baby.
Right.
How awful. There you're seeing Trish floating dead in the pool.
I lost it.
Even so, Emily called 911 just as she'd been ordered by Castro and told the story that Trish had slipped while trying to rescue the baby, had banged her head and drowned. And in the crucial 20-minute window, Lou had apparently taken Emily's sister Sarah to the car dealership.
Did he give you a hint of what was going on that day, Sarah?
No.
What do you believe Lou did at the pool that day?
I believe he drowned Trish.
Not an accident at all.
No.
Pushed her head under the water and killed her.
Yes.
Detective Ron Goodwin believed both Sarah and Emily had been horribly duped. Emily told the detective Castro shored up his alibi with more hocus pocus, telling her that, with his powers as a seer, he had put her in a time warp, convincing her for many years that she wasn't even at the pool when Trish drowned. So innocent 11-year-old Emily waited and waited for Lou to bring Trish back to life. But she was gone, and for years her death remained an accidental drowning.
I know that it was because of the story that I told, and there's a lot of regret that comes along with that.
But you're not to blame for this. You do get that, right?
Trying to come to terms.
Goodwin was now grasping the full extent of Castro's hold over Emily at Angel's Landing.
The control that he had over her was unlimited. She would do anything for him. She truly believed that he was this person.
And with Emily's story, he had the evidence he'd been seeking for so many years of Castro's grievous crimes.
So now, based on this little girl's story, young woman, but telling the story of what she saw and took part in as a little girl, you've got a murder case.
Yes.
But as if murder wasn't enough, Emily and Sarah had more to tell. There were more crimes to reveal, even more ugly stuff. Sarah and Emily were about to take the investigators into their truly diabolical world.
Coming up, the dark truth at the heart of Angel's Landing.
Emily, here's the really difficult part of your story, and I'll let you tell as little or as much of it as you like.
When Dateline continues.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Wichita detective Ron Goodwin had listened in horror as Emily and Sarah revealed the awful story of Trish Hughes' murder at Angel's Landing. But nothing, not the email from Daniel, the story about Trish's drowning, or his wildest suspicions about Lou Castro, could prepare him for what he was about to hear next.
Emily, here's the really difficult part of your story, and I'll let you tell as little or as much of it as you like, but you seem right away to be sharing the bedroom with Lou.
I was.
As a fourth grader?
Yes, I was 10.
10 years old?
Yes, and I was in his bed every night. You know, he convinced me that this is what I needed to do to take care of him, and this was my job.
And why did he say that he needed you?
He said that for a seer, he needed to have a pure little girl to have sex with him so that he could survive.
And that would recharge his batteries as the angel who's hundreds, maybe thousands of years old.
Right. And he would validate it with old biblical stories or things like that about how little girls are special and that he really needed a little girl and that I had to take care of him.
Did you think it was wrong or out of line at the time?
No. I wanted to take care of him. That's what I was supposed to do. It's hard to explain, but I loved Lou. I loved him quite a bit, and so I did it. It was uncomfortable and it was painful, and it breaks my heart now. You know, it's really hard for me to look at pictures of myself when I was little. But
your childhood was stolen from you.
It was.
By this man.
It was.
Even when Castro got engaged and had a child, the abuse didn't stop, though Emily was pushed out of the bedroom.
Crazy to say, were you a little bit jealous?
I was. I definitely was. I was 12 and I felt like I was getting divorced.
For Sarah, the awful reality was not so dissimilar. She too was subjected to Castro's mind games, as she says he sought to control her.
Like trying to drive a wedge between my sister and I.
Were you jealous of Emily?
Mm-hmm. He tried to make me jealous of her, yes.
And she says Castro was more violent with her than he was with her sister.
If you didn't follow Lou's way, what would happen?
He would rape me.
Rape you?
Mm-hmm.
How awful.
I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds of times, and I can't tell you every single time, but you try not to remember those things.
How old were you when it began?
17.
Castro's abuse was backed up by demonic threats if the girls didn't obey it.
He told me he was going to take me to purgatory.
He would threaten to take people to purgatory so they'd be forever in limbo. But
And that was his capacity and his skills as an angel to
Right.
take your soul to purgatory.
Right. Well, and it's important to remember that Lou would never make these threats. It was the angels who were inhabiting his body who would make these threats. And so the next morning he'd wake up and he'd be like, "Mama, I love you, I'm so sorry." And like, really?
Now, where's your mama when all this is going on?
It was like usually really late at night. And so she would be sleeping in her house.
Because you got by then 2 or 3 different properties, huh?
Yeah.
And what about all the other adults?
There's Brian, there's Trisha, there are people coming and going, people going to the pool parties and maybe seeing things. Nobody intervened.
Nobody saw it. You know, I think that's really important, is that nobody saw the abuse. And I've spoken to people who were there, and I guarantee you nobody knew. He was very careful. I never had a bruise.
Except psychologically.
Right, and I was always with him, so it wouldn't be weird for us to disappear for an hour or two, you know. Nobody knew.
But Castro didn't just manipulate the girls for sex. He ordered Sarah secretly to videotape a young child in a bathroom. Orders backed up with the most sadistic of threats.
And was he happy with what you showed him?
No, he made me do it twice because the first time he said that I didn't get what he needed me to get.
If you had said, no, I'm not going to take that video camera, I'm not going to go with that little girl, what would he have done to you, do you think?
He'll say, I'm going to make your worst nightmare come true. I'm going to kill your dad.
It was the same reason she never told her dad about the abuse.
He was always threatening to kill my dad.
And that was his big go-to thing with you?
Yes, because I'm a daddy's girl.
And he knew that?
Mm-hmm.
She says the acute fear Castro instilled in her was even worse when he'd been drinking. One evening, he was brandishing an assault rifle.
He shot a gun at my head.
At you?
Yes, because he was angry with me.
He enjoyed the pain. He enjoyed making people miserable and making people terrified. He enjoyed it.
But so great was Castro's power that leaving didn't seem to be an option for the young girl.
You didn't have any money and a plan B or anything, but you did have your,
you
did have your dad back home.
I think that's a pretty common thing for people in these types of situations, that everybody says, well, you could have left then and you could have left then, but that didn't seem like a possibility. The thought of leaving was scarier than the thought of staying. The scary part is, what if he's right, I am useless? What if he's right, nobody will love me? What if he's right and he is a seer?
And does have an avenging angel.
Right.
Who'll come get you.
And that's scarier
And you
than
believe
staying.
that might happen.
I did. And I know I physically could have now. But I never once thought about leaving. I thought about killing myself, but I didn't think about leaving.
How do you ever get over that?
You don't. I have PTSD.
I'm not at all surprised.
Ron Goodwin, aghast at what he was hearing, believed he'd been told of crimes that could see Daniel Perez, a.k.a. Lou Castro, already in prison, behind bars for a very long time.
He's a sexual predator who is willing to do anything to get his way and do what he wants to do, live a life like he wants to live. He will stop at nothing, including, murder and rape. And he didn't stop at anything to get what he wanted.
After the investigators presented all their evidence to the DA, they waited until Castro had completed his 2-year federal prison sentence. Then they immediately rearrested him, and he ended up being charged with 28 counts: first-degree murder, child exploitation, as well as multiple counts of sexual crimes and fraud. Kansas versus Daniel Perez was heading to the court. As witnesses filed into the courtroom, the investigators wondered if their star witness, Emily, perhaps still so vulnerable, would hold up when she saw the man she knew as Lou Castro sitting before her.
How much guts, how much courage did this young woman have?
I can't imagine what it took for her to get to that point.
And now she's going to take him on.
Yes.
Coming up, despite all the evidence, at least one part of this case may not be a slam dunk. When Dateline continues.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego. Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At Sedgwick County District Court in Wichita, Kansas,
you must determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
Daniel Perez, a.k.a. Lou Castro, went on trial. He was charged with the first-degree murder of Trish Hughes, with sexual crimes, including child exploitation and fraud. Eventually, 28 counts in all. There were no charges in any of the other mysterious deaths. Emily and Sarah would both testify, though at the time not yet wanting to make public their identities, and they would face down the accused who'd controlled them both for so many years.
I can't imagine how antsy you must have been walking into that courtroom.
Right.
Because the case really depends on you.
Right. All I could think about was, how are they going to believe me? You know, this is such a crazy story. What if they don't believe me?
The state, Mr. Bennett and I will ask you to hold him responsible and find him guilty.
District Attorney Mark Bennett and then Assistant DA Kim Parker prosecuted this sprawling case.
Were you worried about even explaining this thing to a jury about what it was all about?
Sure. We had facts from across several states, facts that involved a multitude of victims and witnesses.
This was like an IMAX movie, and you went with that epic version of the Daniel Perez story. Why did you do that?
You can't understand it otherwise. If you can't tell the whole story, the jury would be lost.
The prosecution had won a key ruling before trial when Judge Joseph Bribieska allowed evidence from beyond Kansas to be entered. So criminal accusations that Goodwin, Snyder, and Sullivan had uncovered from Texas through the Midwest would be heard by the jury.
An individual by the name of Patricia Hughes had died.
On the big one, the murder charge, the DAs alleged that even though Trish Hughes might have been a willing participant in her own death, it was nonetheless Perez who held her head underwater.
Now, the primary distinction between homicide and suicide is that suicide is at your own hand. And literally, in this case, homicide, the hand of another. His hand was necessary to complete this act.
There was circumstantial evidence presented to prove the charge, and the star testimony of only one witness, Emily, 11 years old at the time of Trish's death.
Was this the weakest part of the case, the one you really had to work the most on?
This was the only count that had the testimony of one individual. So yes, it was the most difficult to prove.
I kept thinking, nobody is going to really think that it's as bad as it was. No one's going to think that he should serve life in prison.
Beyond Emily's account, the prosecution put on an expert witness to testify to the small bruises seen on the top of Trish's head, consistent with finger pressure, he said. Likewise, the broken hair clip found on the pool bottom got there not because Trish stumbled, but because someone pressed on the top of her head as she was held underwater. Moving on, the next big charge, the exploitation of a child, carried a life sentence. This was the incident in which Sarah accused Perez of forcing her to videotape a young girl as she got undressed.
How did it feel to see him in court, right there?
It was terrifying. I always felt like he was going to jump across the table and get me.
Even then?
Mm-hmm.
The DAs allege Perez had ordered Sarah to take videos of the child at least twice.
We found all this video on the computers in Tennessee.
Among the other sex crime charges, Sarah and Emily and one other witness testified about the same sexual assault that took place one evening.
All three independently described that this event happened, so right off the bat that was important.
It was surreal and terrifying to sit before 12 people that I didn't know and tell them all of these terrible things in terribly graphic detail that had happened when I was 10.
And there were more witnesses. Another 4 young women from 3 states. Alleged victims unaware of one another, agreeing that Lou Castro claimed malevolent angels were controlling him as he assaulted them sexually.
So the MO of attacking his victims was similar. Didn't know each other, of course.
Thousands of miles apart.
And their story is essentially the same.
But it was the fraud charges that revealed the big picture of what Daniel Perez and Angel's Landing were ultimately all about. You didn't have to go very far down the paper trail before you realized that Perez signed nothing. The car loans, the mortgage applications, all filled out by his followers. The prosecutor said he manipulated the family members into using their own names to buy all that real estate and the lavish toys. And it got worse. It turned out that Trish, Mona, and Lindsay, who died in the plane crash, Brian Hughes, the mechanic who was killed under a collapsed vehicle, and Emily and Sarah's mother, who died in a car crash, all had 2 things in common. Daniel Perez had predicted each of their deaths, and each had juicy life insurance policies. Payouts totaling $4.2 million were made to commune members Perez controlled.
And it seemed whenever the coffers were running low, someone would die, and there would be a big insurance payoff. Was it that bold-faced a pattern, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, get down into the less than $10,000 in the accounts, sometimes less than $5,000, and then that's around the time somebody was going to die.
And with that explanation, the DA summed up their case against 55-year-old Daniel Perez.
It's a story of domination, control, and manipulation of the most vulnerable. It spans 15 years, multiple victims, multiple deaths, multiple life insurance policies, and he moves through several states so that he can satisfy his own sexual appetite.
Thank you. Call Daniel Perez.
Daniel Perez was about to take the stand and tell the court that it had all been a big misunderstanding. Next, you'll hear him speak directly to us.
Coming up.
Mr. President, I have heard you described as cult leader, child rapist. Who are you?
When Dateline continues.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
No better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For years, he had traveled through Texas and the Midwest, going by the name Lou Castro. In Tennessee, he was Joe Venegas.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and
Now,
nothing but
as he faced charges of first-degree murder, child exploitation, sex crimes, and fraud, he took the stand in his own defense, this time in his real name.
Daniel Perez.
Perez told the court that everything about his story had been invented by the prosecution. There were no angels, no demons, no sexual crimes, no insurance fraud, and certainly no murder. Perez sat down with Dateline, and we went over the points of his defense.
I have heard you described as cult leader, child rapist, someone that's very good to have off the streets. Who are you?
I'm no one in particular. I'm just me.
Do you think you can see into the future? Are you a prophet, a seer?
No, sir.
Why are you telling people you can?
I never told them anything.
Who are your angel alter egos? Are they still around? The good angel, the mean angel, the angel of death?
There's no such thing. There weren't alter egos. If I was having sex with somebody, I don't want anybody else calling me by my name. So you can call me anything you want to call me, just don't call me Lou. And that's what they chose, and that's what they did.
Explaining his wealth, he says after being charged with sex crimes in the mid-90s, he left Texas not because he was fleeing the authorities, but because he was on an illicit job, something he never revealed to investigators or in court.
That was just a mule. I was just moving money. That's it. I delivered money, and I got paid for it.
Is this illegal money?
Yes, sir.
You still got the money?
Yes, sir.
What are you worth? What do you think?
I don't know.
$500,000?
Probably close to.
As for the alleged murder of Trish Hughes in the swimming pool, did he sit Emily and Trish down at a table and predict Trish's death?
Did you tell her her time had come? Did you tell little Emily that Trish's time had come?
No.
And have that little girl set up an alibi for you to be out at the car dealership?
No, sir.
So you're saying they made up all that stuff about Trisha in the pool?
No, I was not there. I was at Davis Moore Chevrolet.
Well, there's no question you were at the car dealership later on. Key question, it wasn't your hand on Trisha Hughes' head pushing her beneath the water, killing her.
Nobody killed Patricia Hughes.
Here's the thing, when investigators look at you, and what they're telling is the court, that bad things happen to people that know you, but there's a big infusion of insurance money in. Let's go back to the plane incident. Did you rig that plane to crash and kill those 3 people?
No, sir.
Years go by, and then it's Trisha's time in the pool. A few more years go by, and it's Brian, the husband, trapped underneath the car.
Yes, he passed away in South Dakota.
Passed away. Did you have anything to do
No,
with the
sir.
death of Brian Hughes?
No, sir.
Did you play mind games with Jennifer to make her drive into that truck?
No, sir. I had nothing to do with anyone's death.
What about the instructions he allegedly gave Sarah with the video camera?
You didn't order somebody to take these obscene naked pictures of this little girl?
No. They found the pictures and the videos on her computer, not mine. Has anyone considered the fact that she is the one that was doing it?
Are you a pedophile?
No,
Do you
sir.
have an appetite for little girls?
No, sir.
So raping the 11-year-old never happened?
No.
That's the allegation.
It is, but I'm not.
That the thing that you get up for in the morning is to drive your flashy cars around and look forward to raping a young girl. That's what you're about.
Well, that's the picture that's come together, but that's not reality.
Sarah says that you raped her hundreds of times.
No.
Hundreds.
No.
That's what she testifies to in court.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
That makes you a monster.
Yes, it would. It would make anyone a monster. But
So what are you saying, you didn't do it?
No. No. They were of age and they were of willing and consent. We were just having fun.
The stories that come out from these people that used to be in your family is that you were manipulating them, you were going to go kill their father. They felt absolutely terrorized by you.
And one of them was dating a police officer. We have police officers, law enforcement, that hang out at the ranch for at least 8 years. It's not logical. I mean, how are you going to sit there and be raping an individual and that individual's not going to run to a police officer that's standing right there and go say, hey, listen, this is taking place? You know.
The prosecution is going to put together a story that you are a very unlucky guy with all of these people around you dying every few years and a lot of money coming into the family. How do you explain that kind of pattern, that circumstantial pattern they say is your criminal enterprise?
I mean, I can't explain it.
Were you a cult leader?
No, there was no commune, there was no cult.
And that's in essence what Daniel Perez told the jury. The state had it all wrong, top to bottom. The jury got the case and retired to deliberate. In about 3 hours, it was back with a verdict.
Please be seated.
Judge Joseph Briviesca read it to the court.
Count 1, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Daniel Perez was found guilty on all 28 counts. And the following month, in March of 2015, he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences for the first-degree murder of Trish Hughes and for the exploitation of a child.
The evidence conclusively showed that Mr. Pettis used people as mere objects.
He received another 33 years for the other charges. The 55-year-old won't be eligible for parole for more than 80 years. Those who feel the pain of law speculate Perez might have been involved in the other deaths, like the car crash in which Emily and Sarah's mom died.
Do you think there's more to it than a simple road accident, Sarah?
Probably.
Or that plane crash in which Cody's mom and sister were lost. Perez was a plane mechanic in the Navy.
He did it. Some way, somehow, he found a way to alter the aircraft.
You believe?
In my heart, I do.
You don't have any evidence to say that.
I can't prove anything.
His heart goes out to Emily and Sarah.
I lost my mom and sister, but those girls lost. I can't even imagine.
So, who is Daniel Perez?
Well, he used so many different stories that it's kind of hard to piece them together.
He's just a guy from South Texas.
Right.
Telling stories.
Right.
For what reason?
He liked it. He realized that if he could find a way to generate capital without having to work, he could have access to whatever sorts of things his heart desired. Things including me and my sister.
In the end, it was tenacity and old-fashioned doggedness that took Perez down.
Do you have an attaboy for Detective Goodwin? Outside your fence all those years looking, trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I would not have my life back if it wasn't for Detective Goodwin and Detective Snyder and Supervisory Special Agent Sullivan and Mr. Bennett and Ms. Parker. It's the DAs. It is amazing what they have given me.
The last time we sat down with Sarah and Emily, they were trying to move on, but still reflecting on the shocking abuse.
And your mother knew nothing about all of this? Do you think?
Now, looking back, she had to have known.
You'd think.
But she must have lost her mind. There's no way that my mom would allow that to happen to her children.
The sisters are now closer than ever, and closer to their dad, too, who was anguished when he heard his daughter's stories for the first time.
There are many, many times that my dad could have given up on me, and he never gave up on me.
He cried, and he wanted to know why I never told him.
Because in your mind, you were protecting him.
Mm-hmm.
You were keeping him from the demon.
Sarah is now married to Daniel and still lives in Wichita. Emily got married too. Both sisters want to help others through their story.
I think that there are people out there experiencing similar things that I did, being manipulated and being abused, who are scared to leave.
Those people might not have a good one ultimately looking out for them and riding up with a white hat and the posse.
But there are white hats out there. There are. There are a lot of people who care. Maybe I can help somebody, or at least I want to. I think some sort of lightness has to come out from all of his darkness.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
My mom found her. She said it looked like she might have slipped in the shower.
She was in the fetal position in this bathtub.
You could see marks on Jessica's neck.
They said, we're going to rule this as a homicide.
Detectives using new technology to view this crime scene in extreme detail.
There was no forced entry, no tool marks.
There was blood on the couch.
Who could have done this?
They say that usually it's someone close.
An investigation focusing on friends and family.
He brought up his association with a motorcycle gang. He came off as kind of a tough guy.
We'd fool around a little bit, just like teasing, sibling teasing, I guess you could call it.
He threatened to take out my whole entire family to get custody of our kids.
Wow. A chilling story of danger and duplicity.
We were trying to figure out who did this. He knew the whole time.
This is the ultimate betrayal.
Was the killer closer than anyone knew? I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline.
Here's Keith Morrison with Evil Intent.
It was 9 o'clock in the morning on the 25th of June, 2015, Omaha, Nebraska. Missy Nelson's morning ritual was interrupted by a phone call. It was the bank where her daughter Jessica worked. She was an hour late.
I was like, what? What do you mean she's not there? They're like, she's not here, and we've been calling her, and she's not answering.
Thing was, Jessica was never late. Missy tried calling her. No answer. Panicked now, she ran to her car. Was Jessica at home, sick?
So I was calling her all the way over there, and I was thinking, I don't know where she's at. And then I started to think the really bad things. Maybe she was in a ditch somewhere, passed out. Maybe she was in a really bad car accident.
But you knew it was something bad.
I felt something was wrong. So I get over there, and her car's in the driveway, so I'm relieved. And I'm like, okay, she's here. She's not in an accident. But why isn't she answering the phone?
The door was locked, so Missy used her key to let herself in.
I walk in, and her house is really dark. I can't find her, and it's like, you know, everything's dark, so I don't know where I'm going. And the bathroom is like the first door on the left, and the door was closed, but I hear water running, and I'm like, okay, maybe she just used the bathroom. I opened up the door, and I turned on the light, and she was in the bathtub. The water was running. The water was up to her nose. She was laying there like this. She had something in her hand. It was a phone cord, and I didn't understand where that came from. I started screaming. I had my cell phone, so I called 911.
911, do you need police, fire, rescue? I don't understand a word you're saying. What's going on?
I just saw my daughter dead in the bathtub. And looks like she slipped, and I don't know how long she's been there.
I got drained the water thinking I could help her, but she was already gone.
You could tell?
I could tell she was blue. Her face was a really weird pattern on her face. It looked checkered, but her body was still like a normal color.
Can't imagine that.
It was horrible. It's like a nightmare. I still see it. like one of the worst feelings in the world. You can't help your daughter because she's gone.
By the time Jessica's father Harry got there,
there was a policeman in the driveway.
And not far away, he found Missy, a wreck, a mess.
I hugged her. What's going on? What do we know? Don't know anything.
Had she slipped in the shower?
He thought that at first, but I saw that mark on her neck and the cord in her hand, and I just didn't think it sounded right. She shouldn't have had her phone charger there. Her phone wasn't there.
So you didn't know what to think?
I didn't know what to think. I was devastated. I wasn't even thinking at that point.
First responders, trained to keep an open mind, weren't sure what to think either.
It wasn't an obvious homicide. They didn't know if it was a medical emergency, because we find people like that have suffered a stroke or a heart attack or something in similar kind of situations, so they really didn't know what they had.
Homicide detectives Derek Moyes and Ryan Davis.
I do a cursory walk through the residence. They show me where Jessica was at. She's in the bathtub, and oddly enough, her clothes were in the bathtub with her.
But not on her?
Not on her, no. They were laying near her feet. The couch in the living room had blood all over it. So my initial reaction was maybe there was some sort of a medical emergency that occurred on the couch. She had gone to the bathroom maybe to clean herself off, and it had collapsed and succumbed to whatever medical emergency she was having.
There wasn't any obvious signs of trauma on her body.
She had a small bruise on the side of her neck. It didn't look like any sort of a
Could have got
injury.
it anyway.
Yeah, it didn't look like she was assaulted.
But there was something off, too. Didn't quite look right. They decided to treat it like a homicide.
Because you only get one chance at this. And so if you go in and you go guns blazing and you try to rush through things, you're going to miss things.
The CSI people arrived, used a laser scanner to quickly take billions of measurements and create this virtual representation of Jessica's house, 3D, so more accurate than any photo. And then they removed Jessica's body. And yes, detectives could see homicide was the right call.
When we were able to actually look at her eyes, it was fairly evident that there'd been some sort of a strangulation and asphyxiation at the very least that took place.
And one of the things we noted right away is that she had longer fingernails, and one of those fingernails is quite evidently bent back. And we knew that there was a chance then that if she had fought back against her attacker, there's potentially DNA there.
The next day, the autopsy confirmed that Jessica had indeed been strangled to death.
There was a slight ligature mark around her neck, but it was disrupted, and it almost appeared as though there was possibly a hand.
Her hand maybe trying
to pull, so the ligature marks were kind of intermittent.
And one more thing the autopsy revealed. She'd been sexually assaulted.
The first thing that goes through your head is why, how, who.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, everybody is a suspect and nobody's a suspect. That's who could have done this, why.
Did she have any enemies?
None that we knew of.
When we come back, the man in Jessica's life and their volatile relationship.
She would call us like every other week. Can you come and get me? Me and John had a fight.
And then did a Facebook post put her in danger.
She just put out there that she was home alone, and she did it without even realizing.
So if anybody was following her, they'd know.
Yep.
When Dateline continues. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
station, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's nothing better than a close family and friends who are like family. Missy and Harry Nelson had it. 3 kids, kids' partners, grandchildren. Until the morning they found their beloved eldest child there, Jessica, just 28 years old, dead in her own bathtub. But who was she? Detectives needed to know. And so did we.
Everybody loved her. Very bright. Both my girls were really smart.
Very smart.
Jessica was Ashley and Matt's big sister.
She's very outgoing. She's just always wanted to have fun, but you know, the older we got, the more she was kind of like another mom to us. And she would always be there, even if we were fighting. If we needed her, she was there.
Big sister to the whole extended family. Her cousins, her close friends who were more like siblings, her siblings' close friends who were more like relatives.
She was always really nice to everybody.
Laura Wonder had been a friend since grade school.
She just wanted to have a good time. She was just kind of, I wouldn't say crazy, but she
Goofy?
just kind of goofy. She did whatever she wanted to do.
And that held true in her choice of men. Her first serious boyfriend was him.
With his tattoos and stuff, it was like, he seemed to be something that she would have been into because she had a few tattoos as well.
His name was John McDowell. He and Jessica were good together and sometimes not.
She would call us like every other week. Can you come and get me? Me and John had a fight and I'm not staying out here. So we drive out there to Missouri Valley, and a couple weeks later, she's back out there again.
A year in, there was still no wedding, but there was a baby, Dominic, Dom.
I just remember, you know, everyone was so excited wanting to meet him.
She loved him, and I think it was just an instinct she had to be a mother. She wanted to do the best for him she could, and that drove everything else.
And then one day, Dom was still quite small. It all seemed to come apart.
They were doing okay till he left her a voicemail.
By accident.
An unintentional voicemail. And the message that was left was, well, bad. Very bad.
Talking to friends, he didn't know he left her a voicemail telling her that he slept with another girl. And that was it. She was done.
Whoa.
So I helped her move that day.
She must have been so upset.
She was. She was devastated.
To get an accidental voicemail from the guy,
Yeah.
the father of your baby, I slept with another woman.
Kind of bragging about it.
Yeah.
Kind of. Well, you should have seen the one I was with.
And that's why Jessica elected to be a single mom. Better, she decided to concentrate on her little boy, the center of her life, Dominic.
She did everything she could for her son. Just to try to do it right. Hey, got to work, pay bills. I have things I want him to have, so I need to pay for those things. And she'd work.
So she worked
2 to 3 jobs sometimes.
How does a person even do that?
I have
She
no
worked
idea.
at the First National Bank.
She liked that job.
But
Oh,
she loved it.
That was her dream job.
And then, Jessica and Dominic lived in the little house on the north side of town.
It wasn't very big, but Dom had the bigger room. And she's like, well, he has more toys, and his bed has a slide. I'm like, he has a slide? And she's like, yeah, he needed a slide. I'm like, yeah, he needed a slide. It was just, she gave everything up for him. He was her world.
In fact, Jessica's last words on Facebook the night she died when Dom was at his dad's were, "I am such a mess when Dom is gone."
She had lost the remote and thought it was the worst 15 minutes of her life.
She was
Because she
lost. Yeah, without Dominic, because he could find the remote.
But
She just put out there that she was home alone. And she did it without even realizing.
So if anybody was following her, they'd know.
Yeah.
No.
But of course, someone was following her on Facebook. Maybe quite a few someones. But finding the one with evil intent? Not so easy.
Coming up.
She would post pictures, and if she's around just another guy, even though they're just friends, like John, you can tell he was like a little like, who's that?
And her sister Ashley's ex, too.
He threatened to take out my whole entire family to get custody of our kids.
Wow.
When Dateline continues. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Word of Jessica Nelson's death spread quickly, if incoherently, among her friends in Omaha.
I got a phone call from a mutual friend of ours, and she was so hysterical, I couldn't understand what she was saying, and I thought she said that Dom had been killed. So I got off the phone with her and I called John, and he said they found Jess dead. And it was just unreal. You just couldn't believe that.
Laura's friendship with Jessica had drifted a bit after high school, but by 2015, it was a little unusual. Laura and Jessica both had babies with John. Laura dated him first, but it was after she broke up with John that her son Christopher was born. And that was not long before Jessica got pregnant.
I found out when I was 6 months pregnant with our son that him and Jessica had been dating, or just started dating.
2 women, 2 children, 1 man.
I wanted to be mad at her, and I couldn't because she was just too nice.
Anyway, pretty soon John was no longer in the picture for either of them. And then, as single mothers, Laura and Jessica reconnected so their sons, half-brothers, could bond.
Our kids met each other and they got to play together.
Now, her friend was dead, and the father of both their sons was sitting in the police station, answering questions.
When was the last time you were actually at the house?
I couldn't even tell you for sure. It's probably been 3 months.
So when did you actually last see Jessica?
When she dropped my son off to me last night.
Which meant John was the last known person to see Jessica alive, except for the killer, unless he was the killer. Detectives brought in Jessica's family members and friends and questioned them all about John.
I think everybody kind of had their own impression of Jonathan.
And some of those impressions were not flattering.
She would post pictures, of us just out with friends. And if she's around just another guy, even though they're just friends, like John, you can tell he was like a little like, who's that? Why are you with him? Yeah.
Kind of thing. Okay. Did Jessica trust John?
No.
No.
I know she was planning on filing for sole custody of Dominic. She was just tired of it because half the time when it was John's time to take him, he refused.
They had these fights over Dominic, over custody, over money. Jessica was routinely upset with him.
John seemed to be trying to minimize those issues.
You guys don't have issues where you're at each other's throats or anything like that all day long? Okay.
No, the biggest thing that we might fight about is she's like, You have a pair of shorts that I bought 2 weeks ago and I haven't got to see them since I sent them to your house. I need to find them.
Okay.
After a few hours of questioning, they let John go with a warning. He was suspect number 1, and they kept an eye on him as they investigated other men who'd crossed paths with Jessica.
We were interested in any male party she had recently been introduced to, anybody at all that could have been showing interest in her, communicating that with her via social media or any other means that maybe seemed kind of unwanted.
Can you tell me, is there anybody that she's seeing, like right now, or she's been seeing up until recently? And I'm talking about any even casual hookups, one in a great while hookup, anything at all.
I know her last hookup was with a old high school crush that came back to town. He doesn't live here.
He was a high school crush and he's in the military, so when he was home on leave, she hung out with him for a few days, but then that was it. He was gone again. And I know she stayed over there once.
Detectives looked into his whereabouts the night Jessica was killed. He was nowhere around. Couldn't have been him. Thing was, it had to be someone close, someone she knew or trusted. Someone with a key, maybe? After all, there was no forced entry, but the door was locked when Jessica's mother arrived in the morning. And then her family told police about someone who'd been violent toward Jessica's sister, Ashley, just a few days before the murder.
I was going through a divorce and my ex was not so nice. He'd threatened to take out my whole entire family and then myself just to get custody of our kids.
Wow.
And the week before that, he physically assaulted me.
He had pinned her on the floor and had left bruises on her arm.
He'd been arrested, was facing charges for domestic assault. A man who'd been violent, who threatened family. Detectives checked out his alibi for the night of Jessica's murder. But they also went looking for anyone else who might have had access to Jessica's home. Like maybe some spurned lover. But apparently, there weren't any, spurned or otherwise.
Everybody, when I asked that dating question, they would say that Jessica often referred to the only man in her life as Dominic, and her other man was her job. And that's all she wanted to concentrate on was her work and providing for Dominic.
But sometimes, Jessica had friends over for Saturday night gatherings when Dom was at John's. And the last one, maybe 10 days before she was killed, came with trouble.
Jessica's freaking out next to me. She's like, are they doing a drug deal in my house?
Coming up.
You find all kinds of stuff on people's cell phones, I bet you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely.
Investigators discover odd text messages on Jessica's phone.
There was just something weird about him. Maybe we need to figure out who this person is.
When Dateline continues. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It was a week before they could have a funeral for Jessica. A small, sad service for family and friends is what they expected. But it wasn't small, not at all.
It was overwhelming just to see that many people knew her or at some point had cared enough to show up and say, hey, we're sorry.
And some of the young men vowed revenge as they wore their Justice for Jessica bracelets. Her brother, Matt, her brother's best friend, also named Matt, who once lived with him, who knew Jessica like a sister.
He was with us throughout the whole thing.
Like another son?
Like another son. You know, just doing what do you need help with? People would bring over food. He's there helping us carry it in, you know, that kind of thing.
And there as well, helping out, grieving, was John McDowell, Jessica's ex. He may have looked the part of a tough guy, but police had checked his alibi. He could not have been the killer.
We were also able to look at his cell phone locations, and they were exactly where he said he was. At no point did his phone ever put him anywhere near Jessica's house.
John did not kill Jessica, and when he first learned she was dead,
I just felt completely lost. I was instantly trying to figure out how I was going to tell my son that his mother, that was his world, was no longer here, and I didn't know what to do.
he tried. But even at Jessica's funeral, her son, then just 6 years old, didn't seem to comprehend.
What was that like for you?
It was horrible. Especially with her being right there, and he still wasn't comprehending that she wasn't with us anymore.
Go back to it.
That was when the detectives were tracking down, well, they didn't know who. The sister's ex, the guy who'd been charged with assault, had a solid alibi. But what about the men who'd attended Jessica's small parties? One party in particular.
One of her friends invited her boyfriend. Her boyfriend invited some of his friends. Those friends invited others. So as this get-together kind of went on in the evening, more and more people were showing up to Jessica's residence whom she didn't know.
What does that do to an investigation when you've got...
It opened our suspect pool up quite a bit.
Especially after friends told Detective Moyes that Jessica thought something illegal was going on at her party, asking them,
"Are they doing a drug deal in my house? This is not okay."
I just know that Aiden came outside and said, "Hey, that guy in there, he's got pills if anybody needs any."
So I want to know exactly who invited this guy to Jessica's house that night. Who thought that would have been okay to do?
The answer complicated matters even more. Friends told detectives that the man who'd invited the drug dealer also tried at the party to initiate some kind of sexual encounter with Jessica.
He was in the bathroom and she went to go grab a towel and said, "Hey, can you grab me a towel?" And he let her in the bathroom. And then he was like, "Do you want to stay in here with me?" And she's like, "No, I just want a towel." And he I guess she said that he had tried to close the door and all this stuff. She said no, opened the door and walked away.
So now they had to track him down, him and every male who attended the party.
How long did you spend on this?
We spent several weeks. That's all we were doing, is attempting to identify these people, locate them, interview them, and go through the same vetting process as far as getting a timeline and alibying them as everybody else.
And we were taking DNA samples from every single person we talked to.
At the same time, they asked one of their tech investigators, Nick Herford, to look for clues in Jessica's cell phone.
You find all kinds of stuff on people's cell phones, I bet you.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely. But what's actually remarkable about this one, when you say all kinds of stuff, on this one, it was pretty much just one thing on there, and it was just pictures of her son.
This kind of stuff.
Her life just completely revolved around him.
But there were text messages too, lots of them, and some were pretty interesting.
One of the last people she was communicating with someone was named Matt Kidder.
Matt Kidder, he was the friend, more like a son, who'd grieved with the Nelson family and was like a second brother to Jessica. They'd always had an easy, teasing sort of relationship, and so of course they texted each other. But Officer Herford didn't know any of that when the texts caught his attention.
There was just something weird about him, just the way that he would be constantly asking her basically out to do stuff. He would say, "Hey, do you want to go bowling?" And she'd be like, "You know what, I got to clean up the house."
Mm-hmm.
And then he would be like, "Oh, well, maybe I can come over and maybe help you clean up the house." And then she'd reply like, "Oh, you know what, I'm almost done. Don't worry about it. And now I'm really tired, so I'm just going to go to bed." Something like that. And it was like this over and over. So I talked to the sergeant who was in charge and said that maybe we need to kind of figure out who this person is.
Jessica's friends and family said that sort of back and forth was quite typical of their relationship.
It was just like brother and sister type of thing, you know, he'd get smart with her, she'd get smart back, and they'd go on their way.
So apparently nothing to see here. But of course detectives had to dig a little. Who was this Matt Kidder, whom the Nelsons loved like their own?
Coming up.
I feel like I was there and I could have done something if I drove by that night or if I had known.
When Dateline continues. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
city of angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A murder investigation is often a collection of stories. Whodunit stories, yes, but also love, loss, regret. John McDowell was innocent, but he didn't feel innocent.
The only thing that went through my head is that it was all my fault. Because if I would have never messed up and if we would have never split up, then I would have been there to protect her.
I think you still feel that way a little bit, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Does she intrude upon your thoughts a lot?
Yes, sir.
So many stories. Witnesses, family, friends of the victim, like Matt Kidder.
When I got the call, I walked out the room to make sure the sky wasn't on fire. Because I couldn't, Jessica wouldn't be dead.
When Detective Davis interviewed Matt, he encountered a man still apparently grieving.
She had a really good heart. Yeah. Good mother, good friend. I don't think I've ever heard her not putting herself out for somebody in need.
And so Davis was sympathetic. And Matt opened up, talked about his brotherly, teasy sort of relationship with Jessica.
Me and Jess, we've always had the relationship where we have like inside sexual innuendo jokes, even though we've never had interest in each other like that. I've kind of always enjoyed that, being able to joke around with somebody without, we know it's never going to lead anywhere, so like everything's on the table.
And like brother and sister, he said, they'd sometimes get physical in a playful way.
We'd fool around a little bit, but I mean...
How do you mean?
Just kind of like she'd pinch me, I'd poke her in her side. I mean, just like teasing, sibling teasing, I guess you could call it.
Okay. Kind of like flirting, though.
Not quite like, I don't know, maybe. I didn't consider it flirting, and it wasn't like, I mean, as far as I know, she's never been interested in me, but we're just friends.
And after Jessica was murdered, it was Matt who vowed to take revenge and told detectives he felt so guilty for failing to protect her.
I would do anything for my friends.
Okay.
I would die for them if I had to.
Okay.
I know it's stupid. I've talked to her mom because she's kind of going through the same thing. I shouldn't put it on myself, but I feel like I was there and I could have done something if I drove by that night, if I had known.
After all, he was at work that evening close by. So he said he struggled with regret even as he tried to figure out what happened.
I have an overactive imagination or brain, or whatever you want to call it.
Whoever did it, said Matt, must have been waiting to find her home alone and must have seen her Facebook post, the one about her son Dom being away that night.
That has to be a million shot to get there without Dom being there. Like if they were watching her Facebook feed to go in. Somebody had been watching the house for a while to know that she was 100% alone there.
And maybe, he said, maybe it was more than one guy.
I'm a fairly strong guy. I have weaknesses. My body's pretty up. So, but I mean, she can kick my ass. Okay. So it doesn't make sense for one person.
He knew something about bad guys. He'd spent some time in prison, he said, for something he didn't do. Attempted sexual assault.
I was dating a married woman, and when I broke up with her, she called the cops and reported me for rape.
But she lied, he said, a false accusation, and the Nelsons supported him.
This guy somehow got railroaded over this.
So this poor kid had some kind of consensual relationship, and then afterwards, instead of getting in trouble for it, she blamed him and accused him of rape.
And I even knew somebody that knew her.
Yeah.
And she told me the same thing, that she was always up to no good.
So after Matt got out of prison, the Nelsons celebrated with him and his family. After all, his dad and Harry Nelson had been best friends for decades, just as he was best friends with Jessica's brother.
They've had my back for as long as I can remember.
After Jessica's death, Matt provided a sample of his DNA. It said, of course, he'd been to Jessica's house, so if his DNA happened to turn up there, well, perfectly innocent reason for that.
I pretty much bleed in everybody's houses I go to. Because I get bored and either pick at a scab or I cut myself on something.
But if they were looking at him as a suspect, they had the wrong guy.
I wouldn't be able to look them in the eye if I did this. I wouldn't be wearing Justice for Jessica on my wrist. I wouldn't be sharing her picture on Facebook looking for people that did this. I'm not built that way.
No. Matt Kidder was virtually a member of the family.
Because we're all suffering, I feel better being around their family sometimes.
He couldn't have killed Jessica, could he?
Coming up, stunning and heartbreaking. What this woman has to say about Jessica's murder.
It never should have happened.
Because you'd already warned everybody about him.
Yep.
What her story will mean for the case when Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Matt Kidder, the young man who was like a brother to Jessica Nelson, like a son to her parents, was sitting in the police station 3 weeks after Jessica's death.
Do you think I consider you a suspect? I think you consider everybody a suspect at this point. Okay. But specifically, do you think I consider you one? I hope not.
But by then, the Omaha police did see him as a suspect. They knew that Matt checked Facebook the night Jessica was killed, would have seen the post that revealed she was home alone. They had discovered that Matt's cell phone was at or near Jessica's place for 17 minutes that night.
You'll see where his phone goes.
Police tech experts Oscar Diegas and Nick Herford.
So right now it's about 11 o'clock. Okay. And you're going to see a couple more activations where he's still at work. And right there. And then all of a sudden, it switches.
And that's at her house at that point?
Yes, that is directly in the area of the house.
And there was more. The detectives had noticed a crescent-shaped cut on Matt's hand. Could have been made by Jessica's thumbnail bending back as she defended herself, and they found his DNA under that nail and on the cord she was strangled with. So now Detective Davis played his hand.
I think you were there when this went down, and I think you had something to do with it.
And Matt exploded, a stream of loud and determined denials.
I didn't kill her. I don't know who did. I wasn't there that night. I wouldn't be able to watch my Uncle Harry basically collapse over the body of his daughter at the funeral if I had done this. Somebody's murdered my friend, and here you are trying to accuse me of it. You arrest me for something I didn't do, especially on this, it's going to destroy your family.
Brenda Beadle was lead prosecutor.
He was narcissistic and he is a sociopath. And so if you were just watching that interview without knowing the evidence we had, you might scratch your head and go, do we have the right guy? Because he was so convincing.
But police believed they did have the right guy, and they arrested him for the murder of his lifelong friend, Jessica Nelson.
Stand up, man. No. I'm not going to jail for this.
It's not up to you. Decision's been made, so I need you to stand up. It's the wrong
decision.
That's something you can take up with your attorney. Right now you need to stand up, because you're leaving here, okay?
Now, it was time to tell the Nelsons.
He said, we have made an arrest, and we have arrested Matthew Kidder. My head hit the table.
Missy and Harry gathered the family to tell them.
I said, look around. Look at everybody here. Who is one person that would probably be here, but isn't? And my son, Matthew, kind of raised his eyebrows like, oh my God, no.
Up until that moment, Matt Kidder had been Matt Nelson's best friend in the world, the one he trusted implicitly, the one who would never, ever betray them. And here they were.
Everyone who was there broke down, like just bawling their eyes out.
As Matt Kidder waited in the local jail, evidence piled up. He talked to his father on the phone, recorded, of course.
I think she fell asleep on the couch after I left. And somebody came in behind.
You were never there.
Dad, my phone puts me there. Dad, my phone puts me there.
It's changed now from the 169 times he denied being in the house, yelling at the detective, very sternly denying that he was even there. That was big.
There was more. He got chatty with his cellmate, told him the whole ugly story. This is prosecutor Beth Beninato.
This informant and the details he gave us, they were accurate. From walking into her house, headbutting her, which would explain the blood we saw and the blood patterns on the couch cushions, to the sexual assault itself, to the things that she said, to the injury on his hand and the injury on her finger, to the cell phone charging cord. This informant gave us a view into what Jessica went through.
It was about power, control, and I think being rejected by her via text just made him angry. He's a very angry individual.
Yes, or was that in a weird way his turn on? That the more he's rejected, the more he needs to have that power and control, and that's kind of part of the buildup or something.
We think so.
Which brings us to this woman, Patricia Springborg, the woman who accused Matt of rape. Remember, he went to prison, attempted sexual assault, but convinced the Nelsons she was lying. It was no lie. And when Patricia heard about Jessica?
That's the hardest thing for me, because it never should have happened.
Because you'd already warned everybody about him.
Yep.
Her experience with Matt at first was not unlike the Nelsons.
He wormed his way into our family, and none of us thought he would do anything like that.
So he was actually a friend of your family too?
Yes.
So?
Yes. I met him through my oldest daughter.
Wow.
Yeah. My husband taught him how to drive his truck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, things like that. Things that you would do if we had a teenage boy.
Sure.
And then one day he caught her alone at home, and he grabbed her neck and tried to choke her. And she, fearing he would kill her, stopped struggling and discovered something revealing about Matt.
From what I could tell, and with my situation, is the violence and stuff is what got him.
Yeah. Because when you relented, it obviously wasn't a turn on for him anymore.
And if she hadn't given in?
I wouldn't be here.
You would have been in Jessica's place.
Yeah. This shouldn't happen to that girl.
No, shouldn't have.
And she's got a little boy. And it just shouldn't have happened. That's why, after everything that happened, when the prosecutor asked me if I would testify with them,
yeah.
Damn right.
And she did. And there was one more thing. The police had seized Matt's laptop when they arrested him. And what they found? Well...
You know, I've seen some weird stuff,
yeah,
but nothing like this. It was a lot of rape videos and torture videos and just like the combination of them. I mean, it let us know basically his intent and his mindset, because what he ended up doing is basically recreated one of these kind of videos that he likes in real life, where he stormed somebody, assaulted them, killed them, and then left.
Matt Kidder did not testify, but his defense said all the evidence, DNA, cell phone tracking, the cellmate story, all had innocent explanations. And besides, they said he wasn't the killer, plain and simple. But the jury deliberated just 41 minutes before convicting Matt Kidder of Jessica's murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. The Nelsons, of course, still missed Jessica terribly. And Dominic lives with his dad, John, now. And also with Laura and his half-brother, Christopher. After Jessica's death, Laura stepped in to help out as much as she could.
We were over there all the time with Dom and John and the kids all playing together, and it was just one day after the next, and you just fall together. I mean, it's the one good thing that came out of this tragedy. Dom has a whole family, and he's so happy about that. You know, he says, I got a mommy in heaven, and I got a mom here.
In time, Laura and John got engaged, and the Nelson family grew by a few more. Just one empty place.
But you never fill the hole in your life, do you, when you lose a child?
No.
How often do you think about Jessica?
Every day.
Every day.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers, and this is your guide to the must-know American athletes competing at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. From the slopes to the rink, we'll be showcasing incredible Olympians, both fresh faces and familiar favorites like Shaun White, Chloe Kim, Nathan Chen, and Michaela Schifrin. Team USA has more than 200 athletes competing in over a dozen sports. They range in age from 40 to 16, and they've already set a new Olympic record before the competitions even started. The most women competing for any nation in Winter Olympics history. Perhaps the brightest star of them all is Michaela Schifrin. She arrives in Beijing with 3 previous medals. She's one of alpine skiing's greatest athletes ever. But her journey to the 2022 Olympics wasn't always easy, as she told Hoda and Savannah on the Today Show.
There are a lot of cool things about you. One of them is you say that you are not defined by your success. I mean, I feel like you're a really grounded human being. Like, if you don't have a great day, so what? Like, you seem like you are secure in what you do. So when you're getting ready to go down and do one of your runs, like, what's kicking through your head at that moment?
I'm just trying to focus on my skiing as much as possible, because there are some athletes who are so driven just to win that just their motivation to win alone is what actually gets them to the finish line faster. But for me, it's always been about good skiing and like the turns that I make along the way. So I don't know, it's a little bit like that metaphorical. It's the journey, not the end destination. But it's true for me. That's how I've always had my best races, just skiing well.
And just in case people, last they checked in with you, you were winning gold 4 years ago, 5 years ago at the Olympics, and now here you are winning again in your most recent race. In between, you've had incredible challenges. You lost your father. You've dealt with anxiety and the stress of that, and then a pandemic to boot. How are you feeling, and how has that journey been for you?
Well, I guess it's been life, and I think everybody's dealing with something. We're all dealing with the pandemic, so that's one thing we all have in common. For me personally and my family, dealing with unexpected death of my dad was the most difficult thing I've ever survived. And that's, it's okay. Like, it's okay to talk about it. I think it's been, over the last couple of years, it's been important to talk about. And a lot of people actually seem to be able to relate to that on some level, because aside from the pandemic, everybody's dealing with something on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And there's a lot of loss and grief and sadness out there, but there's also a lot of strength and hope. And I think it's important for us to all be able to connect on the more positive side of it.
You really personify that. You do. After your dad passed, did you think about whether or not you would ski again? Was that something that you thought about?
Yeah, I did. I wondered if it was really worth it. There's a really long time that I didn't really feel like it was worth it to care about anything. So it seemed like I'm not going to go ski race again, because the most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport, and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't. I just thought I don't care about actually really anything in life. So it's been a long process to get that motivation and that actually the feeling of caring back. And I don't know, I have a lot more good days than bad now, but It's still difficult.
It's not easy to talk about, but I'm so glad you did, because I want people to know what a triumph it is. What you just did last weekend, and what you're setting out to do.
Thanks.
It's a triumph in every single way, just you being here.
You guys are gonna make me cry.
No, but I just, you know, so you're also a huge, I just want to say before you go, I love that you're a huge fan of the Olympics, and I heard that, actually I heard we were in Tokyo, we heard you screaming for the athletes all the way back in the U.S. You're a huge fan. Do you watch, I heard you taped the Olympics and then would watch them later.
Yeah, we were taping everything, and then we had it going streaming on Peacock and like always in the background. And the gym I work out back home at the Westin is they always had it on in multiple TV screens. So I'm doing my squats and I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I'm like, one more rep.
Well, you can guarantee that they're going to be watching you doing the exact same thing. Michaela, we are cheering you on. Congratulations. So happy you're here with us.
Go get them.
This may be your last chance to catch one of Team USA's best-known stars at the Olympics. Snowboarder and three-time gold medalist Shaun White, who came on the scene in 2006 with the nickname the Flying Tomato, told my colleague Craig Melvin that his 5th Winter Olympics will probably be his last.
I haven't really said this too much, so it's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll.
This may be Shaun's final Olympics, but he's still hoping to perform more of those superhuman feats before it's all over. He recently talked with our friends at the Today Show about how his training has changed in recent years.
What does Shaun White's training regimen look like today than it did when you first started, you know, with the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, goodness, my first Olympics, I was 19. I'm 35 now. No, I think it's great. You know, honestly, I'm at a place in my career where I'm just so focused on what I need that you know, my practice is really regimented. I don't show up all day and, you know, mess around. I show up for that like power window of practice time, and I will be honest, I need a couple more days rest than I used to. I took a bad crash a couple days ago. You can check it out on my Instagram. That's how I got this nice fat lip. but you know, it's how it goes, and yeah.
I mean,
I'm excited about it.
I mean, since you brought it up, you know, 35 years old, and apparently in Olympic years, that is considered oldish. I mean, what does it feel like going up against guys now who are quite literally almost half your age?
You know, it was a trip. I think it was around the last Olympics. I remember hearing the announcers going on, dropping in the oldest competitor, Shaun White. I've been the youngest competitor, so that was a big change. I kind of wear it proudly now, though. You know, you got amazing athletes like Tom Brady, and you know, that are getting into their older years and still holding it down. So I'm feeling good about it. I like the inspiration from the others, and it's so exciting for me. I was kind of tripping out the other day just thinking about, you know, there's this magic moment when you make the team. You're like, wow, I get to be an Olympian again. Just to go is so incredible. So one step at a time, going to try to make the team, and then set the sights on China.
I love it. Shaun, you always make us smile.
Yeah.
I mean, every time we talk with you, you're just such a good guy.
And this is a guy, age truly is just a number, Shaun, because you make it, and you make us all proud. And as the oldest guy on this Olympic team here, I can tell you, you keep the young'uns on your toes, my friend.
Shaun White.
Yeah, right, that's the goal.
Chloe Kim is another champion snowboarder making her return this year. She won gold at the 2018 Winter Olympics, becoming a breakout star at just 17. Now she's ready to soar to new heights. Take a look.
My name is Chloe Kim. I'm a half-pipe snowboarder, and I'm from Torrance, California. Last time we spoke, I was 17 going into the Olympics. I'm 21 now. My priorities have shifted quite a bit, and I enjoy staying in bed all day. Like, I love to sleep.
Is there any snowboarding involved there?
Oh, yes, I still do that, which is why I'm here, yes.
A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim!
Back-to-back 1080s.
Chloe Kim reigns supreme in South Korea. She is the 2021 World Champion.
This is Reese, AKA Reach, Peach, Little Butt, Big Butt, Wiggle Butt, Nub. She's my little Australian Shepherd. She's so cute, and she's my bestie. She just turned 5. I baked her a cake. I found this recipe online. It was like a dog-friendly cake. I think it had like peanut butter, carrots, coconut oil, yogurt. We all tried it because we were curious. I mean, they're all real ingredients, but it was disgusting. It was so gross.
What kind of treats do you like to enjoy?
I love lemon bars. It's like my favorite thing, or pie. I love pie. Post-Olympics, I tweeted about like churros and ice cream, and I got home and I had boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to everyone that sent me ice cream. I felt like loved.
Now to the U.S. figure skating team, a sport which is among the most highly anticipated at every Winter Olympics, of course. In order to make the team, skaters fought back challenges both on and off the ice. NBC's Chanel Jones talked with this elite group right after they made the team.
Team USA. Reaching the pinnacle of their sport, ready to take the world stage. On the women's team, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu, America's standout female skater, testing positive for COVID in the middle of competition, still earning an Olympic spot.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy and I'm so honored.
And 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making history the moment her skates hit the ice. She's the oldest U.S. women's Olympic figure skater to compete in nearly a century. And back on Team USA, 22-year-old Karen Chen. She competed in the 2018 Games, but never medaled. And on the men's team, all eyes are on 22-year-old Nathan Chen. Chen, a heavy favorite in Pyeongchang, disappointed. Since then, he's come roaring back with a nearly 4-year winning streak since the last Games, breaking his own scoring record and winning his 6th consecutive national title. Joining him at the Winter Games is 21-year-old Vincent Zhou and 27-year-old Jason Brown, both returning for their 2nd Olympics. Each athlete finding out their fate by a text with the link to this email.
We're all like glued to our phones waiting for that to come through.
And it's like, congratulations, you're on the 2022 Olympic team.
That message punching their tickets to Beijing.
You're making history, you're 25 years old. How do you wrap your mind around it?
It's absolutely just a number. If you have a dream and you're dedicated to it and you're working towards it, there doesn't have to be an expiration date. I feel like I'm not even in my prime. You know, I'm working to get there, and I'm really excited to be the first woman in so long to be going.
How does that feel for you when you've trained for years and years and you're able to meet the moment?
I wanted to be on the Olympic team so bad. I almost didn't want to think about it too much before I got here because it would like make me cry. I wanted it so bad.
Karen, you're also making history. First women's single skater to compete in back-to-back Olympics in 15 years. After the Pyeongchang Games, I know you took a break because of an injury and you almost considered retiring. How do you clear your mind knowing everything that you've been through?
I did think about stepping away from the sport, but for some reason, like under all of that stress, I guess, I had clarity, and I just realized how much I love skating.
All the figure skaters have been doing it since they were kids. It's amazing to feel that all your work is like culminating to this one moment. We've all worked really hard to be where we are, and so to have opportunities like this to show what we have been working on is pretty powerful.
What about when you go up for these jumps? What goes through your mind?
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, just go for it, you know? And I think at that point, we just have to try to trust our body, trust our instincts to make the jump happen. it's definitely a lot more stressful to watch figure skating than it is to do it ourselves. You know,
Wait,
like when I'm
really?
watching.
Is that true?
Yeah,
it's harder
for
on
sure.
us watching you than for you guys?
I mean, of course we're stressed out. Of course we're nervous. But at the end of the day, like when I'm watching like Mariah compete, it's so stressful. I'm like my heart's like pounding. When I'm on the ice, I'm pretty calm and pretty relaxed. Like I have confidence knowing what I'm doing.
Jason, I'll ask you, how did the pandemic affect your training? Well, how has it been?
It's been really difficult, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to be as adaptable as possible. Bob, swerve, and duck.
What about for you?
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
Really?
It was like the size of this room here.
Wow.
I was trying to skate on it. I was doing triple axels on this tiny piece of ice. It was pretty cool.
Through all the challenges, one thing is clear. These athletes love being on the ice.
I just love being out there. I love challenging myself.
When I'm doing a spin, it's like one of the best feelings in the world.
I just love the grind.
I love the thrill of doing quads.
I'm like just the girl next door. There's nothing that, special or fancy. It's just like a matter of having a dream and, wanting to chase it. We were those little kids watching the TV, and now we get to be here. It's so cool.
Coming up, the stunning act of generosity from one teammate to another that is getting us all into the Olympic spirit.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. Now, the Olympics are all about competition, but they also showcase great sportsmanship. When speed skater Erin Jackson slipped in her signature event, the 500-meter trials earlier this year, it looked like it would cost her the opportunity to go to the Olympics. But her teammate Brittany Bowe stepped in to help. She gave Jackson her spot in the 500-meter race, allowing Jackson to go to Beijing. The two spoke to the Today Show about this amazing act of friendship.
Joining us now, the very embodiment of the Olympic spirit, Brittany Bowe and Erin Jackson. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. We're talking about the sportsmanship aspect of it, and we want to get to that. But can I just talk about the friendship? This kind of thing does not happen, but it happened. So if you guys, Brittany, would you describe your friendship with Erin, and Erin, just quickly, your friendship with Brittany?
Yeah, I moved out to Salt Lake City to start my Olympic journey in 2010, and Erin came hot on the scene in 2018, but our friendship goes further than that. We both grew up in Ocala, Florida, both inline speed skaters, and very, very cool to find ourselves in this position today.
And Erin, for you?
I mean, I was much younger. Like, my memories of Brittany go back a bit further because I was the one looking up to her back when I was growing up in Ocala, Florida, seeing her, you know, come back and skate on the team that I skated with. It was just amazing, and she was just an awesome mentor from day one.
I mean, Erin and Brittany, both of you, this sport, it's incredible that the heights that you have reached, and also just the hair. I mean, I don't even know why they call it a slip, Erin. It was like the tiniest little wobble, and yet there's your Olympic dream disappearing right before your eyes. You must have been crushed. And can you explain how you felt in the moment that you realized that Brittany said, no, 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 my friend, you are #1 in the world. You belong at those Olympics?
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful time, you know, because I was feeling great. I've been feeling great all season. And, you know, it all comes down to this one race. And yeah, so to have that happen, I was like, oh no, like what's going to happen now? I was really looking forward to, you know, hopefully having a good showing in Beijing. So yeah, when Brittany came to me and said, like, don't worry, like, we're going to figure out a way, it was just an amazing feeling to be like, okay, the team's got my back. She's an amazing team leader. And we both have individual goals, but we also have team goals. So it's just nice to, you know, for the world to see kind of what an amazing person she is, like what I've seen all these years. It's nice that it's that people can see it now.
What a great human being you guys both are. Brittany, did you know on the wobble, when you saw the wobble, did you already have in your head that you're like, you know what, if she doesn't get it, I'm giving up one of my spots?
So I was actually right there on the backstretch when that happened, and my heart sank when it happened because for us speed skaters, that wasn't a little bobble. That was actually a huge bobble that could have taken maybe up to a second to recover from in the course of the race. And I just remember yelling at Erin, get it back, just skate, skate. And, you know, after the race, you know, it was a very deflated atmosphere in that rink. And that evening I said, if it's, you know, if it comes down to me, if there's anything I can do to get you on the team, you have my place. And I still had some races left to go. I had one of my other marquee events, the 1500 meter, the next day. So I put it on the back burner a little bit, but you know, when I was done competing, that was the first thing that went back into my mind. And you know, I wanted to make that decision on Sunday before the team was announced because I couldn't see myself down there celebrating during the team announcement and popping champagne with the rest of the team without Erin being there.
Many athletes are thankful to be going to the Olympics as part of Team USA, but skier Colby Stevenson is grateful just to be alive. In 2016, he was badly hurt in a car accident and suffered a serious head injury. 6 years and one amazing journey later, he's in top form. Here's his story.
Are you good off the tee?
I was for the first half of the summer, and now my drives aren't that good.
Ooh, not bad. That looked pretty natural.
I'm not, it's not anything that really, you know, we get off the tee. I'm Colby Stevenson. I ski slope style. I'm from Park City, Utah. Yeah. So in 2016, I was driving back from Mount Hood, Oregon, and I fell asleep at the wheel and rolled a truck like 6 times and had a pretty severe head injury and broke a bunch of bones, and I'm very lucky to be standing here today. So I basically shattered the whole right side of my skull. Had to have a craniotomy where they like go in and piece it back together like a puzzle. Broke a couple vertebrae in my neck, jaw, eye socket, a few ribs. It was like 6 months of hell, basically. And then I was back skiing, and everything was somehow all right. After my accident is when I actually found what it takes to win in competition. It was because I shifted my focus from wanting to win to just being grateful for being able to travel and living this life. My first World Cup back after the accident was in Italy, and I remember it being at the top of my run and like closing my eyes and thinking of all my loved ones, open my eyes, and then dropped in for my run and won the World Cup. And so if you can somehow do it out of love, then that's going to be your best shot.
When members of Team USA need to recharge, they head to the hills and lakes and forests. Yes, many athletes find the best place to reset is the same as where they compete.
Okay, let's see. Nature. Yeah, I feel like over the years, nature has kind of become a place where I can go and reset, whether I'm really stressed or dealing with an injury or have a lot on my plate.
You can get easily trapped indoors, especially as a skier, right? We spend a lot of our time on the hill and you just want to find time to unwind. Anytime I'm outside, I'm just happy.
I feel so free and disconnected from the hustle and bustle and fast-paced daily life. It's like just me and nature.
Other people want to go on hikes and just like move quickly the whole time. I'm more of like a leisurely hiker.
For me, the mountains are where I feel the most clarity that I have. When all the noise goes away, you kind of have to face yourself. You're only listening to the sounds that nature makes. And one of the things that you notice first actually is silence.
I love the feeling of flow, and I think nature definitely brings that to me.
When I reach the top, it just feels like elation and victory and freedom. I love that feeling.
Standing on top of a peak, I feel like a small thing in a big world, but I have a part to play.
I just love nature. I love all the animals, all the giant trees, and I hope that we can just be a little bit more gentle on Mama Earth.
We'll be right back with a look at some other Olympians you need to be watching.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. At 22, Nathan Chen is considered one of the best male figure skaters around. He's broken records and is a 3-time world champion. Now he's out to prove he can also shine at the Olympics. Take a look.
My name is Nathan Chen. I'm a figure skater, and I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah. I go to Yale University, and I am majoring in statistics and data science. School also made me realize, there's a whole fun, happy side of life that doesn't necessarily have to revolve around grinding all the time, and you can have a little bit more fun and relax, and I think that's really good for our mental health and just being happy in general. I can play instruments, not like super proficiently. I know how to play guitar. I've played piano in the past.
If we brought out a guitar, would you mind playing a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right.
Music has definitely played a big role in my life. Obviously, as a skater, we're skating to music, so being able to be comfortable with music and truly enjoy it, I think, is key for figure skaters. Music has been really helpful in getting me in the right mindset and being able to calm me down and being able to just give me a sense of peace when I'm either preparing to compete or just at home and not really doing too much. It's nice to have in the background, just, it sets up a nice vibe.
Every Winter Olympics is full of exciting firsts, and 2022 is no exception. One person making history this time around is Abby Rock. This top athlete is the first Native American female to represent Team USA in ice hockey. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
Abby Rock is considered one of America's most decorated college hockey players. A standout at the University of Wisconsin, earning Rookie of the Year as a freshman, Player of the Year as a senior, plus a lengthy list of other prestigious honors. In February, she made her debut with the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association and instantly made a name for herself.
Well, we talked about Abby Rock. We talked about her being in the right place at the right time.
There's not many Indigenous players playing, especially in the United States, so a big piece for me is to try to show that you can do it, and we want to make hockey more diverse.
She was brought up with the rich traditions of the Wanapitei First Nation, an Indigenous group located in Northern Ontario. Her uncle is a chief.
My family back home, they obviously do a lot of the ceremonies and powwows, and my cousin's a dancer. And when I'm back in the Sioux, I've gone to powwows and things like that of not my own tribe, but the tribes there. Where I'm from, it's all around you.
Growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Rock was just a toddler when she broke in her first skates on a backyard rink made by her father, a former college hockey coach and now a pro scout with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I just always wanted to be like my dad. I would go to the rink every day with him probably. I basically lived at the rink. People called me a rink rat. I think it was kind of in my blood, but it was a passion for me that I just really wanted to be a part of.
The ice became a proving ground for the aspiring hockey player. With so few opportunities for young girls starting off, she played mostly with the guys before college.
Growing up, I played with all guys hockey players. I was the only girl. We're all saying, we want to be in the NHL when we're older, and then get a couple years older and you're like, well, I can't be in the NHL, but I can be what those girls are.
Those girls were Olympians like Hillary Knight, now a fellow teammate.
You're quoted as saying that she's going to be one of the best hockey players in the world. Mm-hmm. What sets her apart?
You really have to have the hunger to be able to go out there every single day wanting to learn, and I see that in her. And so it's easy for me to just be like, yeah, she's going to be great.
Joel Johnson, head coach for the women's hockey team, knew that fierce competitor in her teens, and now they're both hoping to go for gold.
She just has a unique ability to impact her teammates and an incredible impact on the game itself.
Rock making moves on and off the ice and getting ready to take on the world with Team USA.
Bobsledder Alana Myers-Taylor is a 3-time Olympic medalist, now competing in her 4th Winter Games. Her husband is an alternate on the men's team, and their child is worth more than all the gold in the world. Take a look.
Yeah, I am Alana Myers-Taylor, and I am from Douglasville, Georgia, and I'm a bobsledder.
I am Nicholas Taylor. I'm from Hayward, California, and I'm a bobsledder.
And this is Nico Taylor. He is from Smyrna, Georgia, and he's a future bobsledder.
Is he a mama's boy or a daddy's boy?
Daddy's boy. I mean, I don't know.
Boy.
There's no competition.
Mommy's boy, for sure.
No competition, daddy's boy. Daddy's boy, for sure.
Yeah, so Nico was born with Down syndrome, and he was also born with profound bilateral hearing loss. We decided to get him cochlear implants. He's working on his hearing, and he's adapted very well to everything.
Very good, Nico.
You see your kid from a day in and day out basis, so sometimes you take for granted the little things, but the other day he said mama for the first time, and it was like the hugest thing ever, and we're still talking about it.
Nick, was that tough to hear?
Oh, no, he said dad way earlier, so it was fine.
I think being pregnant, your body goes through a lot of changes, and you embrace every one of them, at least I did. Getting back into sport, that was incredibly tough. Just not having your body work as you're used to it. It takes a lot of time to not only come to accept that, but you come to realize how you need to make changes going forward. I'm used to putting in the hours, and I'm used to training like I was 22. I'm gonna be 37 at these games. I need to be smarter with my body, but at the end of the day, I go home and look at my son and he's like, it was all worth it. So any changes I'm now working through, it's 10 times over worth it.
Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel has tough skis to fill. Not only did his mother, Barbara Ann Cochran, win gold at the 1972 Winter Games, she's also in the Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Now it's Ryan's turn to follow in his family tradition.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, alpine skiing, and I'm from Starksboro, Vermont.
We know you're pretty knowledgeable about maple syrup.
Yeah.
And we're gonna test that knowledge.
I put maple syrup on everything. Oh yeah, this is just the, store brand. That's not even maple syrup, I don't think. Whereas this, I mean, you can see like nice color, you know, see through it. And it just has like such a strong maple flavor. The very beginning, my grandparents had a lot of land in Richmond, Vermont, so my cousins started building a sugar bush, sugar house, the whole production. So my connection is I'm their labor, where I do all the hard work. I don't have tattoos, but I have a lot of scars, so that's kind of my own calling. My newest scar is this guy, like fractured my neck. Kind of got twisted up head first. I was pretty fortunate to be still and relatively intact. There are definitely situations where you add risk, kind of recognizing how that balance is trying to always keep that in the forefront of the mind when partaking in a sport that can be so dangerous.
What is it about your sport that you love so much that makes you want to accept those risks?
I think it's finding that fluid state, being able to do something that hardly anyone else can do. It's freedom, and I get to be who I am just naturally, and that's what's so thrilling about it.
When we come back, Team USA brings us thrills and chills. Stay with us.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome back to our special look at the stars of Team USA. You may not have heard of snowboarder Dusty Henriksen yet, but the California native is drawing comparisons to superstar Shaun White. Last year, Henriksen took home slopestyle gold at the X Games, the first U.S. athlete to claim that title since Shaun White did back in 2009. Now, both of them are heading to Beijing.
Yeah, I can try my best. That was best case scenario. I'm Dusty Henriksen. I am a snowboarder, and I'm from Big Bear Lakes, California. Yeah, duct tape wallets. I used to sell to just like make some gas money, whatever money I needed to just go anywhere or do anything. And I ended up with like hundreds. So then they're like, let's just sell them. So that's what we did.
Do you think you can make us a duct tape wallet?
I can make a card holder. Lay that down, stick another one on top of it, peel them up. This can be anything you want now. It's a huge part of our sport. We all kind of think differently and look at stuff differently just from how we've grown up and how we snowboard. There's not a lot more spins you can do these days because that's what everyone does, is just see who can spin more. So it's like cool to see some people get creative and do something in a weird, different way. Then you're like, oh, there's a whole new world of possibilities right there. Very creative and fun in that aspect because stuff's always changing and avenues are always opening up for more possibilities.
There are a lot of words people use to describe Olympians. One of the most common is fearless, and rightfully so. Some are skiing down dangerous slopes at 80 miles per hour, while others are performing death-defying stunts over sheets of ice. So, given how courageous these athletes are, you might be wondering, what does scare them? And you might be surprised by the answer.
Well, when I was about 10 years old, I almost got killed by a moose. It charged at me, and when it was about, 4 or 5 feet away from me, I just dove off to the side, and luckily it didn't run back around to try to stomp me again.
Do you have any fears?
Being trampled by moose, for sure.
I'm actually kind of scared of a lot of things.
We talking like, we getting real about like fears, or?
Not a big fan of clowns.
Drowning or not being able to breathe, like those things, like just thinking about it stresses me out. And then also frogs.
Okay, I went to the Rainforest Cafe with my family one time when I was younger. And like the frog guy came up. And I was like, I don't think I like him very much. I don't know. I've developed kind of a fear. It's not like a crazy fear, but like if given the opportunity to meet a mascot, I'd probably decline.
Not a big fan of spiders. What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad?
Is it not true that this was one of your big fears?
Yeah, man, this is my future right here. I need a bigger size though. These are only 12s.
Not a big fan of It's like general darkness. So that's fun.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of sharks, but I also love sharks, which is the craziest thing. Like, I love being in the ocean. I volunteered at the Georgia Aquarium, so I literally volunteer to make food for sharks, but I'm terrified of them.
Something about the ocean freaks me out. I feel like I'm kind of a germaphobe almost, like in a weird way, but I just think about like how many people have gone to the bathroom in the ocean, how many animals have gone to the bathroom in the ocean.
So it's not sharks, it's...
Oh, no, it's also sharks. But that's in addition to everything else that I'm afraid of.
Everybody's scared of clowns. Are you not afraid of clowns? You better be afraid of clowns or I seriously question everything about you.
Sticking with thrills and chills now, Olympians Mikaela Shiffrin, Shaun White, and Nathan Chen teamed up with NBC Sports and Universal Pictures from our parent company, NBC Universal, to give us a little scare. Take a look at Mikaela Shiffrin with some prehistoric friends. Jurassic World Dominion arrives in theaters worldwide June 10th. Mikaela Shiffrin joined my colleagues at Today to talk about the making of that spot, as well as her final preps for the Beijing Winter Olympics.
Mikaela, excellent acting. We are so proud of you. You know, Shaun White is doing this, Nathan Chen.
Yeah.
What did you think when they came to you and said, like, hey, you want to ski with dinosaurs?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, absolutely. Jurassic World I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I was kind of geeking out that whole day, and it gave me a whole new world of respect for what actors do on a daily basis, because I got, I got a full day's worth of shooting kind of taste of it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not that easy. And trying to imagine a dinosaur, trying to imagine Blue there and being like, oh my gosh,
Well, you were like a pro.
Great.
You're a pro. By the way, speaking of geeking out, we're geeking out because you're about to go to the Olympic Games again. It's a couple of weeks before we start. How are you feeling in this moment?
In this exact moment, I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a little bit ups and downs with the excitement, and then obviously there's always a little bit of nerves that play a role heading into the Olympics. And this Games, there's certainly a lot of logistics we have to figure out, just getting there with the testing process and just COVID-related things. So it's a lot to think about, and it's kind of hard to even imagine being there and competing. So it's exciting, that's for
Mikaela,
sure.
you had COVID last month. Walk us through that. Must have been torturous for you in the hotel room. You've got to isolate. It stops training. I know you got imaginative with some of your training in the room. What did you do, and what was that like?
Yeah, I had a couple little pieces of equipment. I had a kettlebell and one weight plate and some exercise bands, and I was trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. I had a bed frame, and I was able to do pull-ups on it, which was maybe a little overkill, but for whatever reason, pull-ups have been like a big thing of mine that I couldn't do a pull-up when I was 15 years old. I couldn't do one. So it's like, that's one of my big goals in my career. I want to be able to do pull-ups. So just staying on top of it. And,
man, you did it.
Yeah, and to show how good you are, after quarantine, you came out and broke a record. So, you were okay afterwards, right?
Well, yeah. I think the hardest part about it was basically having to be nearly sedentary, obviously not fully, but not being able to ski for 2 weeks during the season. I never take more than 2 to 3 days off max during the season. So having you know, essentially 2 weeks completely out of my ski boots off snow. That was the hardest thing to overcome. And coming back, we came right back into, you know, one of the biggest bulks of the race season there. So Schladming, that race was just the kind of the end of that block of races. And I was just trying to get through Schladming so I could actually get to this point where we are now and train, get a really good chunk of training and try to catch up for what I lost when I was inside doing pull-ups on a bed frame.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Michaela. You're a veteran.
We believe.
You've been there before.
Yeah.
It's all icing on the cake. We are cheering for you. And if you get scared or if we want to go faster, just imagine there's big old Tyrannosaurus Rex
behind you,
chasing after you. And that'll get a little pep in your step.
That's what I'm going to be thinking in the start gate.
Here's another athlete to keep your eye on at the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing.
I think he's a little sticky. Wow, that's terrible. My name is Chris Mazder. I do singles and doubles luge. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad? My wife, Mara, we just had our first child in April, so we got Nikolai Mazder. We call him Nico for short. He's 5 months old, and he's starting to interact. He smiles all the time. He finally sleeps, so it's been a lot of fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, you did see me on Dancing with the Stars. Whitney is trying to teach me how to dance, turn these bricks into something that can tear up the dance floor. I mean, talk about terrifying. Like, cool, 10 million people are about to watch me, and the countdown's like 10, 9, and it's like, oh my God. So like way more butterflies. There's so many things to think about. Even when you're doing things, you just have to make sure your hands are like, I have these claw hands, probably just because I paddle, like, right, this is our sport. So I'll do things, and then they'll be like, what is your hand doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I was only training for a couple days before those dances. Where with luge, I'm like, I've done this for 20 years, I got it. A little different mindset.
Chris Mazder has done it. That's a medal for Team USA.
We'll be right back with more stars of Team USA.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe, every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I think my biggest challenge is trying to stay cool under the pressure, you know, once you get there. Not putting too much pressure on yourself and just enjoying it, while at the same time doing your best to do as well as you can.
I feel really honored and grateful to head over to China and represent the U.S. We have a great team all around us, and I think it's going to be a really good experience.
My parents actually made me a really sweet video, and it was kind of a tearjerker for me, but it was really sweet, and that's what I'm taking over to Beijing. It's just thinking about my mom and dad and my brother, and just trying to make it fun, and, you know, kind of like trying to not treat it like an Olympics, but just treat it like another day on the mountain.
Welcome back. There are so many amazing stars on Team USA that we simply don't have enough time to talk about them all. But we want to highlight just a few more in the time we have left. And helping us to do that is Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, reporter, host, and analyst for Bally Sports Network. Hi, Brandon. Thanks for joining us to talk through some of this. And my first question for you, I think this sounds like a fun one. So the Winter Olympics is known for unique sports, including one making its Olympic debut, the women's monobob. What stands out about this sport? How does one person do it all?
Well, I think it's pretty cool. First and foremost, there's 4 different